Chapter 1. The Wilderness. The rising sun poured through the thick canopy of leaves like streams of golden sand, casting its light upon the verdant grass below. The meadow was adorned with a myriad of flowers, each blooming tenderly. And amidst this pristine forest, a peculiar group of men, women, and children moved with solemnity toward the towering wall of stone in the distance. Most strikingly, in their midst, several robust men carried a wooden stretcher bearing a woman whose appearance and attire starkly contrasted with theirs. She lay unconscious. Her languid curls cascaded loosely, creating graceful arcs as they moved through the air. Her porcelain skin glowed with a delicate blush, and her cherry-red lips appeared irresistibly luscious, while her exquisite features, now closed in slumber, rendered her akin to a fragile porcelain doll. Draped in a cerulean sundress, she exuded an ethereal charm, possessing an air of lightness. Yet, her body bore numerous abrasions, stark against her alabaster skin, suggesting she had endured considerable hardship. This stunning woman was inexplicably bound, her hands and feet restrained, swaying precariously as the procession advanced toward the grand wall built of colossal stones. In a state of confusion, the tightly shut eyes of Jiang Yan faintly registered some cacophonous sounds. Her butterfly-like lashes fluttered, and she felt a disorienting sensation, as if suspended in midair. What is happening? As her consciousness gradually returned, she slowly opened her bleary eyes and attempted to move, only to discover her limbs were bound. A surge of alarm coursed through her, and her previously narrowed eyes widened in panic as she frantically surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was ensnared by a group of oddly dressed individuals, suspended on this crude wooden structure. These people bore a resemblance to primitive tribes, akin to African natives. No, they were even more primitive, exuding an air of wildness. Their garments were fashioned from animal hides, simply draped around their bodies, and their skin was a deep mahogany. Most sported black or reddish-brown hair, intricately braided and flowing down their backs, their faces and bodies adorned with cryptic symbols, exuding an aura of mystery. Barefoot, they traversed the grass, carrying her forward, oblivious to their destination. The trees surrounding them were colossal and verdant, the air pristine and untainted. Jiang Yan was bewildered. She had plunged into the lake to escape the clutches of lecherous ruffians, and yet now found herself in this untouched wilderness. Surely, such primordial forests no longer existed on Earth. And these people, they resembled humans from a time long past. Silently observing her situation, Jiang Yan called out to the primitives in confusion. "Hey, where is this? Put me down at once. Why have you bound me?" Upon hearing her voice, the group turned to face her, and the elderly matriarch at the forefront, with her silver hair and slight hunch, halted, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Yan as she muttered incessantly. Initially startled by the shadowy depths of the old woman's eyes, Jiang Yan soon realized she could not comprehend a word of what was being said. What was she babbling about? How peculiar the tone sounded. Chapter 2. The Sacrifice. As her perplexity deepened, Jiang Yan continued to struggle, shouting at the white-haired crone, "What are you doing? Let me down." However, the old woman merely cast a fleeting glance her way before ignoring her, continuing to chant as she led the procession onward. The surrounding primitives paid no heed to her cries and struggles, their focus solely on the strange matron, who intermittently recited incomprehensible phrases. Jiang Yan felt a foreboding sensation creep into her heart. Her appearance was unlike theirs. Surely they must perceive her as an outsider. But where could they be taking her? Unexplainably, she felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene, as though she had witnessed it somewhere before. As her anxiety intensified, Jiang Yan fought more vigorously against her restraints, her voice raised in a fervent plea for release. Perhaps irritated by her incessant noise, the leading matriarch raised her ebony staff, her expression grave as she issued a command, causing the procession to quicken its pace. The hastening primitives arrived at the base of the towering wall, ascending the wooden ladder built against it, carrying the still protesting Jiang Yan toward the summit. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in horror as the ground receded beneath her, her heart racing with dread at their intentions. Were they going to throw her over the wall? Amidst her trepidation and uncertainty, clarity soon dawned upon her. She found herself bound to a wooden post erected at the wall's pinnacle, an ancient structure that appeared purpose-built for restraining individuals. Rather than casting her down, they had secured her at such a height, and panic engulfed her as she contemplated what awaited her next. The dark-skinned primitives surrounded her, their expressions solemn as they began to pray, each murmuring incantations in a language foreign to her. To Jiang Yan, their chants resembled a sinister incantation, and the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to sacrificial rituals she had seen in films. Was she to be offered as a sacrifice to some fearsome entity? Indeed, these were the savage humans of a bygone era, steeped in superstition. Were they planning to set her ablaze? Jiang Yan felt tears welling up, lamenting her fate as she found herself ensnared in a predicament far worse than the one she had escaped having jumped into the lake. She had inexplicably lost consciousness and awakened here. Everything felt surreal. It was unmistakably clear that she was no longer in the 21st century, possibly not even on Earth. Such rituals had long been abandoned by humanity. Could it be that she had traversed time to the distant past? She did not wish for this. As the primitives continued their incantations, they began to perform strange and intricate movements, their eyes filled with reverence, as if awaiting the descent of a deity. Jiang Yan, filled with helpless terror, gazed into the dense, endless forest and the undulating peaks beyond, her bound hands twisting in a futile effort to escape. Yet, her bindings were too tight. No matter how hard she strained, she could not break free. What to do? Her heart raced uncontrollably, threatening to leap from her chest. During her desperate struggles, a disturbance arose in the distance. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath her, as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 3. The Monster. Instantly, her heart leapt to her throat. What terrifying creature could cause the ground to quake with its approach? A thunderous roar echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a blurred figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Jiang Yan's face drained of color, her eyes widening in horror as her pupils constricted. A colossal beast charged toward her, its speed astonishing, reaching the base of the wall in an instant. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a dinosaur, standing on its hind legs, its sharp foreclaws dangling before it, its entire body a deep crimson hue, adorned with protruding bumps along its back, while a thick tail dragged behind. Its massive jaws were lined with menacing fangs, and its eyes, a reddish-brown, resembled two large bronze bells. At that moment, those beastly eyes were fixed upon her, reflecting her own cerulean silhouette. Jiang Yan felt a chill run down her spine, her body trembling uncontrollably. The enormous creature blinked its large eyes, curiously observing the bound Jiang Yan before suddenly unleashing a deafening roar. Roar! The sound was thunderous. A fierce gust of wind, laden with the scent of blood and saliva, surged toward Jiang Yan, whipping her hair and blue dress behind her in a cacophony. Jiang Yan furrowed her brow, fear gripping her as she shut her eyes, terrified to the core. As the monster appeared, the surrounding primitives immediately knelt before the wall, their hands clasped in reverence, chanting words of awe. Jiang Yan, paralyzed with fear, dared not move, her wide eyes darting in terror. Silently pleading for rescue, she did not wish to be devoured alive. What a nightmare! What kind of place was this? Could there truly be dinosaurs here? She gazed at the monstrous creature resembling a dinosaur with trepidation, unable to fathom what fate awaited her. Yet, after a second, then two, the beast remained still, seemingly uninterested in devouring her immediately. Intriguingly, within its reddish-brown eyes, she discerned a flicker of curiosity, and even more astonishingly, the creature's expression bore a striking resemblance to human emotion. To her astonishment, the deity worshipped by the primitive humans here turned out to be a monster. Jiang Yan felt utterly disoriented, her mind in a state of paralysis. The colossal beast exhaled two plumes of white vapor from its flared nostrils and extended a thick, sharp claw toward her. From Jiang Yan's perspective, it appeared as though the creature intended to seize her and swallow her whole. In a fit of terror, she emitted a piercing scream, crying out, "Ah! Help me! Please, don't come any closer!" The monster seemed momentarily startled by her cries. Its claw remained poised to grasp her, while two pronounced ridges formed above its eyebrowless eyes, indicating its displeasure. It emitted a low grunt, which, despite its distance, resonated powerfully in Jiang Yan's ears, instilling a profound sense of dread that prompted yet another scream from her. Irritated by the noise, the beast ceased its hesitation and lunged forward with its claw, intent on capturing Jiang Yan. The surrounding primitives observed with satisfaction, their expressions reflecting a sense of relief as it appeared the monster was pleased with this offering. As long as the Crimson Dragon continued to protect them, the Shaman clan believed they could maintain their foothold in this perilous land. Overwhelmed by fear, tears streaming down her face, Jiang Yan screamed for help with all her might. In this moment of life and death, her mind, dulled by despair, could conjure no means of escape, rendering her as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as the razor-sharp claw grazed her body, poised to take her away, A resounding roar of a tiger echoed from the depths of the forest. Chapter 4. The White Tiger. The crimson dragon twitched its short, rounded ears, halting its advance, and turning to face a white tiger that emerged from the jungle, its fury directed at this unexpected intruder. Although the white tiger bore the form of a feline, its coat was entirely pure white, devoid of stripes, save for a flame-like, icy blue marking on its forehead. At that moment, its silver-gray eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, proudly raised its head, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery. Noticing the commotion, Jiang Yan paused mid-scream, her tear-streaked eyes widening in shock as she beheld the sudden appearance of the white tiger in opposition to the monstrous creature. What was happening? Was the white tiger drawn here by her cries? Or was it another ferocious deity revered by the primitives? In comparison to the massive beast, the white tiger appeared diminutive, barely reaching the creature's robust hind legs, resembling a mantis confronting a Vehiclean absurd sight. Yet, undeterred by its size, the white tiger continued to roar fiercely at the crimson dragon. The primitives, who had been kneeling against the city wall, rose to their feet, pointing disdainfully at the white tiger, their voices filled with contempt as they hurled insults. It seemed that the white tiger was not allied with these primitives, but Jiang Yan thought it to be utterly foolish, was it not, courting death? With such a slight frame, it would undoubtedly be crushed by the beast's paw. Despite the size disparity, the white tiger was still vastly larger than any tiger on Earth, a true giant by modern standards. At that moment, the crimson dragon could no longer tolerate the white tiger's incessant provocation and the disruption of its feast. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged ferociously at the white tiger. The atmosphere grew tense, the ground trembling beneath them. However, to Jiang Yan's astonishment, the seemingly underestimated white tiger suddenly surged in size, matching the monstrous beast in stature. Could it truly alter its size at will? This was utterly fantastical. Jiang Yan found herself utterly dumbfounded. Outside the walls, two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce battle. Their roars and the thunderous crash of trees toppling from their collisions sending shivers through onlookers, who could only stare in disbelief at this fierce struggle. Unlike the crimson dragon's ferocity, the white tiger's silver-gray eyes sparkled with cunning. It feigned a few strikes at the crimson dragon to draw its attention before deftly sprinting towards Jiang Yan, bound to the stone wall. In the blink of an eye, before any of the primitives, including Jiang Yan, could react, the white tiger's sharp claws severed the ropes binding her, and it gently grasped the collar of her clothing, flinging her onto its broad back and dashing deep into the forest. The primitives, realizing too late what had transpired, erupted in furious exclamations, denouncing the white tiger's cunning tactics and its audacity to interfere. Simultaneously, the crimson dragon, realizing it had been outmaneuvered, snorted angrily, white vapor escaping its nostrils as it glared with fiery red-brown eyes, roaring as it pursued the white tiger and Jiang Yan with a vengeance. How infuriating! It would tear that wretched white tiger to shreds. The primitives atop the walls quickly retrieved their bows and arrows, launching a barrage of sharp projectiles at the fleeing duo. Chapter 5. Confrontation. Arrows whistled through the air, forming a dense and terrifying rain of projectiles behind them. The sounds of arrows being loosed echoed incessantly. Yet, despite its vast size, the white tiger exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the attacks while darting through the tangled forest with astonishing speed. Clinging to its back, Jiang Yan's body tensed, her hands grasping tightly at the white tiger's fur to prevent herself from tumbling off during its rapid flight. A wave of despair washed over her as she pondered where the white tiger intended to take her and whether it, too, might consume her. However, compared to the spine-chilling barrage of arrows and the ferocious monster pursuing them, she felt utterly resigned, compelled to trust in the white tiger. Each arrow that zipped by posed a lethal threat should one strike her. Her fate would be sealed. Overwhelmed by the relentless terror, Jiang Yan's nerves frayed, her face a mask of despair as she lamented her misfortune. After a brief sprint, the white tiger managed to evade the primitive's onslaught, yet the monstrous creature remained hot on their heels. Uncertain whether the white tiger had grown weary of the chase or simply chose to cease its flight, it halted its galloping limbs, turned, and seized Jiang Yan, placing her atop a sturdy branch. It then pivoted to confront the pursuing beast. The two colossal creatures stood their ground, a fierce confrontation imminent. Time seemed to suspend itself. After a display of roaring and circling one another, the white tiger and the monstrous foe once again engaged in a fierce struggle. The white tiger, with its lithe form, exhibited greater agility compared to the robust beast, leaping and soaring through the jungle, aiming to land upon the creature's back to deliver a fatal bite to its neck. The beast, undeterred, opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs as it incessantly snapped at the white tiger. In their entangled fury, both the tiger and the beast emitted furious roars, their claws and fangs clashing in a desperate attempt to overpower one another. In yet another round, the white tiger swiftly extended its claws, raking 3 long gashes across the beast's hide. The creature let out a pained growl, its enormous eyes narrowing with fury as it launched a more ferocious assault on the white tiger. Jiang Yan, filled with trepidation, clung to the tree trunk. Her heart shattered as she watched the battle unfold, resembling a fantastical epic. She feared being caught in the crossfire, her life hanging by a thread. The enraged monster, its beastly visage contorted in fury, seethed at the audacious white tiger that not only snatched its offerings, but had also wounded it. It vowed to exact revenge, determined to tear the creature apart piece by piece. The white tiger, as if perceiving the monster's intentions, flicked its silver-gray eyes dismissively as it brushed past. This only fueled the monster's wrath, prompting it to roar and lunge ferociously at the tiger. Realizing the monster's foolishness in its reckless charge, the white tiger deftly sidestepped, leaping onto the monster's back, baring its fangs and sinking them into its flesh. The monster, belatedly aware of its folly, thrashed in anger, attempting to dislodge the tiger. Its tail lashed wildly, snapping countless branches. Leaves cascaded down, but the tiger could not withstand the monster's might and was ultimately flung away. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it managed to rake its claws fiercely across the monster's back. With 2 puncture wounds and torn flesh, blood gushed forth as the monster let out a pained wail. Now wounded and at a disadvantage, the monster, having learned from its mistake, cast a resentful glance at Jiang Yan perched in the tree before seizing the opportunity to flee with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. Chapter 6. Ominous signs. As the battle subsided, Jiang Yan, utterly terrified, slumped against the tree, her heart racing. She fixated on the imposing white tiger, uncertain whether it would soon devour her. She could not naively believe the tiger would show her mercy. She was merely a potential meal in their fierce contest. However, contrary to her expectations, as she held her breath, bracing for her fate, the white tiger gently grasped her clothing in its mouth, placing her on the grass before reverting to its original size and turning away with an air of nonchalance. Thus, it departed with effortless grace. Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the white tiger as it ambled along, its fluffy, plump rear swaying gently. To her disbelief, it chose not to devour her. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she quickly regained her senses and began to follow the white tiger. Of course, her intention was not to offer herself as a meal. Rather, she recognized that this magnificent creature posed no threat to her. Moreover, the vast expanse of forest surrounding them concealed unknown dangers, ferocious beasts that could lurk in the shadows. For the time being, her best course of action was to accompany the very tiger that had saved her. As for the primitive humans who shared her plight, she wished to avoid becoming a sacrifice once more. Striding confidently across the meadow, the white tiger soon noticed Jiang Yan trailing behind. With an air of irritation, it halted and turned to bare its formidable teeth, warning her to cease her pursuit. The sight of those fearsome fangs sent a chill through Jiang Yan, compelling her to halt, her body tense and unwilling to advance further. Yet, as the tiger's figure began to fade from view, she summoned her courage and pressed on, determined not to lose sight of it. The ground beneath her feet was littered with fallen branches, leaves, and small stones. Barefoot, her delicate soles were soon bruised and bloodied. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she limped along, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake. The scent of blood reached the proud and enigmatic white tiger, which wrinkled its nose in response, identifying the source as the little creature behind it. A flicker of helplessness crossed its silver-gray eyes, prompting it to cease its advance and instead approach the pained Jiang Yan, who had wrapped her arms around herself in a show of vulnerability. As the white tiger neared, her legs weakened, and her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Please, don't eat me. I didn't mean to follow you. I simply don't know where to go. I'm not tasty at all." Jiang Yan crouched on the ground, trembling with fear, her eyes rimmed in red, a pitiful sight to behold. It was apparent that she was on the verge of tears. The white tiger realized that she must be terrified of him. But was he truly so fearsome? The females of the tribe had always held him in high esteem. Lost in self-doubt, the white tiger stood motionless for a moment before emitting a blinding white light, transforming into a robust and majestic man adorned in an exquisitely crafted white robe, intricately embroidered with blue patterns. The sudden manifestation of this phenomenon compelled Jiang Yan to shield her eyes from the dazzling brilliance. Once the light faded, she gazed in astonishment at the man who had appeared before her, her mouth agape in disbelief. What in the world was happening? Was this some sort of magical transformation? Or was she merely hallucinating? Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she reopened them to confirm that a man indeed stood before her, not an illusion. In that moment, she was so astonished that she forgot to breathe. Chapter 7. By Mu before her stood an exceptionally handsome man, his silver hair cascading down to his waist. flowing loosely and shimmering like precious silk under the sunlight. His features were sharply defined and profound, reminiscent of a finely carved Greek statue, with thick, slanted eyebrows, deep silver-gray eyes, a prominent nose, and delicate pink lips. Most striking was the icy blue flame tattoo on his forehead, which accentuated his regal and aloof demeanor, rendering him nearly untouchable. Observing Jiang Yan, who appeared frozen in shock, Bai Mu's lips curled in disdain. He impatiently raised his elegant arm, gesturing before her, and spoke coolly, "I am Bai Mu. What is your name? Which tribe do you hail from? I shall escort you back." Although he had discovered her among the witch tribe, her appearance and fair complexion led him to surmise that she was not one of them. After rescuing her, he had hoped to avoid further complications, yet she had persistently followed him. To Jiang Yan, Bai Mu's inquiry sounded like a jumble of words, yet it jolted her back to reality. She took a step back, staring in shock at the man who had emerged from the white tiger. Swallowing hard as she whispered in disbelief, "Could it be that I have encountered a supernatural being?" Seeing her silent and muttering to herself, Bai Mu wondered if she had been rendered senseless by fear. He couldn't fathom from which tribe this young female had escaped. Bored, he turned to leave, but was suddenly halted when she grasped the corner of his garment from behind. Turning back in annoyance, he found her clutching at his clothing, her face a portrait of helplessness, her eyes wide and pleading. His heart tightened at the sight of her clear, bright eyes, and with a resigned sigh, he turned back, unable to abandon her in such a state. Assessing her swollen, bleeding feet and various bruises and scrapes covering her body, he frowned and swiftly lifted her into his arms, striding towards the direction of the tribe. He could scarcely fathom how she had managed to injure herself so severely. Nor could he comprehend why the witch tribe had intended to offer her as a sacrifice to a ferocious beast. Had he not fortuitously encountered her, the consequences would have been dire. Historically, no female offered to the beasts had survived, and the witch tribe was a foolish and sinister race, trading lives for the protection of those monsters. Utterly absurd. Such actions were utterly reprehensible. Leaving the injured female alone would surely attract predators drawn by the scent of blood. With her frail physique, she would stand no chance of survival. Thus, he decided to take her back to the tribe temporarily, planning to address the rest later. Startled by being suddenly lifted, Jiang Yan, already in a state of panic and confusion, gasped softly. Glancing at the cold, enigmatic man, she dared not make a sound, instead curling up stiffly in his embrace. After a while, her initial fear subsided, replaced by curiosity as she stole glances at the chiseled, handsome features of the man carrying her, her cheeks gradually warming as if brushed with rose petals. She had never been this close to a male before. In the past, her beauty had attracted many suitors at school, but due to family circumstances, she had been preoccupied with work as a model while balancing her studies, leaving her no time or inclination for romance. Moreover, she had to admit that this mysterious man was exceptionally captivating. Chapter 8. Applying medicine focused on their journey. Bai Mu noticed Jiang Yan's tentative glances directed at him, her face flushed crimson. What could be the cause of this? Was her wound infected? An untreated infection could lead to serious complications. Instantly, he tightened his grip around her, quickening his pace with a serious expression. His speed was extraordinary, so much so that Jiang Yan, overwhelmed by fear, instinctively clutched Bai Mu's neck, closing her eyes in terror, wholly preoccupied with the fear of falling, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. With remarkable swiftness, Bai Mu brought Jiang Yan to a relatively safe location. Setting her down on a sturdy tree trunk, he instructed coldly, "Stay here and do not wander off. I will fetch some medicinal herbs and return shortly." However, to Jiang Yan, his words were merely an incomprehensible murmur. She could not grasp his language, but his demeanor suggested he was attempting to reassure her in some manner. Jiang Yan, with a semblance of understanding, lightly tapped her forehead. Observing this, Bai Mu descended from the tree, transforming into his beastly form and swiftly disappearing into the depths of the jungle. As he departed, a wave of anxiety surged within Jiang Yan. Would he truly abandon her? Her slender fingers tightened around the trunk as she anxiously gazed into the shadowy, dense forest. Ultimately, she shook her head in denial, reassuring herself that if he genuinely wished to rid himself of her, he would not have permitted her to follow him or carried her for such a considerable distance. With her heart somewhat pacified, she leaned against the great tree, remaining still and vigilant, her body on high alert for the sudden emergence of a ferocious beast from the primeval forest that might devour her. All around her, towering trees flourished in verdant splendor, and the various plants and flowers were notably larger than those on Earth. Furthermore, there existed creatures reminiscent of dinosaurs. As a solitary human woman, utterly defenseless, she feared she would scarcely survive a single day alone. To endure, she could now only rely on the man transformed from the white tiger. Jiang Yan awaited with a taut nervousness, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Fortunately, her wait was not prolonged. Bai Mu soon returned. Upon catching sight of his figure, a flicker of joy illuminated Jiang Yan's pallid face. "You're back?" she exclaimed. Observing her obedient demeanor, Bai Mu agilely ascended the tree and gently retrieved her clothing, bringing her down to the ground. He then transformed into his human form. his silver-gray eyes casting a fleeting glance in her direction as he awaited her compliance. Subsequently, he moved aside, plucking 2 broad leaves from the tree and retrieving freshly gathered herbs and a stone pestle from his spatial pouch. He crouched down, layering the leaves upon the grass, placing the herbs atop, and began to grind them with the pestle. His expression was one of utmost seriousness, and it was only once the herbs were reduced to a paste that he paused, turning to the ever-curious Jiang Yan who hovered nearby. In a cool tone, he instructed, "Sit down, I shall apply the medicine for you." Jiang Yan observed the other person, whose demeanor was cool and aloof, as they spoke to her in words she could not comprehend. Perplexed, she furrowed her brow and replied, I didn't understand. What did you say? Bai Mu, feeling helpless, patiently pointed at her, then gestured to the ground, and subtly indicated the medicinal paste he held in his hand. This time, Jiang Yan grasped his meaning. Embarrassed, she chuckled softly and seated herself on the ground, sincerely expressing, "So you wish to apply medicine for me? Thank you," as she beamed with a gentle smile. Bai Mu's previously rigid expression softened slightly, and he rolled up his sleeves, intending to tend to her wounds. However, upon noticing the blood and dirt marring her originally fair legs and feet, his gaze darkened. He retrieved a gourd filled with water from his spatial pocket and meticulously began to cleanse her injuries. Chapter 9. The Great White. The water was refreshingly cool. Yet as it made contact with her wounds, a sharp sting elicited a pained gasp from Jiang Yan, causing her delicate features to scrunch in discomfort. Hearing her cry out, Bai Mu paused for a moment before silently quickening his pace. His hands were adept, swiftly cleansing the wounds before applying the dark green medicinal paste evenly over the afflicted areas of Jiang Yan's body. After layering the thick herbal concoction on her injuries, the once burning pain, exacerbated by the water, gradually transformed into a soothing coolness, alleviating her discomfort. Jiang Yan's stiff body began to relax. She gazed intently at the cool and proud man, who resembled a deity as he knelt before her, tending to her wounds, feeling deeply moved. They were strangers, yet he had not only saved her life but had also selflessly assisted her without regard for her burdensome presence. Despite his icy demeanor, he possessed a heart filled with kindness and compassion. She felt immensely grateful, yet she had little to offer in return, save for the promise to remember his kindness and repay him in the future. However, it seemed he did not even know her name. With a bright smile, Jiang Yan introduced herself. "Benefactor, my name is Jiang Yan. What is yours?" Upon hearing her voice, Bai Mu, who was preparing to rise, cast a detached glance her way. Their eyes met briefly before they both quickly averted their gazes. Bai Mu pressed his thin lips together, momentarily at a loss for words, for he had no understanding of what she was saying. Jiang Yan let out a despondent sigh. The language barrier truly made communication a laborious endeavor. The herbal ointment had been applied, alleviating the pain of her wound. She rose to her feet, solemnly patting her chest, and addressed Bai Mu once more. "I am Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan. Observing the young female repeat the same phrase with such insistence, Bai Mu hesitated, then awkwardly echoed, "Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan immediately nodded with excitement, exclaiming, Yes. What is your name?" After introducing herself, she began to inquire about the other person. "Is Jiang Yan the name of this little female?" Bai Mu was momentarily perplexed. However, as the twilight deepened, his profound gaze turned toward the horizon. It was evident that returning to the tribe today was impossible. They must seek a secure and concealed cave for the night. Should various fierce beasts and sinister creatures emerge after dark, it would spell disaster. Although his strength rendered him unafraid of such entities, they were notoriously troublesome, especially now that he bore the responsibility of a juvenile female. Ensuring her safety was paramount, thus it was clear that this was not the time for idle chatter. Bai Mu remained silent, his demeanor icy, merely gesturing for Jiang Yan to stay close before striding forward with purpose. Not receiving a response, Jiang Yan pouted in annoyance and teasingly called out to his towering silhouette, "Since you want to answer me, shall I call you Big White from now on?" Given that he had transformed from an immaculate white tiger, she felt the name Big White was most fitting. "Big White," Jiang Yan cheerfully called out and hurriedly followed suit. However, after only a few steps, she couldn't help but frown. Despite having applied medicine, the friction of her bare feet against the ground caused a searing pain. Yet, she gritted her teeth and refrained from uttering a sound, not wanting to trouble others further. Bai Mu had already aided her considerably, and carrying her all the way would surely exhaust him. She was not some pampered heiress, untouched by labor. She could not afford to be so delicate. Even though survival here was harsher and more grueling, she was determined to persevere, for she still harbored the hope of one day returning to the modern world. Chapter 10. The lair. After walking for a while, Bai Mu suddenly noticed the absence of the little female's footsteps behind him. He turned around only to discover that she had fallen far behind. Was she unable to continue? How weak. Bai Mu felt a surge of displeasure yet chose to wait patiently. However, after a moment, seeing her still swaying and progressing painfully slowly, he approached her with a stern expression, ready to scold her. But upon noticing her pale complexion and the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, his irritation dissipated instantly. It seemed the little female's injury had not yet improved. Her constitution was indeed too frail. Unlike the female tigers in their tribe who recovered swiftly after applying medicine, she appeared so delicate that even a gust of wind could blow her away. His imposing figure bent down effortlessly to lift the petite female, who barely reached his shoulder. And he hastened toward the direction of the tribe. As Bai Mu advanced, he remained vigilant, searching for a concealed place to rest. However, the warm, soft sensation in his arms, accompanied by a faint, elusive fragrance, distracted him, causing discomfort. Although there were many female tigers in the tribe, he had not yet taken a mate, nor had he ever experienced such close contact with a female, especially a juvenile. This inexplicable sense of panic unsettled him greatly. For a strong individual must maintain mastery over their emotions and mind. Such a lapse was intolerable. His icy demeanor became even more rigid as he held his breath and silently quickened his pace. The chilling aura he exuded made Jiang Yan tense up in fear. She stole a glance at the utterly indifferent Bai Mu, then lowered her gaze, too intimidated to move. Had she become a burden to him? Was he angry now? She had not intended for this. It was her injuries on her legs and feet that hindered her speed, forcing him to carry her once more. Embarrassed, she bit her chapped lips. Just then, her stomach audibly grumbled, startling her like a frightened rabbit as she clutched her flat belly. Since that day when she had leapt into the lake to escape a group of ruffians and found herself in this wild, strange world, she had been starving. Yet, in this perilous environment, and with Bai Mu clearly in a hurry to reach a destination, she felt it inappropriate to voice her hunger. As Bai Mu sprinted, he heard the noise from his arms, momentarily pausing in surprise. He then looked down at Jiang Yan, his gaze slowly drifting to her protesting stomach. Feeling his eyes on her abdomen, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly waved her hand and shyly said, "No, you don't need to worry about me. I can still hold on." Although Bai Mu did not comprehend her words, he could tell that the little female was likely hungry. However, they still had not located a suitable place to rest, and with darkness fully descending, time was of the essence. Frowning slightly, he instructed her, "Wait," and then continued onward. Quickening his pace, his deep-set eyes anxiously scanned the dimly lit forest. Even in the dark, his vision remained unaffected, allowing him to clearly observe his surroundings. After a while, he finally discovered a hidden cave. He first scrutinized the cave's interior, ensuring no dangers lurked within, before gently placing Jiang Yan down. He entered the cave first, with Jiang Yan closely following. Chapter 11. Roasting meat. The jostling of their journey left Jiang Yan somewhat dazed. She shook her head and surveyed the cave. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, she could discern that the cave was not large, with some yellowed straw scattered at the back, suggesting it might have once been a lair for some fierce beast. A pang of concern gripped her. What if a predator returned unexpectedly? Shivering at the thought, she instinctively moved closer to Bai Mu, feeling safest by his side. Noticing the little female press so closely against him, Bai Mu cast her a sidelong glance. He retrieved a piece of animal skin from his storage and gathered the scattered straw to create a makeshift resting place, coolly instructing her, "You may sit down and rest." With that, he gestured toward her stomach and transformed into a white tiger, swiftly vanishing into the night. Jiang Yan understood that he had ventured out to seek sustenance. So she settled alone upon the plush bed of grass, her heart racing in anticipation. Fortunately, her wait was not prolonged. Bai Mu soon returned. A beast still dripping blood clutched between his teeth. Observing this, Jiang Yan promptly rose to approach him, gazing at the sizable creature that resembled a wild boar. It was considerably larger, contemplating that this must be their dinner. Indeed, Bai Mu was an enormous feline, with a penchant for carnivorous fare. Bai Mu paid no heed to Jiang Yan. Transforming back into his human form, he skillfully gathered a pile of dry twigs from the surroundings, deftly constructing a framework. Immersed in his task, without the need for tools, he swiftly removed the creature's hide with his bare hands. Then, retrieving a pair of gleaming black flints from his spatial pouch, he ignited a fire, placing the game over the flames to roast. The bright, searing light of the fire erupted suddenly, accompanied by the crackling sounds of the burning wood. Jiang Yan, eager to assist, found herself utterly unable to contribute. Although the methods employed by Bai Mu were somewhat gruesome, she had also engaged in the slaughter of fish and chickens at home. Thus she could endure such a vigorous scene. Since she could not lend a hand, she settled on the sidelines, resting her chin on her hand as she observed Bai Mu's flurry of activity. Previously, she had watched him produce a large gourd filled with water seemingly at will. And now he was extracting fur and what appeared to be ancient flint-like objects. A thought struck her. Could it be that Bai Mu possessed some magical artifact akin to the mythical bags or spatial rings described in novels? However, upon closer inspection, it appeared he bore no superfluous items, leaving her in a state of perplexity. As she continued to watch, her gaze grew increasingly dazed, for under the flickering firelight, the aloof and enigmatic Bai Mu seemed to transcend the realm of mere mortals, resembling a celestial being. Was he truly a manifestation of a fairy? So ethereal and breathtaking, particularly with the ice-blue flame pattern on his forehead, which rendered him both inscrutable and stunningly beautiful, an icy, sacred beauty, like a flower upon a lofty peak. After a considerable time, the crackling sound of a match igniting jolted Jiang Yan from her reverie. Blinking, she hastily averted her gaze, chiding herself for being so entranced by Bai Mu, akin to an infatuated fool who had never encountered the world. She bit her lip in embarrassment. Feeling her earlier behavior was utterly disgraceful, She had never fixated on a man for such an extended period. Thankfully, Bai Mu was preoccupied with grilling the meat and likely had not noticed her. Bai Mu, wholly absorbed in turning the skewered meat to ensure it was evenly cooked, was well aware of Jiang Yan's subtle actions. However, he had long since grown accustomed to such captivated gazes, finding them no longer remarkable. After some time, the meat began to take on a golden hue, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Chapter 12. Danger. As the delightful scent wafted through the air, Jiang Yan felt her hunger intensify. Unable to resist, she stole glances at the roasted meat over the campfire, twitching her delicate nose like a curious kitten, her impatience palpable. After waiting a moment longer, until the meat was thoroughly cooked, she swallowed hard and inched closer to the fire, her bright eyes darting between the roasted meat and the stoic Bai Mu. Bai Mu cast a brief glance at her expectant, greedy demeanor and silently tore off a succulent leg, handing it to Jiang Yan. Only once she had taken it did he leisurely begin to savor his own portion. The fragrant roasted meat was presented before her. Famished, Jiang Yan could not care less about the heat, seizing it and devouring it voraciously, shoveling it into her mouth. Her unabashed manner momentarily left the usually stoic Bai Mu taken aback. Jiang Yan savored the succulent roasted meat, surprisingly flavorful despite the absence of any seasoning. Each bite released a rich, savory juice, delightfully aromatic yet not greasy, proving that the untainted essence of wild game is indeed superior. Given her prolonged hunger, she had no room for picky preferences. All she desired was to satiate her growling stomach. Bai Mu refrained from consuming all the roast, leaving behind a beast's leg for Jiang Yan, concerned that she might not have enough to eat. To his astonishment, the petite female only nibbled on the thigh, becoming content with just that, revealing her small appetite and explaining her slender form. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he discreetly polished off the remaining beast's leg. After their meal, he produced a water gourd and offered it to Jiang Yan. Both quenched their thirst, and Bai Mu extinguished the fire. The flickering flames could attract ferocious beasts and venomous creatures, necessitating caution. As darkness enveloped them, Jiang Yan turned to the towering figure of Bai Mu, intending to inquire, but reconsidered. It seemed prudent to trust his judgment in this unfamiliar environment, so she remained silent, content to follow his lead. Once satiated, the weariness washed over her like a tide, and she reclined upon the soft bed of grass, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. The recent days had been fraught with turmoil, leaving her utterly exhausted. The moment she lay down, her eyelids grew heavy, and soon she succumbed to deep slumber. Bai Mu sat rigidly beside her, his posture akin to a sturdy pine, allowing himself only a light doze while remaining vigilant to the sounds of the night. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the world in a silvery veil, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze, rendering the night serenely tranquil. However, Jiang Yan's peaceful slumber was abruptly interrupted by an itch from a bite. Irritated, she scratched her arm and turned over, attempting to return to her dreams, but a persistent buzzing disrupted her rest. Damn mosquitoes. To her surprise, such bothersome creatures existed even in this ancient realm. With her eyes barely open, she swatted at the offending mosquito, but in her groggy state, she caught a glimpse of something red darting past. Alarmed, she focused her gaze, realizing that she was facing the cave entrance, granting her a view of the outside world. As her vision cleared, she discerned a pair of crimson eyes fixated on them, lurking behind the foliage, obscuring its full form. The creature moved closer, producing a chilling rustle that sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 13. Centipede. Danger approached. Jolting Jiang Yan awake, she bolted upright, panic-stricken, and turned to Bai Mu, her voice trembling with fear. Something is coming. Bai Mu had already opened his serene silver-gray eyes, having sensed the disturbance before her. Observing the creature's approach, his expression remained impassive, though a flicker of confusion stirred within him. How could such a concealed cave be discovered by centipedes? It seemed they had sought them out deliberately. Typically, nocturnal centipedes would remain undisturbed unless directly confronted, yet this peculiar situation unfolded, with the creature clearly intent on reaching them. As the grotesque, centipede-like creature drew nearer to the cave entrance, Jiang Yan, filled with dread, inched closer to Bai Mu, tugging at his arm. What is that thing? It's terrifying. The creature, as thick as her arm, had a brownish body adorned with countless legs, and its grotesque head bore two ghastly, blood-red eyes, rapidly writhing towards them in a horrifying manner. Jiang Yan felt a shiver run down her spine as she sought refuge behind Bai Mu. Overwhelmed by fear, she could not help but scratch her arms, which were irritated from the bites. The mosquitoes here are truly abundant. At that moment, several more bites marred her exposed skin, each swelling painfully with an insatiable itch. Bai Mu, noticing her distress, cast a cold gaze upon her arms, where several red and inflamed welts stood out starkly against her fair skin. His deep voice carried a note of astonishment as he inquired, "You were bitten by the fireflies? Did you not use holy water to cleanse the dust?" Jiang Yan gazed at Bai Mu with a look of bewilderment as he babbled incoherently, failing to grasp his meaning. In a state of panic, she shook his arm and exclaimed, "Bai, what are you saying? That monstrous insect is approaching. What should we do now?" Bai Mu, however, remained composed. He surmised that the sudden appearance of the centipede was likely due to the absence of holy water protection on the young female, which had drawn the creature to her by the scent of her flesh and blood. Consequently, she was at risk of being preyed upon by fireflies, as well as attracting more venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Holy water serves to mask the scent of the beastmen, and by using it to cleanse oneself, one can ward off malevolent forces and repel toxins. Each beastman undergoes a cleansing ritual by the tribe's shaman or priest from a young age, receiving the protection of holy water. Pondering the young female's mysterious upbringing in a tribe that seemingly lacked such rituals, Bai Mu cast a profound glance at Jiang Yan. He grasped her arm firmly, urging her to stay close as they made their way towards the cave entrance. The centipedes, being lowly insect beasts, appeared in swarms, and the sheer number of them rendered their current location unsafe. They needed to escape swiftly, otherwise they would find themselves besieged. Jiang Yan clung tightly to Bai Mu's arm with both hands, as if wishing to merge her entire being with him. The imminent danger sent chills down her spine, her palms slick with cold sweat. The grotesque insect, upon seeing them move, ceased its writhing, seemingly wary and testing their reaction. Bai Mu's lips pressed into a taut line as he swiftly hooked a discarded bone from the ground with his foot. With a sharp, precise motion, he hurled it at the centipede lurking outside the cave. A sickening splat echoed as the creature, too slow to evade, was crushed into a pulpy mess. Viscous green-yellow fluid oozed out, releasing a foul stench into the air. Jiang Yan dared not look any longer, feeling an unsettling chill enveloping her. However, Dabai effortlessly dealt with the monstrous insect, allowing her to breathe a silent sigh of relief. With Dabai's formidable abilities, they would be safe. Chapter 14. The atmosphere of death. Yet, as they arrived, the surrounding grasslands began to illuminate with an increasing number of red dots. Those countless crimson insect eyes were densely packed, resembling malevolent specters lurking in the darkness, instilling terror and dread. Just as Jiang Yan had begun to relax, her breath hitched, nearly suffocating her as her pupils constricted at the overwhelming sight of the multitude of centipedes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Heavens! With so many grotesque insects! She wondered if Dabai could withstand them. Was she destined to be devoured by these revolting creatures today? The mere thought sent chills down her spine, pushing her to the brink of despair and tears. Bai Mu, too, shed his previous calm demeanor, his expression turning grave. The situation was dire. In an instant, he positioned himself like an immovable mountain before Jiang Yan, but upon sensing the icy tremor of her delicate hand in his palm, he turned to glance at the little female beside him. Her face was ashen, her eyes filled with palpable fear. To his surprise, she was so terrified. Bai Mu furrowed his brow, maintaining vigilance as he swiftly lifted her and leaped onto a sturdy tree branch, gently placing her down. In an unusual display of gentleness, he reassured her, "Do not fear, remain here and do not move." Now surrounded, their only option was to fight their way out, and the little female, lacking any strength, needed to be secured in this position. The tree offered a semblance of safety compared to the ground below. Though Jiang Yan still struggled to comprehend his words, she found an inexplicable calmness wash over her as she gazed into his steady, composed eyes. Realizing what was about to transpire, she felt a pang of helplessness, fearing she would only be a burden to Bai Mu. Thus, summoning her courage, she fixed her gaze upon him and declared, "Be careful." Sensing her understanding, Bai Mu refrained from further discourse. He leaped from the tree and transformed into his beast form, poised to confront the countless centipedes that had encircled them. Beneath the moonlit sky, the eerie sounds of hissing insects and the friction of their writhing bodies sent chills down one's spine. The throng of centipedes, undeterred by the dust of the earth, hissed menacingly at the magnificent white tiger, their formidable foe. With a mouth lined with jagged fangs and coated in viscous slime, they surged toward Bai Mu in a frenzied assault, intent on devouring the colossal creature. Bai Mu's silver pupils glimmered with a lethal intent as his sharp claws extended, gleaming with a cold light. As the centipedes lunged at him, he unleashed a thunderous roar, emitting a shockwave that sent countless centipedes sprawling. With his claws, he tore into the attackers, dismembering them with ruthless efficiency. The sickening sound of claws piercing flesh echoed in the air, and the once pristine white paws of the tiger became smeared with a yellow-green ichor that dripped steadily to the ground. After a fierce battle, the first wave of centipedes was vanquished as Bai Mu fiercely defended the area surrounding Jiang Yan, ensuring no centipede could approach. However, just as one threat was quelled, another emerged, with an unending stream of centipedes surging forth. Bai Mu, exuding an aura of menace, narrowed his eyes dangerously and unleashed a barrage of attacks against the relentless foes. Despite Bai Mu's tireless efforts to repel the centipedes, the odds were stacked against him, and a few managed to slip through his defenses. Those fortunate enough to escape his deadly claws, along with the new arrivals, twitched their long antennae. Drawn by the enticing scent of flesh, their blood-red eyes fixated on Jiang Yan, perched upon the tree trunk. They sought merely to feast. And while the fierce white tiger was distracted, a clever few began to stealthily crawl toward her, with the initial scent of food igniting their instincts. More centipedes soon followed suit, climbing the tree with growing fervor. The allure of the delectable aroma proved irresistible, drawing them ever closer. Chapter 15. Ice flame. At this moment, Jiang Yan was intensely focused and exceedingly anxious as she fixated on the besieged Bai Mu, deeply concerned for his safety. The terrifying swarm of centipedes surged forth. A single bite would mean the loss of flesh, and if Bai Mu were to falter against the monstrous creatures, their lives would be forfeit. For her, an ordinary human, the transformed Bai Mu was their sole hope for escape, and she could only pray for a turn of fortune. Amidst her heart-pounding fear, she suddenly sensed a strange rustling beneath the tree, causing her to stiffen. When she turned her head, her gaze met a pair of blood-red, sinister insect eyes. And like a startled bird, she sprang up from the tree. In her haste, she nearly lost her balance and was compelled to grasp the trunk tightly. In a panic, she shouted toward the shadowy figure of Bai Mu engaged in battle. Bai Mu, there are centipedes climbing up. Upon hearing her frantic cry, Bai Mu, surrounded by centipedes, ferociously eliminated several of the advancing creatures before casting a glance towards Jiang Yan in the tree. He saw her in a state of alarm. And as more centipedes climbed up the trunk, it became evident that their perch was no longer safe. A flicker of concern crossed his usually composed demeanor. The sheer number of centipedes was unexpectedly overwhelming, catching him off guard. Moreover, the scent emanating from Jiang Yan would attract even more venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, some of which he lacked the strength to confront. The only viable strategy was swift action, necessitating the use of his secret technique, the ice flame. However, this technique was tremendously taxing on his vitality, leaving him utterly exhausted and in need of extensive recuperation and numerous energy crystals to restore his internal strength. Yet, at this critical juncture, he could not afford to be overly cautious. In an instant, the imposing aura of the great white tiger intensified, each hair shimmering with a sharp brilliance, radiating a chilling atmosphere that momentarily halted the advancing centipedes. Bai Mu steadied himself, gathering all the energy within him, and finally unleashed an ice-blue flame with cataclysmic force. The brilliantly vibrant blue fire surged forth like a tumultuous wave, incinerating the centipedes into ashes scattered among the grass, seemingly banishing all malevolence from the world. The extraordinary and beautiful ice-blue flame imprinted itself in Jiang Yan's astonished eyes, yet at that moment, she found herself confronting a centipede that had scaled the tree. Momentarily stunned, she quickly regained her composure, vigilantly watching the menacing creature. Fear gripped her to the point that she nearly forgot to breathe, yet she compelled herself to remain calm, understanding that she could not rely solely on others for her survival. Although Bai Mu had vanquished many of the monstrous insects, numerous others still obstructed their path, and she needed to devise a means of self-preservation. The centipede that had climbed the tree caught the sweet scent of blood and flesh, seemingly invigorated, revealing its fearsome maw lined with sharp teeth as it aggressively twisted its body to launch an attack, intent on devouring its prey. Jiang Yan gazed upon the menacing fangs, her body trembling involuntarily with a chill that coursed through her. She took a few steps back, her eyes darting to a forked branch nearby. Swiftly and with determination, she snapped it in two, gritting her teeth as she summoned all her strength to swing it at the centipede that had ascended the tree. "Get away," she shouted, her voice laced with fear and fury. The branch cracked loudly as it broke, and fortunately, her strike sent the centipede tumbling to the ground, momentarily incapacitating it as it writhed with its multitude of legs, eliciting a sense of revulsion and dread. Chapter 16. Perilous moments. Though she had mustered the courage to dispatch one, more centipedes were climbing up behind her, and beads of cold sweat formed on Jiang Yan's forehead as she was forced to retreat further behind the trunk. However, her escape had its limits. Within just a few steps, she found herself at the end of the trunk. Any further backward movement would risk the branch collapsing under her weight, and should she fall to the ground, those monstrous insects would devour her without a trace. In her despair and helplessness, she could only cry out for help once more. "Bai Mu, save me." The situation was dire. Upon hearing her cries, Bai Mu glanced anxiously at Jiang Yan perched in the tree. In mere moments, the trunk was teeming with centipedes, yet the presence of a small female forced him to refrain from using his ice flames, lest everything be reduced to ashes. With his hind legs digging into the ground, he slashed his claws to eliminate several more centipedes. He then gathered his strength to leap towards her, but to his astonishment, the small female boldly swung herself towards him, clutching a branch. Stunned, he found himself momentarily frozen in place, hesitant to move for fear of losing his aim. Jiang Yan observed the peculiar insects ascending the trees. Her position was not too far from the large white creature, and with a calculated direction and distance, she believed she could swing over using a flexible branch. Summoning her courage, she grasped a branch and propelled herself forward. She was acutely aware that this was a desperate gamble. As she leapt into the air, her mind blanked, unable to fathom the dire consequences of failure. Fortunately, despite the perilous nature of her maneuver, she managed to land safely on the soft, broad back of the large white creature. Though the immediate danger had subsided, she felt weak and tremulous, haunted by the near escape. This sensation of having survived a close call would be etched in her memory forever. Thankfully, her dedication to maintaining her physique through dance and yoga had endowed her with considerable agility and flexibility. Otherwise, had she been less nimble, she would have been unable to make such a leap. Feeling the frailty of her body, Bai Mu could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Despite her seemingly frail and malnourished appearance, the little female exhibited remarkable agility and quick reflexes. He resolved that she should consume more meat to strengthen her physique, ensuring she would not remain so weak. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the relentless, simple-minded centipedes before them. With the obstruction removed, he gathered his energy once more and unleashed a more ferocious blast of icy flames, incinerating the nearby centipedes entirely. The dazzling blue flames illuminated the night, beautiful yet perilously captivating, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In that moment, a vacuum formed around them, yet the more distant centipedes were not immediately reduced to ash. However, a mere spark could ignite their entire bodies into cinders. The centipedes that did not succumb instantly to the icy flames writhed in agony on the grass, emitting piercing cries of despair. The disorganized remnants of centipedes in the rear hesitated to advance, witnessing their comrades reduced to charred remnants. In fear, they twisted their bodies and slithered away into the underbrush. With the centipedes finally retreating, Baimu did not let down his guard. The icy flames had drained nearly all his energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yet, the commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of more formidable beasts lurking in the forest, possibly drawing terrifying entities that were now watching them from the shadows, especially given the scent of blood emanating from the little female. It seemed they would need to escape this place under the cover of night, and he had no choice but to endure. Chapter 17. Dismay. Baimu lifted his forepaw, intending to depart, but unexpectedly the little female slid off his back. Not understanding her intentions, he turned to see her pale face as she clutched her stomach and hurried towards the base of a large tree, squatting down in evident discomfort. He blinked, transforming into his humanoid form, and approached her with a gentle inquiry. "What troubles you?" At this moment, Jiang Yan felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. The series of frightful experiences, coupled with the nauseating stench emanating from the corpse of that peculiar insect, had rendered her exceedingly queasy. Furrowing her brow, she endeavored to endure the discomfort of her body. Upon hearing the voice of Bai behind her, she understood that he was likely concerned for her well-being. She waved her hand dismissively towards him, forcing herself to utter, "I'm fine. Just need a moment to," before she could finish her sentence. Another violent upheaval surged within her stomach, compelling her to confess her distress. "Allow me a moment to," and then she was overwhelmed. Ugh. Jiang Yan crouched on the ground, engulfed by violent retching, as if she wished to expel even the very bile from her stomach. Baimu stood in stunned silence, observing this distressing scene. The yellowish vomit and the acrid stench that hung in the air stirred a sense of unease within him, a man accustomed to witnessing the most gruesome and bloody spectacles. With a stiffened expression, he turned away, holding his breath in quiet resignation. The sounds of her heaving were relentless, her body convulsing in spasms until she had purged all that was within her. As her teary eyes finally began to clear, Jiang Yan felt a semblance of relief, though the ordeal had left her utterly drained of strength. After a brief moment of catching her breath, she gingerly leaned against a tree trunk, trembling as she rose slowly, mustering her waning energy to address the aloof figure before her, declaring, "I am better now." Only then did Baimu turn back to her, his glass-like eyes surveying her increasingly pallid complexion. With a firm set of his lips, he retrieved a piece of clean beast hide and a gourd filled with water from his belongings, extending them towards her. Jiang Yan, feeling weak, murmured her gratitude, rinsed her mouth with water, and took a few sips. She then used a clean, soft piece of animal hide to wipe her mouth, feeling a slight recovery of clarity and strength. Returning the water gourd, she glanced at the stains on the hide and, feeling embarrassed, discarded it. This handkerchief made of animal hide had become sullied by her, and she resolved to procure a replacement for Dubai at a later opportunity. Uncertain if this world possessed any fabric or similar materials, Baimu observed the discarded hide without uttering a word. He was inherently fastidious. Yet he found himself tolerating this small female from an unknown tribe, even allowing her to ride upon his back. Circumstances necessitated such forbearance. Once he had settled her, they maintained a respectful distance from one another. Retrieving the gourd, he transformed into his beast form, casting a detached glance at Jiang Yan, signaling for her to climb onto his back. Jiang Yan blinked her pair of clear, bright eyes, gazing at the majestic, mysterious, and noble giant white tiger beneath the moonlight. She then cast a glance at her own disheveled and grimy appearance, awkwardly brushing aside her tousled hair, and cautiously climbed onto Baimu's back. At that moment, she resembled a beggar, yet it was commendable that the great white creature did not disdain her presence and willingly carried her. Baimu was indeed a kind and affectionate tiger. Reflecting on this, a faint smile graced her pale lips as her fingers itched to caress the pristine, silky fur beneath her. That gentle touch coursed through her limbs like an electric current, causing Baimu's powerful body to quiver, his ears perking up in surprise. He shook his plush head in displeasure, and with a powerful push of his hind legs, he surged forward at full speed. Chapter 18. Escape. The sudden movement startled Jiang Yan, prompting her to gasp and clutch Baimu's neck tightly, afraid to make any sudden moves lest she be thrown off. She pouted slightly and murmured, "Oh, this big white creature. You gave me quite a scare." Fortunately, her reflexes had been quick enough. Otherwise, she might have tumbled off. However, considering how much he had assisted her, she decided to overlook his little fright. Feeling the little female rider finally settled down, Bai Mu relaxed his tense body. Focusing on their journey, time had already been squandered, and they needed to hasten their departure from this place. Otherwise, danger loomed ahead. Jiang Yan lay quietly on Bai Mu's back, her gaze filled with trepidation as she glanced back at the deep, tranquil, yet perilous dark forest. A shiver of dread coursed through her, and she resolved never to return to such a terrifying place. The menacing creatures loomed over her thoughts like a shadow, sending goosebumps across her skin. Especially now, as Bai was sprinting at such a rapid pace, she wondered if they were being pursued by some dangerous entity. Her heart raced with fear, yet she yearned to escape this place swiftly. However, the jarring motion exacerbated the wounds on her body, sending sharp pangs of pain that were almost unbearable, leaving her with no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Bai Mu's relentless speed rendered her minor injuries insignificant in the grand scheme of their escape. The cool breeze tousled her dark hair, and fearing it might get caught in the chaotic vines and branches, she pressed her long tresses beneath her. The scenery around them blurred past, surreal and dreamlike. Yet this incredible experience was indeed unfolding before her. It would be a memory she would cherish forever. This world was rife with uncertainties, but for the moment, she could only accept her fate. She could only imagine the sorrow her mother and younger brother would feel upon discovering her disappearance. And her heart burned with indignation towards those despicable creatures responsible for her plight. Had it not been for them, she would never have found herself in this bizarre situation. Her heart seethed with rage, wishing for justice to be served upon that wretched group. The thought of her mother, who had endured a life of solitude since her father's early departure, and her young brother brought tears to her eyes, her nose tingling with the onset of sorrow. From a young age, she had helped alleviate her mother's burdens, and as she grew older, she sought ways to earn money while keeping up with her studies. After years of hardship, just as life seemed to be improving, this calamity struck. However, if she had not mysteriously fallen into this alternate realm, her fate might have been far worse. Thankfully, she had encountered Bai Mu. Perhaps this would lead to a brighter future. Exhaling a deep breath, she gazed at the cool, luminous moon hanging in the night sky, silently vowing to survive for her family and return home. Beneath the moonlit sky, a magnificent and proud white tiger carried a delicate and pure maiden, gracefully navigating through the tangled vines like a spider weaving its web. Heading towards the vast expanse of the forest. Chapter 19. The tribe as night turned into dawn, the sky began to lighten, revealing a faint blush on the horizon. Exhausted from the night's journey, Jiang Yan lay on Bai Mu's back, her limbs swaying with each movement. With heavy eyelids, she raised her gaze toward the distant valleys and fields, surmising they had reached the forest's outskirts as Bai's pace slowed. The relentless escape had left her dizzy, yet the fiery pain from her abrasions kept her somewhat alert. She shifted her numbed body, forcing herself to observe her surroundings. Before her lay vast stretches of golden rapeseed flowers, purple vetch, and a riot of other vibrant flora, accompanied by fragrant grasses and fluttering butterflies dancing joyously among the blooms. Dew still clung to the tips of the grass and flowers, glistening like crystal, while the earthy aroma of the fields wafted through the air, creating a refreshingly picturesque pastoral scene. Yet, despite the beauty, she soon found herself weary, lowering her head in uncertainty about where Bai Mu would take her. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, who had been galloping swiftly, now appeared somewhat dulled and exhausted after a night of relentless running. But they were close to reaching their tribe. He only needed to endure a little longer. Eventually, they arrived at a walled settlement, constructed from timber and stone, where various stone and wooden houses nestled within. Smoke curled up into the sky, brimming with a sense of life. A few figures moved about, bustling with activity, though the early hour meant that not many were awake. Jiang Yan observed curiously, tinged with a hint of apprehension. She noted that the inhabitants, whether human or beast, were exceptionally tall and robust, clad in simple animal skin skirts, their muscular torsos exposed. Their skin tones varied from bronze to wheat, and they all bore strikingly handsome features, reminiscent of a blend between Middle Eastern and European traits. However, Bai Mu's appearance differed. Though his features were also strikingly defined, they bore the gentleness and elegance of an Eastern man, with a fair complexion that puzzled her. At this moment, her greatest confusion lay in whether these beings were akin to Bai Mu, transformed from tigers. If so, had she stumbled into a realm of enchantment? As she pondered, the busy figures noticed the commotion and turned their attention towards them. Upon seeing Bai Mu and Jiang Yan, they paused, then approached with expressions of concern for Bai Mu, exclaiming, "Great shaman, you have returned. We were worried about you. Why were you gone for so long?" When they noticed Jiang Yan on his back, they questioned, "Who is she? Which tribe does this frail little female belong to?" "Indeed, great shaman. Why have you brought back an underage female?" Several beastmen chimed in. Some even gestured as if to measure Jiang Yan's figure with their hands, expressing disdain as they remarked, "So small, she surely won't bear strong offspring." In their culture, healthy, robust females with ample figures were far more desirable. Chapter 20. The stalwart hearing the misguided comments from his kin, Bai Mu shot them a cold glare, warning them to refrain from such talk. He then motioned for Jiang Yan to dismount. Once she did, he transformed back into his human form and addressed the crowd in a somber tone, explaining, "She is someone I rescued from the underworld fire forest. She has nowhere to go, so please find her a place to stay temporarily. I will ascertain the location of her tribe and return her home." "The underworld fire forest?" a red-haired beast man exclaimed. Isn't that the territory of the witch clan? How could a female appear there? Especially one so young, was she captured by those vile witch clan members? Another speculated. Bai Mu nodded apathetically in acknowledgement. The surrounding beastmen became increasingly agitated, chattering amongst themselves about Jiang Yan. Observing these towering, formidable beings speaking in an incomprehensible tongue and gesturing towards her, Jiang Yan timidly retreated behind Bai Mu, uncertain of their intentions. Would they deem her an outcast and cast her away? This caused her some concern, and she instinctively clutched the hem of the large white garment beside her, for he was now her sole source of support. Bai Mu noticed her hiding behind him, while the surrounding tribesmen buzzed with murmurs, causing his head to throb as he raised a hand to massage his temples. Having already exhausted himself with 2 consecutive uses of the ice flame and a night of weary travel, he had barely managed to return to the tribe, now in desperate need of a tranquil place to rest. However, the arrangements for the young female had yet to be finalized, and the rather reckless individuals beside him were evidently unreliable. Thus, he resolved to personally escort the young female to find the great shaman. Amidst the clamor, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through. Did you not notice that our esteemed shaman's countenance is amiss? Why all these questions? Upon hearing this, the orcs surrounding Bai Mu finally dispersed, taking a closer look and realizing that indeed, their esteemed shaman did not appear well. Had he encountered some peril in the forest of ghostly flames? Yet, upon inspection, there were no visible injuries. Was it merely fatigue? They awkwardly laughed, apologizing. Esteemed shaman, forgive us for not noticing your discomfort. Please, return to rest. We shall take care of this young female. Jiang Yan's attention was captivated by the sudden emergence of a woman's voice. Approaching them was a woman of athletic build, her skin radiating a vibrant, sun-kissed hue. Her face bore a slightly square shape, yet her features were strikingly elegant, adorned with charming freckles that lent her an air of uniqueness. She possessed a pair of enchanting, deep golden brown eyes, and her tousled, flaxen curls cascaded effortlessly down her back, exuding an aura of untamed beauty. The leopard print dress she wore accentuated her wild spirit, while her commanding presence and robust physique rendered her remarkably formidable. The muscles in her arms rivaled those of many men. Jiang Yan, astonished, quietly measured the height of the stranger before her, estimating that she barely reached the woman's chin. In reality, her own height was commendable at 1.70 meters, which in modern society qualifies as tall for a female. Yet, the woman opposite her appeared to be at least 1.90 meters. Were both primitive beings and fairies giants in this realm? The imposing figure of Bai had already been striking, but to her surprise, the women here were equally tall and formidable, rendering her a diminutive figure, reminiscent of an underdeveloped child. Chapter 21. Unkind Natalie had noticed Jiang Yan hiding behind Bai Mu from the very start. Observing her tender and fragile demeanor, she surmised that Jiang Yan was likely an immature female. However, she found it utterly displeasing that someone would dare to approach the usually aloof and proud sorceress so intimately. Thus, she strode forward with her head held high, intentionally bumping against the bothersome unknown female. Caught off guard, Jiang Yan stumbled and fell to the ground, aggravating her already injured areas and eliciting a pained gasp. Furrowing her brow, she looked up in confusion at the towering woman, unable to comprehend the hostility directed at her despite their unfamiliarity. Was this an act of exclusion? As her gaze flickered, she helplessly sought the reassurance of Bai, the enigmatic and aloof figure who had brought her here. She had expected him to lend her a hand, yet to her dismay, he acted as if she were invisible, turning away with an icy expression, as though they were strangers. The onlookers merely stood by, observing with detached indifference. Jiang Yan scoffed at herself. After all, Bai and she were merely chance acquaintances, fortunate to have crossed paths amidst peril, rendering her an outsider among them. Moreover, had she been too naive? Just because she had been rescued by the formidable Bai, she had placed her trust in him, and now, brought to this place, she could not help but wonder if he had ulterior motives. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Clenching her fists, she struggled to rise. Her body bore multiple injuries, and after a night devoid of sleep, any morsel of food she had managed to consume had been expelled due to overwhelming distress, leaving her utterly drained and feeble, thus causing her to fall with just a slight nudge. Nevertheless, she refused to be cowed. With a frigid glare, she shot back at the burly woman who had knocked her down, all the while remaining wary of any further actions from the surrounding individuals, contemplating whether she should make her hasty exit. Yet, as she observed the robust men and women encircling her, she feared that should any ulterior motives arise, escape would be a near impossibility. Natalie herself was somewhat bewildered. Her intention had merely been to push the small female away from the sorceress, not to send her tumbling down. Was she truly that fragile? With a dismissive pout, she regarded the undersized girl with disdain. Admittedly, the girl was a head shorter than her, but the proud Natalie would never stoop to offer an apology. Jiang Yan warily observed the robust individuals surrounding her, feeling as though she were a tender lamb amidst a pack of wolves, vulnerable to their whims. Particularly distressing was her current disheveled state, which only heightened her embarrassment. She bit her lip and took a few steps back. Even the only familiar face, Bai, began to withdraw, leaving her in a state of profound anxiety. Bai Mu, perceptive as ever, had witnessed the unfolding events but refrained from intervening. He sensed that the young female had begun to rely on him too excessively. It was imperative for her to cultivate her own courage and strength, for in this realm, power commanded respect. One must become formidable to earn the esteem of others. Here, everything was dictated by strength. Nevertheless, he resolved to find her suitable accommodation and to request the Grand Shaman to cleanse her with sacred water, lest she encounter further complications in the future. Turning his proud visage towards the young female, he noticed a peculiar shift in her demeanor, as if she were distancing herself from him. This unexpected revelation caused a flicker of unease in his gaze. Chapter 22. The Grand Shaman. Just as a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them, an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow yet her countenance radiating vitality, approached, accompanied by a group of men and women of various ages. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Yan cast a wary glance, only to meet the warm gaze of the elderly matriarch, which startled her. To her astonishment, this seemingly esteemed figure offered her a genial smile. This sudden warmth made her tense body relax for the first time. The individuals who had previously gathered around her fell silent upon the matriarch's arrival, respectfully addressing her as the Grand Shaman. Even the typically aloof Bai Mu inclined his head in reverence, though Jiang Yan could not comprehend their conversation. The demeanor and expressions of those present led her to surmise that this amiable elderly woman was a highly respected elder within the community. As the Grand Shaman drew closer, she observed Jiang Yan and Bai Mu with a compassionate gaze before speaking gently to them. "Leave her in my care. Look at you, so frail. It is only wise to rest and recuperate." Without needing to inquire further, she seemed to grasp the situation, her heart aching at the sight of the young female's wounds and pale visage. The Shaman clan had indeed committed heinous acts. Not only abducting Femme, Jiang Yan stood in astonishment, initially overwhelmed by anxiety. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself lowering her guard before the elderly woman before her. Particularly after the enigmatic liquid had dripped onto her brow, a subtle clarity washed over her fatigued body, imparting an extraordinary sensation. Once the cleansing ritual was complete, the Great Shaman gently grasped Jiang Yan's wrist, her voice imbued with compassion as she said, "Poor child, come with me." Jiang Yan, feeling somewhat bewildered, gazed at the elderly woman who was pulling her along, then glanced at the silent and stern Bai Mu, ultimately resigning herself to follow. Was it possible that Bai Mu had entrusted her to this old woman? A look of confusion adorned her face, yet given her current predicament, she could only take one step at a time. Behind them trailed a few curious women and children, including a towering woman with a menacing demeanor, who walked alongside the old woman. Chapter 23. Benevolence. The onlooking beastmen gradually dispersed, while Bai Mu remained rooted in place, quietly watching Jiang Yan and her companions fade into the distance, before returning to his dwelling with a pallid expression. With the Great Shaman present, he need not worry about the small female, especially as he required a period of recuperation due to his depleted energy. It was also time for the small female to learn to stand on her own. After walking for a while, passing numerous houses of varying heights, Jiang Yan was led to a dilapidated structure, constructed of stone and wood, which had long been abandoned. Upon reaching their destination, the Great Shaman released Jiang Yan's wrist, pointed at the house, and gently said, "Little one, you shall reside here for the time being." Noticing Jiang Yan's clothes, which were soiled and stained with blood, as well as the numerous scrapes on her body, she sighed and turned to her companion, Natalie. "Lily, please lend her a few of your leather skirts." "What?" Natalie exclaimed, taking a few steps back, shaking her head vigorously. However, upon witnessing the displeasure etched on the Great Shaman's face, she hesitated and reluctantly conceded, "Fine. For the sake of the Great Shaman, I shall give her a few. Consider it charity." Ultimately, Natalie, with an air of disdain, extracted several leather skirts and inferior quality pelts from her personal storage and handed them to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remained silent, for the language barrier with the people around her necessitated keen observation of their gestures and expressions to decipher their intended meanings. As she gazed at the imposing and arrogant woman across from her, who extended a hide garment, she understood the old woman's intent and reached out her arm to accept it. Although she was uncertain whether this woman had intentionally or unwittingly knocked her to the ground, and despite the evident disdain displayed, she genuinely expressed her gratitude, as she indeed required a change of attire. Her soft and gentle voice caused Natalie to startle, as it seemed that the frail little female was offering her thanks. Instantly, Natalie felt a wave of discomfort, akin to handling a hot potato, and hurriedly shoved the item into the other's embrace before fleeing in haste. However, this dilapidated abode was once the residence of the Great Shaman's parents. Following their passing, the Great Shaman had vacated the premises. This place held memories of sorrow, well known to all their kin, who tactfully avoided mentioning the two. It was unexpected that the Great Shaman would permit this mysterious little female to reside here. The various displays of attention and care shown by the Great Shaman towards this small female stirred a mix of feelings within Natalie. Now of age, she was eligible to bond with a male of her choosing, and her affections were directed towards the Great Shaman himself. Yet, she had lacked the courage to convey her feelings thus far. However, As Natalie glanced back at the fragile figure, a sense of danger washed over her. It became evident that she needed to summon her courage and promptly declare her intentions, firmly securing the great shaman's affections, lest someone else seize the opportunity first. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to the hidden intentions nestled within Natalie's heart. After the elderly woman instructed the robust lady to provide her with clothing, she also graciously offered some herbs, precisely those that had been applied by earlier. This gesture brought a warmth to her eyes, and with profound gratitude, she bowed deeply to the kind-hearted elderly woman, expressing her sincere thanks. Since her arrival in this unfamiliar land, she had been in a state of heightened tension. However, the compassionate demeanor of the elderly woman enveloped her like a gentle spring breeze, igniting a wave of warmth within her soul. Indeed, no matter where one may roam in this world, there exist benevolent souls. And it is this beauty and kindness that fuels her passion and hope for the arduous journey of life. Chapter 24. Settlement. The Grand Shaman observed the frail and youthful female before him, who consistently displayed utmost respect and courtesy towards him, thus garnering a deeper fondness in his heart. With a gentle pat on her shoulder, he tenderly advised her not to feel overly constrained and assured her that she could approach him with any issues or difficulties in the future. Your physique is too delicate. You must consume more nourishing food. Though that lad, AMU, may appear indifferent, he is indeed attentive to your well-being. You two are destined for one another. If you ever find yourself unable to locate the tribe, feel free to remain here. With a knowing smile, the Grand Shaman felt satisfied with the arrangements made and turned to depart. The women and children who had accompanied him, having enjoyed the lively atmosphere, soon followed suit, leaving Jiang Yan alone in the serene stillness. Jiang Yan watched the figure of the great shaman fade into the distance. Although she was unaware of the words spoken by the elderly woman, they were surely filled with goodwill. She then surveyed her surroundings and realized that this dwelling was located in the outermost corner of the clan. A short walk inward revealed a few scattered houses, making the area somewhat secluded, yet it offered an exquisite tranquility. For someone like her, newly arrived and unfamiliar with the surroundings, she found solace in this quiet corner. Jiang Yan cautiously entered the overgrown courtyard, cradling an object in her arms, and made her way directly to the front of the house, gently pushing open the time-worn wooden door. The door creaked ominously, prompting a flicker of concern that it might collapse entirely. Peering inside, she beheld a sparse arrangement of furniture, a large wooden bed, a cabinet, and a table, each piece shrouded in a thick layer of dust, accompanied by a pervasive odor of decay. The scent was rather pungent, causing her to fan the air with her hand, as she pondered how long it had been since anyone had resided here. It appeared she would need to invest considerable effort in cleaning, but weariness and hunger weighed heavily upon her, and the wounds on her body throbbed faintly, necessitating a brief respite to regain her strength before tackling the daunting task of tidying up the house. The stench within the house was overwhelming, compelling her to retreat a few steps. As she inadvertently glanced outside, she discovered a meandering brook not far from the back of the house. Her eyes brightened with delight as she set down her burden and approached the stream. Bathed in the warm sunlight, the brook shimmered brilliantly, its waters remarkably clear. Kneeling beside it, Jiang Yan cupped her hands to drink deeply, savoring the unexpectedly sweet and fragrant taste of the water, which evoked a sense of gratitude for the purity of nature. Having quenched her thirst, she carefully washed away the grime from her body, particularly tending to her wounds. Aware of the dangers of infection, after cleansing herself, she staggered back to the courtyard, gathering the herbs and mimicking the actions she had observed from Dubai. She sought out a broad leaf and a stone pestle scattered about the yard, attempting to grind the herbs, though her strength was waning. After managing to pulverize them to some extent, she applied the mixture to her abrasions. The instant the herbal paste made contact, a soothing coolness enveloped her, alleviating some of her pain. However, the exertion had left her utterly fatigued, and with a heavy sigh, she found herself preoccupied with the gnawing hunger in her stomach. Gently probing her sunken belly, Jiang Yan gazed skyward with a sense of despair, mustering her feeble strength to search for any edible provisions nearby. Yet, upon standing, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to waver momentarily. Once her vision cleared, she ventured outside again, only to spot a tall man striding swiftly towards her. She recognized him as one of the members of the chattering group who had pointed and whispered about her. Chapter 25. Luca. She halted in her tracks, regarding him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Luca approached with a broad smile, signaling his amicability. After exchanging greetings, he extended the item he was carrying towards her, his voice ringing clear as he spoke. Here, little female, take this roasted meat. It has been specially entrusted to me by the Lord Shaman for you. He continued, moreover, this is personally prepared by me, Luca, so consider yourself fortunate. It's still warm, eat it while it's hot. You have no idea, my culinary skills are second to none. Luca boasted with a spirited air, clearly pleased with himself. Jiang Yan gazed intently at Luca, who was animatedly chattering with his flamboyant red hair, while casting a glance at the basket he held, brimming with grilled meat. It dawned on her that this delectable offering was intended for her. Tentatively, she extended her hand and took the basket into her possession. For someone as famished as she was, this gesture felt like a timely blessing. The meat within was ample enough to sustain her for several meals. The half-orcs in this realm were oblivious to her language, so she endeavored to express her gratitude through gestures, bowing respectfully to Luca. Startled by her bow, Luca instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "No, there is no need for such formality." Such a formal gesture was reserved for esteemed elders within his clan, a mantle he felt unworthy of bearing. After casting a few more glances at Jiang Yan, he continued, "Although this is the command of the great shaman, this special accommodation is a one-time affair. You must learn to forage for food on your own henceforth." Despite being unaware of which tribe this young female hailed from, he understood that in their culture, one must become self-sufficient and independent upon reaching maturity. Having spoken, he recalled that this young female seemed unable to comprehend their language, rendering communication futile. With a sense of disinterest, he shrugged and sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Yan, oblivious to what Luca had said, was currently gazing with delight at the roasted meat in the basket. With a cheerful spirit, she returned to the doorway, settled herself on a flat stone slab, and eagerly began to feast. The meat, slightly salty and devoid of additional seasoning, was nonetheless delectable. It was not until she had consumed an ample portion that she felt satiated, carefully saving the remaining morsels for later. She resolved to ration her food, aware that if she failed to find sustenance soon, this scant supply of meat might sustain her for several days. With her belly full and the sun warming her, Jiang Yan's eyes began to droop with weariness, and she reclined on the stone slab, drifting into a gentle slumber. Uncertain of the slab's original purpose, she appreciated its smooth surface as a temporary resting place amidst the courtyard. A gentle breeze caressed her as she curled up like a kitten on the stone, sleeping soundly. In the yard, wild grasses swayed with the wind, and the occasional chirping of birds flitted to the rooftop before taking flight. She slept soundly until the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of crimson. Jiang Yan stirred awake, groggy and disoriented. Unlike the sweltering day, the temperature had dropped considerably, and as she blinked into the twilight, she yawned and slowly rose, contemplating where to begin tidying up the disarray in the courtyard. Though the house appeared somewhat antiquated, the roof and walls were intact, providing shelter from the elements, and it contained numerous usable household items, which could be cleaned and restored. For instance, in the corner of the yard, she discovered several wooden barrels. After rummaging through them, she selected the one in the best condition and made her way to the creek, intending to wash everything inside and outside the house. Chapter 26. Cleaning. Upon reaching the creek, Jiang Yan filled the barrel to the brim and, straining under the weight, carried it back to the entrance of the house. After a few hours of ventilation, the once dusty abode had rid itself of much of the musty odor. Inside, she discarded some fur remnants left on the bed into the courtyard, then picked up an old cloth of indeterminate material from the table, immersing it in the water before beginning her cleaning efforts. Without brooms or mops at her disposal, she utilized the cloth as a makeshift rag, scrubbing diligently. First, she wiped down the walls, which were constructed of stones at the base and adorned with neatly arranged wooden panels above, making them relatively easy to clean. Once finished, the previously grimy walls revealed their true character, exuding an antique charm reminiscent of a primitive, natural wooden structure. Her efforts left her perspiring, yet she pressed on without pause, turning her attention to the solid wooden bed, followed by the rudimentary wooden wardrobe, table, and stools. The house transformed into a clean space, radiating a rustic charm. Though modest in size, it was well equipped, with many items preserved in satisfactory condition. Jiang Yan gazed at the dwelling she was to inhabit, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. In this desolate land, having a place to call home filled her with immense contentment. The dangers and the harrowing escapes she had faced in the wilderness had left her spirit shaken, but here, she found solace. After a brief respite, she resumed her task of cleaning the floor, only to discover that it was crafted from neatly arranged small slabs resembling lime material. To her knowledge, many remote and underdeveloped rural homes were simply earthen, particularly in a place that seemed reminiscent of the primitive era of African indigenous tribes. Yet, she was pleasantly surprised by the evident sophistication of the half-beasts inhabiting this land. Having busied herself, fetching several buckets of water back and forth, she finally managed to cleanse the entire house. This thorough cleaning yielded a bountiful discovery, including a remarkably sharp bone knife fashioned from what appeared to be bone, as well as various cooking utensils essential for daily life. After washing these items, Jiang Yan wiped the sweat from her brow and took a few sips from a stone bowl filled with water, bringing a refreshing sensation to her being. At that moment, her body felt sticky and uncomfortable, and her once water-blue dress was now soiled and tattered, nearly unrecognizable from its original form. She resolved to fetch a bucket of water to wash herself, fearing that if she delayed, unpleasant odors would soon follow. As for the weeds in the courtyard, Jiang Yan cast a glance at the quietly descending night and decided to postpone that task until the morrow. Fortunately, the moon here was exceptionally large, casting ample light to discern her surroundings. Seizing the opportunity presented by the moonlight, She made her way to the stream, returning with a fresh supply of water. However, realizing there was no source of illumination like lamps or candles, she busily gathered some broken dry branches nearby and placed them in the courtyard. Breaking the branches into various lengths, she attempted to create a fire, mimicking the action she had observed from the towering figure of Dabai. Using 2 dark stones she had found within the house to strike together. After several clumsy attempts, she finally produced a spark, which she quickly directed onto the dry twigs, igniting a vibrant flame that radiated a warm, golden light. Chapter 27. Bathing the flames danced as Jiang Yan summoned all her strength to lift a large stone pot from the corner of the room and position it over the fire. The pot was designed with a hollow base, supported by stone slabs, and she marveled at this construction. Was it possible that she had entered the Stone Age? The mastery of stone utilization here was remarkable, with a diverse array of tools at their disposal. After taking a moment to reflect, she poured water from a wooden bucket into the pot, and, seizing the opportunity to rest, hastily consumed a few bites of cold roasted meat while patiently waiting. After a while, noticing wisps of steam rising, she tested the temperature with her finger and found it just right. She then removed the pot from the fire, fetched a wooden bowl, and, shedding her dirty dress, began to ladle water over her body while scrubbing herself clean. Though this method of bathing was undeniably inconvenient, in such a rudimentary environment, she had no choice but to make do, lacking the luxury of discretion. The sound of splashing water echoed, and after a considerable time, Jiang Yan finally managed to cleanse her body, which had gone far too long without proper washing. With some warm water remaining in the pot, she poured it into a somewhat battered wooden tub, carefully washing her greasy and itchy hair. Lacking any cleansing agents, she used her fingers to scrub her scalp, and she couldn't help but feel disgusted at the sight of the murky water that turned black in the tub. The thought of presenting herself in front of the aloof and dignified Dabai in such a disheveled state filled her with embarrassment, making her acutely aware of her uncharacteristic disarray. Never before had she, a striking beauty, allowed herself to become so unkempt, and the realization weighed heavily upon her. After scrubbing vigorously until the water grew cold, Jiang Yan finally lifted her head from the tub, taking a clean, soft piece of fur to dry off the droplets clinging to her skin and damp hair. She then donned a skirt made of fur that was rather oversized, hanging loosely on her frame, threatening to slip off with the slightest movement. Frustrated, she tugged at it, realizing it was unsuitable for wear and in need of alteration. However, it was too late and she was too weary to address it that night, so she resolved to manage with it until the morrow. Meanwhile, as she had bathed at the entrance of the house, water had flowed onto the ground. Fortunately, the house's elevation prevented the water from pooling extensively, leaving only a small wet patch at the entrance. She contemplated creating a proper bathing tub and a separate bathing area. After drying her hair, Jiang Yan moved a small wooden stool to sit by the fire, hoping her hair would dry quickly. After a while, she applied some medicinal mud left over from the day to her wounds. Over the past few days, her injuries had begun to heal, forming scabs, but the unsightly marks remained stark against her long legs and delicate feet, causing her anxiety over the possibility of scarring. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences she had endured, she could not help but admire her own courage for having survived such perilous encounters. Lost in thought for a moment, once her hair had dried sufficiently, Jiang Yan laid a large fur pelt on the empty bed and, exhausted, reclined upon it, closing her eyes in fatigue. Although mosquitoes often plagued the night, miraculously, she was not disturbed by them this evening, prompting her to recall the actions of the old woman during the day. Had the old woman perhaps done something on her behalf? After a moment of contemplation, a wave of drowsiness surged upon her, leaving her no time for further thoughts, and she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 28. Removal. As dawn broke, delicate beams of golden light streamed through the wooden lattice window, casting mottled shadows across the room. With a night devoid of dreams, Jiang Yan slowly opened her eyes, reluctant to rise from her bed. After several days, she had finally enjoyed a restful sleep, and the sufficient repose invigorated her spirit. Upon placing her feet on the ground, she grasped a stone bowl and took a few sips of water. However, as she moved, her oversized garments slipped down, exposing much of her chest and back. Frowning, she glanced at the loose animal hide vest and skirt, adjusting them before retrieving a needle and thread to tailor her clothing to a more fitting size. She also took the liberty to modify a few other outfits to suit her measurements, adding simple designs in the process. As an amateur model, she not only maintained her figure and striking appearance, but also possessed a keen aesthetic sense for colors and fabrics, having studied fashion design at university and often experimenting with her hands. Thus, this task was but a trifle for her. The needle and thread available here differed from modern equivalents. It was not the ordinary silk thread, yet it was remarkably pliable and resilient, available in various colors. Though unsure of the material's origin, its efficacy sufficed. The needle, white in color and of sturdy construction, suggested it was crafted from the bone of some wild beast, being thicker than usual needles yet exceptionally sharp. Once she completed her clothing alterations, Jiang Yan hastily consumed some leftover roasted meat to satiate her hunger. then employed a bone knife to carefully slice open the damaged wooden barrel, fashioning a simple basin before heading to the stream. As she stepped outside, the fresh, invigorating air enveloped her senses. She inhaled deeply, feeling as though she had been cleansed, her spirit uplifted. Gazing into the distance, she beheld the towering trees beyond the walls, lush and vibrant, while the meandering stream flowed from the eastern hillside, quietly re-entering the depths of the forest. The stream's surface was neither wide nor deep, and through the crystalline waters, she could see the colorful stones at the bottom, shimmering under the sunlight. Jiang Yan gazed with admiration, only to suddenly notice something darting through the stream. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a small fish swimming joyfully in the clear waters. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight as she watched the little creature swim back and forth. She pursed her lips, realizing that this pristine stream not only offered clarity but also harbored fish, which could alleviate her current food crisis. Hunting for game seemed too perilous at the moment, yet she believed she could manage to catch fish. She glanced at her fair hands, contemplating her next move. However, her immediate priority was to clear the weeds in the yard and tend to it properly. If she could find some seeds in the future, planting vegetables would be ideal, ensuring her sustenance was secured. After fetching a basin of clean water to wash up, she returned to the yard and began uprooting the nearly chest-high wild grasses one by one. The sound of her efforts echoed as a lively figure toiled amidst the tall grass, perspiration glistening on her brow. After a morning's labor, Jiang Yan finally cleared all the weeds from her yard, though her hands were left red, swollen, and itchy from the toil. She gazed at her inflamed palms with frustration, rinsed them in water, and applied some herbal ointment before sitting down to rest. Though the exact nature of the herb was unknown to her, its soothing properties for swelling, pain, and itchiness were evident and effective. She resolved to gather more of it in the future for her medicinal needs. Chapter 29. Salt powder. After such a prolonged period of labor, hunger began to gnaw at her, compelling her to take a brief respite before continuing her struggle for survival. She broke off a forked branch from a tree and fashioned a fish spear by sharpening both ends with a bone knife. Satisfied with her handiwork, she felt it would serve her well in catching fish. With the spear in one hand and a wooden bucket in the other, Jiang Yan approached the stream. She carefully removed the thick layer of medicinal mud from her feet, walking barefoot to avoid injury from the rough ground. The mud served as a temporary safeguard, but she knew she needed to acquire a proper pair of shoes soon. Nevertheless, catching fish was her priority. Once in the center of the stream, she remained still, awaiting the fish to swim by. After observing for a while, she noted that fish were sparse. Occasionally a few would drift by, sometimes in small groups of 5 or 6. Patiently, she waited for one to come close, and when the moment arrived, she thrust the spear down with force. Alas, the fish proved to be remarkably agile, evading her grasp. The reality of the situation starkly contrasted her expectations, leaving her momentarily disheartened. Yet, for the sake of her hunger, she pressed on, determined to continue her ambush in the water. However, after several failed attempts, her spirits began to wane. The fish were indeed cunning and swift. Frustrated, Jiang Yan wiped the splashes of water from her face and forehead. As a gentle breeze swept by, she gazed contemplatively at the flowing stream, pondering if she had made an error in her technique. After all, various media had suggested that this method was effective for catching fish. If others could succeed, so could she. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. The image of the fish appeared distorted in the water, indicating she needed to adjust her aim. With renewed focus, she steadied her breath, waiting for another fish to swim by. Estimating the distance accurately, she swiftly plunged the spear down. This time, through her relentless effort, she finally managed to spear a fish. A radiant smile illuminated her delicate features as she beheld the wriggling fish on the spear, its tail thrashing in a desperate struggle. The fish, resembling a modern-day specimen, yet shimmering with a golden hue, seemed edible. Although she could not identify its species, it bore a striking resemblance to a golden arowana, albeit more exquisite in appearance. After a long day of toil, capturing this fish brought her immense satisfaction. She ascended the bank and placed the fish into the bucket filled with stream water before heading home. Once there, Jiang Yan expertly scaled and gutted the fish, rinsing it thoroughly before placing it into a stone pot. However, as she gazed at the fish in the pot, anxiety crept in regarding her lack of seasonings. Cooking it in plain water would surely yield a bland dish. Contemplating her options, she began rummaging through the house, hoping to uncover some hidden delights or useful items. After searching through drawers and cabinets, she stumbled upon an old wooden box, inside which lay a dark stone jar, along with a few scattered bottles and miscellaneous objects. Jiang Yan first picked up the stone jar with curiosity, examining it closely. Noticing a layer of white powder-like substance at the bottom of the jar, she brought it to her nose to sniff, but detected no discernible scent. Then, she extended her fingertip to scrape a small amount and tasted it. It was salty. Could it be salt powder? Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This revelation suggested that the half-orcs here also consumed salt. Moreover, the roasted meat she had tasted the other day bore a hint of saltiness. Yet, where could she procure some salt? Chapter 30. The dagger. Setting the jar down, she resumed her search among the other items. Aside from various jars and bottles, she discovered, to her astonishment, a finely crafted dagger nestled at the bottom. The intricate patterns on the dagger were remarkably classical. Jiang Yan examined it closely before drawing it from its sheath. In an instant, a sharp gleam of cold light flashed before her, taking her breath away. Was this merely an inanimate object, yet possessing such formidable power? The dagger, forged entirely from dark iron, was astonishingly slender, and its chilling radiance emanated an aura of solemnity and lethality. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, as frigid as autumn frost. Such a masterfully crafted dagger could not be an ordinary item. Alongside it lay numerous jars of varying sizes, some even fashioned from silver and jade. She picked up a few and shook them. They were all empty. How could such exquisite artifacts coexist in a place that resembled a primitive society, where the inhabitants lived in stark simplicity and donned animal skins? Did this not stand in stark contradiction to everything surrounding her? Jiang Yan furrowed her brows, gazing in bewilderment at the contents of the box. As a newcomer, she found herself engulfed in a myriad of uncertainties, unfamiliar with the identity of the former occupant of this dwelling. Could it be that his background was equally enigmatic? The surroundings brimmed with oddities. Yet considering that she had inexplicably arrived here from the 21st century, what impossibilities remained? With a resigned sigh, she decided to abandon her musings, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment for such inquiries. Grasping a stone jar, she lingered in the room for a moment, wrestling with her thoughts, before finally stepping outside to survey the neighboring homes. Resolute, she determined to procure some salt from others. However, she pondered the likelihood of salt being a precious commodity in this primitive and underdeveloped era, and whether her neighbors would be willing to part with any. With a heart full of trepidation, she approached the neighbor's house, but paused at the entrance, surveying the scene within. She discerned the shifting figures of a middle-aged woman, a middle-aged man, and a young woman, likely a family of three. Jiang Yan's eyes darted curiously as she observed them. The neighbor's yard stood in stark contrast to her own. It was merely enclosed by rough wooden stakes and lacked a proper gate. From a distance, it appeared that their dwelling was devoid of any cabinets or furniture, even more rudimentary than her own abode. Could it be that the dilapidated house she resided in had once belonged to a prosperous family? While she contemplated this, the middle-aged woman inside seemed to sense Jiang Yan's presence and glanced towards the entrance. Startled at being noticed, Jiang Yan offered an awkward smile, steeling herself as she stepped inside and addressed her neighbors with a friendly tone. I apologize for the intrusion. I find myself in need of assistance. May I inquire if you have any salt? Jiang Yan spoke animatedly while gesturing with her hands, presenting the black stone jar she had brought to the middle-aged woman. Although the woman was taken aback by Jiang Yan's unexpected arrival, she did not reject her. Instead, she approached to ascertain the situation. She was aware that this young female had been rescued by Amu from the witch tribe, and she herself was Eva, by Mu's aunt. Observing the small girl holding the stone jar, she took it into her hands for a closer look, realizing that it was a request for salt powder. However, salt powder was exceedingly precious, and she could not make a decision unilaterally. Feeling somewhat troubled, Eva returned indoors with the jar to inform her beast husband, deliberating whether to assist the newly arrived young female outside. Jiang Yan stood there, somewhat at a loss, as she watched the aunt turn away. Had she just been rejected? After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip, intending to leave. Chapter 31 Mia. However, just as she had taken a few steps away, she was unexpectedly called back by a melodious voice, reminiscent of wind chimes. Jiang Yan halted her steps, turning back with a puzzled expression to gaze upon the youthful girl approaching her with an air of exuberance. The girl possessed a healthy wheat-colored complexion, cascading locks of dark hair reminiscent of seaweed, and an enchanting visage, most notably highlighted by her pair of innocent, cerulean eyes that radiated beauty. At that moment, the girl offered a friendly smile, prompting Jiang Yan to reciprocate with a polite grin. From a distance, her features had been somewhat obscured, but now, standing closer, Jiang Yan could clearly see that this taller girl was indeed strikingly lovely. The certainty of her youth stemmed from the fact that, despite her height, her face retained a youthful innocence, with a hint of baby fat that rendered her appearance utterly harmless. Mia curiously observed the little female companion brought back by her brother, noting that she appeared even younger than herself and bore several injuries, looking quite pitiful. Having heard that she had been captured by the witch tribe for sacrificial purposes, Mia couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. As she approached, she returned the jar filled with salt powder to Jiang Yan and, in a soft and timid voice, said, "Hello, my name is Mia. My family doesn't have much salt powder either, so please take this for your use." Jiang Yan gazed at the jar filled with white powder, her heart brimming with excitement as she accepted it with a smile. Then, with her eyes twinkling, she looked at the girl across from her and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Realizing that the other person could not comprehend her words, Jiang Yan awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, pointed towards her residence, and gestured invitingly, indicating her welcome for future visits. Mia observed Jiang Yan, who maintained a cheerful demeanor, and felt an increasing fondness for her. She perceived that this young female was entirely different from Natalie and her sisters. Jiang Yan's smile radiated warmth and gentleness, evoking a profound sense of protectiveness and an indescribable charm. Due to their linguistic barrier, communication proved challenging. So they exchanged a few light-hearted words before bidding each other farewell. With a heart full of joy, Jiang Yan returned to her dwelling, cradling a jar of salt. Her stomach had already begun to sing the lament of emptiness. Exhaling a deep breath, she gathered her long hair into a bun and swiftly sought out some dry twigs to kindle a fire. Pouring the crystal-clear stream water into a pot, she added a pinch of salt and commenced the process of simmering a soup. Consuming only roasted fare can lead to an imbalance of heat within the body, and with only salt available and no other seasonings, she resolved to concoct a nourishing fish soup. During her earlier stroll, she had discovered an abundance of mushrooms flourishing beneath the trees. These edible fungi reminded her of her grandmother's house in the countryside, where she often encountered them. The mushrooms would not only mitigate the fishy aroma, but were also highly nutritious. Approaching the towering trees, Jiang Yan was astonished by the sheer number of mushrooms. Yet no one had harvested them. Perhaps the half-beasts residing here were unaware of their edibility. Were they transformed from tigers, or did they simply prefer meat over vegetables? Shaking her head, she picked a few mushrooms and proceeded to the stream to wash them thoroughly. Back in her dwelling, she broke them into halves and placed them into the pot, as the mushrooms were rather large, and just 2 would suffice. Subsequently, she gathered a large leaf from a nearby tree to serve as a lid, placing it atop the pot. The trees here soared high, their leaves expansive like lotus leaves, capable of serving as umbrellas, making them perfect for covering food. After a while, the fish soup began to bubble delightfully, filling the air with a delectable aroma. During this time, Jiang Yan remained industrious, intermittently fetching buckets of water. Reluctant to discard her worn clothing, she noted that despite the tattered state of her skirt, the undergarments remained intact and could still be worn after a thorough wash. Particularly, these were the only remnants she had brought from the modern world. And if she could not return, these few items would serve as her only testament to her origins. She added more twigs beneath the stone pot and set about scrubbing the water-blue skirt. Yet, lacking laundry detergent, some obstinate bloodstains proved difficult to remove. Even after scrubbing until her hands turned red, the stubborn marks remained. Jiang Yan could not help but let out a sigh, reminiscing about the considerable sum she had spent on that dress. It marked her first indulgence in such an extravagant purchase, and despite multiple washes, the garment remained only partially clean. With a sense of resignation, she hung the dress on the fence in the yard to dry. Glancing at the tattered hem, she retreated indoors to retrieve a sharp dagger, swiftly slicing the skirt's edge into an irregular shape, thus creating the illusion that the dress was designed this way from the outset. She hesitated to discard the fallen scraps of fabric, choosing instead to collect them for future use, perhaps as hair ties. In this remote place, where resources were scarce, she adhered to the principle of minimizing waste, preserving the remnants for potential purposes. However, after traversing the vicinity several times, her already injured feet began to throb anew. Jiang Yan paused her bustling activities to apply some herbal ointment to her soles. Yet, as she gazed at the thick layer on her feet, she pondered that relying on this method as a substitute for shoes was not a sustainable solution. She needed to devise a pair for herself. This task was not insurmountable. In the past, the elders made everything themselves, and her grandmother, in particular, was a skilled artisan, adept at crafting clothing, shoes, and even bamboo baskets. In the countryside, where conditions were challenging, self-sufficiency was the norm. As a child, she often accompanied her mother to her grandmother's home, where her mother would weave small trinkets for her. This exposure had allowed her to acquire some skills along the way. At the very least, she felt confident in her ability to weave a pair of straw sandals. However, after a flurry of activity, the fish soup was finally ready, and it was time to eat. Other matters could wait. Jiang Yan lifted the large leaves covering the stone pot and inhaled the fragrant aroma deeply, revealing a look of pure delight. She fetched a wooden spoon and a stone bowl, ladling out a generous serving to savor. The authentic fish soup was exquisitely flavorful, with the mushrooms remarkably tender. After consuming a pot of mushroom fish soup, Jiang Yan felt pleasantly full, her satisfaction evident. The taste of the fish far surpassed that of modern varieties. She licked her lips, relishing the lingering flavors. Stretching like a lazy cat, she took a moment to rest before gathering a bundle of dry grass to begin weaving straw sandals. The weeds she had previously pulled from the yard and discarded outside had dried in the sun, making them perfect for her task. However, weaving the sandals was time-consuming, and it was not until nightfall that she completed a single pair. Without any means of illumination, she resolved to continue her work the following day. Thus, Jiang Yan temporarily settled among the tiger tribe, gradually transforming the once dilapidated abode with an array of items she crafted, including baskets, boxes, and several pairs of straw sandals. To enhance the appearance of the yellowish sandals, she creatively adorned the straps with small flowers, easily replaceable as the area was abundant with flora. She also redecorated her living space, gathering beautiful blossoms to place in her woven basket, lending a decorative touch to her room. With the addition of fresh flowers, the primitive house took on the ambience of a cozy maiden's chamber. Chapter 33, Fish Soup as Dawn Broke. A rich crimson light streamed through the antique wooden lattice window, casting a delicate layer of rosy gold over the interior. A gentle breeze occasionally stirred the flowers, creating a serene atmosphere. Seated by the window, Jiang Yan was busy tailoring garments, adjusting the oversized animal skin dresses to fit her own dimensions, while also preparing to craft several sets of undergarments for convenience. Unlike the half-beast inhabitants, she could not simply don a piece of animal hide without any underclothing, as that would leave her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Having altered a garment, Jiang Yan rubbed her tired eyes and stood up, intending to prepare a meal. Given the various inconveniences of her current conditions, she limited herself to 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. With a few fish left from her recent catches, she gazed at the golden creatures in the wooden barrel, contemplating the deliciousness of fish soup. She decided to share some with her neighbors, as a gesture of gratitude for their kindness in providing her with salt. After preparing several grilled fish and a pot of fish soup, Jiang Yan sampled a little before placing the packaged soup and grilled fish into her woven basket and heading to her neighbor's home. The family of Eva had never tasted fish soup before, as the fish in the creek were too small and spiny, making them unappealing to the members of the tiger tribe. When Jiang Yan arrived with the food, they were astonished to discover that the little female brought back by AMU could transform the unpalatable fish into such a delectable dish, broadening their culinary horizons and delighting their palates. Ultimately, the grilled fish and soup were consumed entirely by the 3 of them, leaving them craving more. Jiang Yan observed their fondness for her homemade grilled fish and fish soup, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In this primitive and underdeveloped era, salt was an exceedingly precious commodity, and she had no means of acquiring it. Thus it was essential to cultivate a good rapport with her amicable neighbors. As time passed, the camaraderie between Mia and Jiang Yan blossomed, with Mia occasionally visiting Jiang Yan's home to partake in her culinary delights. The gluttonous Mia held a profound admiration for Jiang Yan's culinary prowess. Despite their communication barriers, Mia, like an inquisitive child, trailed behind Jiang Yan, eager to learn whatever she observed, resulting in a delightful companionship. With the innocent and carefree Mia by her side, Jiang Yan felt a surge of happiness, her initial confusion and anxiety about this foreign world gradually dissipating. However, despite the delectable nature of the fish soup and the exquisite grilled fish, after several consecutive days of such meals, Jiang Yan grew weary of the monotony, realizing that a diet consisting solely of fish and mushrooms was rather limited, prompting her to seek a greater variety of sustenance. Yet, hunting would require venturing beyond the tribe's periphery, and considering her slender frame, she deemed it unwise. Thus, she resolved to engage in tasks within her capabilities. The following day, Jiang Yan stepped outside her courtyard, intending to observe the tribe and its surroundings more closely. While Mia frequently sought her out, she was not idly wandering every day. She too had responsibilities, primarily accompanying other half-beasts on their hunting expeditions. Jiang Yan wandered aimlessly through the tribe, harboring a desire to seek out Dabai. However, he had brought her to this place only to vanish without a trace, never once returning to check on her, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, considering Dabai's cold and aloof demeanor, it seemed only natural that he would shy away from any inconvenience, preferring to distance himself from someone as ordinary as her. Chapter 34. Pigskin. Jiang Yan felt it was futile to seek out amusement for herself. Dabai had likely long forgotten her. With a sigh, she reflected on the fact that Dabai was, after all, her savior. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not be ungrateful. Perhaps one day she could inquire about his residence and bring him some food. Her neighbors were quite fond of her grilled fish and fish soup. Surely, Dabai would appreciate them as well. As Jiang Yan pondered while walking, she passed by a household when a tall and sturdy man emerged, cradling a large pile of skins exuding a metallic scent reminiscent of blood, which he discarded into a distant pit. This scene momentarily halted Jiang Yan in her tracks as she gazed at the discarded objects. Once the man returned indoors, she approached the pile. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the skins were mottled with black and white, the hair notably short, and some remnants of flesh clung to them, bearing a striking resemblance to pork skin. After a moment of contemplation, she descended into the pit, undeterred by the dirt, and grasped one of the skins for a closer examination. After sniffing it, she concluded that it indeed bore a scent akin to that of pork skin, regardless of whether it was pork or the hide of another creature. This substance was rich in collagen, brimming with nutritional value, and could be transformed into various delectable dishes, particularly for someone like her, who lacked hunting skills. This was a treasure. After ensuring no one was watching, Jiang Yan plucked 2 large leaves from a nearby tree to wrap the freshly discarded skins, returning home with considerable effort. After quenching her thirst with a few sips of water, she meticulously cleaned the skins, removing the hair, and then prepared to boil them in hot water to eliminate any lingering odors. She intended to use part of the skins for making pork skin jelly and the remainder for crafting a sweet snack known as gu yuan gao. Coincidentally, Mia had recently delivered some natural honey, which would come in handy. Once the pungent scent was eradicated, Jiang Yan rinsed the skins again in salted water, using a bone knife to scrape away excess fat until only the skin remained. She preserved the scraped fat for future use in cooking. Next, she sliced the skins into strips and began to simmer them in cold water, a process that required several hours. As dusk approached, Jiang Yan deemed the cooking sufficient and removed the large leaves covering her stone pot, pouring the steaming, softened skins along with the thickened broth into a sizable stone bowl. When one bowl proved insufficient, she fetched several more to accommodate the mixture. Although filtering was typically necessary, the absence of such tools compelled her to painstakingly remove any unblended pieces of skin. Once only the viscous broth remained, she stirred in some honey, placing it on the table to cool. With no additional ingredients to incorporate, she opted to create a simple version of guyuan gao, which could serve as both a dessert and a long-lasting treat. The remaining skins were divided, with a small portion set aside and the rest soaked in salt water for future use. Jiang Yan then sauteed the skins until they were crispy and fragrant. Improvising a meal for herself, having satisfied her hunger, she commenced preparing the pork skin jelly, employing a similar method to before, merely adding salt. During her bustling endeavors, Mia returned from hunting, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Upon entering, she cheerfully bounded over, having grown quite familiar with Jiang Yan. Without hesitation, she seated herself and, with a playful grin, seized a piece of the stir-fried pork skin, relishing its crispy texture and hint of saltiness. Mia could not resist the deliciousness, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she winked at Jiang Yan. Amidst her tasks, Jiang Yan chuckled at Mia's eager demeanor, reminiscent of a cat enticed by the scent of meat. Although Mia felt a tinge of embarrassment for frequently indulging at others' homes, today she arrived bearing a gift. After finishing the pork skins, she retrieved a sizable chunk of fresh meat from her spatial pouch, placing it on the counter where Jiang Yan was cooking. This meat, from a second-tier horned beast, was her first successful hunt, and parting with such a generous portion felt somewhat painful. Yet she was compelled to share with someone as kindred in spirit and culinary prowess as Jiang Yan. Through their time spent together, they had cultivated a bond, transcending the barriers of language as they came to know each other's names. Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the substantial piece of meat on the cutting board, lifting her head to silently inquire of Mia if it was meant for her. Mia seemed to perceive her curiosity, smilingly nodding and gesturing towards the meat and the stone pot, indicating that it was a treat for her, a reward for the days of free sustenance. Surprised by Mia's generosity in presenting the meat, Jiang Yan graciously accepted it, her hunger not permitting any hesitation. Subsequently, with a cheerful demeanor, she served a bowl of nearly cooled guyuan gao, neatly cut into pieces and arranged on the table, beckoning Mia to come and taste it. Upon seeing the delectable offering, Mia's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly approached and took a piece. The moment it touched her tongue, she discovered it to be sweet and melting, and before she realized it, she had devoured several pieces. Noticing that the bowl contained only a limited amount of guyuan gao, Mia felt a pang of guilt for her gluttony, covering her mouth, still chewing, and casting wide-eyed glances at Jiang Yan. At that moment, Jiang Yan also sampled a piece of guyuan gao, finding it still slightly warm, and, catching sight of Mia's little antics, she gently ruffled Mia's hair with tender affection, pushing the bowl of guyuan gao closer, signaling her to indulge freely. Although Mia was half a head taller, her demeanor retained the innocence of a young girl, prompting Jiang Yan to instinctively assume the role of an elder sister. The two enjoyed their meal while engaging in a form of communication that transcended language. However, contemplating the perishable nature of the fresh meat left unattended, Jiang Yan resolved to process the sizable chunk after Mia departed. She meticulously cut and marinated the meat before placing it over the fire to roast, subsequently threading it and hanging it in the courtyard to dry, transforming it into jerky. The abundant supply of meat would sustain her for some time, alleviating the need to scavenge for discarded pig skins. Nevertheless, she knew she must continue her search for food in the coming days to achieve self-sufficiency. If she could find staples or vegetables, it would be ideal. After all, as a modern human, subsisting solely on meat was hardly feasible. After a full day of labor, drenched in sweat, Jiang Yan filled a bucket with hot water and swiftly washed herself in the makeshift shelter she had erected. This shelter was constructed from a fence, some hay, and discarded animal hides, with a smooth slab of stone relocated from the yard serving as the floor. After her bath, exhaustion enveloped her, and she fell into a deep slumber upon collapsing onto her bed. Chapter 36. Gratitude beneath the azure sky and white clouds. Jiang Yan stood barefoot in the shimmering stream, attempting to catch fish. After days of relentless pursuit, the fish seemed either to have diminished in number or grown wiser, making them increasingly elusive. After nearly an entire morning of effort, she had only managed to catch two. With unwavering focus, she observed the movements in the water, contemplating that she would return to shore after securing one more catch. The surface of the water reflected her delicate and ethereal visage, and after a patient wait, a golden fish swam into view, flicking its tail as it approached. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and swiftly thrust her spear forward, striking true. Under the pressures of life, her fishing skills had improved remarkably. Joyfully, she placed the fish from her spear into a wooden bucket, grasping it in one hand while holding the spear in the other as she returned home. After several days of careful contemplation, she resolved to seek out Dubai, despite the likelihood of encountering his usual aloof demeanor. However, she had never been one to disregard a debt of gratitude. Now, she could only offer some food in return. Surely Bai must also have a fondness for fish. This time, her visit to Bai differed from her previous gift to Mia's family. She had thoughtfully prepared a fish, along with a generous bowl of creamy fish soup. After packaging these delicacies, she filled another basket with some roasted jerky and gelatinous pig skin before finally stepping out of her home. She was unaware of Bai's exact location, so she relied on her memory to retrace her steps to the place where they had parted ways. The half-beasts here exhibited numerous differences from modern humans. They did not gather to chat or engage in idle conversation. Instead, they either hunted, rested at home, or engaged in physical training. All insights she had gleaned from observing her neighbors. Typically, a hunting expedition could consume an entire day, leaving very few orcs in the village at this hour, with minimal activity and interaction. As she approached the entrance to the village, the very spot where they had first separated, Jiang Yan paused. Her clear, bright eyes scanned the surroundings until they settled upon two remarkably strong youths stationed at the gate. She mused that these two must be responsible for guarding the village. With measured steps, she approached them and politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to Bai's home?" However, her words were met with a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds to their ears. The two tiger tribe youths furrowed their brows in confusion, shaking their heads to indicate they did not understand her. Frustrated by the language barrier, Jiang Yan set down her belongings and began to gesture animatedly. After much effort in her attempts to communicate, the two imposing young orc warriors scrutinized her actions, pondering if perhaps this young female was in search of the shaman. Exchanging glances, they concluded that whether she was seeking the shaman or had other matters to discuss, it was likely that the shaman would understand her needs, given that she had been brought back by him. They were perplexed by her origins, as they could not decipher a single word she spoke. One of the orcs, with spiky brown hair, conversed briefly with his companion before beckoning Jiang Yan to follow him. Jiang Yan observed that the creature seemed to comprehend her intent, nodding slightly before promptly following behind her. Not wishing to engage in further conversation, the beast man guided Jiang Yan through the tribe, leading her to Bai Mu's abode. The two moved swiftly, one after the other, until the beast man finally brought Jiang Yan to the front of Bai Mu's residence. Chapter 37. Solitude. Bai Mu's dwelling was nestled in a corner of the tribe, surrounded by a sprawling grove of verdant bamboo, exuding a serene and tranquil atmosphere. At this moment, Bai Mu stood before the wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance as if lost in contemplation. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, creating a soft rustling sound that carried the natural fragrance of the bamboo and the refreshing air, harmonizing beautifully with the tall, proud figure of the man, reminiscent of a vividly painted ink wash. Upon hearing the sounds behind him, Bai Mu turned his ethereal, aloof visage towards Jiang Yan, his silver-gray eyes regarding her with an enigmatic gaze. Upon encountering Bai Mu, the young beast man expressed his respect, exchanged a few polite words, and then departed. In the bamboo grove, before the wooden house, only Jiang Yan remained with the stern and taciturn Bai Mu. Jiang Yan gazed at the still remarkably aloof Bai Mu, whom she had not seen for several days. A delightful smile graced her charming face as she approached him with joy. "Bai, it turns out you reside here. Look, I have brought you some food as a token of gratitude for your previous assistance, although I am unsure if you will like it." As she drew nearer, Jiang Yan extended the basket towards Bai Mu, saying, "Here, do give it a taste." However, Bai Mu did not immediately accept it. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at the food within the basket, his gaze fixating on Jiang Yan's radiant smile. He mused to himself that the little female had fared quite well in recent days, her complexion considerably improved. Since returning to the tribe, he had been recuperating indoors, restoring his energy until today, when his depleted vitality had nearly been revitalized. Yet, he had exhausted all the accumulated essence crystals and would need to venture into the infernal fire forest to hunt a few fierce beasts for more essence crystals, which would also replenish his vitality with their nourishing flesh. The essence crystals within these beasts not only enhanced the strength of the beastmen, but their blood and flesh were also remarkably revitalizing. These crystals, cultivated through the beast's own training, contained a vast amount of natural spiritual energy, known as essence. The higher the rank of the beast, the more abundant the essence contained within its crystals. For beastmen, aside from their own physical training, these essence crystals were essential for elevating their strength and breaking through levels. Lower-tier essence crystals were transparent, with a wider concentration indicating a higher grade. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yan observed Bai Mu's lack of response, his pensive demeanor causing her smile to fade. A pang of discomfort gripped her heart. Had she inadvertently intruded upon him, prompting this cold and distant attitude? She lowered her gaze and placed the basket down, clearing her throat to speak. "These are all made by me. I shall leave them here." Subsequently, she averted her eyes from Bai Mu and silently turned away. Noticing the little female's seemingly despondent figure, Bai Mu found himself perplexed. Why had she departed so abruptly? Their language barrier rendered him reluctant to waste words in conversation. He glanced at the items left on the ground, picked them up, and brought them back to his wooden dwelling, placing them on the table. With his large hand, he lifted the leaves covering the food, and a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Before him lay a fish beast, cooked and sprinkled with herbs. Alongside a bowl of clear broth. Bai Mu frowned, hesitating for a moment. This peculiar fish beast was not favored among the members of his tiger clan. However, recalling that it was a special gift from the little female, his long fingers picked up the chopsticks prepared in the basket, and he tentatively sampled the dish. To his surprise, one bite led to another, and soon he found himself unable to stop, ultimately consuming every morsel in the basket. In a whirlwind of appetite, Bai Mu elegantly wiped his lips with a piece of white beast hide, behaving as though the ravenous individual from moments ago was not he at all. Chapter 38. The orchard. After leaving the bamboo forest, Jiang Yan returned home in a sullen mood. In her heart, she wished to express her gratitude to Bai Mu. Yet she suspected that, given his nature, he might have found her intrusion bothersome. Otherwise, why had he remained silent after such a long period apart? Jiang Yan nervously twisted her fingers, her delicate lips pouting. Despite being aware of the aloof and distant nature of Bai, she still felt quite disheartened. As she walked, a sudden thud echoed above her, and something struck her head. Jiang Yan was taken aback, wincing in pain as she rubbed her head and hurriedly glanced over. What a stroke of misfortune! How could one be struck while merely walking? Fuming, she focused her gaze and discovered that the object that had fallen upon her was an oval-shaped fruit. Instantly, she forgot about her throbbing head and eagerly picked it up for a closer inspection. Good heavens! Was this not a mango? Her heart surged with excitement as she lifted her gaze to the outside, only to behold a vast expanse of orchards. Rows of towering mango trees stood closely together, laden with bountiful and plump fruits. Some were a deep green, while others had gradually transformed into a pale yellow, partially concealed by the lush, verdant leaves. She had been walking along the tribal wall, and little did she anticipate that a falling mango would strike her head. During her hurried journey alongside that half-orc, she had neglected to observe her surroundings, unaware that beyond the wall lay a mango grove. The discovery of this orchard lifted the heavy cloud that had hung over her spirits. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the sight of mangoes outside ignited her curiosity about the possibility of other delectable treasures. With this thought in mind, she joyfully dashed home to fetch a basket, eagerly heading towards the tribe's entrance, intent on gathering some mangoes and perhaps uncovering additional surprises. The two young tiger tribe guards stationed at the gate exchanged astonished glances as they observed Jiang Yan fervently sprinting out of the tribe with her basket. What had caused such exuberance in this young female? Had something delightful occurred? They wondered about her lack of energy and whether venturing out unaccompanied might expose her to peril. Should they intervene and escort her back? Observing this, the brown-haired, spiky-headed youth among the guards spoke up. Let us not be hasty. We should first ascertain her intentions outside. If she wanders too far, we can always bring her back. As long as she remains near the tribe, we can promptly respond to any threats. Moreover, neither the great shaman nor the deity has instructed us to prevent her from leaving the tribe. We must not obstruct her without cause. The other young warrior found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall defer to your judgment, Blair. With a basket in hand, Jiang Yan arrived at the orchard, brimming with excitement. As she stepped into the grove, a delightful aroma of ripe mangoes enveloped her senses, instantly refreshing her spirit. After inhaling the fragrant air a few times, she extended her hand to pluck the golden mangoes that had reached perfect ripeness. She paused only when her basket was full, glancing around in hopes of discovering other fruits. Circling the mango grove, her efforts were rewarded as she spotted banana trees nearby and some scattered low bushes adorned with vibrant red goji berries. Unfortunately, her basket was already brimming, allowing her only to gather a few of each. After collecting a modest amount of bananas and goji berries, her basket was now overflowing, precariously stacked to the point that any additional fruit would spill out. However, with such a bountiful harvest, she contemplated returning daily, knowing that the excess would spoil if left uneaten. Situated near the tribe, this location seemed secure, free from any lurking predators. Having ventured out, she wished to explore further. Chapter 39. The bounty. The weight of her harvest was somewhat burdensome, prompting her to place the basket temporarily on the grass as she meandered around the outskirts of the tribe. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its piercing rays upon her, for it was midday. Jiang Yan plucked a vibrant green leaf and placed it atop her head to shield herself from the sun's ardent rays. The leaf provided considerable relief from the sweltering heat and helped prevent her skin from darkening. In the valley, unknown birds chirped melodiously, while clusters of butterflies frolicked amidst the blossoms, creating a scene bursting with life. Of course, other insects were present, yet thankfully, mosquitoes were absent, sparing her from their vexatious bites. The grass and wildflowers flourished abundantly here, with some reaching her waist, wary of unseen dangers lurking within. She chose to circumvent the tall grasses, opting instead for the relatively flat meadow. As she strolled leisurely, she engaged in a search that led her to discover several edible wild plants, including various vegetables. Her greatest delight was unearthing essential cooking ingredients, such as ginger and scallions. This place was untainted by pollution, naturally fertile, and bountiful. Everything here was significantly larger than what one would find in modern times. She eagerly gathered a substantial amount, wrapping it in the large leaf for protection. As she surveyed the plethora of ingredients before her, Jiang Yan's heart soared with joy, for she would no longer fret about sustenance. Regrettably, she could not carry too much at once and began her journey homeward. Unbeknownst to her, quite some time had passed, and by the time she returned home, it would be afternoon. She dared not venture out again in the evening, resolving to return the following day for more gathering. Upon reaching the fruit grove where she stored her basket, Jiang Yan found it somewhat challenging to lift her bounty. Her unsteady steps laden with the weight of her harvest as she made her way back to the tribe. In the distance, a slender figure appeared, precariously balancing a large load, swaying as if about to topple. Just as she stepped away from the mango grove, a pair of crimson, beastly eyes emerged from the shadows. Intently watching her retreating silhouette, Blair and his companion cook, stationed at the entrance of the tribe, observed Jiang Yan approaching with her towering collection. They were puzzled. Did this small female venture out solely to gather these items? They could not fathom the purpose behind her return with such herbs and leaves, deeming it quite strange. In their tiger clan, they regarded the peculiar fruits and foliage from outside as unpalatable, never having consumed them. Despite their bewilderment, they refrained from questioning her, silently noting what they perceived as unusual behavior. Burdened with an abundance of vegetables and fruits, Jiang Yan returned home, utterly exhausted, collapsing breathlessly onto her bed. At that moment, her arms felt numb, and she weakly lifted them, then clenched her fists to massage her sore limbs. After resting for a moment, she rose to drink some fresh water, finally regaining her strength. Exhaustion aside, her harvest was substantial, and despite the absence of entertainment in this place, her daily efforts for survival felt fulfilling. Yet, as an ordinary person, she pondered the potential dangers lurking nearby. Should she encounter any, she feared she might not escape. The risk was too great. Thus, she contemplated acquiring seeds or transplanting some of the plants to cultivate a garden in her yard. Additionally, she could clear land outside her home to establish a vegetable patch. This way, she would no longer need to brave the risks of foraging. Although she had never worked the fields, her childhood visits to her grandmother's countryside had afforded her some understanding of adult labor. Chapter 40. Tilling the land. At this moment, Jiang Yan's gaze shifted to the basket of fruits piled on the ground. To prevent spoilage, she had chosen mangoes that were not yet fully ripe. But having long craved fruit, she lacked the patience to wait for complete ripeness. Licking her parched lips, she picked up a mango with the most yellow skin, eagerly peeling it and taking a large bite. With that first taste, her mouth was flooded with the sweet, juicy flesh, a delight beyond description. Jiang Yan squinted her eyes in delight as she savored the mango, letting out a sigh of admiration. She had never anticipated that even an unripe mango could possess such exquisite flavor and extraordinary sweetness. With each bite, she found herself irresistibly drawn to it, and before long, she had devoured an entire large mango. The mangoes here were significantly larger than those in modern times, each resembling a watermelon in size. Consequently, finishing one left her feeling quite satiated. After wiping her mouth clean, she did not remain idle. She strolled around the courtyard and eventually selected a patch of land that she intended to cultivate for vegetable planting. However, before she could commence tilling the soil, she encountered a dilemma. She lacked the necessary tools. Surely, she could not dig with her bare hands. Jiang Yan furrowed her brow, momentarily lost in contemplation. She found herself in need of a spade. However, in such a primitive era, iron was likely yet to be discovered, and the inhabitants here were half-beasts, distinctly different from humans. After much deliberation, she realized that she could only rely on herself. Yet, the prospect of locating an iron mine and forging a spade was beyond her capabilities. If she were to consider alternative materials, such as wood, she might manage, although a wooden spade would prove laborious for tilling the land and could easily break. Thus far, this was the only solution that had come to her mind, and she decided to give it a try. Without further ado, Jiang Yan set off to find a suitable piece of wood for crafting her spade. She returned and, using a bone knife in conjunction with an exceptionally sharp dagger, began to fashion the wooden implement. Nonetheless, it was peculiar that this dagger seemed utterly out of place within both the tribe and the era. It led her to ponder that if such a dagger existed, it must indicate the presence of someone skilled in metallurgy. However, being unfamiliar with the land and its language rendered her unable to inquire further. The only connection to the dagger was the original owner of this dwelling, yet given its dilapidated state, it was highly probable that the former inhabitant was no longer present. As Jiang Yan pondered her thoughts, her hands remained in constant motion. After exerting immense effort, she ultimately fashioned a rudimentary wooden spatula, its appearance somewhat crude. Yet upon testing it on the ground, it proved to be serviceable enough. After toiling for a considerable time, the sky began to dim, and ominous clouds gathered on the horizon, heralding the impending downpour. Upon returning indoors, she swiftly stir-fried 2 dishes with the lard she had rendered, hastily preparing a meal. Just as she finished her meal, the rain began to patter outside, gradually intensifying, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Lightning streaked across the darkened sky, and the booming sound echoed relentlessly, deafeningly, as if the very earth were about to be cleaved asunder. Jiang Yan had never encountered such a formidable thunderstorm, which filled her heart with an undeniable trepidation. The torrential rain rendered the room damp, and the cacophony of thunder and lightning extinguished any semblance of light on that fateful night. She groped in the darkness, using the remaining dry twigs to kindle a fire. The brilliant flames leaped into the air, enveloping the room and dispelling the shadows. As she gazed at the flickering light, her fear of the tempest outside gradually dissipated. Nestled under her blanket on the bed, cocooned in warmth, she unwittingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 41. Cultivation. As the night passed, the earth was nourished. Unbeknownst to her, the rain had ceased at some point, leaving only the rhythmic dripping of water droplets from the eaves. Jiang Yan gently pushed open the door, and a refreshing breeze, imbued with the earthy aroma of damp soil, greeted her warmly. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the landscape, rejuvenated by the recent rain, and made her way to the brook with a wooden basin to freshen up. The torrential rain had significantly raised the water level, and schools of fish danced through the crystal-clear depths, seemingly revitalized by the rainfall that had brought forth new life to the once dwindling aquatic population. Observing this scene, a smile played upon Jiang Yan's lips. She could once again indulge in the joy of fishing without restraint. Previously, the dwindling fish numbers had instilled a fear of extinction, prompting her to refrain from fishing, particularly as the scarcity made it difficult to catch any. Now, with the fish returning in abundance, her worries were alleviated. After washing her face with the pure water, she braided her long, ebony hair into a twist, and after a modest breakfast of nourishing paste and fruits, Jiang Yan stepped outside with 2 baskets in hand, intending to gather more ingredients and vegetables. On guard duty today were Blair and Cook, who watched her with curiosity as she ventured out, puzzled by the allure of the fruits from the trees. However, knowing she would not stray too far, they felt no need for concern and allowed her to go on her way. The rain had nourished the land, leaving the trees lush and the underbrush vibrant and verdant. Jiang Yan arrived at a place abundant with wild vegetables and greens. She crouched down to gather her finds. Dewdrops clung to the grasses, and the ground was somewhat muddy, causing her feet and lower legs to become damp and uncomfortable. Additionally, she harbored a fear of encountering wild beasts if she lingered outdoors for too long, prompting her to act swiftly. After filling 2 baskets, she hurried back home. In addition to the vegetables, she collected some seeds, roots, and seedlings. Upon returning to her abode, she glanced at the moist earth in her yard. Without pausing to rest, she seized a wooden spade and began to till the soil. The recent rainfall had rendered the ground more amenable to cultivation. Taking advantage of its dampness, she needed to work quickly, lest her rudimentary wooden spade risk breaking under strain. Bending over in the courtyard, Jiang Yan diligently tilled the soil, laboring tirelessly until she had cultivated a modest patch of land. Gazing at the earth she had meticulously prepared with her own hands, a satisfied smile graced her lips. She proceeded to dig small holes, planting the vegetable seeds she had gathered, and carefully reintroduced the seedlings and roots into the soil, bestowing upon them a gentle watering. The air here was fresh, the sunlight abundant, and the soil exceptionally fertile. She believed this would ensure their survival. After toiling from morning until afternoon, Jiang Yan found herself utterly exhausted. At this moment, she was also quite dirty, her clothes splattered with mud in addition to the rainwater. With a disdainful pout, she took a brief respite before heading to boil some water, preparing to wash away the grime. Over the past few days, she had been bustling about, even finding time to craft a variety of delightful dishes from the vegetables and fruits she had cultivated. Yet, curiously, Mia, who was usually quite the foodie, had not visited for days. Jiang Yan wondered what she could possibly be up to. What Jiang Yan was unaware of was that Mia had been collaborating with her kin to hunt in recent days and had also ventured into the Netherfire forest alongside Bai Mu. At this moment, the much-discussed Mia had just returned to the tribe with her people, and under the guidance of the shaman lord, they had achieved considerable success, capturing numerous ferocious beasts. Upon witnessing Bai Mu's return from the hunt, Blair, who was tasked with guarding the tribe's entrance, relayed Jiang Yan's peculiarities to him. Bai Mu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the young female had a penchant for consuming those fruits. Could she be an orc from a vegetarian tribe? Chapter 42. Shyness. Since the young female favored a plant-based diet, he decided to inquire with nearby vegetarian tribes, for she would eventually return to her own. However, he quickly dismissed this theory, recalling that she had previously consumed meat, thereby indicating that she was not from a vegetarian tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mu arrived at Jiang Yan's dwelling, which had once been his family home, a place where the 3 of them had lived together. Regrettably, he was now the sole occupant, having vacated the premises. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his features, only to be swiftly concealed. He pressed his thin lips together and pushed open the fence gate of the courtyard, stepping inside, yet he found no sign of Jiang Yan. Suddenly, he heard the gentle sound of water, and his gaze shifted toward the source, revealing a rather rudimentary, thatched hut. Lowering his eyes, he noticed a pair of delicate, water-soaked feet, smooth and white as jade. To his surprise, the young female was bathing. Realizing his timing was inopportune, Bai Mu chose to remain silent and observe quietly from the side. However, he found himself unable to resist sneaking glances at those feet, as white as snow, particularly the soft, pink toes, which he found unexpectedly endearing. Bai Mu chastised himself for staring. Despite her youth, she was still a female. Just then, the sound of water ceased abruptly, and Jiang Yan emerged, a loosely wrapped pelt draped over her chest, pulling aside the curtain. Upon stepping out of the hut, she collided with a tall man. Without the time to discern his identity, she instinctively covered her chest and let out a startled scream like a frightened rabbit. Bai Mu was momentarily stunned by Jiang Yan's sudden exclamation, but his gaze quickly fell upon the expanse of bare, white skin before him, and his ears flushed a subtle crimson. The intoxicating fragrance that lingered in the air invaded his senses, leaving him feeling quite flustered. His typically stoic expression cracked under the pressure. Jiang Yan, retreating hastily, felt her heart race. In the absence of any lighting at night, she usually bathed in the afternoon before darkness fell. Never had she imagined that a man could silently intrude upon her during her bath, and she was completely unaware of his presence. Mortified by the thought of him witnessing her, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Stealing a quick glance, she recognized Bai Mu and, gathering her composure, she stammered, "Bai, what brings you here?" "I'll just go change." With that, Jiang Yan dashed back inside, hastily searching for a garment to wear before re-emerging. The awkwardness of their encounter lingered in the air. However, seeing Bai Mu's rare visit, she gently inquired, "Bai, what brings you here today? Is there something you need?" Bai Mu, equally uncomfortable, turned slightly to avoid meeting her gaze, attempting to mask his unusual feelings. It was perplexing. Despite her being a young female, her figure was remarkably developed. In this tribe, females often displayed less pronounced traits due to their muscular builds, with some even resembling the flat-chested males. Only those who had borne offspring possessed a fuller bosom. Thus, he had always believed that apart from their gender, the differences between the sexes were minimal. Chapter 43. Dazed yet, the young female before him was entirely unlike anyone he had encountered before. She possessed a slender waist, a voluptuous chest, and skin as fair and smooth as porcelain. These attributes, while seemingly odd in this environment, had struck him as remarkably beautiful and alluring just moments ago. Bai Mu closed his eyes, striving to dispel the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Regaining his usual icy demeanor, he retrieved a freshly hunted black-furred beast from his spatial pouch and tossed it to the ground. With a few terse words, he declared, "This is for you." Jiang Yan's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the lifeless creature resembling a wild boar, abandoned on the ground. It dawned on her that this must be a gift from Dabai. A wave of uncontainable joy surged within her heart, and she broke into a broad smile, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Dabai." It turned out that Dabai had not intentionally distanced himself from her. He remained the same cold, yet tender-hearted guardian who cared for her. Bai Mu found himself captivated by Jiang Yan's radiant smile, which radiated beauty and charm, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Realizing he was affected by her presence, he furrowed his brow, his body stiffening as he turned to leave. Sensing Dabai's intention to depart, Jiang Yan hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the edge of his garment, and implored, "Wait. Since you are here, why not stay for dinner today?" Feeling the tug at his waist, Bai Mu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yan, his indifferent gaze betraying his uncertainty. As Jiang Yan noticed his gaze upon her, she decisively pulled him into the room. Bai Mu, almost as if under a spell, willingly followed her. After seating him on a stool, Jiang Yan brought forth a cup of her homemade juice to welcome her rare guest. She then retrieved a lively fish from a tub and began the process of preparing fish soup. Bai Mu, out of the corner of his eye, kept a watchful glance on Jiang Yan, realizing that she was preparing a meal for him. Recalling the exquisite taste of the previous fish, he patiently awaited the outcome. In a moment of idle curiosity, he lifted the pale yellow drink from the table and took a sip. It carried a hint of fragrance and a sweet flavor. Though its exact ingredients remained a mystery, perhaps a secret concoction of the petite female. Sitting upright, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered several intriguing new items within the room. The bouquet of flowers particularly enhanced the previously unremarkable space, rendering it far more aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, she was extraordinary. It was unclear which tribe she hailed from. Before long, steam wafted from the stone pot, filling the air with an enticing aroma, as an array of ingredients had been added, making the fish soup even more delectable. Jiang Yan ventured into the courtyard to begin the preparation of the wild boar, intending to sod a few meat dishes to entertain Dabai. These half-orcs had primarily feasted on roasted fare, and it was high time they experienced the succulent flavors of meat infused with various seasonings. Observing Jiang Yan struggling with the black-haired beast, Bai Mu could no longer remain idle and approached to lend a hand. With Bai Mu's assistance, the wild boar was swiftly and efficiently prepared. Jiang Yan selected the most succulent piece of meat, along with some ribs, to prepare a delectable dish. Bai Mu strolled back and forth in the courtyard, observing the surroundings with great interest. With the arrival of the little female, this place had been meticulously cleaned and arranged, exuding and inviting warmth and beauty. The flowers entwined around the fence in the yard revealed to him, for the first time, that females are fond of such vibrant blooms. His silver-gray eyes wandered with curiosity until they caught sight of a stone slab beneath a humble shed, reminding him that the little female had just bathed there, causing his lips to twitch slightly. This piece of moonstone had been placed in the yard by his father to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. When he departed, aside from the spiritual robe and jade slip left by his father, he took nothing with him. To think that it was now utilized by the little female as a stepping stone felt like a gross underutilization of its potential. Chapter 44. Straw Sandals. Before long, he noticed Jiang Yan's newly cultivated vegetable garden and shook his head in bewilderment, pondering what purpose the little female had in bringing these seeds from outside to plant here. Instead of honing her hunting skills and enhancing her strength, she seemed to spend her days fussing over these trivial matters, which felt like a waste of time. At that moment, the savory aroma of meat wafted through the house as Jiang Yan placed the stir-fried dish on the table and called out crisply to the courtyard, "Dabai, come in for dinner." Upon hearing her call, Bai Mu made his way inside. With the repetition of the same two syllables, he gradually understood that the little female was addressing him as Dabai. However, he was only aware that she was calling him by that name, without concern for its meaning, as he was certain the little female would eventually return to her own tribe. Gently rolling up his wide sleeves, he sat at the dining table, gazing at the enticing array of food, and felt his appetite awaken. With elongated fingers, Bai Mu picked up the chopsticks and began to eat at a leisurely pace. Jiang Yan sat beaming on the other side, indulging in her meal while stealing glances at Bai Mu. His manner of eating was undeniably graceful, as if it were an innate elegance. His cool and aloof demeanor rendered him akin to a modern-day stoic deity. Although she was not one to succumb to infatuation, she found herself unable to resist stealing a few extra looks at Bai Mu. After all, who can resist the allure of beauty? The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, yet, apart from a few vegetarian options, everything else was quietly devoured by Bai Mu. Jiang Yan quietly observed this scene, unable to suppress a slight gasp. Bai Mu truly possessed an extraordinary appetite. His consumption was equivalent to that of 4 or 5 adult men. Moreover, his abdomen showed no signs of distension, suggesting he could still indulge further. She pondered whether she had perhaps prepared too little. Next time, she would ensure to make more. After finishing the meal, Bai Mu routinely retrieved a piece of white cloth to wipe away the stains he had accumulated. He then cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yan before rising to depart. Having just returned from the infernal fire forest, he had numerous matters to attend to. Sensing his intent to leave and fearing he hadn't eaten enough, Jiang Yan called out to Bai Mu, swiftly fetching a basket filled with an abundance of jerky and handing it to him. Bai Mu glanced at the overflowing basket, then looked back at Jiang Yan, whose bright eyes and pearly teeth reached only to his chest. A warmth surged within him, softening his previously cold demeanor. It had been a long time since he had felt such care and concern. Was she perhaps repaying a debt of gratitude? Jiang Yan gazed softly at Bai Mu, saying, "Take these back with you to enjoy." Bai Mu pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting a profound depth as she looked at Jiang Yan. Ultimately, with a heart full of mixed emotions, she carried the heavy basket back to her dwelling in the bamboo grove. Jiang Yan stood at the entrance, watching Bai Mu walk away barefoot, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. It struck her as peculiar that the half-beasts here traversed the ground without footwear. Did they not risk injury? Moreover, such a practice seemed unsanitary, easily leading to dirt accumulation. How could someone as strikingly handsome as Bai Mu walk barefoot? Thus, she resolved to craft 2 pairs of straw sandals for him. After all, Jiang Yan was one who valued gratitude and felt it her duty to care for her benefactor with utmost attention. However, she found it curious that Bai Mu donned a splendid robe that appeared so out of place in this setting. Pouting in confusion, she ventured outside the courtyard to gather some dry grass for weaving the sandals. Seated on a stool by the window, her nimble fingers worked deftly, and soon enough, the rudimentary shape of the sandal's sole began to take form. Yet, she knew that this endeavor would require some time. With limited entertainment options available, she found a sense of satisfaction in crafting small items. Chapter 45. Intimacy. The only downside was that darkness fell early, compelling her to sleep, a custom that felt quite alien to her modern sensibilities. Otherwise, she would have to light a fire, which was a cumbersome task requiring frequent additions of fuel. Jiang Yan found this situation exceedingly inconvenient and pondered the creation of a source of illumination, perhaps akin to the candles utilized by ancient peoples. She was uncertain if beeswax could be found in this vicinity. Mia had previously gifted her some honey, indicating the presence of beehives nearby. Perhaps she could attempt to extract it herself. It appeared that she would need to venture out to the tribe once more, especially since the fields were nearly cultivated, and she required additional seeds and seedlings. After several days, having crafted 2 pairs of grass shoes, Jiang Yan adeptly fished a substantial catch from the stream, concocting a rich pot of fish soup, as well as various dishes such as steamed fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and spicy fish. Of course, the spicy fish was merely hot without the numbing sensation, as she had only located red chili peppers. She packed them into her newly woven bamboo basket, one in each hand, along with the crafted grass shoes, and cheerfully made her way toward the bamboo grove whereby resided. Along the way, the orcs she encountered were drawn to the peculiar aroma emanating from her bamboo basket, sniffing inquisitively and casting curious glances. Strangely enough, this young female had yet to be seen hunting since her arrival at the tribe. Moreover, it was rumored that she actually consumed the fish beasts from the stream. The fish beasts were diminutive, yielding little flesh and being rather unpalatable. It was a mystery what she intended to do with such a bounty. Jiang Yan paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of others, entirely focused on her journey towards Bai Mu's abode. Upon entering the bamboo forest, the fragrant aroma of bamboo leaves enveloped her senses, refreshing and invigorating. Jiang Yan wore a radiant smile as she called out to the wooden cabin to buy. Yet, there was no response. Puzzled, she murmured softly and approached, discovering the door ajar and the interior devoid of life. It appeared that Dabai was not home, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. Sighing, she glanced at the items she was carrying and placed them on the table within the cabin. After meandering around the vicinity for a while, and having fiddled with a few bamboo stalks, she found herself still alone, and reluctantly departed while clutching a bundle of bamboo. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable closeness to Dabai. Perhaps it was because he was her savior, the very first individual she encountered upon entering this primitive world, thus birthing such sentiments. Meanwhile, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Mu's cold figure emerged from the tranquil bamboo grove. Noticing the peculiar traits exhibited by the little female, he had taken it upon himself to inquire among all the nearby tribes over the past few days. However, none of the tribes possessed an orc akin to her. She seemed to have appeared abruptly among the shamanic tribe, speaking a language unlike any other, shrouded in mystery. If she could not locate her original tribe, the little female would remain here indefinitely. As he pondered this, he stepped inside the cabin, where two peculiar objects fashioned from straw immediately caught his eye. Bai Mu's heart sank. He recognized these items. They were precisely what the little female wore on her feet. He picked one up, examining it closely, then compared it to his own foot, realizing it must have been a gift from her. Orcs, with their tough skin and robust physiques, had long been accustomed to walking barefoot and had no real need for such things. Nevertheless, as it was a token of her goodwill, he decided to accept it. With an air of curiosity, he slipped it onto his foot and took a few steps within the cabin, finding it quite agreeable. Upon noticing the bamboo basket brimming with delicacies, his mouth watered, and a surge of hunger overwhelmed him. In that moment, he felt his earlier decision to rescue the little female and bring her to the tribe was indeed wise. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such sumptuous food. Chapter 46. The Red Dragon. Amidst the lush fields, a figure was bent over, industriously toiling away. The surrounding brown earth was overturned, revealing Jiang Yan, who carried a large bamboo basket on her back, energetically digging with a wooden spade. Today, a short distance from the tribe, she had stumbled upon some cucumber vines, a delightful surprise that prompted her to decide to bring a few back. However, her basket was already laden with numerous items, limiting her capacity to harvest too much at once. Gazing at the bountiful treasures sprawling across the land, she yearned to carry them all back to cultivate in her yard. Regrettably, there were no carts or practical tools available, compelling her to repeatedly haul them back on her own. After digging up several cucumber vines, she passed by an orchard and, spotting the newly sprouted fruit seedlings, could not resist the urge to dig them up as well. She planned to plant these seedlings in her yard so that, as they grew, she would no longer need to venture out in search of fruit. The labor was strenuous, and a sweat beaded on her brow. Jiang Yan tucked her stray hair behind her ears, took a deep breath, and resumed her hard work. However, as she continued to dig, a sudden sense of unease washed over her, a palpable feeling of impending danger. Her body froze in confusion, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a massive shadow looming over the ground. The shadow appeared menacing, clawed, and fearsome. A warning bell rang in her mind as her skin prickled with dread. She turned to see a pair of crimson beastly eyes locking onto hers. In that instant, her hair stood on end. It was the ferocious beast. The wooden spade clattered to the ground as Jiang Yan swallowed hard in terror and stumbled back, her legs trembling. Goodness, how could this monster be here? Was fate really so cruel? She was merely an ordinary human. Why did it relentlessly pursue her? The Red Dragon, observing Jiang Yan's retreat, expressed its frustration with a beastly countenance. It had lingered here for quite some time, and today, it had finally cornered her. This time, it was determined to capture her and take her back to its lair. After all, she was meant to be its offering. The Red Dragon extended its robust, sharp claws toward her diminutive figure. As the claws descended toward her, Jiang Yan felt a surge of adrenaline and, mustering all her strength, narrowly evaded the beast's grasp. In a panic, she sprinted toward the tribe, crying out for help. There's a monster. Someone please, help. Seeing its intended offering fleeing in terror, the Red Dragon hissed angrily and lashed its tail, pursuing her relentlessly. It needed to whisk the offering away before those wretched orcs arrived, especially that foul white tiger who had injured it. The ground trembled, startling flocks of birds from the trees. The orcs stationed at the tribe's entrance heard Jiang Yan's terrified cries. Though they did not comprehend the words, their instincts alerted them that something was amiss. Two robust orcs swiftly dashed toward Jiang Yan's direction, transforming mid-run into plump, yellow-striped tigers. Jiang Yan, her delicate face as pale as a ghost, stumbled through the forest, her belongings scattered across the ground. Yet, with her short legs, no matter how swift she ran, she could not outpace the relentless monster pursuing her. As the creature closed in, her heart raced with fear. In a moment of desperation, she spotted a small hole in a nearby tree that could barely accommodate a person. Without considering the dangers, she instinctively squeezed herself into the opening. Chapter 47. A cry for help. The claws of the red dragon followed closely, crashing against the thick trunk, causing leaves to rain down. Seeing the offering had managed to slip into the hole, its enormous eyes widened with frustration as it attempted to claw her out. However, the tree hole was too small, and its claws could not penetrate. This infuriated the beast, which bared its teeth in a menacing snarl, attempting to intimidate Jiang Yan into emerging. Hiding in the tree hollow, Jiang Yan could see the terrifying fangs of the monster, her face turning an even paler shade of white. She curled up, trembling and crying out for help, hoping someone would come to her rescue. The red dragon, helplessly enraged, exhaled 2 jets of steam from its nostrils. Suddenly, its round ears perked up as it heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Time was of the essence. In a fit of desperation, it embraced the ancient tree, contemplating uprooting it entirely to take both the tree and its prize. Witnessing this, Jiang Yan's mind went blank with fear, her heart pounding relentlessly. What could she do? The monster intended to uproot the tree. If it succeeded, her fate would be sealed. Embracing herself in despair, she questioned whether she would ever escape this peril. At that moment, while the red dragon struggled with the mighty tree, 2 beastmen, having transformed into their animal forms, arrived. Upon realizing they were facing the powerful red dragon, they hesitated, fearful of approaching. How peculiar. Why had the red dragon strayed from the Inferno forest to the vicinity of the tribe? This situation was beyond their capacity to confront. The 2 beastmen remained vigilant against the red dragon, while simultaneously raising their heads to unleash deep roars, summoning their kin from the tribe. Noticing the 2 second-tier lowly beastmen, the red dragon dismissed them, continuing to exert its strength against the towering tree, branches and leaves falling in abundance. The 2 beastmen soon spotted Jiang Yan hiding in the tree hollow, their hearts racing with concern. It was evident that the red dragon sought the small female. What could they do? The red dragon was the apex predator of the Inferno forest, and confronting it would be tantamount to seeking death. A single swipe could crush them. As more beastmen arrived, none dared to advance against the formidable red dragon. The disparity in strength was vast. The first one to charge would surely meet their demise, especially since the small female was an outsider, not worth the heavy price of protection. The helpless beastmen exchanged glances of sympathy and pity, yet made no further moves. When faced with danger, self-preservation took precedence. Time ticked away, and it became evident that the ancient tree was about to be uprooted. Inside, Jiang Yan faced imminent peril. Suddenly, a flash of white shot out, positioning itself between the red dragon and the beastmen. Bai Mu, the silver-gray tiger, glared intensely at the red dragon and let out an enraged roar, leaping into the fray with ferocity. From her hiding place, Jiang Yan saw Bai Mu approaching, her eyes glistening with tears. Bai Mu had arrived. She was finally saved. The fierce assault forced the red dragon to abandon the tree and turn to confront this new threat. This time, however, it found the ferocity of the white tiger's attacks to be more relentless and lethal, targeting its vital points. After several exchanges, realizing it could not overcome this tenacious foe, the red dragon cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Yan before retreating in defeat. With the red dragon gone, the beastmen breathed a collective sigh of relief, yet felt a pang of shame in the presence of the formidable Bai Mu. They felt disgraced by their cowardice, unwilling to advance due to the disparity in strength. Chapter 48. A touching moment. Bai Mu observed the actions of his kin with a sense of disappointment. To yield without a fight was the behavior of cowards. To stand by and watch without intervening was heartless. If they were to cower before formidable foes, they would never become strong. The world of the Sun Luo continent was one of the survival of the fittest, where territorial disputes and conflicts over resources were brutally fierce. If his kin continued this way, they would not only be ridiculed by other tribes, but also struggle to maintain their foothold in the area. With a chilling aura surrounding him, Bai Mu turned away from his kin, transforming into his human form and striding directly towards the pale-faced Jiang Yan still hidden in the tree hollow. As he gazed at her frail visage, his indifferent eyes narrowed. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, he was no longer the aloof figure he once was, seemingly unmoved by anything. He bent down to lift the fragile being into his arms and strode purposefully back to the tribe. As he walked, he felt her icy body trembling in his embrace. Aware that she was frightened, he lowered his gaze and gently reassured her, "Do not fear, it is all right now." Upon hearing Bai Mu's soothing voice, Jiang Yan, who had been tense with fear, suddenly relaxed. Yes, she was safe now. With Bai Mu by her side, she could cast aside her fears. She gazed up at Bai Mu's chiseled jaw, filled with gratitude and emotion. Once again, Bai Mu had saved her, a debt of gratitude she feared she could never repay. The beastmen of the tribe watched in astonishment as their revered shaman carried the small female away, bewildered by the turn of events. They had not expected the proud and noble shaman to be so concerned for the frail girl. Such a sight was indeed rare. Was it possible that the shaman had taken a liking to her? But she was still underage. As the beastmen pondered this, they found it difficult to accept the shaman's transformation. Among them, Natalie glared at Bai Mu as he carried Jiang Yan away, biting her lip in frustration. It seemed he truly held a different regard for that outsider female. She had witnessed the urgency and anger in his expression just moments before. Only those who cared deeply would display such emotional fluctuations, even losing their composure. She could not fathom what made that small female so special. She was short, weak, and incapable of the most basic hunting skills. What was so remarkable about her? Perhaps her skin was a shade paler. How could such a female garner the affection of the shaman? It was utterly infuriating and disheartening. The great shaman, hurrying at the sound, brushed past Bai Mu and Jiang Yan, only to find that both had overlooked her presence and failed to offer their respects. However, she bore no ill will, gazing at their departing figures with a gentle smile. Indeed, it was apparent that the child, Mu, harbored a special affection for that young female. Over the past few days, she had observed a significant change in him. He was much more cheerful than before, shedding his cold and unapproachable demeanor. The young female, inherently kind-hearted, although lacking in hunting skills and any form of strength, had demonstrated her resourcefulness through prolonged observation, managing to sustain herself and create numerous curious yet practical items. A testament to her intelligence. Should the two form a pair, she would welcome it with open arms. After pondering for a moment, she turned and walked towards her kin, her expression slightly solemn. Upon inquiring about the recent events, her brow furrowed deeply. It was indeed peculiar that the red dragon had left the forest of infernal fire to venture into the orc tribe. She surmised that it was likely due to that young female, and it seemed that the tribe would need to bolster its defenses henceforth. Subsequently, the shaman summoned several brave warriors from the tribe and imparted her serious instructions. Chapter 49. Friends. After swiftly escorting Jiang Yan back, Bai Mu did not linger. Observing her frail form, he cautioned her to refrain from wandering alone in the future before hastily departing. Although disappointment lingered in his heart regarding his kin, he remained concerned that the red dragon might strike again and inflict harm upon the tribe. Today, he resolved to drive the red dragon back to the forest of infernal fire, ensuring it would not dare to invade again. Regardless of its intentions, he vowed to protect this place as Bai Mu, forbidding any ferocious beast from running rampant. Understanding Bai Mu's urgent departure, Jiang Yan, despite her lingering fear, remained silent, merely watching the imposing figure retreat before curling up into a ball. She realized how careless she had been. Had it not been for Bai Mu, her life would have been forfeit today. Little did she expect that the monstrous beast would remain lurking nearby, proving to be such a formidable foe. Though there were no calendars to mark the passage of time, days had undoubtedly slipped by, and she felt that at least a month had passed since Bai Mu had rescued her and brought her to the tribe. She had an uncanny intuition that ever since her return, the fearsome creature had been on her trail, seeking an opportunity to capture her. The thought of being under the constant watch of that monstrous predator sent shivers down her spine, enveloping her in an overwhelming chill. The crimson eyes reflecting her terror seemed etched in her mind, haunting her and causing her to tremble incessantly. The room was engulfed in silence as Jiang Yan succumbed to her unease and fear. After a moment, hurried footsteps approached, and she looked up, her gaze hazy, only to find Mia rushing towards her, anxiety etched on her face. Mia reached Jiang Yan and, scanning her up and down, asked in a flurry, "Little Yan, are you all right? Are you hurt? Show me." Seeing Mia's concerned expression, Jiang Yan shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Mia's heart ached at the sight of her friend, appearing so fragile that a gust of wind could whisk her away. She had heard about the tribe's cold indifference during the earlier incident, and it filled her with both anger and sorrow. Truly, little Yan was exceptionally kind and lovely, gentle and considerate, yet she was hindered by a lack of vitality, unable to cultivate her abilities. However, in this world where strength reigned supreme, lacking energy meant enduring bullying and scorn, with even kin often mocking little Yan behind her back. But she, with her endearing spirit, did not deserve such treatment. How could they be so callous as to stand by and do nothing? The mere thought of little Yan being captured by the red dragon sent chills down her spine. Mia tenderly embraced the pale Jiang Yan, gently patting her back to soothe her. When the commotion had erupted outside, she had been absorbing the energy from the crystal, which delayed her arrival. It was only upon hearing her parents return and recount the events that she grasped the gravity of the situation, prompting her hurried rush. Upon arriving, she found Jiang Yan curled up, resembling a helpless little creature, which made her heart ache even more. Jiang Yan had been living in solitude, and with only Mia as her friend, she vowed to train diligently and protect her. With newfound determination, Mia spoke earnestly, "Do not fear, Yan. From now on, I will protect you. I will train hard, and no one shall bully you again." Nestled in Mia's embrace, Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming warmth that dispelled her doubts and fears. Chapter 50. comfort through their time together, despite the inability to communicate freely. She grasped the essence of Mia's protective words. She never expected to find such a sincere friend in this strange world, which felt like a divine blessing after enduring countless hardships. A gentle smile graced her lips as she nodded slightly. Mia had restored a sense of family and reliance within her. Thus, Jiang Yan was no longer alone. Meanwhile, Bai Mu pursued the direction in which the red dragon had fled, entering the forest of infernal fire. The forest was deep and serene, and upon observing the enormous footprints on the ground, his gaze narrowed. It appeared that the red dragon had retreated to the heart of the forest, the lair of its kind. The red dragon was a fierce and ruthless creature, reigning as the king of beasts within the forest of infernal fire. And they were known for their fierce unity. Should one of their kin be slain, vengeance would be swift and merciless, inviting the wrath of the entire clan. He had no intention of provoking the red dragon clan, but the arrival of the young female had intertwined their fates once more. Despite his current inability to confront them, he could not allow the red dragon to seize her as a sacrifice. Recalling the events from years past when their tribe had nearly been annihilated by the red dragon clan's retribution left a bitter taste in his mouth. Particularly poignant was the memory of his grandfather, who had sacrificed himself to protect the tribe during that tumultuous time, a pain that would forever linger in his heart. As both the tribe leader and the strongest warrior, it was his grandfather's mission to safeguard their people. Alone, he had faced dozens of powerful red dragons, a battle that was doomed from the start. Ultimately, after ensuring the safety of his kin, his grandfather had chosen to self-destruct, driving off the red dragon clan. The image of that blood-soaked scene was etched indelibly in the young Bai Mu's mind. He felt rage. All of this calamity stemmed from that wretched beast. The destruction it brought upon their tribe had cost him his grandfather. Yet, no matter how deep his resentment ran, he was unable to exact revenge due to his mother standing in the way. He gazed up at the sky through the gaps in the branches, his eyes betraying a deep sorrow. Moments later, birds took flight within the forest, scattering a few leaves. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes for a brief moment and began his return, yet the pale, helpless visage of the little female lingered in his mind. He imagined she must have been quite frightened today. Thus, he resolved to capture a prey to soothe her. The little female was far too frail, once satiated. Her fear would surely diminish, and she needed nourishment to grow stronger. This area lay on the outskirts of the infernal fire forest, devoid of high-level ferocious beasts, yet abundant with lower-tier creatures suitable for consumption. The little female lacked the vital energy to cultivate her powers and could only benefit from ordinary meat, among which the flesh of the black-furred beasts was particularly succulent. Although the black-furred beasts possessed little offensive capability, they burrowed and constructed nests, making them elusive to detect. However, having captured a few, he was familiar with some of their lairs. Arriving at a location frequented by the black-furred beasts, he cast out bait they favored, patiently waiting. As anticipated, the creatures, lacking in intelligence, soon revealed their heads, lured by the food. The instant a black-furred beast emerged, he swiftly struck, severing its throat with remarkable efficiency. He stowed the creature's carcass into his spatial pouch and hurried back. As he passed through a grove of fruit trees, he paused, struck by the sight of scattered remnants on the ground. The little female ventured out daily for these treasures, and today she had nearly been captured. He thought of all the toil she had endured to gather them. His gaze darkened as he transformed into his beastman form, bent down, and began to collect. Chapter 51. Training. Many of the fruits and vegetables lay trampled, shattered into fragments. He gathered the few remaining intact items and placed them into a slightly crooked bamboo basket. With insufficient quantities left, he personally picked additional wild vegetables and fruits to replenish the basket. In the wilderness, some brown soil had inevitably smeared his pristine, elegant robes. Observing this, Bai Mu furrowed his brow slightly, shaking off the dirt. This robe was no ordinary garment. It had been gifted by his father and possessed the unique ability to adapt to the wearer's size, keeping him warm in winter and cool in summer. Thus he cherished it deeply. His demeanor was typically aloof. Aside from the safety of the tribe, he often remained indifferent to other matters. Today's actions puzzled him. Perhaps the little female's forlorn gaze reminded him of his own childhood loneliness. After completing his task, he reined in his tumultuous thoughts and lifted the laden bamboo basket as he made his way to the tribe. There, the tall, aloof figure, holding the bamboo basket, seemed oddly out of place amidst the rugged wilderness, yet exuded an essence of pastoral life. Upon reaching the little female's dwelling, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter and conversation. Curiously, he glanced over to find Mia and the little female together. To his surprise, the little female appeared no longer afraid and had calmed down, forming a close bond with Mia, which caught him off guard. Without uttering a word, he placed the items on the table and cast a brief glance at the two females, who stared at him with intense curiosity. Their gazes locked, and he cleared his throat softly, stating clearly, "I happened to pass by and thought to bring these back for you." With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the black-furred beast from his spatial pouch and tossed it at the entrance. Realizing this might not be the most suitable way to handle things, he moved a bit farther away, muttering, "Consider this as a means of comforting you." Seeing the two still staring at him in astonishment, He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but chose not to dwell on it as he rolled up his sleeves to prepare the black-furred beast. From the moment he appeared with the bamboo basket, both Jiang Yan and Mia were left speechless. Especially Mia, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to suppress her astonishment. Heavens! The typically indifferent Bai Mu had personally brought food for someone else. Wasn't he always disdainful of unearned rewards? Moreover, as his blood-related sister, she had never received such treatment. Envying this, she turned to glance at Jiang Yan. In contrast to Mia's shock, Jiang Yan was less surprised. Having come to understand through their interactions that Bai Mu was a man of hidden warmth beneath his icy exterior, especially towards those in need. However, seeing him return with her scattered belongings still stirred her emotions, leaving her both touched and overwhelmed. She had expressed her gratitude numerous times, and any further words seemed inadequate. Thus she remained momentarily speechless. Bai Mu disregarded the myriad thoughts swirling in the room, efficiently preparing the black-furred beast. Noticing a basin of clean water nearby, he washed the dirt from his hands. He had already skinned the creature, leaving the remaining tasks for the little female. Yet, recalling today's events, he turned to Mia with a serious expression, instructing, Mia, starting tomorrow, take her to the training ground. Mia, admiring her elder brother, nodded eagerly. Understood, brother. Rest assured. I will definitely take little Jiang Yan with me tomorrow. Chapter 52. Dilemma. Bai Mu was right. Little Jiang Yan was indeed too fragile. Even though she lacked the vital energy for cultivation, physical training was essential. Otherwise, in the face of danger, she would have no means to escape or fight back. After giving Mia her instructions, Bai Mu's gaze casually brushed over Jiang Yan before he strode away with purpose. The arrangement for training was set. Yet Jiang Yan remained oblivious to it all. As Bai Mu departed, she hastily stood, watching his retreating figure, her lips moving silently as if trying to call out to him. But ultimately, she could only murmur, Bai Mu. There were many things she wished to express, but could only stand there, anxiously biting her lip. Deep down, she felt immense joy and wished to interact with Bai Mu as friends, yet she understood his cold nature and feared his disdain. More importantly, she worried that if she displayed too much enthusiasm, he might misunderstand her intentions, causing him to revert to his previous aloofness. Interactions with Bai Mu always made her tread carefully. It was indeed peculiar. When had she ever been so conflicted? Noticing her stillness, Mia bounced over, playfully tapping her shoulder and cheerfully asking, Little Jiang Yan, why are you just standing there? With that, she moved toward the black-furred beast, her face lighting up with desire. Don't dawdle. Come here, Jiang Yan. The meat of the black-furred beast is the most delicious. Today Mia will be the happiest beast man. The incessant chattering of Mia filled the air, capturing Jiang Yan's attention as her gaze fell upon the fresh prey. Noticing the girl's eager expression, she immediately understood and approached with a resigned smile. This meat would sustain her for quite some time, yet she contemplated whether to stew, stir-fry, or roast it. Ultimately, she resolved to roast it, as the half-orcs here favored this method, and the communal act of barbecuing promised to be more enjoyable. Jiang Yan took charge of preparing the meat, skewering it onto the wooden sticks she had whittled, while Mia assisted, tending to the fire pit. Despite their language barrier, their synergy flourished, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Mia relished the meat with uncontainable delight, and as they prepared to leave, she remembered to set aside a portion for her father and mother. Although she had exercised restraint, she found herself indulging a bit too much. Fortunately, little Jiang Yan was not one to hold grudges. With a playful sticking out of her tongue, she assured Mia that she could always make it up later. Jiang Yan remained indifferent, for the appetites of the orcs here were considerably larger than those of ordinary folks. After all, they were transformed from wild beasts. A day passed without incident, yet the fright she experienced left her sleep restless that night. However, early the next morning, while still in bed, she was abruptly roused by Mia, who seemed to be in a great hurry. Confused, Jiang Yan rubbed her drowsy eyes and gazed at Mia, silently questioning her intent. Mia glanced at the rising sun outside, her expression urgent as she tugged at Jiang Yan, urging her to exit swiftly. Time was of the essence. Hurry up, little Ian. Jiang Yan, bewildered, shook her arm that Mia had grasped, pointing to her own face and the basin of water on the floor, indicating that she had not yet washed up. Understanding her gesture, Mia, though anxious and exasperated, patiently waited. Thus, under Mia's watchful gaze, Jiang Yan hastily splashed water on her face before being pulled out of the house at a brisk pace. Chapter 53. Laughter. To say they were running would not be an exaggeration, for she was nearly being dragged along by Mia, who moved with astonishing speed, leaving Jiang Yan, a mere mortal, struggling to keep up. Moreover, having not exercised in quite some time, she found herself panting heavily. Mia, wait a moment. I simply cannot keep up. Jiang Yan managed to articulate between breaths. Only then did Mia realize that her friend was falling behind. Frowning in frustration, she swiftly hoisted Jiang Yan onto her back, accelerating even further. This was a task assigned by AMU, and they were already late on the first day. Mia felt a sense of urgency. After traversing a low hillside, they reached their destination, and after a series of gestures from Mia, Jiang Yan finally grasped her intention. With wide, curious eyes, she surveyed the area, noting the vast terrain dotted with stones of various sizes. Some could be classified as boulders, with the smallest reaching knee height. While directly ahead, a waterfall cascaded down, where a figure, bare-chested, was seen struggling against the torrent as he climbed upward. He had already ascended quite high, swaying precariously in the water's force, yet somehow managing to hold on. Watching this scene made Jiang Yan anxious for him. Upon observing the surroundings further, she noticed others laboriously lifting heavy stones, some even sprinting about. She surmised that they were training their strength and stamina, while others engaged in combat practice, most of whom were young men and women. Since her arrival, she had been unaware of such a place. It turned out that these half-orcs trained daily, and seeing their robust, muscular physiques made it evident that their strength was hard-earned. At that moment, Mia was exchanging greetings with familiar tribespeople, and upon noticing Jiang Yan lost in thought, she tugged at her clothing. Regardless of whether Jiang Yan understood her or not, Mia introduced, Yan. This is the tribe's training ground. You will join us for training every day from now on. She pointed to the smallest stone. Today, you shall start with that one over there. Jiang Yan comprehended Mia's intent and, following the direction of her finger, cast her gaze towards the indicated stone. She couldn't help but press her forehead in disbelief. For her, that stone was no trifling matter. It was robust and round, nearly reaching her thigh. With her petite arms and legs, the thought of lifting it seemed ludicrous. Observing her stillness, Mia assumed she had not grasped the instruction and took her by the hand. Leading her to the stone, she crouched down, extending her hands, and effortlessly lifted the stone with minimal effort before placing it back down, demonstrating the action. It was quite simple. Merely lifting and lowering the stone repeatedly would serve to enhance one's strength. Yan, why don't you give it a try? Jiang Yan remained motionless, for she was acutely aware that lifting such a large stone was beyond her capabilities without even attempting it. Perhaps for the half-beasts, lifting a stone was a trivial feat, but for an ordinary person, it would require the strength of a specially trained weightlifter. The surrounding young beast men, both male and female, were intrigued by the arrival of a new face, particularly the frail little female brought back by the great shaman. They gathered curiously around her, observing as she hesitated before the small stone, appearing quite troubled. They began to point and laugh. How weak. She can't even lift such a small stone. They jeered. Ha ha, I wonder which tribe she hails from. Even the younglings in our clan can move such a little stone. Upon hearing the ridicule directed at Jiang Yan, Mia was instantly filled with rage and stepped forward, scolding them. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? You shall not mock Jiang Yan. Moreover, she hasn't even tried yet. How can you claim she cannot do it? I believe she can. Mia gazed at Jiang Yan with unwavering conviction, certain that she would succeed. Under the weight of countless scrutinizing eyes, Jiang Yan found herself in an awkward predicament. She understood the unkind glances directed her way, and now she was caught in a dilemma, not wanting to embarrass Mia by arguing with others. With a stoic expression, she steeled herself, squatting down to mimic Mia's earlier actions. She grasped the solid stone with her delicate hands and exerted all her strength to lift it, yet the stone remained unmoved. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of her strength, but still, the stone would not budge. After several futile attempts, her face flushed crimson from the exertion, and she had yet to shift the stone even a fraction. As anticipated, the surrounding beast men erupted into laughter, their derision ringing out unabashedly. A short-haired male beast man sneered at Mia. See? I told you she couldn't lift it, yet you insist on boasting. It's utterly ridiculous. She should leave this place. This is not a domain for the likes of her. Fuming with anger, Mia clenched her fists and glared at him. Do not look down upon others. Even if Jiang Yan cannot do it now, she will certainly be able to after training. Furthermore, now that Jiang Yan has joined the tribe, she is one of us. You have no right to demand she leave. The male beast man, taken aback by Mia's retort, flushed with embarrassment and, refusing to back down, continued to mock her. Jiang Yan was acutely aware of the laughter directed at her. It was her presence that had incited Mia's altercation with others. The current dispute seemed to stem from Mia's desire to defend her honor. A sense of despondency washed over Jiang Yan as she sighed, feeling guilty for implicating Mia in this turmoil. However, there was little she could do. She had no desire to engage in such laborious tasks, especially not lifting heavy stones. She would have preferred to dance, but practicing martial arts was out of the question. Casting a glance at the mocking half-orcs, Jiang Yan tugged gently at Mia's arm, hoping to persuade her to leave this place. Meanwhile, Mia was embroiled in an impassioned debate with a male orc. At that moment, a striking red-haired orc approached. Positioning himself between Mia and the male orc, and with a displeased pat on his chest, he exclaimed, "What are you making such a fuss about, you male? With two little females? Have you suddenly grown bold, you insolent brat?" Jiang Yan regarded the red-haired orc with a sense of familiarity, and suddenly recalled that he was indeed the individual who had previously delivered meat. The aggrieved male orc, unable to continue his tirade, cast a scathing glance at Mia and Jiang Yan before turning away. Grateful for his intervention, Mia sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Luca." In response, Luca shook his head and bestowed upon Mia a radiant smile. Why would you be so formal with me? Mia chuckled softly, playfully tapping Luca's chest. That's true. Jiang Yan observed curiously from the side, noting the familiarity between the two, reminiscent of a flirtatious couple. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a secret. Chapter 55. The rescue from a distance. Natalie had been secretly watching, her disdain evident as she witnessed Luca suddenly leap to defend the pair, muttering about his meddlesome nature. Yet, it was well known among them that he harbored feelings for Mia, thus his eagerness to curry favor was hardly surprising. What she did not anticipate, however, was Mia's unexpected camaraderie with the outsider, which left her feeling quite irked. Mia was one of the few kin to the revered sorcerer, and Natalie had long desired to befriend her, but the girl's indifference had been unbearable for the proud Natalie, leading to an unceremonious end to her attempts. Now, that foreign female had achieved what she had yearned for, and Mia was defending her no less. How could she possibly accept such a stark contrast? With a cold huff, she strode over with an air of authority, intending to deliver a few scornful remarks to put the outsider in her place. Although she had successfully chased off a mocking male orc, the crowd remained, their scornful gazes sweeping over Jiang Yan as they whispered among themselves. Noticing this, Luca glared angrily, ready to shoo them away, but before he could speak, a deep, icy voice cut through the clamor. Are you all idle? The sudden reprimand silenced the raucous chatter, and upon realizing that the sorcerer had arrived, the crowd fell silent, their demeanor shifting to one of respect as they chorused, Lord Sorcerer, you have come. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback by the familiar voice, quickly turning to see it was indeed Bai Mu. However, Bai Mu's expression was grave, exuding an aura of chill that was both intimidating and formidable. The usually boisterous Mia, in stark contrast, bounced over, pouting angrily as she recounted the recent mockery and exclusion by their kin. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's countenance darkened further, his silver-gray eyes surveying the gathering with a silent authority that commanded respect. His frigid gaze felt like a descent into a wintry abyss, causing several orcs to falter and hastily seek excuses to retreat, returning to their prior training. As the crowd dispersed, tranquility enveloped the area. Luca scratched his head, attempting to ingratiate himself with Bai Mu, but the latter was in no mood for pleasantries. Though Bai Mu appeared icy, Jiang Yan offered him a gentle smile. Deeply grateful for his intervention, Bai Mu did not linger on her. He merely glanced her way before turning his attention back to Mia, coldly inquiring about her training progress. Mia sighed in resignation. Yan's strength is too feeble. She cannot even lift the lightest stone here. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu contemplated for a moment, then approached the stone, effortlessly splitting it in two. He gestured to Jiang Yan, instructing, come here, and try again. With Bai Mu beckoning her, Jiang Yan reluctantly approached. Though she wished to avoid the task of moving the cumbersome stone, yet Mia insisted on bringing her along. Jiang Yan silently lamented her helplessness. When she finally strolled over at a leisurely pace, Bai Mu coldly tilted his chin, indicating that she should lift the stone. Jiang Yan found herself compelled to comply under the watchful gaze of several onlookers. However, this time the stone had been divided into two halves, and she believed she could manage to lift it. She crouched down, exerting her strength with gritted teeth, and finally managed to raise the stone, albeit for just a fleeting second before it crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 56. The warrior. Though she had managed to lift it, the weight of the stone remained excessively burdensome for her. Observing her efforts, Bai Mu nodded in satisfaction, his expression softening slightly. From this stone, you shall commence your training, he declared. Mia, who had been watching intently, leapt in front of Jiang Yan, clapping her hands in delight. I knew you could do it, Yan. With continued training, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. Witnessing her radiant smile, Luca was also inspired and chimed in. Keep it up, little female. Jiang Yan could only offer a shy smile in response to the enthusiastic encouragement and praise from her companions. The spectacle of merely lifting a stone left her feeling quite embarrassed. At the moment Bai Mu arrived, Natalie halted her steps to observe the scene. But upon seeing the camaraderie among the group, jealousy flickered in her eyes. How could this seemingly inept female garner their affection? It was a conundrum she could not fathom. Determined not to be outdone, she approached Bai Mu with a charming smile. Lord Shaman, what brings you here today? Bai Mu, without turning to acknowledge her, replied in a dispassionate tone. I came to see how your training is progressing. With that, he strode confidently towards the massive stone, resembling a small mountain, and addressed the crowd. Now, is there anyone here who can lift this boulder? Ignored, Natalie could only stomp her foot in frustration. The young orcs, both male and female, gathered around but exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in shame. Witnessing this, Bai Mu felt a profound disappointment. The strength of his kin remained woefully inadequate. If they did not see the emergence of several competent orcs soon, their position as the leading tribe here would be jeopardized. Should they fail to compete with other tribes, their resources would be seized, resulting in dire consequences. Observing Bai Mu's crestfallen expression, the orcs lowered their heads, rendered speechless by the weight of their inadequacy. Jiang Yan gazed perplexedly at the crowd, unable to comprehend their sudden shift in demeanor, akin to frostbitten eggplants. Moments ago, they had been merely mocking her. Just as the atmosphere grew somber, a figure, soaked from head to toe, stepped forward and declared in a deep voice, "I shall give it a try." Curiosity piqued. Jiang Yan looked over and recognized him as the individual who had previously scaled the waterfall and navigated the rapids. At last, a member of the tribe had taken the initiative. Bai Mu cast a look of approval and made room for him. The muscular orc, exuding strength, was met with countless eager gazes. He flexed his arms and, with a slight crouch, firmly grasped the imposing boulder. With a mighty roar, he exerted all his vigor to lift it, concentrating all his energy and strength. He managed to raise the stone a few inches off the ground after a moment of intense effort, his veins bulging with exertion. Witnessing this feat, the orcs erupted in cheers, praising his endeavor. The immense weight nearly stole his breath, and after just a few seconds of lifting, he could no longer sustain it. The boulder crashed back to the ground as he relinquished his grip. Although he had not raised it very high, he had already surpassed many of the other orcs in strength. Bai Mu, seldom inclined to offer praise, encouraged him with a simple yet heartfelt commendation. "Well done. Keep it up." Intrigued by the orc's apparent prowess, Jiang Yan tugged at Mia's sleeve and inquired, "Mia, who is he?" With excitement, Mia replied while watching, "His name is Tater, our tribe's foremost warrior. Aside from my brother Mu, he is the mightiest male orc among us." Chapter 57. The Vegetable Garden. Tater. Jiang Yan murmured softly, realizing that this formidable orc was named Tattle. With keen hearing, Tattle turned his sharp gaze towards her. A flicker of curiosity evident in his eyes. Startled by the intensity of his stare, Jiang Yan quickly averted her gaze, taken aback by his extraordinary auditory sensitivity. Indeed, he was a beast transformed, possessing an exceptional sense of hearing. Observing the timid female flinch at his glance, Tattle lost interest and shifted his focus elsewhere. At that moment, he was akin to a colossal stone, the center of attention, drawing the admiration of numerous young females with his robust physique and resolute demeanor. After praising Tattle, Bai Mu navigated through the crowd to remind Mia to ensure Jiang Yan's training before departing. His purpose for coming today was solely out of concern for the young female, prompting his visit. As he left, the crowd began to disperse, each individual returning to their training, albeit with renewed vigor. Natalia, feeling disheartened, also left early after Bai Mu's departure. Noticing many had exited, Jiang Yan initially intended to leave as well, but Mia firmly insisted that she lift a stone to build her strength. Overwhelmed, Jiang Yan felt exasperated. However, under Mia's relentless pressure, she begrudgingly began the monotonous task of lifting the stone repeatedly, conforming to their training regimen. With a frown etched on her face, she pondered how long she would be compelled to endure this. The thought of developing muscular arms made her shudder in dismay. She had no desire to transform into a muscular version of Barbie. Though the orcs engaged in daily training, their time spent was not excessively long. They arrived each morning and dictated their own training schedules, free from rigid constraints. Thus, under Jiang Yan's cloud of frustration, it was not until midday that Mia finally called a halt, assisting the exhausted Jiang Yan back home. By this time, the training grounds were nearly deserted, leaving only Tattle behind. Upon returning home, Jiang Yan collapsed onto her bed, utterly drained, her arms sore and tingling, likely to ache for days. Reflecting on her predicament, she realized she could not continue in this manner and needed to devise a strategy to evade such rigorous training. While this could be considered physical conditioning, she truly did not wish to resemble the half-orcs, brimming with muscle. Even if it were essential to bolster her physique for self-defense, she had no intention of sculpting her body into something so robust. Instead, she could learn more agile and flexible techniques or utilize weapons for protection, rather than training like a man. She could not abide by the aesthetic standards here. The heavens had blessed her with a beautiful face and figure, and she had no desire to compromise them. After a brief period of rest, her stomach growling in protest, a restless Jiang Yan rose to prepare a simple meal, just enough to quell her hunger. Once satiated, her spirits lifted slightly. Noticing the items brought back by the large white creature yesterday, she busied herself, knowing the seedlings could not be left unattended for long lest they wither. In this primitive and underdeveloped era, she had no choice but to labor with her own hands. Grasping a wooden shovel, she began to till the earth. The space in her yard was nearly exhausted, compelling her to venture outside to cultivate a vegetable garden. The area was expansive, replete with clear mountains and pristine waters, the soil rich and fertile, and no one to impose restrictions upon her endeavors. Bending down, Jiang Yan commenced her work, diligently toiling away. It was afternoon, and the sun had softened its intensity. Recent rains had loosened the soil, easing her labor. However, as she labored, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if she were being watched. Recalling her earlier encounter with that monstrous creature, she stiffened, scanning her surroundings warily, apprehensive that the beast might suddenly emerge and seize her. Despite her careful observation, she saw no sign of the creature nor any anomalies. Yet she cautiously retreated a few steps towards the entrance, remaining vigilant, for this place was rife with ferocious beasts, and caution was prudent. Just then a low, husky chuckle echoed around her. Jiang Yan's senses were suddenly alerted, and she exclaimed, "Who? Who dares to play tricks here? The once tranquil surface of the water began to ripple, accompanied by the sound of splashing. From the shimmering brook emerged a figure, androgynous and enchanting. His lower half was concealed beneath the water, elusive and indistinct, while dark, silken hair cascaded over his curvaceous hips. The skin exposed to the sunlight was remarkably fair, tinged with a hint of pallor, and his delicate features possessed an alluring charm. Notably, his elongated, emerald green eyes radiated nobility and elegance. Yet their upward tilt lent him an irresistible, almost bewitching quality, making him breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, his captivating gaze fell upon Jiang Yan, who stood there as if facing a formidable foe. With a voice rich in magnetism, he teased, "Little one, are you searching for me?" Startled, Jiang Yan turned to the source of the voice and was astonished to find that a stunning beauty had appeared on the once serene surface of the stream. Confusion washed over her. She wondered, how could anyone have emerged unnoticed? Had she imagined it? Blinking rapidly, she confirmed his presence and hurried over, intending to admonish him for frightening her with such antics. Did he not know that scaring someone could have dire consequences? Yet, as she approached and scrutinized him closely, she found his allure utterly mesmerizing. His beguiling charm was such that she could hardly tear her gaze away from his face. He possessed a beauty that blurred the lines of gender, rendering any description inadequate. Although she had always considered her own appearance to be remarkable, she felt overshadowed in his presence. Enchanted by his beauty, she momentarily forgot her purpose, captivated as if under a spell. Noticing her rapt attention, Ciro laughed wickedly, his deep, husky chuckle bringing Jiang Yan back to her senses. Realizing she had been entranced, she felt embarrassed and scratched her head awkwardly before clearing her throat to ask, "Who are you? Why are you in the water?" I am Ciro," he replied, his tone teasing and alluring. "Ciro? Is it the Ciro of the river goddess?" Jiang Yan pondered, recognizing that even the name of such beauty was extraordinary. Without reservation, she complimented, "You are truly exquisite, Sister Ciro." "Sister?" Ciro was amused, laughing heartily at the unexpected notion that this little one regarded him as female. Casting a glance at his loose, purple robe, he offered no further explanation, simply gazing at Jiang Yan with a knowing look. Jiang Yan could no longer withstand the probing gaze and voiced her curiosity, "Sister Luo, why have I never encountered you before? Are you a member of this tribe?" Slow smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Chapter 59, Mind Reading. In that moment, Jiang Yan experienced a sudden epiphany. It appeared he could comprehend her words. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, as she stared dazedly at snow. With an urgent, stammering tone, she inquired, Can you understand me?" The response was a subtle nod of affirmation. Astonishingly, he truly understood her speech. Jiang Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and astonishment, yet the people around her were unable to comprehend her words. How could this be? Are you not one of them? In that moment, she began to question whether this Sister Luo was also from the modern world, sharing a similar fate as hers. Faced with Jiang Yan's relentless inquiries, Si Luo discreetly withdrew the tail concealed beneath the water, emerging onto the shore and languidly seating himself on the grass. Observing his ascent, Jiang Yan hurried after him, her gaze intensely fixed on Si Luo, eagerly awaiting his response. Si Luo nonchalantly tousled his damp hair, then, with an enigmatic expression, raised his hand to point at his heart. Jiang Yan, perplexed by his intentions, pondered the meaning behind his actions. Noticing her confusion, Slow-Mo's emerald green eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glow as he spoke, unhurriedly. "It's no trouble to share this little secret with you. I possess the ability of telepathy. However, you mustn't disclose this secret to anyone else." The elongated tone carried an air of danger. Telepathy? Jiang Yan was utterly astonished. Good heavens! Such a miraculous ability truly exists in this world. But it is also terrifying. Does it mean he can discern every thought within others' minds? In his presence, everyone is devoid of secrets, completely transparent. What if he harbors a malicious intent? Si Luo chuckled softly at her reaction, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I shall not harm you." Jiang Yan, startled, retreated repeatedly, feeling as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, akin to standing exposed before others, utterly disconcerted. Whenever a thought crossed her mind, he seemed to sense it, leading her to wonder if he had long since uncovered her secret of not belonging here. Before her, the small female's lively eyes twinkled with mischief, captivating and delightful, while her sensuous lips curled into a smile, emanating a low, enchanting laugh. In that moment, his laughter appeared to Jiang Yan both beautiful and bewitching, causing her to inwardly lament her impending exposure. No, from this moment forth, she resolved to empty her mind, to think of nothing, thereby evading the detection of his mind-reading abilities. Observing her palpable anxiety, Slow, having had his fill of playful mockery, retracted his roguish smile and spoke in a tone that was both alluring and gentle. "There's no need to be so frightened, little one. As long as you help me keep a secret, I shall safeguard yours as well. We both harbor secrets about one another, so relax." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan found a semblance of reason in his words, and noting that he did not appear malicious, she gradually lowered her defenses. In truth, aside from the terrifying aspect of his mind reading, her inability to communicate here had left her feeling profoundly isolated. Now, having finally encountered someone with whom she could converse normally, she felt a spark of unexpected joy. She thought perhaps she could glean some information from this enchanting Sister Luo to satisfy her curiosity. With this in mind, she sat down on the grass. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Sister Luo, you still haven't revealed whether you belong to this tribe." This time, Slow did not keep her in suspense. He shook his head and replied, "I am not one of the beast men of this tribe. I have come here today to investigate a matter. The golden-scaled fish I keep in the stream have been mysteriously dwindling in number, and I suspect a greedy little thief may be responsible. If I catch them, they shall receive a proper reprimand. By the way, little one, do you have any clues?" With a shift in conversation, Slow turned his gaze toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Fish? Golden fish, to be precise. Could it be that these were the very ones she caught each day? Moreover, it seemed that she was the only one here who knew how to catch fish for consumption. The flesh of these fish was exceptionally tender, and since Dabai had a penchant for fish soup, she had been catching them more frequently in recent days. Little did she know that these fish were actually cultivated by someone who had come here to seek retribution. After a moment of hesitation, she stole a glance at Silo, offering an awkward smile as she said, "I apologize. I had no idea these fish were yours. How about this? You propose a condition, and I shall compensate you. So, it turns out you, little rascal, were the thief. And what, pray tell, would you offer as compensation?" Silo asked, regarding Jiang Yan with a playful scrutiny. Jiang Yan felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gaze that resembled that of a reconnaissance aircraft, instinctively retreating a step. "My culinary skills are quite commendable. I can invite you to savor exquisite dishes, guaranteed to be flavors you've never encountered before. Is that so?" The slender, slitted eyes regarded Jiang Yan with a hint of skepticism, questioning the credibility of her claim. After all, food merely serves to satiate hunger. How remarkable could it truly be? Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly, resembling a chick pecking at rice. "In that case, let us sample it. If it proves to be unpalatable, you shall owe me something in compensation," spoke Si Luo, his tone imbued with deeper meaning. Setting aside any doubts, he possessed unwavering confidence in his culinary skills. Jiang Yan rose and said, "Then follow me. My home is just ahead. By the way, my name is Jiang Yan, not some little one." Noticing her sensitivity to the title, Si Luo amiably replied, "Very well. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Yan." The two entered the house, with Jiang Yan inviting Si Luo to take a seat while she prepared a cup of her homemade floral tea to serve her guest. Si Luo gazed at the two blossoms floating in the cup with his green eyes, remaining still. Observing his hesitation, Jiang Yan poured herself a cup, taking a few sips to demonstrate. "This is called floral tea, Sister Luo. You should give it a try. It tastes better than ordinary water." At her words, Si Luo responded with an "O," bringing the cup to his nose to inhale its fragrance. Not detecting any unpleasant odor, he noted its delightful aroma, gently blowing on it before taking a cautious sip. Seeing him drink, Jiang Yan smiled slightly and inquired, "So what do you think? Not bad, right?" Si Luo set down the wooden cup, responding slowly, "It's acceptable." In truth, he had an aversion to hot substances, yet the allure of her bright, clear eyes sparked his desire to try. Moreover, the little one was a rare, intriguing female, possessing a charming appearance that captivated him. His interest in her had deepened considerably. Unaware of the curiosity she had sparked in others, Jiang Yan warmly greeted, "Then, Sister Luo, please take a seat, and I'll be with you shortly." After washing her hands, she busied herself at the stove. As she prepared the meat for stir-frying, it suddenly struck her that she had yet to inquire about Sister Luo's culinary preferences. Turning to look at Si Luo, she asked, "Sister Luo, what do you enjoy eating?" Si Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze fixed intently upon her. His voice deep and alluring as he replied, "I have a fondness for fish. As a fish keeper, it was only natural that his palate favored the delicacy." Chapter 61. Hospitality. His elongated tone carried an enchanting lilt, and his unwavering gaze made Jiang Yan furrow her brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of strangeness emanating from this Sister Luo. Although they were both women, she sensed an unusual tension that was difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, with the owner of the fish now present, she felt compelled to offer her utmost hospitality, a form of atonement for her earlier oversight. Setting aside her discomfort, she spoke softly, "Very well, since you enjoy fish, I shall prepare a fish soup. You must try it. I assure you will love it." Jiang Yan busily engaged herself with great enthusiasm, convinced that even the aloof and ethereal Bai would relish the fish soup she had crafted, and she believed that Sister Luo would surely enjoy it as well. Slow, intrigued by the mere mention of fish soup, found himself curious, having always consumed fish raw. He was unaware of the wondrous transformations one could create with it. How fascinating. With eager anticipation, he absently drummed his fingers against the table while surveying the room's decor. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the space was exceptionally warm and inviting, much like her delightful and joyful personality. Indeed, the owner was charming, and her abode was uniquely exquisite. Before long, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of the simmering fish soup, a fragrance so divine it made one's mouth water. With such a marvelous and enchanting scent wafting through the air, Slow began to believe that Jiang Yan had spoken no falsehood. It truly might be a dish of unparalleled deliciousness. As Slow impatiently awaited the meal, Jiang Yan brought forth the prepared fish soup, alongside several meat dishes and pigskin jelly, placing them upon the table. Without hesitation, Slow extended his slender, pale hand, ready to grasp the food. Observing his eagerness, Jiang Yan quickly intervened. Wait a moment. Sister Luo, do you not use chopsticks? What are chopsticks? Slow inquired, his narrow eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned around and fetched 2 pairs of chopsticks, offering 1 pair to Si Luo. She then deftly pinched the chopsticks between her fingers, saying, "Here, use these to pick up the dishes." Jiang Yan demonstrated by picking up a piece of meat and placing it in her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Si Luo followed suit, attempting to mimic Jiang Yan's actions. Although his movements were initially somewhat clumsy, after several attempts, he soon became adept at the task. Jiang Yan pushed the milky white fish soup in front of Si Luo, saying, "This is the fish soup. Sister Luo, do take a sip and see if it tastes good." Si Luo curiously gazed into the stone bowl, noticing that it resembled merely water that had changed color. The aroma was indeed quite appealing, yet it was simply water infused with the essence of the golden-scaled fish. This fish was no ordinary creature. It possessed a modicum of spiritual energy within, albeit not as abundant as that found in crystal cores, yet it was still a welcome addition to sustenance, which he had nurtured in the stream. The beastmen of the tiger clan did not consume these fish, so he had no qualms about releasing them, until he observed a significant decline in their numbers. Upon investigation, he was rather taken aback to see this little creature consuming the golden-scaled fish. He felt somewhat affronted by the perceived wastefulness. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and silently took a sip. To his astonishment, once he tasted it, he could not stop. His narrow eyes widened in disbelief, his dark green pupils reflecting sheer incredulity. How could it be this delicious? He then lifted the bowl and drank the fish soup voraciously, finishing it entirely and licking his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Across from him, Jiang Yan watched Si Luo's hearty demeanor with a mix of admiration and surprise. While Sister Luo was undeniably beautiful, her lack of decorum seemed rather excessive. However, considering that the women here were as robust as men, Sister Luo's delicate and enchanting figure was perhaps not so unusual after all. Chapter 62. A conversation. While Jiang Yan was still in awe, Si Luo polished off a plate of pigskin jelly, leaving the meat largely untouched. This dish was refreshingly cool and exceptionally tender, perfectly suited to his palate, and he was curious about its preparation. Having experienced a culinary delight that was a stark contrast to his usual fare, Si Luo looked at Jiang Yan with delight, praising her. "Xiao Yan, your culinary skills are impressive. In light of this delicious meal, I shall overlook the matter of the golden-scaled fish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Luo, for your magnanimity. Should you wish to enjoy more fish soup in the future, you are always welcome." At her words, Si Luo's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly responded, "You said it, so I shall not hold back." During their conversation, Jiang Yan also sampled a few pieces of meat, eagerly engaging with Si Luo while contemplating how fortunate she was to encounter someone with whom she could communicate so effortlessly. She was determined to foster a closer rapport to glean some information. After they finished eating, she tidied the table, brought out some snacks and tea, then sat down, contemplating as she cast a cautious glance at Si Luo. Noticing her timid demeanor, Si Luo tilted his head and chuckled, saying, "If you have something to say, feel free to speak. There is no need to be so reserved with me." Jiang Yan took a sip of tea, her demeanor almost resembling that of a guest. Clearing her throat, she voiced a question that had long been suppressed. "Sister Luo, I must confess that I am not an orc of this tribe. Could you enlighten me as to where I am? I find myself unable to communicate with them and know nothing of this place." Understanding the delicacy of the situation, Si Luo patiently engaged in conversation with Jiang Yan. "You are in the realm of Sun Luo, and the location you currently occupy is the first tribe of the Tiger Clan, near the Forest of Infernal Fire." Without her uttering it, he had already discerned through his telepathic abilities that this young female did not belong here, nor did she belong to this continent. Her origins warranted further investigation. How did this outsider arrive in such a place? This mystery intrigued him deeply. Sun Luo continent? Jiang Yan murmured to herself, "Indeed, this is a different world." Throughout history, she had never heard of this so-called Sun Luo continent. Her brows knitted in contemplation. She proceeded to inquire about the situation outside the tribe. Outside, there were various races, tribes of differing sizes, and the largest main city, Slow replied in a calm tone. Beyond these, Jiang Yan had many more questions to ask. Fearing she might irritate him, she poured a cup of tea for Slow, intending to understand gradually. Slow, through his mind-reading ability, discerned her thoughts and questions. Before she could voice them, he smirked slightly and began to clarify her doubts. "This place is inhabited by various ferocious beasts, savage creatures, and even divine beasts. The Witch clan resides within the Forest of Dark Fire, while we are known as beastmen. All beastmen can cultivate and enhance their strength by absorbing the essence from elemental crystals. Beastmen are classified from levels 1 to 9, each 3 levels representing a rank, which consists of 3 grades. the first being low-level beastmen, the second being mid-level, and the last high-level. Above them are the Great Ones, currently. No beastman has reached the Great One's strength on Sunluo continent, hence high-level beastmen are held in high esteem. The elemental crystals required by beastmen are also categorized. Those with lesser essence are transparent, while the denser ones are increasingly white, indicating a higher grade. Slow, anticipating her confusion about what elemental crystals are, retrieved one from his spatial storage and presented it to Jiang Yan. The oval-shaped crystal lay quietly in his palm, its color leaning towards white, entirely transparent, with a faint halo shimmering around it, as smooth and flawless as jade. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming for Jiang Yan as she processed it all. Gazing at the crystal that resembled white jade, she couldn't help but marvel at how such a small object contained immense energy, enabling these beastmen to embark on the path of strength. It was truly astonishing. Their cultivation bore a resemblance to the enchanting practices depicted in dramas, albeit lacking a plethora of spells or magical artifacts, focusing solely on enhancing physical prowess and speed. She coveted the jade-like crystal, reminiscent of the proud and extraordinary Bai. She wondered what level Bai might be. He must be quite formidable, considering how many revered and admired him. Sister Luo, do you know Bai? Jiang Yan suddenly halted, her inquiry revealing her uncertainty about whether Sister Luo knew Bai. Slow, catching onto her thoughts, was surprised that little Yin knew that fellow. But he had heard that recently Bai had brought back a female from the forest of dark fire. Could it be the very Jiang Yan before him? With an answer forming in his mind, Slow's gaze grew increasingly intriguing as he noted her fondness for the crystal. He pushed it towards her nonchalantly, saying, "Little Yin, if you like it, take it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, 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 such a precious item I cannot accept, and besides, this crystal holds no use for me. She couldn't cultivate. Possessing the crystal would be a waste, and it was not easy to acquire. Each one necessitated hunting those fearsome beasts. Observing her refusal, Slow smirked mischievously. This isn't anything particularly valuable, but if you insist, I shall take it back. Call me sister, and I shall bring you other delightful things in the future. We are fated to meet. Consider it a gift for our first encounter. He genuinely liked her. She was amusing and charming, unlike other females who were often brutish and sought his looks with disdainful eyes. Encountering her had put him in a remarkably good mood, allowing him to linger a while longer. After her refusal, noticing that Slow had no intention of leaving, Jiang Yan posed many more questions. Slow lazily propped his chin on his hand, lounging against the wooden table, answering her queries in a laid-back manner. The two exchanged laughter, and Jiang Yan gleaned much information in the process. From their conversation, she understood that the dark-skinned primitives who had captured her for sacrifice were the witch clan, and the dinosaur-like beast was the red dragon, the guardian deity they served. Each year, they would capture a female as a sacrifice for the red dragon. Whether the female was consumed or used for other purposes remained a mystery. All of this felt incredibly surreal to her. She had never imagined such extraordinary experiences would unfold in her life. She was merely an ordinary human, completely unaware of how she had come to this Sunluo continent, especially to be treated as a sacrifice. The situation was too enigmatic, and she sensed that her arrival was not as simple as it seemed. Slow, glancing sideways at Jiang Yan, interrupted her reverie. Little Yan, I have shared what you wished to know. Now you must tell me how you arrived here. As a form of information exchange, his patience today, aside from curiosity, stemmed from another motive. He sought to uncover the secret of leaving Sunluo continent from this girl who hailed from elsewhere. He had always known there was more beyond the skies, and people beyond the ordinary. Sunluo continent was merely one realm among many. What is the outside world like? He yearned to explore. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Yan scratched her head in confusion, apologizing, Sister Luo, I'm afraid I don't quite know how I got here. I fainted, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. I have no idea what transpired. Slow, through his mind-reading ability, discerned her honesty and refrained from pressing further, though his expression grew slightly solemn. Awakening in the witch clan? Perhaps he could investigate among the witch people. The witch clan had always been shrouded in mystery, while their individual strength was not great. They commanded the protection of the red dragon and those ferocious beasts, even directing them. However, gaining entry into the witch city where they resided was fraught with peril. Noticing him lost in thought, Jiang Yan chose not to disturb him. She turned her gaze outside, only to realize it was getting late. A glance revealed the sun setting in the west, casting the surrounding clouds in brilliant hues of orange and red, a breathtaking sight. The vibrant red light filled her vision, suddenly reminding her that her tasks remained unfinished. Jiang Yan sprang to her feet, speaking rapidly. Sister Luo, I have things to attend to. I shall host you another day. She needed to tend to the seedlings, or they would wither away. With that, she dashed out to the yard, seizing a strangely shaped wooden spade and hurriedly getting to work. Slow followed her outside, observing her as she wielded the odd tool to dig the soil, his green eyes reflecting curiosity. Little Yan, what are you doing? Amidst her bustling activity, Jiang Yan explained, Sister Luo, you may not be aware of this, but it is called tilling the land. I plan to plant these seedlings here, and thus, I will have my own vegetable garden. In our home. This is how we procure our sustenance. After listening attentively, Si Luo remained perplexed, merely standing to the side and observing Jiang Yan's movements, casting a glance at the vibrant green plants. To her surprise, little Yan not only consumed meat, but also embraced a vegetarian diet. In this realm, the orcs were categorized into vegetarians and carnivores. Encountering someone like little Yan, who indulged in both, was a novel experience for him. Yet, given that she was not originally from the continent of Luo, it was only natural for her to possess different habits. After watching for a while, intrigued by the scene, Si Luo took the wooden spade from Jiang Yan's hands and, with a charming smile, offered, "Sister, allow me to assist you." At first, Jiang Yan was apprehensive about his capabilities, but upon witnessing his commendable efforts, she decided to let him proceed, while she herself picked up the seedlings to plant. As she nestled the mango saplings into the earth, she stole a glance at Sluo, who was diligently tilling the soil. She mused to herself about how remarkably tall he was, estimating his height to be on par with that of the towering Bai. In comparison, she found herself barely reaching his shoulders. Alas, who would have thought that in this unfamiliar place, the former model would feel diminutive, leaving her rather disheartened. Thus, the two of them worked in tandem, managing to plant everything before dusk descended. As they prepared to part ways, Jiang Yan expressed her gratitude to Sluo and warmly invited him to visit her whenever he had the time. She was genuinely thrilled to have made a new friend, which alleviated much of the loneliness and strangeness she felt in this foreign realm. Seeing her enthusiasm, Sluo nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered by the beastmen of the Tiger clan, he would have preferred to linger a while longer. After taking a few steps, he turned back and playfully winked at Jiang Yan, saying, "My dear, let us keep today's events a secret. Call me sister. And in the future, should you wish to catch the fish in this stream, feel free to do so." With that, he swiftly leaped over the tribal walls, vanishing into the dimming twilight. Chapter 65. Sharing. Jiang Yan gazed in the direction where Si Luo had departed, marveling at his remarkable speed. Her heart filled with envy for the formidable capabilities of the beastmen. If only she possessed such swiftness, she would no longer fear the ferocious beasts. Alas, she was but an ordinary human. If she wished to protect herself, she would need to seek other means. Upon returning to her dwelling, she refreshed herself briefly and retired early, her body weary from a day of toil, and as soon as she touched the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. A night devoid of dreams passed, and the following morning, Mia arrived as usual, rousing Jiang Yan from her slumber. Groggy and reluctant, Jiang Yan attempted to decline, yet ultimately succumbed to the steadfast insistence of Mia, who unwillingly dragged her to the training grounds once more. This time, the beastmen regarded her with faces that conveyed their disapproval, although they refrained from mocking her, as they had previously. Under Mia's diligent supervision, she began to train her strength, starting once again with the small stone from yesterday. After a while, her arms ached, and she set it down to practice running instead, rather than focus solely on strength. She yearned to enhance her stamina and endurance. Running, being a form of training, was permitted by Mia, who also commenced her own regimen. The days that followed unfolded in a similar manner. On occasions when she was pressed for time and unable to eat breakfast, she prepared portable meals, such as dried fish and jerky, placing them in a basket to share with Mia at the training grounds. Her seemingly innocuous gesture unexpectedly garnered the enthusiastic attention of the other beastmen. Having never encountered Jiang Yan's delectable creations, they were accustomed to merely seasoning their food with salt and roasting it to fill their bellies. The enchanting aroma wafting from her basket drew their gaze toward Jiang Yan and her culinary offerings, while the delightful sight of her and Mia enjoying the feast made them swallow their saliva in secret. It was indeed peculiar. What could this food possibly be that it appeared so enticing? Merely inhaling the fragrance was enough to make one salivate uncontrollably. Jiang Yan observed the expressions of the beastmen, recognizing that since she had joined their tribe and chosen to live among them, she must integrate into their community. As the saying goes, one must never forsake good food. This principle holds true in any context. Perhaps she could change their unfavorable perception of her through these culinary delights. With a playful smile, she graciously beckoned the nearby beastmen to join her, sharing her food with them. Initially, Mia was reluctant, for sharing meant she would have less to eat herself. Moreover, they had bullied Jiang Yan. Why should she offer them her food? However, upon meeting Jiang Yan's mischievous yet warm gaze, she reconsidered. After all, Jiang Yan was destined to live here, and if this could foster acceptance among the tribe, it would be beneficial. Once the beastmen tasted Jiang Yan's culinary skills, they would realize that she was far from worthless. Initially hesitant to approach, the beastmen felt embarrassed due to their previous ridicule, especially when confronted with her gentle and harmless smile, which made them acutely aware of their past transgressions. Jiang Yan discerned their intentions and offered a gentler, more amiable smile, beckoning them to approach once more. Ultimately, the orcs could not resist the allure of the delectable food. Glancing at one another and nudging each other forward, they reluctantly advanced. Bowing their heads, they hastily accepted the jerky from Jiang Yan's hands, their expressions evasive and awkward as they murmured a quick thank you. Observing this, Mia scoffed and remarked, "To be able to partake in the dishes crafted by a Yan is indeed a privilege." after having bullied her before. I trust you now realize just how kind-hearted she truly is. Chapter 66, Transformation. As she spoke, she turned to Jiang Yan and made a gesture of apology, explaining, Yan, they are extending their apologies to you. After all, they were her kin, and she genuinely hoped for harmonious relations between them and Yan. Jiang Yan grasped Mia's intent and expressed her gratitude, marking a commendable beginning. In truth, it was nothing particularly rare or precious. It merely consisted of some dried fish and meat she had prepared. However, these delicacies were fried in oil, seasoned with chili powder, and then sun-dried, resulting in an enticing aroma. Additionally, a portion was crafted into smoked meat, offering two distinct flavors. Compared to ordinary jerky, the smoked variety was far more fragrant and possessed an exquisite texture. The orcs, upon receiving the dried meat and fish, eagerly tasted them, their eyes widening in disbelief, almost wishing to swallow their tongues in sheer delight. How can this be so delicious? It's simply exquisite, they exclaimed in praise of Jiang Yan. Now aware of the meat's delectable nature, they gazed hungrily at the basket she carried, their mouths watering, yet too shy to ask for more. Jiang Yan understood the situation all too well. She placed the basket on the ground and gazed at the orcs, softly saying, This is all I have. Why don't you come over and share it? The orcs, unable to comprehend her words, were nonetheless drawn to her amiable demeanor, which suggested no resentment. Boldly, they surged forward, eagerly clamoring for the dried meat and fish within the basket. Those orcs who remained behind, witnessing the frenzy of their kin as if a prized treasure had been unearthed, approached out of curiosity, wishing to partake. However, they arrived too late. The delicacies had already been snatched away. Regretfully, the orcs who had missed out chided themselves for their earlier hesitation, lamenting the delightful feast they had forfeited. The orcs who had tasted Jiang Yan's offerings experienced a subtle transformation in their attitudes. After all, one is loath to scorn those who have fed them. They could no longer regard this newcomer, a mere female, with disdain. She not only overlooked their previous bullying, but graciously shared her food. This demonstrated her magnanimity and kindness. With this newfound understanding, their warmth towards Jiang Yan began to blossom. A few females even approached her in pairs, grasping her arm and engaging her in lively conversation. Yan, you are truly remarkable. How did you create such delectable dishes? They had heard Mia refer to her as Yan and thus were aware of her name. Despite the language barrier, Jiang Yan felt a bit awkward but smiled in agreement, unable to explain the process of making the dried meat. Mia, puffing with indignation, interjected. Let me tell you, you wouldn't be able to replicate it even if I explained. Besides this, my Yan can make many other delicious dishes. The females were momentarily taken aback by her retort, chuckling awkwardly, wondering if they would ever get to savor the culinary delights crafted by Yan. Mia shot a glare at the female who had spoken, pulling Jiang Yan closer to her side. You are quite brazen. Don't think you can take advantage of Yan. If you wish to taste her cooking, you must offer something in exchange. Humph. Don't dare bully my Yan. The females, surprisingly in a good mood that day, chose not to argue with Mia, nodding in agreement. Of course, we are not the kind of orcs who take advantage of others. Jiang Yan observed Mia's consistently impolite demeanor towards them and discreetly tugged at her. If a mere morsel of food could help her integrate and win their favor, she would gladly oblige. Chapter 67, Peeping. Having learned that these orcs relished preparing their own meals, she began to visit each morning, bringing a basket of delicacies to share with them. As her interactions deepened, the orcs of the tribe gradually came to accept Jiang Yan, no longer shunning her. Feeling a sense of indebtedness for the free meals, the orcs often presented her with game and exquisite animal pelts. The once quiet entrance of her home had become lively in recent days, with orcs frequently dropping by for visits. However, there remained those who held disdain for her, particularly a few orcs led by Natalie, who continued to reject her presence. Jiang Yan has now come to a clear understanding that the formidable and statuesque Natalie, often referred to as the Barbie of the Titans, harbors an aversion towards her. However, she remains perplexed regarding the origins of this hostility, as she has never wronged her in any way. From their very first encounter, Natalie has treated her with palpable disdain. Yet, Jiang Yan realizes that it is impossible to be liked by everyone. Having come to terms with this, she resolves to no longer dwell on the opinions of a select few. She welcomes friendships that blossom naturally, while not forcing connections that do not arise. Within the tribe, the orcs have embraced her, allowing her to feel a sense of ease in the training grounds, where she has also met several new companions. The daily training is arduous and monotonous, and under Mia's watchful eye, she often finds herself the last to leave, save for the tribe's foremost warrior, the taciturn and industrious Tattle. After completing several laps around the training field, Jiang Yan is drenched in perspiration. Breathing heavily, she approaches the stream, bending down to gather the cool water in her hands to wash her face. Beneath the sun, glistening droplets cascade down her porcelain-like cheeks, tracing a path down her slender neck until they vanish from sight. Her long and delicate waist, coupled with her innocent and enchanting visage, along with her damp hair clinging to her chest, creates a captivating sight. The refreshing sensation elicits a soft sigh of relief from her. As she tosses her lustrous black hair behind her, unknowingly exuding an alluring charm with the gesture. Unbeknownst to her, Tattle, who is engaged in rock climbing near the waterfall, catches a glimpse of this scene. His robust frame jolts, as if struck by a surge of electricity, and a tingling sensation courses through his limbs. The sight of her fair skin and dark hair in motion forms an enchanting tableau that holds his gaze captive. Although she appears delicate and petite, in that moment, he perceives her as extraordinarily beautiful, possessing a charm that surpasses that of all other females. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to the fact that someone had been observing her intently. After washing her face, she turned to make her way to the shore. However, after only a few steps, a sudden splash erupted behind her, sending a considerable spray of water into the air. Jiang Yan was taken aback and swiftly turned her head, only to discover it was the foremost warrior, Tattle. Had he fallen from above? Emerging from the depths of the water with a splash, Tattle surfaced, then rose to his feet without casting a glance at Jiang Yan. His expression stern and unyielding. He brushed past her with a rigid demeanor and exited the training grounds. Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Tattle, realizing that this foremost warrior of the tribe walked with a peculiar gait, as if his hands and feet were in sync. The comical scene elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. The melodious laughter caught Tattle off guard, causing his bronze face to flush crimson, akin to a hare fleeing in panic. This spectacle did not escape the notice of a tall, ethereal white figure observing from the valley above. Bai Mu, with his haughty demeanor and profound gaze, seemed markedly transformed compared to his former self. For reasons unknown, whenever a young female was present, his attention would inevitably gravitate towards her, captivated by her every movement, a phenomenon that confounded him. Chapter 68. Revelry. Particularly upon witnessing her enchanting smile, his once cold heart would flutter with unexpected emotion, drawing him closer. This bewilderment left him flustered and uncertain. With a complex mix of feelings, Bai Mu closed his eyes briefly before turning to depart. He believed it prudent to maintain a certain distance from her, for this inexplicable influence unsettled him greatly. At that moment, Jiang Yan seemed to sense something amiss. She raised her head and glanced around in confusion, yet found nothing. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she dismissed her own paranoia, shaking her head before returning home. In recent days, her abode had become a lively gathering spot, frequented by numerous females who either came to partake in food and drink or observed her culinary skills with keen interest. She busied herself contentedly, unconcerned with their comings and goings, and her home had unwittingly turned into a coveted haven. Moreover, her woven grass sandals had gained popularity within the tribe, and her culinary prowess was often lauded by all. Since joining the tribe, she had received substantial care from the shaman, particularly after exhausting her supply of salt. The shaman had graciously provided her with an extra portion. In this primitive era, salt was a precious commodity, necessitating annual expeditions to distant lands, fraught with peril, to procure it. Consequently, each household of the beast men received only a meager share. To express her gratitude towards the shaman for his kindness, she frequently prepared meals to share with him, thus endearing herself to him over time. As a result, the shaman held her in high regard, and the beast men of the tribe, influenced by his affection, began to regard her as one of their own. However, despite her newfound friendships, she found herself longing for the presence of her dear sister Luo, who had not appeared for many days. Jiang Yan placed the pigskin jelly she had prepared on the table, her gaze eagerly directed towards the courtyard. That day, she discovered that sister Luo had a particular fondness for this delicacy, prompting her to make extra servings. Each day, she awaited her return, yet, regrettably, days passed without her arrival, leaving Jiang Yan feeling somewhat despondent. Sister Luo was the only person with whom she could engage in genuine conversation, and she yearned to learn the local language from her, aspiring not to remain a voiceless wanderer. As twilight gradually descended, Jiang Yan decided to kindle a fire within the house to provide illumination before darkness enveloped the surroundings. The flickering, amber glow of the flames danced softly, when suddenly, the fruit trees she had planted in the yard erupted with a cacophony of rustling sounds. Jiang Yan cautiously stepped out of the house to investigate, only to be met by a pair of mesmerizing, deep emerald green eyes. Momentarily taken aback, she joyfully rushed forward and exclaimed, "Sister Luo, you have finally made your appearance." Slipping over the wall, Si Luo brushed off the non-existent dust from her purple robe, lowered her gaze to scrutinize Jiang Yan, and teasingly remarked, "What's this? Do you miss me that much?" Jiang Yan affectionately grasped his arm and led him into the room, her laughter ringing in the air as she exclaimed, "Indeed. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival these past few days." Slow observed her holding onto his arm, the depths of his green eyes intensifying, and in a gravelly, magnetic tone, he replied, "Is that so? Had I known you missed me this much, I would have come to find you sooner." Upon entering the room, he noticed the array of delicacies laid out on the table. Slow took a seat and flashed a charming smile at Jiang Yan, asking, "Is this feast prepared for me, dear Xiaoyan?" Their eyes met, and Jiang Yan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, it was specially made for you, dear sister." To his surprise, she had attentively noted his fondness for this particular dish, and Slow felt his cold heart begin to thaw. "Xiaoyan, your culinary skills are quite impressive, I am indeed fortunate," he remarked, picking up his chopsticks to indulge in the meal. In mere moments, he polished off a bowl of pigskin jelly. Chapter 69. A beautiful scene observing his voracious appetite. Jiang Yan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Sister Luo, you usually exude elegance and beauty, captivating all. Yet when it comes to delectable food, you transform into quite the glutton." Slow, having devoured every morsel, closed his slanted eyes in pleasure and lifted a wooden cup from the table, sipping the tea within. Although the tea had cooled, it suited his palate perfectly. In truth, the modest fare was merely sufficient to satisfy his cravings, and to spare the delightful Xiaoyan any burden. He feigned contentment. At that moment, gazing at Jiang Yan, who sat obediently across from him, a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. He rose and, taking her hand, led her outside, conspiratorially whispering, "Xiaoyan, come. I shall take you to a wondrous place." Jiang Yan had yet to comprehend the situation when she was suddenly embraced around the waist and lifted into the air, leaping away from the tribe. The abrupt descent elicited a gasp from her, and in a state of fear, she inquired, "Sister Luo, where are you taking me?" Noticing her trepidation, Si Luo tightened her grip and replied in a low, soothing voice, "Just hold on to me tightly." As the scenery whizzed by, Jiang Yan, terrified of the possibility of falling, clung to Si Luo with all her might, her brow furrowed in anxiety, too afraid to look around. However, upon closer proximity, she observed that Sister Luo possessed a remarkably sturdy waist and a flat chest, more akin to a barren landscape than the typical feminine form. Yet, in this realm, where the females were all robust and towering, perhaps such a physique was deemed normal. In contrast, her own curvaceous and slender figure rendered her somewhat unwelcome in this environment. Si Luo, with her agile and powerful form, navigated swiftly through the woods. After a brief yet exhilarating journey, they arrived at a secluded valley. In the valley, the air was suffused with an ethereal quality, and vast clusters of blue roses swayed gently in the moonlight, interspersed with glimmers of bioluminescence, weaving together into a breathtaking tapestry of beauty. Jiang Yan was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before her, exclaiming in wonder, "How beautiful! Is this a paradise?" Slows loosened his embrace around Jiang Yan and, with a hint of significance, remarked, "I have never shared this exquisite place with anyone before. You, my dear Xiaoyan, are the first." In Jiang Yan's eyes shimmered a breathtaking light as she stepped gracefully into the enchanting expanse of blue flowers. Hearing Slow's words, she turned back with a radiant smile and playfully replied, "Oh, really? It is indeed a great honor to accompany you here, Sister Luo, to admire the splendid scenery." Observing her flower-like visage, a smile danced at the corners of Slow's eyes. The innocence of her smile seemed to envelop him, allowing him to momentarily forget the shadows of his past. Being with her always bestowed upon him a sense of relaxation he had never experienced before. Jiang Yan admired the breathtaking scenery, having long wished to explore the world beyond her confines. Yet, the pervasive dangers outside had rendered her hesitant to venture forth alone. Gazing at the resplendent blue roses, she stepped into the floral expanse, meticulously observing the blossoms. To her astonishment, each petal radiated a delicate azure glow, distinguishing them from the modern varieties. No wonder they appeared so strikingly beautiful even in the night. Their origin was a mystery, truly enchanting. Overwhelmed by the mesmerizing allure of the blue roses, she could not resist the temptation to pluck one, adorning her head with it. Soon, she gathered several more, cradling them in her embrace, determined to take home a fragment of their beauty. Immersed in the sea of flowers, she felt as if she had melded into a canvas, transforming into an elegant floral sprite, captivatingly exquisite. Chapter 70. Transplantation. Observing her joyous figure, which flitted about like a butterfly, Snow's deep green eyes revealed an unrecognized tenderness. He strode towards the floral sea, unable to resist the urge to gently tousle her hair. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Little Yan, how cruel you are to ravage such beautiful flowers." Jiang Yan glanced back with a smile, retorting, "This is akin to the saying, when flowers bloom, they should be picked. Do not wait until there are no flowers to pluck the branches." Realizing he might be an unrefined individual who would not comprehend the meaning, she added, "Though flowers are beautiful, their blooming period is fleeting. Furthermore, the exquisite blossoms are meant to be admired and harvested." Slow chuckled as he regarded her, curling his lips and extending his words. "Oh? The blooming period is short? You are quite eloquent. However, the moon orchids here are everlasting, eternally vibrant and never wilting." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt a surge of astonishment. These flowers truly do not wither? How marvelous! Indeed, flowers that radiate light are no ordinary blooms, merely resembling the enchanting blue rose. Nonetheless, having such stunning and everlasting moon orchids in her garden would undoubtedly be a delight to behold. Yet, if they never wilted, they would not produce seeds. She crouched down to examine them closely and, as expected, found no seeds. To cultivate them, she would need to uproot and transplant them. With her dark, bright eyes gazing up at Slow, she inquired softly, "Sister Luo, may I take some back with me?" Ever since her arrival in this untamed world, she had transformed into a farming maiden, unable to resist the urge to bring back any splendid finds for cultivation. observing her pitiful yet adoring demeanor towards the moon orchids. Slow nodded. Of course, if you cherish them, feel free to pick as you please. This place does not belong solely to me. Jiang Yan responded with a delighted hum, but lamented the absence of any tools at hand. With her hands empty, she pondered how she could possibly excavate the roots without any implements. It would take an eternity to accomplish such a task barehanded. Reluctantly, she turned to Slow and inquired, Sister Luo, do you possess any tools that could assist in unearthing these flower roots? Jiang Yan pointed to the flower roots buried beneath the ground. Slow glanced over, lifted his robe, and crouched down. From his spatial pocket, he retrieved 2 gleaming white bone knives, offering one to Jiang Yan. Little Yan, do you think this will suffice? Jiang Yan gazed at the bone knife, which was as thick as her arm, and nodded in agreement, deeming it adequate for her needs. With that, she accepted the bone knife from Sluo, grasping the end wrapped in beast hide, and began to dig in the flower field. Her movements were exceedingly cautious to avoid harming the roots of the flowers. Observing her carefully, Sluo mimicked her actions, digging up the flower roots with a swiftness that surpassed Jiang Yan's due to his greater strength. Thus, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The two who had initially been admiring the beauty around them were now fully engrossed in the task of turning the soil. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Yan and Sluo had extracted a considerable number of flowers along with their roots. Standing upright, Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of relief, casting her gaze upon the pile of blue moon orchids, feeling satisfied with their harvest. However, upon noticing the dirt smeared across Sluo's nose, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Sister Luo, your face is all muddied. Sister Luo, who was typically an elegant and stunning beauty, had been led astray by her antics. In response to Jiang Yan's teasing, Sluo raised an eyebrow in mock irritation, reaching up to wipe his face, only to realize he had unknowingly smeared dirt on it. After cleaning himself up, he fixed his dark green gaze upon Jiang Yan, feigning a fierce demeanor as he said, Oh, little Yenner, how dare you mock your elder sister? Just wait and see how I deal with you. In a playful act, he swiftly grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it onto Jiang Yan's fair cheek. Chapter 71. Playful banter. Jiang Yan was caught off guard. Her face smeared unexpectedly. She spat a few times, glaring angrily at Si Luo. Sister Luo. Seeing her covered in brown mud, Si Luo laughed heartily. Now? You and I are alike. Filled with indignation, Jiang Yan seized a handful of soil and hurled it towards Si Luo. However, Si Luo, with her nimble agility, deftly dodged her attempts to catch up. Frustrated and exasperated, Jiang Yan stamped her feet and pouted, exclaiming, Sister Luo only knows how to bully me. It's simply intolerable. I refuse to play with you anymore. Observing that she seemed genuinely upset, Si Luo ceased her evasions and approached. Taking Jiang Yan's hand, she gently pressed it against her own cheek and said softly, Surely, this will suffice? You little rascal. Jiang Yan gazed at the enchanting face across from her, which now resembled that of a common tabby cat, and she could not suppress her amusement, bursting into laughter. With her eyes arched like crescent moons, she resembled a playful little rabbit, and Si Luo tenderly brushed the delicate tip of her nose. Jiang Yan delicately plucked a moon orchid and, rising onto her toes, nestled it into Slow's ebony tresses, tilting her head to admire the effect. Indeed, the bloom accentuated her beauty. Adorned with the moon orchid, Sister Luo exuded an enchanting grace, resembling a fairy from a floral realm, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her, despite a hint of dirt upon her visage. Slow cast her a flirtatious glance. Xiao Yenner, it is time for us to return. We have savored the sights, and the hour grows late. With that, he carefully tucked the moon orchid into his personal space, his strong arm encircling Jiang Yan's slender waist as they sped back toward the tribe. Although the moon orchid flourishes perpetually, it cannot remain uprooted for long, lest it wither away. Upon their return home, Jiang Yan kindled a fire in the courtyard and commenced planting the moon orchid. However, the available space was limited, forcing her to place the flower at the base of the wall. Fortunately, with Slow's assistance, they worked in harmony and swiftly completed the task. At that moment, the moon hung high in the western sky. Slow, with a profound gaze, regarded Jiang Yan, leaning closer to whisper softly in her ear, Xiao Yenner, I shall return to seek you again on the morrow. Jiang Yan was brushing the dirt off her hands when she heard him mention leaving. She looked up, only to find that Sister Luo had already vanished from the courtyard. Alas, she truly was elusive. The moon orchids at the corner of the fence bloomed beautifully and quietly, their blue luminescence suffusing the air with a dreamlike quality. Jiang Yan gazed contentedly at the arrangement, yawned, and retreated indoors to rest. As the days passed, Jiang Yan increasingly thrived in her new environment. No longer did she fret over sustenance, and Sister Luo took her out for leisurely excursions every afternoon or evening, enriching her experiences. However, their acquaintance remained a secret from the beast folk of the tribe, and she had diligently kept this information to herself. She pondered that Sister Luo was not one of the tribe's beasts and wished to remain undiscovered, especially since she had heard of the fierce competition between tribes, which likely bred some discontent. After completing her morning routine and neatly arranging her hair with a wooden comb, she braided it into a long, tidy plait, which would prove more practical during her chores. Approaching the stove, she retrieved several bird eggs from a basket, intending to prepare an egg soup. These eggs had been gathered from behind her dwelling. After discarding them amid the weeds outside, she was pleasantly surprised when they attracted some unknown birds. Some resembled modern chickens and ducks, albeit of different varieties, yet as long as the eggs were edible, she was satisfied. Consequently, she decided against clearing away the dried grass, ensuring her continued supply of bird eggs. After finishing her breakfast, she awaited Mia's arrival to accompany her to the training grounds. Chapter 72. The result with Mia's persistent encouragement over time, Jiang Yan had adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, naturally waking before dawn each day. However, today she felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen, and with a furrowed brow, she wondered if her menstrual cycle was approaching. Since her arrival here, devoid of any calendars or means of keeping track, she was unaware of how much time had elapsed. Just as she contemplated this, an unexpected surge of warmth coursed through her. Jiang Yan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, clamped her legs tightly together, lamenting her predicament. She was unprepared for this situation and, lacking any sanitary supplies, was at a loss for what to do. Frantically scanning her surroundings, she paced to the cabinet and retrieved a piece of clean animal hide, using her dagger to cut a strip from it. For now, this was the only solution she had to alleviate her discomfort. Discarding her blood-stained underwear to the side, she hastily took out a freshly made piece of animal hide and clumsily placed it in position. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. As Mia entered the room, the acrid scent of blood hit her nostrils. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Jiang Yan, who was awkwardly bent over, and the soiled underwear on the floor. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, Yan, are you in heat? The onset of menstruation in females signified their maturity. Listening to Mia's boisterous voice, Jiang Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes awkwardly digging into the ground. With remarkable speed, she managed to change her underwear, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Mia's reaction struck her as excessive. After all, it was merely a visit from Aunt Flo. What was there to be so surprised about? Realizing her friend's discomfort, Mia belatedly recognized that she had perhaps been a bit too brash. Unlike the females in their tribe, Jiang Yan was always gentle and somewhat shy. Noticing Jiang Yan's makeshift solution with the animal hide, Mia quickly retrieved several palm-sized, green, pod-like items from her personal space. She tore open the outer layer to reveal the white pulp inside and offered them to Jiang Yan. Yan, use this. It's called fluff fruit. The females in our tribe use it during their menstrual cycle. Jiang Yan gazed at the fluffy, cotton-like substance before her, reaching out to touch it and discovering its remarkable softness, devoid of any loose fibers. Could this be the menstrual pad from the primitive world? Nevertheless, it certainly surpassed the crude leather strips. She instructed Mia to turn around and replace the leather strips. However, as it was her time of the month, she felt uncomfortable and was unable to attend training. Jiang Yan gazed at Mia, clutching her abdomen and feigning discomfort. During the heat cycle, a female's body is at its most vulnerable state. With great care, Mia assisted Jiang Yan onto the bed, advising her, since that is the case, you should rest at home for the next few days, Yan. As she spoke, Mia retrieved a bundle of fluff fruits from her spatial pouch, stating, this should suffice for you. If it's not enough, just let me know later. In truth, Mia had only recently gone into heat herself, which was why she had prepared these items. The fluff fruits were set aside by her mother for her use. While she experienced no pain or discomfort during her own cycle, it would only last a couple of days. The primary significance of going into heat was to signify adulthood, allowing participation in the tribe's annual pairing ceremony, where one could select a favored male for procreation. Observing the fluff fruits, which resembled elongated beans, Jiang Yan offered Mia a faint, grateful smile. Given the depth of their friendship, no further words of thanks were necessary. Time had slipped away, and it was already late. Mia bid farewell to Jiang Yan and hurried off to the training ground. Chapter 73. The heat cycle. Lying idly on the bed, Jiang Yan picked up a fluff fruit, peeling away its green exterior to reveal the white cotton within. Curiously examining it, she discovered that it closely resembled cotton, and remarkably, it did not shed fibers, appearing quite uniform. She pinched and tugged at it, surprised to find it possessed a degree of elasticity, making it difficult to tear. Could this material perhaps serve other purposes? The beast folk here were limited to crude and coarse leather garments. Regardless of aesthetics, some inferior leathers were quite abrasive against the skin, and in the sweltering summer heat, they lacked breathability and comfort, falling far short of soft fabrics. She pondered the possibility of twisting this material into thread for weaving. Although she was not skilled in traditional weaving, she did know how to knit simple items like sweaters and scarves. Following the steps for scarf making, she reasoned that a similar approach could be applied to fabric making. After all, clothing was an invention of ancient peoples, and she refused to believe that a modern individual, steeped in a world of abundant knowledge and information, could be outdone. One must always be willing to try. How could one know if something would succeed without attempting it? Jiang Yan delicately tore off some white cotton, rolling it gently in her palm. Upon observing the fine threads she had created, a joyous smile blossomed upon her face. With the realization that her method was successful, Jiang Yan felt as though she had discovered a new world. Her spirit invigorated as she continued to recuperate at home while diligently twisting the threads. After a while, Mia, returning from training, made a special visit to check on Jiang Yan, bringing with her some honey. AMU had mentioned that honey was beneficial for females, and since Jiang Yan had now reached adulthood, Mia decided to bring some to aid in her recovery. Upon seeing the honey, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled. Although she and Mia had become good friends and often shared delightful treats, the warmth spreading in her heart at that moment was unmistakable. Noticing the array of delicate white threads laid out on the table, Mia approached and picked one up, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Yan, what is this? She inquired, perplexed. Jiang Yan picked up a cotton fruit to show her, then took a portion of the white fluff and rubbed it in her palm, gradually transforming it into a slender white thread. Mia, upon witnessing this, was astonished to discover that cotton fruit could indeed be spun into such delicate strands. However, she was puzzled as to why Yan was engaging in this activity. Unable to comprehend the reasoning, Jiang Yan simply pulled Mia closer and demonstrated the process, inviting her to join in the task of spinning the thread. After all, it was a laborious endeavor, and the assistance of an extra pair of hands would significantly enhance their efficiency. Mia settled beside Jiang Yan, attempting to follow suit, yet her efforts lacked the same finesse, resulting in a rather clumsy performance. The thread she produced fluctuated between thick and thin. After a short while, her patience waned. She laughed lightly and dashed outside. The task felt tedious to her, and she would much rather embark on a hunt. Observing the usually lively Mia dart away, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head, then returned to her solitary task of spinning the thread in tranquil silence. Time spent on this was inconsequential, as she had nothing else to occupy her. The weather was somewhat warm today, but thankfully, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Jiang Yan sat by the window, her delicate face exuding an aura of serene grace. In the garden, imbued with the essence of pastoral beauty, a figure clad in purple descended silently. Slow strolled towards the house, but after only a few steps, he suddenly halted. A pungent scent of blood invaded his nostrils, igniting urgency in his gaze. Could it be that Xiao had sustained an injury? Chapter 74. Captivated, he was poised to rush inside, yet an unusual sensation gripped him. The scent was stirring something within. Was it possible that the enticing aroma of blood was a sign of Xiao estrus? She had come of age, and thus was eligible for pairing. This thought sparked a wave of excitement and anticipation within him, causing his once cold body to burn with fervor, as if a flame had ignited within. These myriad changes felt alien yet not unwelcome, marking his inaugural enchantment with the fragrance emanating from a female. Slow stood motionless, his gaze deepening, his mind swirling with visions of coupling, lost in boundless reverie. Yet, shrouded in darkness, he had never revealed his true form to her, fearing her disdain. Furthermore, Xiao was so exquisite and pure, he could not bear the thought of tarnishing her, especially not now. Besides, he was uncertain whether she would accept his pursuit, given the poor reputation of his kind among the orc tribes. Whenever other females encountered them, they would flee in terror. After a prolonged moment, he steadied his emotions and stepped quietly into the house, seamlessly positioning himself behind Jiang Yan. In a husky whisper, he breathed softly by her ear, "Xiao Yan, have you missed your sister?" The sudden sound startled Jiang Yan. Her heart raced as she turned to find Slow, and she patted her chest, exclaiming, "You scare me to death. Sister Luo, why do you always appear so suddenly? My heart might give out." Especially with how close Sister Luo had been just moments ago, it left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Although they were of the same gender, she sometimes felt as though Sister Luo was teasing her, which was quite perplexing. Noticing her genuine annoyance, Slow reclined languidly, his elongated eyes captivatingly fixed on Jiang Yan's delicate profile. In a languorous tone, he replied, "It is Sister Luo's fault for startling my little Yan. I promise to be more mindful of my footsteps in the future." With that, he flashed her an alluring and endearing smile. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yan decided to let it go and turned back to her tasks. Slow, feeling slighted, gazed intently at Jiang Yan's fair and refined visage, secretly inhaling the intoxicating scent of her estrus once more. This aroma truly entranced him. Swallowing hard, he glanced at the white thread in Jiang Yan's hand and on the table, inquiring, "Xiao Yan, what are you making with these?" His telepathic ability revealed to him that the world Xiao Yan had come from was a realm of wonders, starkly different from this one. She often produced things that, while beyond his comprehension, were remarkably practical. It seemed that her previous world possessed a level of civilization that far surpassed that of the Sunluo continent, where the orcs lived in a primal manner, consuming raw flesh and blood. As Jiang Yan busied herself, she casually remarked, "I intend to twist this into thread. The thread can be woven into fabric, and the fabric can be fashioned into various garments to adorn the body. Wearing animal skin skirts in summer is excessively stifling and rather coarse, which I find quite uncomfortable." Understanding her perspective, Luo thoughtfully observed the dull gray animal skin skirt draped over Jiang Yan, realizing that it indeed did not suit her. Her skin was so fair and delicate that it could easily become chafed and bruised. Contemplating this, he ran his large hand over the purple robe he wore, crafted from the rare and precious cloud brocade. The cloud brocade, woven by the Yunsang tribe, was soft, smooth, and exceedingly lightweight, far superior to animal skin. Chapter 75. The spider thread. Though Xiao Yin'er was not yet his partner, he naturally sought to please the female he admired, desiring to offer her the most precious things in the world. However, this cloud brocade was hard to come by. He possessed only this one piece, and gifting something he had worn did not seem appropriate. Recalling that he had previously collected a multitude of silk threads spun by magical spiders, which were quite similar to hers, he pondered whether they could be used to weave fabric. Subsequently, he retrieved several vibrant silk threads from his personal space and placed them on the wooden table by the window. Xiao Yin'er, do you think this can be woven into fabric? Jiang Yan's hands moved swiftly as she caught sight of the silken thread. With a spark of excitement, she eagerly inquired, Sister Luo, where did you acquire this? Si Luo was about to reveal that it was spun from a magical spider, but upon reflection, she realized that Xiao Yan seemed quite averse to such insect beasts. Thus, she concocted a fib, saying, this is a type of silk produced by trees. I had previously witnessed a beastman using it to mend garments, so I thought I would extract some for you to see if it could be of any use. Jiang Yan let out a soft exclamation. This thread resembled the one she had previously discovered while cleaning, albeit slightly thicker. While having a ready supply is indeed advantageous, the multitude of colorful threads would yield a fabric equally vibrant, yet the quantity appears insufficient for her needs. Jiang Yan lifted her gaze toward Slow. Sister Luo, does this thread come in a uniform color? It would be better with a bit more. Slow nodded. Yes, just wait a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Hardly had she finished speaking when Slow vanished like a gust of wind. Jiang Yan let out a soft sigh, chuckling as she gazed towards the courtyard gate, shaking her head in amusement. This Sister Luo was always so spirited. She then resumed her work, deftly twisting the white thread in her hands. After a while, Mio arrived, accompanied by several females. The sudden influx of visitors made Jiang Yan ponder, prompting her to set aside her task and rise to welcome them. Upon entering, Mia gestured toward the fluffy fruits and explained, Yan, these are the ones I called over to assist you. As she spoke, she produced more of the fluffy fruits, adding, let us help you. Though she was uncertain of the purpose behind Yan's endeavors, she figured that since the females in the tribe had little to do at the moment, it was best to gather everyone together. Having spent considerable time together, she knew that Yan always had numerous ideas, and whatever she created was not only practical, but also well received by all. Jiang Yan observed Mia's actions and comprehended the intentions of the females who had come over. With a grateful smile, she arranged for them to sit down and took a piece of fluff fruit to demonstrate. Some of the females settled on the edge of the bed, others on stools, and those without seats simply spread a piece of beast skin on the ground to sit upon, eagerly learning to spin threads alongside Jiang Yan. The atmosphere within the room was filled with laughter and chatter, creating a joyous ambience. Upon returning with the spider silk, Slow found it inconvenient to enter the room filled with so many beastmen, so he placed the silk he had gathered in the courtyard. Were it not for that fellow Bai Mu, he wouldn't have to hide away like this. Once everything was arranged, he would take little Yin away from here. After casting a final glance at the flickering shadows in the stone house, he made his way to the rippling stream. Step by step, he ventured into the depths of the water, transforming back into his true form. A long serpentine tail emerged in the stream, covered in black scales that glimmered with a dim light. Flicking his scarlet tongue, Slow submerged into the water, swimming purposefully in one direction. Chapter 76. The female Slow's speed in the water was astonishing. In mere moments, he arrived at a dark and damp lair. The cave was quite spacious, with shallow pools of water on the ground and hard stone walls surrounding it, save for a large stone bed at the far end. However, an uninvited guest had intruded upon his territory. He detested such disturbances. Slow's dark green eyes flickered with a dangerous light in the dim environment. Who permitted your presence here? His tone was laced with a bloodthirsty edge. A shadow swiftly slithered from the depths of the lair, gazing at Slow with earnest eyes, softly saying, Lo, you haven't returned to the tribe in quite some time, so I came to see you. The female who spoke possessed a human upper body and a serpentine tail, with dark purple curls cascading down. Her skin was significantly fairer than the other females, her figure tall and athletic yet not imposing. Her delicate, oval face featured strikingly exotic features, including a pair of dark green eyes akin to Slow's. Though she appeared coldly stunning before Slow, she acted like a little girl seeking his approval. In contrast to the cheerful and patient demeanor of Jiang Yan, Slow's expression was icy and sinister. He regarded the female's advances with indifference, finding her both bothersome and insincere. He was well aware of her true intentions. It was precisely due to his mind-reading abilities that the malevolence and depravity of certain individuals were laid bare before him, fostering his growing aversion until he fled the tribe to establish his solitude. In contrast, little Yin was the purest soul he had encountered, devoid of any sinister thoughts. At that moment, his cold voice echoed through the cavern. Oh, is that so? Having seen me, you may take your leave. Hearing his typically frigid tone, the female's eyes dimmed as she lowered her gaze, dejectedly responding, Lo, are you truly so heartless towards me? She had grown up alongside Lo and was designated as his mate by the Serpent King himself. Yet, throughout their lives, Lo had always treated her with indifference. Despite this, she still held him in the highest regard among all the males. Unlike the other beastmen of the tribe, Lo did not indulge in debauchery or toy with females. Although his demeanor was cold, she understood that compared to those beastmen, Lo was vastly superior, making him the best choice for a partner. Slow. Looking down at the female who persistently clung to him, lost his patience and darkly declared, "Stina, do not attempt to provoke me. You are unwelcome here. Leave at once. Do not return." He harbored a strong dislike for Stina, especially since she was the mate chosen by his lofty father, a notion that filled him with revulsion. He loathed everything associated with that place. Now that he had finally encountered a female he cherished, he would only solidify his choice. Outsiders claimed the Serpent clan was lecherous and cold-blooded, particularly the Apophis, a breed born of darkness. Yet, they were unaware that this was merely a reflection of the majority of the Serpent clan, excluding Slow. When he found his true love, he would be entirely devoted, cherishing her above all. Seeing his unyielding demeanor, Stina trembled slightly, her lips quivering, yet she dared not provoke him further and reluctantly departed. However, she would not give up so easily. If she could not bond with Lo, she would be betrothed to one of the other princes in the tribe. A fate that truly terrified her. Chapter 77. The regulations in the Apophis race. Females held a lowly status. Forced to engage in cunning rivalries to win the favor of the males, relying on their affection to survive, yet the males regarded females merely as playthings. Several princes had an abundance of females, discarding them once their amusement waned. Particularly, a stringent rule existed within the tribe to ensure the purity of bloodlines, prohibiting unions with outsiders, with severe penalties for transgressors. However, this applied solely to females, while males enjoyed far more leniency. As long as they did not procreate with foreign females, they were free to indulge as they pleased. The pervasive injustice stifled the females of Apophis. Yet they were compelled to endure. Thus, she must cling tightly to Lo. He was her only hope and salvation. With her noble lineage and exceptional beauty within the tribe, she was determined to shake Lo's cold and unyielding heart. Sooner or later, he would come to love her. In the vast lair, Slow reclined lazily on the stone bed, toying with a crystal, tossing it into the air before ultimately swallowing it. A warm sensation enveloped his abdomen, and he squinted contentedly, gazing at the unyielding stone ceiling. The image of a delicate and beautiful face filled his mind, prompting a sudden surge of resolve. He felt he could not wait much longer. Solitude was ultimately lonely. He wished to retrieve the precious silk for her, to express his feelings. Little Yin was not of this tribe, as long as no one informed her. She would remain unaware of their race's matters. Before anything else, his sole priority was to make her fall in love with him, even if she later learned the truth. Once they were bonded, she would have no choice but to remain by his side. With a burst of determination shining in his dark green eyes, Slow flicked his serpentine tail and sped toward the Yunsang tribe. In the Tiger clan, days passed, and Jiang Yan's body had become more agile. With the assistance of the other females, she had produced a considerable amount of white thread. However, weaving was a time-consuming endeavor. After several days, she had only managed to create a piece of fabric as thick as a finger. Though it was but a small achievement, she felt immense satisfaction, knowing that progress would come with patience. Calm and serene, she continued weaving the white cloth, when suddenly, a chattering noise from outside caught her attention, followed by a loud call, "A Yin, come out quickly." Recognizing Mia's voice, Jiang Yan set down her work and walked to the door, inquiring with curiosity, "Mia?" Immediately, Mia approached her with exuberance, fastening a red, fluffy, woven bracelet around her arm. Though referred to as a bracelet, it was merely a loop tied in a knot. She raised her arm and shook it, curiously examining the plush circle. What was this? With excitement, Mia tugged her along, cheerfully proclaiming, "Ian, tonight is the coupling ceremony. Now that you are of age, you can participate. Let us first go prepare the food together." The coupling ceremony for young female and male beastkin not only serves as an occasion for expressing affection and choosing beloved partners, but also involves feasting and merriment. Renowned for her culinary skills, Jiang Yan was naturally to be enlisted early to personally prepare the ceremonial dishes. Jiang Yan gazed in bewilderment at Mia, who was pulling her along. "Mia, where are you taking me?" she inquired with a sigh. Mia merely beamed with joy, surrounded by a throng of jubilant females who cheered and flocked to her side as they moved forward together. Chapter 78. The Chef. Eventually, they arrived at a relatively spacious area, where Jiang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment at the heap of game scattered about. She comprehended the purpose of her summons. It seemed they were regarding her as the chef. Observing the bustling orcs around her, she pondered whether a significant festival was being celebrated in the tribe, given the grand scale of the preparations. After a moment of contemplation, she approached a large wooden tub, using a gourd-shaped ladle to scoop out water and cleanse her hands before commencing her tasks. Well, considering the assistance the females had provided her in spinning cotton a few days prior, she would embrace her role as chef for today. The beasts had been skinned and cleaned by male orcs, who had cut them into strips and laid them out on the ground covered with large leaves. Jiang Yan approached and glanced inside, noticing the apparent absence of salt. Just as she was about to speak, a smiling woman sauntered over, presenting her with a large, dark stone jar. Jiang Yan took a glance at the container and discovered it was filled to the brim with salt powder. Oh, how precious this salt is. Yet today it is extravagantly displayed. Indeed, it seems to be a day of great significance. The stone jar felt somewhat heavy as she bent down to place it upon a clean leaf. However, simply using the salt would render the dish rather plain, lacking an exquisite flavor. At that moment, Mia, noticing the stone jar, exclaimed in surprise. In her haste upon arrival, she had forgotten to bring along those mysterious seasonings belonging to Yan. She then rushed over to Jiang Yan and said, Yan, you continue here. I shall return shortly. With that, she dashed away in a flash. Jiang Yan gazed at Mia's retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, this gourmand was even more meticulous and enthusiastic than herself. Mia's palate had become so refined under her care that mere salt could no longer satisfy her cravings. Beside them, the other females wielded bone knives, deftly slicing the large chunks of meat into smaller pieces, which they then skewered with wooden sticks. Having observed Jiang Yan's technique, they eagerly emulated her. It was remarkable how their culinary repertoire had expanded. In the vast expanse, some orcs displayed entire carcasses, both meat and bone, elegantly arranged on racks, while smaller game was roasted whole. The skewers crafted by the females were neatly arranged on pristine leaves. With the ingredients prepared, Jiang Yan's task was to transform this fresh meat into delectable roasted fare. Jiang Yan also believed that for such a significant occasion, preparing a barbecue would be more convenient and straightforward. Other methods would consume excessive time and effort. However, the skewers presented a challenge, as there was no grill available. One certainly could not hold them in hand indefinitely. She pondered the necessity of constructing a stone slab to serve as a substitute for the grill. At that moment, Mia dashed back, carrying a basket filled with jars containing Sichuan pepper and chili powder. She approached Jiang Yan and presented her with the items, saying, Here you go, Yan. Jiang Yan took the items and set them aside, then began the arduous task of communicating with Mia regarding the construction of the stone slab. Fortunately, after much effort on her part, Mia finally comprehended the task and promptly summoned several orcs to assist in the construction. Ultimately, when Jiang Yan beheld the results of their labor, she nodded in satisfaction. The females, alongside her, arranged the skewers of meat upon the smooth stone surface, preparing in advance. As the ritual had yet to commence, the neatly stacked firewood remained unlit. Jiang Yan gazed intently at the skewers of meat, discerning that they were nearly cooked to perfection. As the local orcs preferred their meat slightly underdone, with a hint of blood, she resolved to prepare a portion cooked to medium and another fully cooked, allowing everyone to choose according to their preference. As dusk fell, the horizon blazed with crimson hues, and the orcs in the open meadow began to kindle one bonfire after another. The fires formed a circle, and once ignited, their radiant glow illuminated the surroundings like a dazzling sunset. A wave of warmth enveloped them, and the orc men and women erupted into jubilant cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. With such a multitude of orcs gathered, Jiang Yan found herself overwhelmed, so large roasting racks were placed at intervals around the bonfires. Mia, who had been by Jiang Yan's side, was already adept at seasoning the meat and shared her knowledge with the other females, resulting in a flurry of activity at each fire. With their assistance, Jiang Yan was relieved of much of her burden as she deftly turned the meat, which had transformed into a golden brown hue. As it neared completion, she sprinkled it with chili and Sichuan pepper, releasing an enticing aroma that had the nearby orcs salivating in eager anticipation. Before long, darkness enveloped the land, yet the bright bonfires dispelled the surrounding gloom. Amid her bustling efforts, Jiang Yan caught sight of the orcs suddenly looking reverently towards a particular direction, piquing her curiosity. From the shadows emerged an exquisite figure, exuding an icy aura that made them seem unattainable. It was Bai Mu. He had arrived. At that moment, Jiang Yan remained unaware that this gathering was a coupling ceremony exclusively for young orc males and females, mistaking it for a significant festival instead. Upon the sighting of Bai Mu, the surrounding females erupted into a frenzy of excitement, utterly thrilled. The usually aloof shaman had come to the coupling ceremony. Could it be that he had set his sights on a particular female? In the past, he had never made an appearance, which had caused the great shaman to worry and seek him out, urging him to select a beloved female and sire powerful offspring. However, despite the shaman's earnest persuasions, the shaman remained unmoved. Had he finally come to a realization this time? The females buzzed with exhilaration, for the shaman was the sole high-ranking orc in the tribe, their guardian deity, a formidable male that every female admired. Jiang Yan observed the starry-eyed females around her, pondering the undeniable allure of Bai Mu. Their fervor resembled that of contemporary female fans encountering their idols. After a brief moment, she lowered her head and resumed roasting her meat. Oblivious to the glance Bai Mu cast her way during that instant, the male orcs, upon spotting Bai Mu, swiftly gathered around him, escorting him to the bonfire. Luca sidled up to Bai Mu, a playful grin adorning his face, and inquired, "Oh, esteemed shaman, I never anticipated your participation in this pairing ceremony. Might I ask which female has captured your interest?" Bai Mu shot him a cold glance, his tone firm as he replied, "I merely came to observe. Pay me no mind. Attend to your own affairs." At these words, Luca stifled a chuckle, astonished that the esteemed shaman would resort to deception. The purpose of their gathering was evident to all. as it was an occasion for the young orc men and women to choose their preferred mates. Bai Mu cleared his throat twice, maintaining his icy demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the gazes directed his way. He lifted the hem of his luxurious robe and gracefully seated himself upon the prepared grass. Upon his seating, attentive orcs approached with skewers of roasted meat, presenting them on clean leaves before him, respectfully stating, "Esteemed shaman, the meat roasted by the new female is delectable, do indulge." Bai Mu nodded subtly, picking up a skewer with a composed demeanor, his lips curling slightly as he savored the delicacy. Chapter 80. Readying by the bonfire. The sizzling oil dripped from the stone slab into the embers below, producing a crackling sound. Jiang Yan touched her reddened, tender skin, feeling the sting from the heat. Noticing her discomfort, Mia urged her to sit down and rest, while she took over the task of roasting the meat. Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of stale air, settled herself upon the animal hide blanket, and lifted a wooden cup beside her to take a few sips. The water was pure, yet possessed an unusual flavor, imbued with a subtle floral aroma. Upon closer inspection, she discovered two radiant yellow blossoms resembling chrysanthemums within the cup. It appeared that these primitive orcs had thoroughly adopted certain behaviors and had even mastered the art of steeping floral tea. After sipping a bit more, she alleviated the scorched sensation from the heat, feeling considerably refreshed. After indulging in some light-hearted revelry, the coupling ceremony commenced in earnest. Among the orcs, the females were granted the privilege of making the first selection, bestowing a red flower bracelet upon the male of their affection. The red flower symbolized love and blessings. Thus, irrespective of gender, when an orc found favor in another, they would offer the red flower as a declaration of their feelings. Once the females had made their choices, the male orcs began to select, presenting the red flower to their desired females. Should mutual selection occur, the pair would leap over the bonfire, receiving the blessings of the assembly, and then hand-in-hand exit the venue to engage in certain indescribable activities, marking their union. Following the coupling, they would reside together, procreating, as orcs are known for their loyalty, having but one partner throughout their lives. Although this coupling ceremony occurred annually, only a handful of couples succeeded, often due to mismatched selections, which naturally hindered the formation of unions. The orcs chose their partners based on strength, commencing with the higher-ranked individuals. Among all the females, Natalie held the highest rank, having ascended to a level 3 orc, a mere step away from becoming a middle-tier orc, placing her among the elite of the tribe. Everyone was aware of whom Natalie favored, and unsurprisingly, she approached the composed and aloof Bai Mu, presenting him with the red flower bracelet. With a rush of courage, Natalie, blushing from her admiration, boldly declared, "Great shaman, I like you." Regardless of the outcome, she had articulated her feelings, leaving no room for regret. After proclaiming her affection, she tossed the red flower onto Bai Mu and swiftly fled, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. It was unexpected to witness the typically proud Natalie revealing such a bashful side. As Jiang Yan observed the scene before her, it dawned upon her why Natalie had always regarded her with animosity. It was indeed due to the presence of Bai. As for how she discerned Natalie's affection for Bai Mu, it was evident from the unmistakable expression on her face, which clearly portrayed the innocence of a lovesick maiden. She cast her gaze downwards at the red, fluffy bracelet adorning her wrist, pondering whether it symbolized some form of token. Uncertain of Bai's feelings for Natalie, her eyes inadvertently drifted towards Bai Mu, who sat across the campfire, stirring an inexplicable ripple of emotions within her. Sensing her gaze, Bai Mu's silver-gray eyes suddenly turned towards her. Jiang Yan, feeling flustered, quickly lowered her head and picked up a skewer of grilled meat, pretending to eat. Soon after, another female began to make her selections. After calming her emotions, Jiang Yan raised her head again, curiously observing as the females presented their bracelets one by one. In her oblivion, she remained unaware that a particular individual was consistently casting glances in her direction. Tattle, captivated by the gentle and serene expression of Jiang Yan illuminated by the firelight, found a sense of anticipation blossoming within him. For reasons unknown, ever since that day, the image of the petite female in the water had been etched in his mind. Her snow-white skin and raven-black hair created an exhilarating beauty as she moved. In that moment, he believed her to be more alluring than any other female. Even in the depths of night, her figure often graced his dreams, igniting a sense of shameful stirring within him, a primal reaction inherent to male beastmen. This sensation left him both vexed and sweetly ensnared. It lingered around him like an unshakable shadow. Now, he gazed deeply at the red camellia in his hand, pressed his resolute lips together, and felt the emergence of a potential choice in his heart. Jiang Yan watched as the females took turns presenting their bracelets, a shadow of concern crossing her features. Must every female be compelled to offer her bracelet? This thought left her feeling somewhat awkward. With so few females remaining, it would soon be her turn. As an outsider, and given that the beast folk here evidently did not favor her kind, the prospect of being forced to part with her bracelet only to be met with cold indifference was mortifying. After a moment's hesitation, she discreetly severed the bracelet and reached out to grab some meat, feigning nonchalance as she let the bracelet slip into the flames. The plush, crimson bracelet ignited upon contact with the bonfire, reducing to ashes almost instantaneously. Nearby, Mia gasped, "Ah Yan, your red flower has been burned. What shall we do?" There are no more here. Her exclamation drew the attention of the beast folk, who noticed the absence of the red flower from Jiang Yan's wrist. Where could one possibly find another strand of the red flower at this juncture? Tattle, who had been observing Jiang Yan intently, felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing the destruction of her flower. Without the token of exchange, the possibility of choosing a partner was rendered impossible. Jiang Yan gazed at the exuberant Mia with a hint of exasperation, shaking her head and blinking her eyes. It dawned on Mia that Jiang Yan was being deliberately coy. Did she truly not have any affection for the male orc? Not even for her beloved AMU. However, the moment had now come for her to make her choice, and she could no longer afford to consider Jiang Yan. She stepped forward, one stride at a time, towards the orc she admired. Though typically vivacious and cheerful, she felt a wave of nervousness and shyness wash over her in that instant. A rosy blush crept onto her cheeks as she approached Luca. Without uttering a word, she hurriedly tossed the red blossom at his feet and bashfully covered her face before retreating to her previous spot. Luca, treating the red flower as a treasure, picked it up with delight, his smile nearly stretching to the back of his ears as he beamed foolishly. It turned out that Mia harbored feelings for him too. How wonderful. Upon returning, Mia displayed a face flushed with embarrassment, raising her hands to fan herself, her antics both endearing and comical. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She had never felt such timidity before. If Luca ultimately chose another, she would, in her frustration, simply twist his head off and kick it away like a stone. Oomph. Jiang Yan observed Mia, who was typically audacious, now blushing like a boiled shrimp, her laughter curving her eyes in delight. Perhaps this is the essence of mutual attraction, indeed. She and the orc named Luca seemed to share an undeniable chemistry. In their few interactions, Jiang Yan found Luca to be quite amiable, and together they would undoubtedly be a delightful pair. Chapter 82. Blessings. Mia, the youngest among the females and possessing the least strength, had just sent forth her red flower bracelet when it was Jiang Yan's turn. However, Jiang Yan's red flower had been incinerated, a rare occurrence that left the onlookers in a state of uncertainty, pondering whether to overlook the situation or how to proceed. As Jiang Yan noticed the collective gaze of the crowd upon her, she offered an awkward smile and exchanged a knowing glance with Mia. Understanding her silent communication, Mia rose to explain to the orc assembly that Jiang Yan's red flower had been consumed by flames, rendering her unable to make a choice this time. Consequently, the males were invited to commence their selections, and there were no objections as the others nodded in agreement. Among the male orcs, the strongest were prioritized in choosing their partners. Seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, Jiang Yan discreetly departed from the gathering. Having spent the afternoon by the fire roasting skewers, her throat parched, she had consumed copious amounts of water and now felt an urgent need to relieve herself. Taking advantage of this moment, she ventured into a nearby thicket, glancing around to ensure no one could see her, and squatted down before the bright bonfire. The females gazed earnestly at the aloof Bai Mu, their hearts brimming with anticipation. The most powerful male orc in the tribe, of course, was their revered shaman. Countless fervent gazes were fixed upon him, yet Bai Mu maintained his icy demeanor, his expression unchanged. He merely raised a hand and stated indifferently, "Do not mind me. Choose as you will." At this, the females' hopes were dashed, their expectations extinguished mercilessly. It seemed that their shaman had no intention of selecting a partner after all, which was truly disheartening. During the pairing ceremony that evening, he had received the largest number of red flowers, followed closely by Tattle. Since the shaman chose to abstain, it was now Tattle's turn. Tattle, observing the direction in which Jiang Yan had departed, shook his head and spoke in a somber tone, "You may choose first." Witnessing this unusual behavior from both of them, the crowd expressed mild astonishment, yet the ceremony must continue. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, who had seemed detached from the proceedings, cast a contemplative glance at Tattle. As the other strong male orcs began their selections, Jiang Yan returned. Taking her seat, she turned her gaze towards Bai Mu, who was surrounded by a scattering of red flowers, still exuding an air of cold elegance, illuminated by the flickering flames, akin to a divine being. Jiang Yan found herself somewhat dazzled, pondering internally whether Bai had also come to join the festivities. Meanwhile, a few orcs successfully paired off, prompting a chorus of laughter and cheers from the crowd. Before their eyes, a young orc couple, radiating joy and shyness, clasped hands and leaped over the roaring bonfire, basking in the blessings of those around them. Jiang Yan also rose to her feet. Although she could not comprehend the words spoken by the surrounding orcs in that moment, she joyfully clapped her hands. After receiving the blessings from everyone, the young orc couple embraced and departed, for they were about to engage in the most intimate of activities. Jiang Yan watched their departing figures, reflecting that a mutual selection between men and women could lead to their departure from this place. It seemed they were off to a date. Would they perhaps engage in intimate activities? She wondered if Bai would participate, her heart fluttering anxiously as she glanced at Bai Mu, only to find that his position appeared unchanged, indicating that he had not chosen any female. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over her, yet her ignorance of the rules left her anxious about what would unfold next. After several male orcs made their selections, it was Luca's turn. Chapter 83. A surge of emotion. Luca strode confidently to Mia's side, carefully removing his red flower wristband and gently placing it around her wrist. usually playful and carefree. At that moment, his gaze brimmed with tenderness as he earnestly declared, "Mia, I cherish you. Will you be my partner?" Even before Luca approached, Mia had shyly lowered her head. She nodded softly, her voice barely audible as she whispered her acceptance, "I will." Upon hearing her response, Luca's excitement surged as he grasped Mia's hand tightly, drawing her close. Their eyes met, and hand in hand, they leaped over the bonfire, receiving the blessings of those around them. Crossing the blazing fire symbolized their shared journey toward brightness, clearing away all obstacles and shadows that lay ahead. Vowing to remain together in peace and joy for eternity, Jiang Yan gazed at the bashful Mia, her heart brimming with joy as she extended her heartfelt blessings. She wished for Mia, the spirited girl, to forever remain with her beloved, embracing a life filled with happiness and contentment. The two, having received their blessings, departed the ceremony much like the previous couple. Just before leaving, Mia turned to look back at Jiang Yan and playfully winked at her. Observing Mia's ever-mischievous demeanor, Jiang Yan covered her lips and chuckled softly a few times. Subsequently, she prepared to welcome the next male orc. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Tattle rose upright, firmly grasping the red flower bracelet, his gaze resolute as he approached Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sat in utter boredom, contemplating the departure of Mia and wondering if it would be permissible for her to leave early. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Tattle approaching her. Just as Tattle was about to reach Jiang Yan, a tall and imposing figure rose, his voice cold and commanding, "Wait." The orcs around them were taken aback by the sudden outburst from Bai Mu, perplexed by his intentions. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Mu approached Jiang Yan with an air of divine authority, unhesitatingly taking her hand and leading her away. Witnessing this scene, the orcs widened their eyes in disbelief, watching Bai Mu and Jiang Yan depart. Could it be that the Lord of the Witch was genuinely fond of that little female? Was he truly selecting her as his mate? The crowd erupted in a frenzy of speculation and chatter. Natalie, who had been waiting with a heavy heart, could only watch in anguish as the two left together, tears welling in her eyes. Fearing that others might notice her turmoil, she stifled her sorrow and quietly exited the venue. Her instincts had proven correct. The Lord of the Witch had indeed developed feelings for that little female. Though she braced herself for such a possibility, the reality was difficult to accept, leaving her profoundly saddened. Tattle, equally disheartened, clenched his fists tightly, his brown eyes narrowing as he witnessed the female he admired being taken away. Unbeknownst to him, he crushed the crimson flower in his palm. The Lord of the Witch had chosen the same female he admired. Should he continue to vie for her affection or concede? Meanwhile, Jiang Yan looked bewilderedly at Bai Mu, who was pulling her away, and asked, "Dabai, where are you taking me?" Bai Mu, his lips pressed tightly, remained silent as he led her onward, uncertain of their destination, merely wandering aimlessly. Eventually, they found themselves at the entrance of the bamboo grove where he resided. He halted, his gaze deep and complex as he regarded Jiang Yan. At a loss for words, his heart was tumultuous, filled with an unfamiliar emotion. Jiang Yan broke free from the grasp of the hand. Her face slightly flushed as she asked in confusion, "What is the matter? Dabai, do you have something to say?" Chapter 84. Affection. After a prolonged silence in the tense atmosphere, Bai Mu retrieved a vibrant string of red Inghua flowers from his spatial pouch, gently adorning Jiang Yan's slender wrist with them. Initially, he had no intention of attending this coupling ceremony. However, the Grand Shaman, as usual, had come to persuade and urge him, presenting him with the string of red flowers. After the Grand Shaman departed, he intended to discard them carelessly, but suddenly recalled the little female, having heard that she had reached maturity and would also participate in the ceremony. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to attend. At the moment he witnessed Tattle approaching her, an inexplicable turmoil surged within his heart, prompting him to interrupt and subsequently lead her here. In this instant, he felt a sense of relief for having come, for otherwise, Tattle possessed considerable strength, and many females within the tribe admired him. Had he pursued the little female, she would likely have accepted his advances. Jiang Yan stared in astonishment as Bai Mu adorned her wrist with a red flower bracelet, her heart racing as if it had been scalded, thumping incessantly. What was Bai Mu doing? Bai Mu gazed intently at Jiang Yan, whose cheeks were flushed a delicate crimson, resembling the beauty of a blooming rose. His lips parted as if to speak, yet the words remained trapped on the tip of his tongue. Lacking the eloquence to articulate his feelings, he found himself at a loss. The two stood in silence, locked in each other's gaze amidst the bamboo grove for a brief moment, but Bai Mu ultimately could not summon the courage to voice his sentiments, and he escorted Jiang Yan back home. Jiang Yan, bewildered, was led out and then returned home, her mind in a state of complete disarray. Dabai uttered not a single word. What did this mean? Even if she could not comprehend his speech, he could certainly convey his thoughts through gestures. Observing numerous beastmen exchanging bracelets, could it be that Dabai harbored feelings for her? Yet, his expression remained unchanged, as stoic as ever, devoid of any warmth. Perhaps she was overthinking. How could Dabai, adored by so many females, possibly have feelings for a newcomer like herself? She placed the string of red flower bracelets at the foot of her bed, tidied up a bit, and prepared to rest, but found herself tossing and turning throughout the night, unable to find slumber. The news of the high priest's choice of the new female had sent shockwaves through the tribe. with every beastman engaged in fervent discussion. Upon hearing the news, the high priest made a special trip to the bamboo grove to speak with Bai Mu. In the serene and tranquil bamboo grove, the high priest, with a gentle gaze, looked upon Bai Mu, who was seated cross-legged in meditation. A child she had watched grow up. She softly inquired, Mu, you have chosen that young female, haven't you? You like her. Bai Mu opened his cold eyes and glanced at the high priest, denying her assertion. High priest, please do not misunderstand. I merely, he faltered, unable to complete his thought. The high priest smiled knowingly. You simply do not wish for her to be taken by another, do you? My child, that is indeed a form of affection. To like someone is to strive for them. Otherwise, if you delay, it may be too late. Absorbing the high priest's words, Bai Mu cast his gaze downward. Could it be that he truly had feelings for that young female, so different from the beastman here? He had always believed that his attention towards her stemmed solely from sympathy. The high priest approached and gently patted Bai Mu's shoulder, offering tender encouragement. Mu, do not burden yourself with excessive worry. Follow your heart. With that, the high priest turned to leave, leaving Bai Mu in deep contemplation. Follow my heart. Bai Mu raised a hand to his chest, sensing that his heart no longer felt as cold and desolate as it once had. Chapter 85. Yan after a rain. The fruits and vegetables in the courtyard thrived more abundantly than ever. Jiang Yan approached the fence with a refreshing spirit, plucking a large mango. Upon returning indoors, she skillfully peeled it and sliced it into small pieces, arranging them meticulously on a wooden platter. Grabbing a wooden skewer, she indulged in a few pieces, savoring the sweet, luscious taste that compelled her to squint in delight. During these days, she had woven a small piece of fabric, though it was insufficient in quantity, prompting her to fashion several sets of undergarments. The fabric was pure white, a rather monotonous choice that lacked visual appeal. Thus, she creatively adorned it with vibrant silk threads, embroidering intricate patterns. With these embellishments, the garments rivaled those found in modern marketplaces, albeit the fabric was not as refined or smooth. Nevertheless, they surpassed the animal hide skirts commonly worn in this region. After relishing a few more pieces of mango, a melodious tinkling sound resonated from the courtyard. It was the delightful chime of the wind chimes she had crafted. Given that the local orcs had no custom of knocking before entering, especially her sister Luo, who often appeared silently and unexpectedly, she had gathered slender bamboo stalks, cutting them into small segments to create several simple wind chimes, which she hung at both the courtyard and house entrances. Thus, when someone opened the courtyard gate or entered the house, the wind chimes would ring, alerting her to their presence. Jiang Yan gazed outside the courtyard, pondering who might be visiting her today. Ever since Mia had found her partner and relocated to Luca's place, the once lively atmosphere had diminished considerably. She had not been graced by daily company for meals or drinks, and even Sister Luo had not paid a visit in quite some time. However, upon catching sight of that exquisite figure draped in purple, a smile graced her lips. It seemed that what one wishes for often materializes. After several days apart, it was none other than Sister Luo. With her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Yan, as was her custom, Luo spoke in a teasingly intimate tone. Little Yan, have you missed your sister during our days apart? Jiang Yan nodded eagerly. Of course she had thought about it. It had been quite dull without Sister Luo's presence for several consecutive days. As she spoke, she waved to Si Luo, who had just prepared a plate of fruit, just as Sister Luo entered to indulge in it. Si Luo, with an air of mystery, revealed a smile and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a piece of exquisite cloud brocade from her personal space, holding it up before Jiang Yan. Little Yan, do you see what this is? Jiang Yan gazed intently, her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment. Before her lay a gown of delicate blush pink, ethereal and graceful, its surface shimmering with a soft radiance, truly captivating. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. The sensation was exquisitely soft and smooth, akin to the finest silk. Jiang Yan was utterly astonished. Sister Luo, where did you acquire this dress? It is truly exquisite. I cannot believe that in this primitive foreign world, such craftsmanship exists. It is simply remarkable. Having donned only rudely fashioned beastskin skirts since her arrival, the sight of such a splendid garment felt akin to a rustic villager encountering a rare treasure. Si Luo smiled alluringly, a playful glint in her eyes. It matters not where it came from. What matters is that you love it. This is a gift for you. For me. At her words, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the dress, marveling at it. Yet, she pondered, this must have been quite a valuable item. She turned to Si Luo and asked, this is quite precious, isn't it, Sister Luo? Si Luo shook her head dismissively. There is nothing precious or otherwise. As long as you like it, that is enough. Noticing that Jiang Yan hesitated to accept, she feigned a stern demeanor and insisted, you must accept it today. If you refuse, Sister Luo will never come to find you again. With that, Jiang Yan could no longer decline and joyfully accepted the gift. Chapter 86. Jealousy, however. The dress was somewhat simply tailored, and she resolved to redesign it. Si Luo's emerald green eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yan, and upon witnessing her radiant smile, he felt a warmth unfurling in his once cold heart. The efforts of the past few days had indeed been worthwhile. Lazily, he sank into a chair and reached for some fruit on the table, savoring its sweetness. After a few bites, he washed it down with some refreshing water. After Jiang Yan treasurefully placed the cloud brocade in the cabinet, she turned around with a beaming smile and said to Si Luo, "Thank you, Sister Luo, for the gift. I truly adore it. However, may I inquire where you acquired such a remarkable item?" Her curiosity was palpable. Si Luo, with a deep and resonant voice, slowly replied, "This is a unique cloud brocade from the Yunsang clan." The Yunsang clan? Jiang Yan murmured softly. Could it be that the Yunsang tribe possesses skilled artisans? More advanced than the tribes here? Is that why they can weave such smooth silk? Noticing her genuine interest, Si Luo chuckled lightly. "What troubles you, little Yan? Are you intrigued by the Yunsang tribe? If you are, I can take you to witness it firsthand, although it is quite a distance from here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly shook her head. "No, it's not necessary. I'm merely curious and wouldn't dare to trouble Sister Luo." From Sister Luo's words, it seemed that the Yunsang tribe was very far away, with a round trip easily taking several days. To embark on such a strenuous journey just to present her with a gift filled her heart with immense gratitude. Her bright, clear eyes gazed tenderly at the shimmering purple figure seated nearby, and a sweet smile graced her lips. "Sister Luo is so kind to me. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills and prepare some delightful dishes to reward you." Yet, it was merely a piece of yun brocade that could evoke such emotion. Si Luo mused that his little Yan was truly easy to please. He nodded gently. "Very well. I shall eagerly await to taste your exquisite dishes, little Yan." Jiang Yan wore a radiant smile, bustling about with a delightful sense of order. Slow observed her figure, feeling an unprecedented warmth that enveloped him in a soothing tranquility. After a while, finding himself bored in his idle state, he resolved to rise and offer assistance. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a crimson object. He shifted his gaze, approached the bedside, and picked it up for closer inspection, only to discover it was a red English flower, a symbol of affection, still bearing the lingering scent of a masculine beastman. This aroma felt oddly familiar. Recalling the only masculine beastman mentioned by the young Yan, by Mu, he began to wonder if it was he who had gifted this red flower to her. Uncertainty about their relationship ignited a surge of jealousy within him, tightening his fists in a desire to obliterate this glaring token. Yet, given that he was in Yan's presence, it would be difficult to explain such a drastic action. Ultimately, he could only return the red flower to its place, his expression dark and brooding as he struggled to contain his emotions. Jiang Yan busied herself, bringing the meticulously prepared dishes to the table. Aware that Sister Luo had a preference for cold dishes, she ensured that all the offerings were served chilled. The delightful array of delicacies was laid out, and Jiang Yan called out cheerfully, "Sister Luo, it's time to dine." The previously sullen expression on Si Luo's face, who was lounging by the bed, transformed into his usual captivating and languorous demeanor. His deep green eyes gazed tenderly at Jiang Yan as he took his seat at the table, adeptly picking up his chopsticks to savor the meal, showering Jiang Yan with compliments on her culinary skills as he ate. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to Slo's peculiarities. After their meal, she implored him to escort her outside the tribe for some leisure. Slo had never denied her requests. Chapter 87, The Beehive. Having not ventured out for many days, the moment they left the tribe, Jiang Yan felt as liberated as a bird released from its cage, filled with exuberance. Today was particularly special, as it marked the first time Sister Luo took her out during the day. Typically, their outings occurred in the afternoon or evening, often cut short before she could fully indulge in the experience. Seated atop the tree canopy, Jiang Yan basked in the scenery, her feet swinging leisurely. She reminisced about the honey Mia had sent her, and had initially intended to extract some beeswax to make candles, but her plans had been postponed. Turning her head towards Slo, she inquired, "Sister Luo, do you know where I might find a beehive?" "A beehive?" Slo contemplated Jiang Yan's thoughts, realizing she was actually referring to the honey beetles. These creatures bore no rank. Rather, little Yan was in search of honey larvae, which he had previously witnessed a female serpent clan member consume back in the tribe. The orcs here were unaware that such a thing was called a beehive, merely perceiving it as the eggs produced by the honey beetles, thus referring to them as honey eggs. It seemed that little Yan was craving a taste. With a fond smile, he playfully pinched her nose, assuring her that whatever she desired, Sister Luo would procure for her. With those words, his long, powerful arm encircled Jiang Yan, instructing her to hold on tightly, before they plummeted from the lofty treetops, swiftly weaving through the jungle at breakneck speed. The exhilarating descent felt akin to a roller coaster ride, prompting Jiang Yan to gasp in surprise, closing her eyes in trepidation. In the blink of an eye, Slo had transported her to a grove of palm trees, where a plethora of honey beetles flourished, drawn by the abundance of nearby blossoms. Jiang Yan released her tightly grasped hold on Slo's arm, a wave of uncertainty washing over her. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Sister Luo's body was astonishingly frigid, akin to a moving refrigerator, providing a refreshing chill in close proximity. However, her curiosity piqued. She wondered what kind of being Sister Luo was, possessing such a low body temperature akin to that of a beast. Could she possibly be a cold-blooded creature? The mere thought of snakes and lizards sent a shiver down her spine, for she harbored an aversion to those frigid reptiles. Yet, considering Sister Luo's exquisite beauty. It was hard to fathom that she could be a manifestation of something grotesque or malevolent. Slow's enigmatic gaze deepened perceptibly. He had sensed the thoughts swirling within little Yan's mind. Indeed, even she was not an exception, sharing the prevalent disdain for their cold-blooded kind. However, one cannot choose their lineage, and in this moment, he felt an intense loathing for his own origins. As he led Jiang Yan beneath a palm tree adorned with honeycombs, his countenance remained cold and somber, yet when she glanced at him, he immediately donned a beguiling smile. Jiang Yan gazed excitedly at the beehive nestled among the tall, majestic palm trees adorned with lush green leaves, exclaiming, "I never anticipated there would be such an abundance of honey here. Sister Luo, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in retrieving it." The beehive was situated at a considerable height, beyond her reach as a petite figure, and climbing trees was not her forte. Luo responded with a gentle acknowledgement. "Very well, little Yan, you may wait here." With that, she advanced towards the tree, propping herself against the sturdy trunk with one hand while deftly dislodging the beehive with the other. The bees, considerably larger than those of modern times, buzzed around Luo, circling in the air yet refraining from approaching her. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in alarm as she beheld countless bees, each the size of a fist, buzzing around her. She took a few steps back, fearful of their stings. Such large bees could potentially be lethal with a single bite, yet fortunately, they merely flitted about without attacking her. In Chapter 88, titled Aromatic Essence, she sighed with relief and marveled at the exquisite pleasure of days free from mosquito bites. Slow had gathered several beehives before finally pausing, placing them before Jiang Yan with a gentle gaze. "Little Yan, is this sufficient?" Jiang Yan gazed at the towering beehive on the grass, which was nearly as tall as she was, nodding repeatedly. "Enough, enough." Here, not only were the bees larger, but the hives they constructed were several times bigger than those in modern times. One would suffice for her needs for quite some time. Upon hearing her exclaim that it was enough, a swarm of buzzing bee-like creatures nearby became increasingly bothersome. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Slow gathered all the hives into his personal space, leading Jiang Yan off to explore elsewhere. Having ventured out early this time, they traveled to a location somewhat distant from the tribe. Slow harbored a desire to take Jiang Yan to his cave, yet it remained unkempt and barren, too rudimentary. Fearing that she might find it unappealing, he planned to tidy up before inviting her to his dwelling, intending to express his feelings for her. However, he was anxious about the possibility of Bai Mu, that notorious charmer, whisking her away, as he was well known for attracting females, inciting envy and resentment among the male beast men. Previously, Slow had not been concerned about his appeal to females, but since meeting Jiang Yan, he found himself increasingly attentive to his masculine allure. During this excursion, Jiang Yan accumulated a considerable bounty of intriguing items. Each time she stumbled upon something novel, she would excitedly call out to Slow to gather it, resulting in his personal space becoming nearly overflowing with assorted curiosities. Slow glanced at his now crammed personal space, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement. This little sprite of a girl would insist on bringing home any peculiar find, truly a clever little thing. After their fruitful outing, Slow returned Jiang Yan home, lingering only briefly before departing. It had been a while since he last returned to the Apophis tribe, and he had just received a summons from his arrogant father. He despised everything about that place, yet he felt compelled to endure until he was stronger. Once Slow had left, Jiang Yan kindled a fire beneath a stone pot, poured in some clean water, and chopped the beehive into smaller pieces, meticulously extracting the honey and sealing it in a barrel. She then placed the remaining hive into the stone pot to melt down, refining it into beeswax. Using a wooden spoon, she stirred it thoroughly. Once the hive had completely liquefied, she patiently filtered out the impurities. She retrieved some cotton thread from a few days prior to fashion a wick, holding one end of the wick in a wooden cup while pouring the beeswax into the cup. Lacking molds, she made do with the wooden cup for the time being. Once the beeswax cooled and solidified, a simple, all-natural beeswax candle would be ready. As she observed the pale yellow liquid in the cup, an idea struck her. She added some dried flowers she had previously prepared, transforming it into an aromatic candle that was not only visually appealing, but would also emit a gentle floral fragrance when lit. Subsequently, she fetched several more wooden cups, repeating the process of placing the wick and pouring in the beeswax, adding petals to each cup. Once all the cups were filled, she set them on the windowsill to cool swiftly. However, with limited wooden cups, she would have to wait until the beeswax in each cup cooled and solidified before continuing her candle making, which felt rather inefficient. Nevertheless, the cool evening air and gentle breeze ensured that the candles placed by the window would harden in no time. Jiang Yan approached the window and glanced outside, noticing that the first candle she had crafted had nearly cooled. With great care, she extricated it and placed it upon the table. Returning to the stone pot, she proceeded to replicate the candle-making process. As fatigue began to envelop her, she could not stifle a yawn and decided to pause her work, pouring the remaining beeswax from the pot into a wooden barrel to await further use the following day. After all, there was no rush, and the cooled beeswax could easily be reheated for continued crafting, which proved to be quite convenient. She lit the newly made aromatic candle and set it on the low wooden cabinet beside her bed. Lying down, Jiang Yan gazed at the flickering, warm glow of the candlelight, accompanied by the floral fragrance wafting in the air, and gradually closed her eyes, surrendering to the realm of dreams. Living alone, she often kept a fire burning through the night for a sense of security, and now with the candle, her comfort was further enhanced. As the quiet night passed, Jiang Yan, having returned from training, took several hearty sips of floral tea and sat at the table by the window. She peeled a few fluffy fruits and began to twist the white fibers to serve as candle wicks. In no time, she fashioned a sufficient quantity of cotton wicks for her candle-making endeavors. Subsequently, she retrieved her pink cloud-pattern dress and made some alterations. The long gown, which reached the floor, was indeed lovely but somewhat impractical, so she trimmed it to knee length. The sleeves were flared, approximately 3/4 in length, exuding a sense of grace and lightness, which she left unaltered, opting only to refine the neckline and the body of the dress. The neckline was reshaped into a square-cut design that remained modest, while she sewed 2 pleats into the skirt using the same silk thread to create a more fitted silhouette, yet the hem retained a flowing, ethereal quality. As for the leftover fabric, she transformed it into a camisole and several pairs of panties. Additionally, she could not bear to discard the scraps, so she wove them into a charming bow and stitched it onto the back waist of the dress. With this delightful embellishment, the whimsical pink gown gained an added touch of playful charm. Jiang Yan gazed with immense satisfaction at the fairy dress she had crafted with her own hands. Eagerly, she took a refreshing bath and donned her creation. Subsequently, she adorned herself with 2 intricate braids, fastening a pair of moon orchids at their ends. With a wooden bucket in hand, she skipped merrily towards the stream to fetch water. Since her arrival in this place, she had been preoccupied with the struggles of survival, and it had been quite some time since she had taken such care in her appearance. Outside, a lush landscape flourished, filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant allure of blossoms. Jiang Yan's exquisite visage radiated with a floral smile as she gazed into the stream. Indulging in a moment of self-reflection, she bent down to draw a bucket of water, straining slightly as she hoisted it back to the stone dwelling. Unbeknownst to her, in the fleeting instant of her turn, a striking figure with a serpent's tail emerged gracefully from the center of the stream. Stina's enchanting green eyes fixated on Jiang Yan's departing silhouette, her fists clenched in a fit of rage, her long nails unconsciously digging into her flesh. No wonder Luo had not returned to the tribe for several months and had grown increasingly aloof. It became evident that he must have taken a liking to another female. The abrupt visit to the Yunsang tribe had already spread among the more observant members of the community, for the only reason an orc would venture there was for the precious cloud silk. Initially, she had harbored hopes of whom Luo might bestow the cloud silk upon, only to discover it would be this unfamiliar young female, a frail, unremarkable female, utterly unworthy of donning such an exquisite fabric. Especially since Luo had traveled great distances to procure it personally, this revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. Consumed by envy and resentment, she nearly ground her teeth to dust, wishing fervently to seize the cloud silk from that insufferable young female at once. Yet, the harsh reality was that, despite her awareness of Luo's affections for another, she could not afford to unleash her wrath. The fate of that young female was inconsequential. She feared that a moment of indiscretion might lead to Luo's irrevocable disdain. Luo was her sole salvation, and thus she must tread carefully, ensuring that no blemish marred her standing. Stina's chest heaved with tumultuous emotions as she inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous heart, recognizing that this matter required careful deliberation. After a protracted pause, she cast a resentful glance at the dwelling of Jiang Yan before submerging herself in the water and departing. Chapter 90. The candle unaware that someone had been watching her intently, Jiang Yan returned with a bucket of water and poured it into a pot to heat. Once the water reached a boil, she poured it out and proceeded to reheat the solidified beeswax from the previous night in a stone pot, continuing her candle making. Instead of meticulously pouring the melted beeswax into wooden cups one by one, which proved rather tedious, Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with inspiration. She fetched a large basin and poured the beeswax directly into it, swiftly retrieving cotton wicks and carefully placing them at calculated intervals within the wax. Although the candles produced in this manner lacked the aesthetic appeal of cylindrical aromatic candles, the process was undoubtedly more efficient, straightforward, and practical. After completing her tasks, she set the basin in a cool, clean spot to allow the mixture to cool and solidify. After a flurry of activity, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. Jiang Yan briefly heated some cured meat before stepping into the garden to pluck a cucumber, thus resolving her dinner in a rather rudimentary manner. It was unavoidable. Ever since her arrival, her meals had consisted solely of either meat or vegetables, with the occasional bird egg or fish soup, devoid of staple foods. She found herself yearning for the fragrant aroma of steamed rice. After finishing her meal, she noticed that the beeswax in the wooden basin had cooled sufficiently. Jiang Yan carefully inverted the pale yellow block of beeswax onto the table and, with a dagger in hand, estimated the distance between the cotton wicks to slice it into neat squares. Although modest in appearance, the gentle hue exuded warmth. She did not discard the leftover beeswax, for it was a precious commodity, capable of serving as a health-promoting ingredient or being transformed into skincare products and lip balms. Particularly, this was the purest form of beeswax, and she could hardly bear to part with it. In modern times, candles made from pure beeswax would be considered a luxury. Given the scarcity of materials, such candles are not only environmentally friendly and simple to produce, but also purify the air when lit. Of course, the air here is already fresh and pleasant, requiring no purification. This land is so abundantly resourceful. If it weren't for the myriad of ferocious beasts, it would be akin to a paradise, ideal for human habitation. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Yan placed several square candles into a basket, intending to bring some to the Great Witch and Mia. Feeling that the number was insufficient, she added 2 aromatic candles. Once prepared, she lifted the basket and made her way towards Mia's new residence. Mia had moved to Luca's, which was a bit of a distance from her own place. After walking for a while, she finally arrived at Mia's new home. From a distance, she could see that Mia was alone in the house. Luca must have gone out hunting. With Luca by her side, Mia's life had become significantly easier. Even on days when she chose to be lazy and not hunt, she still had food. Since forming a partnership, Mia seemed to have shed her youthful demeanor overnight, becoming much more mature. Upon spotting Jiang Yan approaching, she joyfully ran out to greet her. Yan, you've come to see me. Please, come in and sit. Jiang Yan smiled and gently shook her head, presenting the handmade candles from her basket to Mia. Mia, these are candles that can illuminate. Take some, and I shall deliver the rest to the Grand Sorceress. Mia picked up a fragrant candle infused with dried flowers, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to her nose to inhale its delightful aroma. With the curiosity of a child, she inquired, "It smells wonderful. Yan, what is this?" Jiang Yan noticed that she hadn't grasped her meaning, so she took out a flint to ignite the candle. Looking at Mia, she elaborated once more, "This is used for illumination. It is called a candle." Jiang Yan repeated several times, and only then did Mia comprehend that this was called a candle. It astonished her that such a small object could emit flames. Yan, how is this achieved? Chapter 91, The Shaman Healer. Jiang Yan found herself at a loss for words, merely offering a gentle smile as she patted Mia's shoulder. She attempted to articulate in the local tongue, albeit with some difficulty. "All right, take it back, cherish it. Once it's used up, come find me again." Recently, after earnestly requesting Sister Luo to teach her the local language, her ability to communicate had improved remarkably, allowing her to comprehend most simple daily exchanges. Of course, she still struggled with more complex sentences at times. Mia, momentarily distracted from her curiosity, placed a few items into her personal space. Upon noticing Mia had taken a candle, Jiang Yan intended to turn and leave, but Mia caught her arm. With a look of envy, Mia reached out to touch the exquisite cloud-patterned dress Jiang Yan wore, exclaiming, "Wow, what a beautiful gown. Yan, where did you get it?" Jiang Yan noticed her sparkling eyes fixated on her dress and couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Do you like it? Perhaps you should ask your Luca to fetch one for you." Some of the words Jiang Yan used were not quite right, leaving Mia somewhat bewildered. She tenderly caressed the smooth silk brocade and, looking at Jiang Yan, inquired, "Yan, won't you come in and sit for a while?" Jiang Yan politely declined, stating that she still needed to visit the great shaman. After bidding farewell to Mia, she made her way to the abode of the great shaman. The great shaman had provided her with considerable assistance, and being advanced in age without a child or daughter by her side was rather pitiable. Thus, whenever she possessed something of value, she would generously share it. The great shaman was not only responsible for the females of the tribe, but also possessed miraculous holy water. She served as the healer of the tribe, treating the orcs when they were unwell or injured. These were revelations that Jiang Yan would come to understand later. The dwelling of the great shaman was exceedingly simple, comprising merely 2 stone huts, devoid of any courtyard. Inside, various medicinal herbs and an assortment of stone vessels were arranged, saturating the air with a complex blend of medicinal aromas. Jiang Yan approached the doorway and discovered that the Grand Sorcerer appeared to have just returned. A basket filled with an assortment of herbs, still bearing traces of earth. During her initial visit alongside Mia, she had been pleasantly surprised to find fresh ginger at the Grand Sorcerer's abode, and she had eagerly requested a generous amount to take home. As the Grand Sorcerer tended to the medicinal herbs, upon noticing Jiang Yan at the entrance, a warm smile graced his face. "My dear child, do you require something? Please, come in and have a seat." Jiang Yan entered, respectfully greeting, "Great Sorcerer, are you occupied?" As she spoke, she carefully extracted the candles from the basket and arranged them upon the long wooden cabinet within the room. With a somewhat awkward tone, she introduced, "Great Sorcerer, these are candles. Yes, they are items that provide illumination. Here, I offer them for your use." The Great Sorcerer, intrigued, approached to inspect them and praised, "Little girl, you are truly clever to have crafted such illuminating objects. It is commendable that you think of this old woman. Great Sorcerer, I am deeply grateful to you." Jiang Yan understood the words of gratitude and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, No, it's just a small matter, no need for thanks, no need for thanks." Hee, such a considerate and well-behaved child, the Great Witch revealed a loving gaze. As she looked at Jiang Yan before her, She found herself increasingly fond of her. However, when her gaze fell upon the exquisite pink dress, her expression became more serious. After a moment of observation, she subtly inquired with a smile. Have you recently made new friends, little one? Friends? Jiang Yan nodded and smiled, saying, Indeed, I have made many friends lately. Upon hearing this, the great shaman raised a knowing smile, deep in thought. Chapter 92. Unease. After a brief stay, Jiang Yan did not linger long and returned home. She had much to attend to. The weather was sweltering, and if she did not swiftly process the honeycomb, it would spoil. She resolved to transform all the honeycombs into candles as soon as possible. Upon reaching home, she diligently extracted the honey from the combs, filling several buckets. Following her previous method, she added a small amount of water to a stone pot, melting and refining the honeycomb in batches to produce beeswax for candle making. With her dried flowers running low, she gathered various fresh blooms of different colors to craft an assortment of scented candles, while the remainder were plain beeswax candles. Days later, news of her candle-making innovation spread throughout the tribe, piquing the curiosity of the orcs, who flocked to observe and request some. Fortunately, she had produced ample candles, generously offering each orc 2 plain candles, while keeping the scented ones for herself. In return, the orcs did not take the gifts for free. They offered wild game or animal hides in exchange. Noticing the orc's fascination with her candles, she initially intended to personally gift some to buy. But recalling the awkwardness between them that night, she decided instead to ask Luca to deliver them. I had given her a red flower bracelet, but said nothing, leaving her unsure of how to face him again. Thus, she opted to avoid encounters for the time being to prevent discomfort. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, a gentle breeze occasionally stirred. In her cozy home, Jiang Yan, illuminated by the soft glow of the candles, deftly wove a bamboo lantern. Placing candles outside risked extinguishing them in the wind, so she contemplated creating a lantern to hang outside for illumination. Her graceful silhouette danced on the wall, a picture of harmony and beauty. After a while, her eyes grew weary, and she set down the bamboo strips to stretch her wrists. Suddenly, the candles on the table shook violently, nearly extinguishing. An unsettling sensation struck her as her left eye twitched involuntarily. Just then, the wind chimes at the gate began to jangle violently, heightening her anxiety. Who could be visiting at such a late hour? With trepidation, she grasped a dagger and cautiously approached the door. Peering through the crack, she saw nothing but darkness outside, and the chiming abruptly ceased. Tension gripped her as she bit her lip. Her instincts warned her that something was amiss outside, yet the darkness deterred her from venturing out. In this uncertain situation, her home felt like the safest refuge, and she resolved to wait and observe. Outside, the moonlight was dim, and a monstrous creature, resembling a mutated gorilla with bared teeth and dark fur, crouched at the gate, curiously attempting to push the door open. After several vigorous attempts, it bared its fangs and, with a powerful kick, broke the door down. The aged door collapsed with a loud crash, startling Jiang Yan within. Peering through the door's gap, she caught sight of a pair of blood-red, menacing eyes in the darkness. A wave of terror washed over her. What kind of horrifying creature was this? Her heart raced, pounding in her chest as she hurriedly extinguished the candles, held her breath, and crouched down to hide, hoping the monster had not detected her. Yet the creature charged directly toward the stone house, emitting a ghastly cackle as it violently shook the door, intent on forcing its way inside. Chapter 93. Beast attack. Jiang Yan cursed under her breath, realizing the dire predicament she was in. She hastily rose and climbed onto the table by the window, desperately prying at the wooden frame with a dagger. The monstrous creature loomed at the door, and escaping through the window had become her only chance for survival. Sweat trickled down her brow as she exerted every ounce of strength to force the window open, her blood running cold as she heard the creature violently shaking the wooden door outside. However, the door could not withstand the assault for long. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, and the beast, ferocious and menacing, burst into the room, lunging towards Jiang Yan with its clawed hand outstretched, aiming to seize her. Jiang Yan's heart raced uncontrollably, and in that moment, she seemed to forget how to breathe. In the darkness, all she could see were the fierce, blood-red eyes of a monstrous beast. In the face of extreme danger, her instinct for survival ignited a fierce desire within her. Clenching her courage, she wielded her dagger and struck towards the creature's red eyes. With a sickening sound, the blade sank into flesh, eliciting a horrific scream from the beast as it covered its eyes and wailed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan mustered all her strength and hurled herself against the wooden window, crashing through it with a shattering sound. Pain surged through her, but she paid it no mind as she scrambled to her feet and stumbled outside, crying out for help in terror. Meanwhile, in other parts of the tribe, numerous ferocious beasts emerged, creating an atmosphere fraught with peril. Cloaked by the dense night, these predators ambushed the unsuspecting, slumbering beastmen. One beastman, caught off guard, fell victim to a brutal attack, his flesh torn apart, blood gushing forth, and his anguished cries awakened the entire tribe. Tattle twitched his ears, transforming into his beast form and leaping out of the house with a series of fierce roars to summon his kin. His presence drew the attention of lurking beasts, which bared their fangs and lunged at him. Tattle responded with a threatening growl, engaging in a fierce struggle with the attacking creatures. The awakened beastmen transformed into their beast forms, calling out to their comrades and gathering together. In the pitch-black night, ghostly eyes watched them, and the beastmen realized that a horde of ferocious beasts had infiltrated their tribe. Panic gripped their hearts as they realized that their tribe was under siege. Seeing Tattle surrounded by monsters, they rushed to his aid. The sight of so many beastmen seemed to excite the beasts further, who charged at them with renewed vigor, resulting in a cacophony of battle cries that echoed throughout the night. Meanwhile, Natalie, still in her human form at home, was besieged by several reptilian creatures, towering to her shoulders and resembling large lizards. She shifted positions, her eyes gleaming with determination as she remained on high alert. The sudden ambush left her with no time to transform, forcing her into a confrontation. Tension etched on her face. She swung her fist towards one of the lizards that lunged at her. With a resounding thud, her powerful strike sent the beast flying 2 meters away. The other lizards swarmed her, but Natalie relentlessly swung her fists, her arms bulging with strength. After kicking 2 beasts away with her powerful legs, she firmly grasped the head of another lizard that charged at her, lifting it and swinging it around before flinging it far away. The creature let out a dreadful shriek as it crashed to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Chapter 94. Chaos. Having dealt with the lizards, Natalie transformed into her beast form and joined AM and her brother, racing towards the direction of their kin's calls for help. The path was fraught with various beasts. Although not particularly powerful, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Natalie gathered her energy and unleashed a powerful tiger roar that reverberated through the air. Meanwhile, Baimu, several days away from the tribe and hunting in the forest, suddenly perked up his fluffy ears, discerning the distant sounds. Alarmed, he realized that the tribe must be under attack. He swiftly turned and dashed back towards the tribe. Under the moonlit sky, the majestic white tiger raced like a bolt of lightning. Luca transformed into a robust tiger, protecting Mia as they approached their kin. The sudden assault by the beasts had caught them unawares, and several tribe members had already been injured. As Mia was the weakest, he vowed to shield her, ensuring that not a single hair on her body would be harmed. The thought of her being hurt filled him with dread, far exceeding his own pain. As Mia and Luca battled the beasts on their way, Mia suddenly recalled the defenseless Jiang Yan, her heart heavy with worry. She turned to Luca, pleading, "Luca, we must hurry to save Yan. She is powerless against these beasts and will surely perish." Luca's heart raced, but he could only focus on protecting Mia. However, they could not abandon the young female to her fate. After dispatching one beast, he threw his head back and let out a desperate call, hoping the great shaman would hear him and arrive swiftly. The tribe's powerful tigers and ferocious beasts clashed fiercely, the scent of blood thickening in the air. The night appeared tainted red, littered with severed limbs and blood. Amidst this chaos, a formidable, divine white tiger descended from the heavens, standing protectively before the beastmen, its cold, bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon the beasts lurking in the dark. The warrior beastmen, witnessing the majestic white tiger's arrival, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their great shaman had returned, and these vile beasts dared to invade their tribe. They would witness the shaman's wrath. Baimu regarded the snarling beasts with disdain, his fury ignited by their audacity to ambush the tiger clan. He vowed to make them pay dearly for their transgressions. With icy eyes filled with lethal intent, he calmed himself and gathered his inner energy, unleashing a torrent of blue flames from his tiger maw. The brilliant flames illuminated the darkness, sweeping mercilessly towards the beasts and incinerating them without mercy. The scorched beasts emitted blood-curdling screams that sent chills down the spine. Those fortunate enough to escape the flames fled in terror, their fangs bared. Within moments, the beasts engulfed in the icy flames were reduced to mere ashes, vanishing from existence with a gust of wind. The beastmen gazed in awe at the spectacle, realizing the terrifying power of the higher beastmen. It was a sight that filled them with reverence and starkly reminded them of their own insignificance. After the beasts retreated, several warriors approached to escort the great shaman. Seeing that the shaman was unharmed, Baimu felt a weight lift from his heart, yet he sensed he had forgotten something crucial. He frantically scanned the area for the frail figure of Jiang Yan, but found no trace of her. Panic surged through him as his pupils constricted, and he turned and raced towards her dwelling. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of urgency gripped his heart, and visions of her gentle, innocent smile flashed through his mind. He could hardly fathom the peril she would face at the hands of those ferocious beasts. "Yan, wait for me." Mia, with tears in her eyes, watched Baimu hurriedly depart, her voice thick with emotion as she called out, "Amu, please bring Yan back safely. She must persist, dear Ayun, even if she dares not continue her thoughts." The great sorcerer, surrounded by a throng, felt an undeniable pang of anxiety, silently praying for the well-being of the kind-hearted little girl. Chapter 95. Delay. Before the stone house by the stream, Jiang Yan, trembling with fear, dashed out of the courtyard. Yet, as she cast her gaze outward, she beheld several dark figures gradually advancing beneath the moonlight. The ominous shadows, having caught her scent, immediately quickened their pace, emitting a chilling shriek as they crawled towards her. Jiang Yan was petrified, her body trembling in terror, as she let out a piercing scream and began to flee in a frenzy. What was happening? There were so many ferocious creatures outside. It felt as if the heavens were conspiring against her. After running a few paces, she glanced up and noticed shadows shifting ahead, chilling her to the bone. She anxiously surveyed both the menacing figures approaching from behind and the looming threats ahead, her heart racing with dread and despair. The path was completely blocked. She was ensnared. What could she possibly do? Desperate, she scanned her surroundings and, in a moment of inspiration, climbed with unparalleled speed up the fence and onto the rooftop. Once atop the roof, Jiang Yan collapsed like a puddle of mud, utterly frightened. She gazed down at the ferocious beasts gathering below, clutching a dagger tightly in her hand, her heart pounding in frantic prayer that these terrifying creatures would not ascend. If they managed to reach her perch, she would truly be trapped with no escape. Facing utter doom, all she could do was hope for a savior. However, as she stood and peered into the distance, she saw the beastmen engaged in a fierce struggle with the newly emerged monsters, intensifying her sense of unease. In such a perilous situation, everyone was likely preoccupied with self-preservation. No one would come to her aid. Now, her only ally was herself, and she resolved to buy time, waiting for Bai to come to her rescue. She constantly reassured herself that Bai would arrive in time to save her. The monstrous beasts gazed up at Jiang Yan, revealing their menacing, glistening teeth as they hissed menacingly. Heart racing, Jiang Yan remained vigilant against the circling predators below, just as she thought she might catch her breath. The previously injured black-furred creature from the house howled and charged out in a frenzy. Its broad nostrils flared, sniffing the air before it leaped onto the rooftop, extending its sharp claws toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hastily retreated, swallowing hard as she fixed her terrified gaze upon the two trails of crimson that marked the floor, emanating from the fearsome black-furred creature with elongated fangs. Trembling, she raised a dagger in a feeble attempt to defend herself. The monstrous being, brandishing its claws and flailing its arms, floundered in the air, continuously sniffing to discern Jiang Yan's location. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yan realized that the creature, now blinded, relied on the breath of humans to discern direction. With a swift turn of her eyes, she hastily held her breath and crouched down, carefully inching away in the opposite direction, hoping that the beast had not detected her presence. Indeed, after she ceased breathing, the dark-furred monster completely lost its sense of direction, spinning in circles and emitting a series of ferocious growls. She pressed her hands tightly against her nose, but within just a minute, her face flushed crimson, unable to sustain this state for long. This was not a viable strategy, she thought anxiously. On this rooftop, she had to confront the dark creature, while below lurked a horde of even more terrifying, crawling beasts. Remaining passive was not an option. Perhaps it would be wiser to take the initiative. Seizing the moment while the monster was distracted, she resolved to strike it down. Jiang Yan's palms were slick with perspiration as she gripped the dagger tightly and gradually rose to her feet. With a steely resolve, she crouched low and stealthily approached the raging, black-furred beast, raising the dagger with the intent to strike. However, at that critical moment, she inadvertently stepped on a decayed beam on the roof, causing it to snap with a resounding crack. Jiang Yan's heart raced anxiously, secretly lamenting the dire situation. At such a critical moment, she had unexpectedly made a blunder. Chapter 96, Serpent Beast. The creature, a dark-furred monstrosity, twitched its ears and, without granting Jiang Yan a moment to react, swiftly turned and lunged at her with ferocious intent, as if poised to tear her apart. Jiang Yan let out a terrified scream, her legs trembling as she staggered backward, only to lose her footing and tumble from the rooftop. In that moment, she felt as though her fate was sealed, the prospect of falling from such a height, irrespective of the risk of disability, paled in comparison to the imminent threat of being torn apart by those ferocious beasts, leaving not even a trace behind. She never anticipated that her demise would be so tragic. Just as despair overwhelmed her and she closed her eyes, bracing for the lamentable end, a robust tail, adorned with black scales, coiled around her waist, drawing her into a chilling embrace. Shortly thereafter, a familiar, husky voice echoed above her, laced with urgency. "Xiao Yanner, are you hurt?" Startled and still trembling, Jiang Yan cautiously opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused and dazed as she beheld Si Luo before her. Weakly, she called out, "Sister Luo, have you come to save me?" Upon witnessing her ashen face, Si Luo felt a pang of anguish. Had it not been for his keen instincts and the pervasive sense of unease that compelled him to check on Xiao Yanner, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He spoke softly to reassure her. "Yes, Sister Luo has come to rescue you. Do not fear, I shall eliminate every last one of them." With that declaration, his deep, enigmatic green eyes shifted toward the menacing beasts, his enchanting visage darkening with fury. He fiercely extended his serpentine tail, ensnaring the creatures and forcefully slamming them to the ground. Before the might of a formidable beastman, the lowly creatures stood no chance of resistance, their bodies rendered unrecognizable. Yet, this was not enough to quench his wrath. Those who dared to harm his Xiao Yanner would pay dearly for their transgressions. Si Luo summoned the energy within him, causing the scales along his tail to bristle, glinting with a sharp, icy sheen as they mercilessly sliced through the flesh of the beasts. The gruesome scene sent a shiver down Jiang Yan's spine, but what astonished her even more was the very tail that had encircled her. She widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the elongated black appendage, then back at the coldly beautiful Si Luo. It dawned on her that she had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. This tail belonged to Sister Luo? The enchanting Si Luo, whose visage was so beguiling, had transformed into a cold-blooded black serpent. He was, in fact, a serpent beast. Jiang Yan felt an uncomfortable chill in the icy embrace that enveloped her, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. The sight of her sister Luo, resembling a harbinger of death, filled her with an even greater sense of dread. Slow sensed the fear radiating from Jiang Yan as she nestled against him, and a flicker of hurt crossed his eyes. After swiftly vanquishing the ferocious beasts, he lowered his gaze, his expression a tapestry of deep emotion and complexity. And with a voice tinged with trepidation, he inquired, "Little Yan, do you fear me?" Jiang Yan raised her gaze to behold the enchanting visage before her, her heart brimming with myriad emotions. Though she harbored a profound fear of those cold-blooded creatures, the being before her was none other than Sister Luo, who had always been by her side, bringing her joy, whisking her away on secret adventures, and even rescuing her from peril. Regardless of the fact that she had transformed into a black serpent, what did it matter? After all, she posed no threat to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's face was pale as she shook her head, unafraid. Upon witnessing her gesture, Si Luo felt an overwhelming surge of joy within him, igniting an urgent desire to propose to her. He displayed a tender smile, preparing to express his innermost feelings. However, just as he uttered Xiao Yan'er, a chilling voice interrupted. "What are you two doing?" Instantly, both Jiang Yan and Si Luo turned to see Bai Mu approaching with an icy expression. Chapter 97. Jealousy. Jiang Yan immediately softened her voice to explain, "Bai, this is my friend, Sister Luo. It was she who rescued me just now." However, Bai Mu paid no heed to her words, his gaze fixated on the hands Luo had wrapped around Jiang Yan's waist, his demeanor growing increasingly formidable. A tumult of emotions surged within him as he coldly commanded Jiang Yan, "Come here." Jiang Yan gazed at the aloof Bai Mu before her, feeling utterly bewildered as she glanced at the equally perplexed Su Luo beside her, unable to comprehend the situation. Bai Mu appeared exceedingly enraged. Standing proudly, Bai Mu furrowed his brows when he noticed her seeming indifference to his words, and with a sharp command, he ordered, "Come here." His cold eyes, as piercing as daggers, locked on Su Luo, his tone laced with displeasure and a menacing warning. "Serpent beast, who permitted you to set foot in my tiger clan? Keep your distance from her." Unperturbed, Su Luo provocatively smirked, tightening his grip around Jiang Yan. With disdain, he retorted, "If it weren't for Xiao Yan, do you think I would care to intrude upon your tiger clan? Humph. I shall take Xiao Yan away this very moment." This statement ignited an unprecedented fury in the typically indifferent Bai Mu. Clenching his fists, he barked, "How dare you!" Observing the escalating tension between the two, Jiang Yan's heart raced. She turned to Su Luo, who wore a similarly unfriendly expression, and signaled him with her eyes to release her grip and step towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu had never been this furious, and they understood it was best not to provoke him further, lest a conflict ensue. Although she was utterly confused about the animosity between Bai Mu and Sister Luo, who seemed like sworn enemies upon their first meeting, she realized that the priority was to pacify them. Bai Mu abruptly pulled Jiang Yan behind him, casting a profound glance over his shoulder at her. Before transforming into his beast form and launching a fierce attack towards Su Luo, he would not allow any male beastman to approach her, especially one from the malevolent Apophis lineage. As the fierce confrontation unfolded, Su Luo shed his nonchalance, compelled to revert to his beast form to counter the assault. The colossal white tiger clashed with the robust, dark serpent, the ensuing battle causing a tremendous uproar and sending water splashing several feet high in the stream. Jiang Yan watched anxiously, urgently calling out, "Stop! Please stop!" Unfortunately, the two combatants seemed oblivious to her pleas, and she, an ordinary human, dared not approach the fierce struggle of the colossal beasts. Bai Mu, a level 7 high-ranking beastman, found himself increasingly challenged by Sluo, who was one rank beneath him and had sustained minor injuries after exchanging blows. Sluo's serpentine tail glimmered ominously as it shielded his vulnerable spots, his blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Bai Mu, who narrowly avoided a vicious bite from the creature's gaping maw. Seizing the opportunity, Sluo deftly slipped beneath the water's surface, fleeing with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing Sluo's escape, Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief. Given the earlier circumstances, it was evident that Sister Luo was no match for Bai Mu, and she wondered about the severity of her injuries. The arriving beastmen, witnessing Sluo's retreat, were filled with indignation. It turned out that not only had ferocious beasts launched a surprise attack on their tribe today, but the malevolent and cold-blooded serpent clan had also dared to intrude upon their territory, treating the tiger clan as if they were easy prey. Enraged, the beastmen were intent on consulting the high shaman to restore the dignity of their clan, but they were halted by the great shaman. Confused, the beastmen gazed at the great shaman, who raised an arm to prevent their advance, understanding the unspoken tension emanating from Bai Mu. Chapter 98. Solitude. It appeared that the icy child, Mu, had just been stirred by jealousy over the newly acquainted male serpent with little Wan. She turned to her kin and instructed, "Since the serpent beast has fled, there is no further threat. Let the remaining time be for Mu and little Wan. We can address matters tomorrow. For now, you should clear away the corpses of the ferocious beasts." The agitated beastmen, though frustrated, respectfully complied with the great shaman's command and set about their task. The great shaman cast a compassionate glance at Bai Mu and Jiang Yan, shaking her head gently before departing, granting them a moment of solitude. Bai Mu, refraining from further pursuit, gazed pensively at the flowing stream for a brief moment before transforming into his beastman form. With pale lips and a solemn expression, he approached Jiang Yan. Observing his frigid demeanor, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of fear and hesitantly called out, Bai Mu, what is wrong? Bai Mu, his lips tightly pressed, uttered not a word but continued to advance towards her, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, before his towering figure suddenly collapsed beside her. Jiang Yan hurriedly extended her arm for support, anxiously calling out, Bai, what happened? Are you injured? Please wake up, Bai. The excessive use of secret techniques had depleted his vitality, and coupled with the fierce battle against Slow, Bai Mu had succumbed to complete unconsciousness. After calling out to him several times without a response, Jiang Yan had no choice but to wrap her arms around Bai Mu, letting him lean against her as she laboriously half-dragged, half-carried him back to the stone cottage. Inside, the dim light made it challenging to see. But after adjusting to the darkness, she lifted his arm, painstakingly maneuvering him onto her bed. Once she managed to place his entire body on the bed, she exhaled heavily. Bai's substantial physique was indeed quite burdensome, nearly exhausting her. In the darkness, she retrieved a candle from the cupboard, igniting it to cast a warm, flickering glow that illuminated the surroundings. She set it on the low wooden cabinet beside the bed. However, gazing at Bai's handsome face, now pallid, a look of concern filled her eyes as she hurriedly draped a blanket over him. She had not noticed any visible injuries on him earlier. Perhaps his exhaustion stemmed from his efforts to protect their kin. After observing him for a while, she tidied the disheveled room, which had been left in chaos by the monster. Finally, she fetched a stool and sat beside the bed, keeping vigil over the unconscious Bai Mu. As she looked at Bai's chiseled, ethereal visage, she found herself lost in thought. It puzzled her how the usually composed Bai had displayed such rage today, particularly towards Sister Luo. Yet, as her gaze lingered, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she unknowingly shut her eyes, eventually succumbing to sleep beside the bed. At dawn, the horizon began to lighten. Bai Mu opened his profound, icy eyes, shifting his body only to find his arm restrained by someone. Turning his gaze, he beheld Jiang Yan's delicate sleeping face. She lay peacefully with her cheek resting on the bed, guarding him. Yet, her rosy lips were pursed, and her finely arched brows were furrowed, suggesting she was not sleeping soundly. Unable to resist, he extended his long fingers to smooth her brow. Last night, witnessing her so close to that serpent beast had ignited a fierce anger within him, and he realized that her prolonged absence from him was due to her proximity to another male beast man. The thought filled his heart with bitterness. However, in that moment, gazing at her innocent and beautiful face, all his ire dissipated like mist. The great shaman was right. One must express their feelings, lest they be lost forever. He had firmly determined his own sentiments. Chapter 99. Tenderness. Bai Mu's eyes brimmed with an unprecedented tenderness as he gently pinched her fair, delicate cheek. Yet the lingering sensation stirred a certain yearning within him. Aware of his own burgeoning emotions, he swiftly reined in those thoughts, carefully lifting Jiang Yan onto the bed and tucking her in snugly. After completing this, he turned to leave, only to be struck by the sight of the shattered wooden door both inside and outside the room. His pupils constricted, and his heart tightened at the sight of the splintered door, a stark reminder of the perilous night they had endured. She must have been terrified. It was his failure to protect her, and he vowed never to let such a situation arise again. He bent down to gather the remnants of the broken door, placing it in a corner of the yard before striding purposefully into the forest to craft a new door. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, soundly asleep on the bed, remained blissfully unaware of his departure. When she finally awoke, she found Bai Mu had already left. When had he gone? How had she not sensed his absence? Surely, he must have carried her to bed. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, only to be greeted by the clanging sounds emanating from outside. Quickly, she slipped on her straw sandals and stepped outside, spotting a solitary figure deftly chopping a sturdy log with his bare hands, several neatly split boards strewn across the ground. Bai Mu effortlessly raised his hand to cleave the thick trunk, transforming it into perfectly smooth planks, more precise than any machine could achieve. Jiang Yan's mouth fell open in astonishment as she quietly gave him a thumbs up, mesmerized by the display. After watching for a moment, she softly called out, Bai, when did you wake up? Are you feeling better? Bai Mu glanced at her, mistakenly assuming her inquiry was about his actions, and pointed to the pile of discarded wooden door remnants in the corner. Jiang Yan comprehended that Bai intended to install a new door for her. This was indeed a fortuitous development, sparing her the arduous effort she would have otherwise expended. Most importantly, without the proper tools, she could never achieve the level of precision that Bai could effortlessly attain. While Bai busied himself with this task, she took the opportunity to freshen up before attending to the garden. Usually, she maintained it in immaculate order, but yesterday's intrusion by the ferocious beast had left it in utter disarray. Her beloved moon orchids had suffered considerable damage, causing her a pang of sorrow. By the time she restored the garden to its former glory, Bai Mu had completed the wooden door and was in the process of installing it at the entrance of the house. Jiang Yan approached with the intention of offering assistance. Yet observing Bai Mu's efficient manner of working, she felt her help was unwarranted. unable to contribute. She turned and ignited the fire beside the stone pot to prepare a meal. After replacing the old wooden door in the house, Bai Mu continued to repair the damaged fence in the yard, skillfully binding the split wooden planks together with vines to create a rudimentary gate. Contemplating the remaining timber, he decided to split it all into small pieces for Jiang Yan's firewood. His movements were swift, and soon he had finished, shaking off the sawdust from his clothes before washing his hands and entering the house. Watching Jiang Yan busily at work filled him with warmth, as he felt that having her by his side would surely bring happiness to their lives. Sitting upright at the wooden table, he awaited her return with barely contained anticipation. For it had been quite some time since he had savored her cooking, and he could not help but feel a pang of hunger. Noticing Bai Mu seated and waiting, Jiang Yan promptly brought a plate of hot smoked meat to the table and poured him a cup of tea, smiling sweetly as she said, "Bai, please enjoy this while I finish the rest." In truth, she had not prepared any elaborate dishes today. She had merely warmed some ready-made smoked meat and stewed a couple of fish. Chapter 100, The Enigma. The stone pot steamed with heat, and as the contents neared readiness, Jiang Yan ladled them out and quickly set them on the table. By this time, the plate of smoked meat had been devoured by Bai Mu. Jiang Yan clicked her tongue in surprise and hurriedly heated another large plate of smoked meat, fearing it would not suffice, and additionally prepared an egg soup. However, by the end of the meal, the table bore witness to the empty plates of smoked meat and boiled fish, all consumed by Bai Mu, while Jiang Yan had barely managed to savor a bowl of egg soup. Setting down her wooden bowl, she gazed into Bai Mu's dark, bright eyes and, in halting language, asked Bai, "Are you full? Would you like to eat a little more?" Bai Mu, satisfied with the food he had devoured, retrieved a piece of soft beast skin from his spatial pouch and elegantly wiped his mouth. Answering her inquiry indirectly, his gaze intense, he said in a deep tone, "You must refrain from associating with that serpent beast in the future. It is not a creature of good nature." Jiang Yan tilted her head in confusion, struggling to comprehend. "Bai, what were you just saying? Something about a snake and a beast. Is that referring to Sister Luo?" Bai Mu was left speechless, realizing that the language barrier posed a significant challenge for the two of them. "It's nothing, just eat your meal," he replied, rising to leave. Rather than exerting himself to explain, he thought it would be better to let Mia, that girl, talk to her, as they often played together and communication would likely be smoother. Seeing him leave abruptly, Jiang Yan felt a pang of concern. "Bai, were you upset just now?" In the tribe, the orcs had gathered, exchanging words about the beast attack from the previous night. They had learned that other nearby tribes had not faced such invasions. It seemed the tiger tribe was the sole target. Was it possible that a higher-level beast was directing this? In the past, beast attacks had been indiscriminate, affecting all tribes, making this occurrence quite peculiar. The orcs often hunted ferocious beasts, acquiring their essence to enhance their strength, thus maintaining a perpetual conflict. Each year, beasts would emerge from the infernal fire forest to retaliate against the tribes. As Bai Mu stepped out of the courtyard, he was drawn by his Aunt Eva to the tribal council. With the tribe's leader absent, the elder shaman held the highest authority. The elder shaman, with a kind gaze, looked at Bai Mu, reassured by his rosy complexion. She knew that after each use of the ice flame, he would be left weakened, but this time he appeared well, indicating that little Anan had cared for him diligently. Typically, after expending significant vital energy, Bai Mu would require a substantial amount of essence to recuperate. However, due to Jiang Yan's fortunate mishap in preparing golden-scaled fish, his body had regained some vitality. Nourishment through food was indeed a quicker remedy than merely consuming essence. The orcs greeted him respectfully, calling out, "Great shaman," and invited him to take a seat of honor. Bai Mu, exuding an air of authority, gracefully settled down. Listening to the discussions of his kin, not only were they concerned, but he too sensed something amiss. This beast attack was rather suspicious, and he resolved to investigate the infernal fire forest. However, the immediate concern was the tribe's inadequate defense. They needed to bolster their security. Reflecting on this, he cast a deep gaze around the assembly and declared coldly, "The tribe's defenses are alarmingly weak. We must assign several warriors to patrol during the night. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, the orcs shook their heads in unison, acknowledging that the great shaman was correct. Although this would entail additional labor, the safety of the tribe was paramount. Satisfied with their response, Bai Mu turned to the elder shaman and inquired, "Elder, what is your opinion?" The elder smiled affectionately. "I am old now. The future of the tribe rests in your capable hands. Let them follow your lead." The orcs echoed in agreement. "We shall heed the great shaman's arrangements." The tribe's weakened defense was partly due to the leader taking many strong warriors away. The leader was admirable in many aspects, but overly indulgent towards his only inept son. This time, when resources were needed from afar, the leader had inexplicably accompanied his son, which left them disheartened. Despite their pleas, they could not deter the leader's affection for his child, and ultimately, they let it be. Now, with the serpent beasts brazenly intruding upon their tiger tribe, it felt as though they were being utterly disregarded. Reflecting on this, a collective sigh arose among them. Uncertain of when the leader would return. In the tribe, besides the elder shaman, the next most capable warrior leader was of intermediate rank, significantly inferior to the former leader. The decline of their tribe had begun with the previous leader's demise. After deliberation, not only did the orcs maintain vigilant watch during the day, but the night patrols also became increasingly alert. Baimu consumed several essence crystals, slightly rejuvenating himself before venturing into the infernal fire forest to investigate the peculiarities. Given the stakes involved in the tribe's safety, he could not afford to be careless. After several days of observation, he finally discovered traces of the beasts. Numerous paw prints marked the ground, with one particularly notable giant claw print. Such a large mark could only belong to a high-level beast. As he analyzed the evidence, a thought struck him. Could it be the Crimson Dragon? Recently, the only creature frequently entering the infernal fire forest had been the same dragon he had encountered twice. To his astonishment, it seemed that the creature had not given up on Jiang Yan and sought to capture her as a sacrifice. As the apex predator of the infernal fire forest, commanding lower-level beasts to assault the tribe would be effortless. It appeared that the dragon's repeated failures had fueled its desire for revenge, specifically targeting their tiger tribe. If it continued to harbor such intentions, it would pose a significant threat. Baimu's brow furrowed in deep concern, his thoughts a tumultuous storm. Beside the stone dwelling, a stream flowed gently, shimmering like a silver ribbon in the sunlight. Jiang Yan sat languidly by the stream, her gaze lost in the crystalline depths where fish glided gracefully. Ever since that fateful night, Sister Luo had not sought her out again, filling her with a profound sense of ennui. During this period, the atmosphere within the tribe had grown increasingly tense, with orc patrols roaming daily. Although this heightened the sense of security, it had rendered Sister Luo hesitant to visit freely. In her boredom, she picked up some small pebbles scattered by her side and tossed them into the water, where they splashed and sent up delicate sprays. After a time of throwing stones, she grew weary of her playful antics, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed contemplatively at the tranquil surface of the stream. Yet, to her surprise, the once calm waters began to ripple, revealing the emergence of a tail adorned with black scales. Jiang Yan was initially taken aback, but soon elated. She lowered her voice and called out excitedly, "Sister Luo!" Si Luo, her upper body submerged beneath the surface, swam gracefully towards Jiang Yan, revealing a captivating smile that could enchant anyone, and waved at her. Jiang Yan turned her head to furtively glance at the tribe, and upon seeing that no one had noticed her, she hurriedly dashed into the stream and climbed onto the serpentine tail of Si Luo. With joy, she exclaimed, "Sister Luo, you have finally come to find me. I thought I would never see you again." Si Luo surfaced several bubbles in the water, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. "How could that be?" Little Yin settled herself comfortably, and Si Luo declared, "Sister will take you out." Jiang Yan let out a soft sound, clutching tightly to the tail of Slow as he glided through the stream, departing from the tribe. Initially, she felt a tinge of nervousness sitting atop the serpent's tail, but as she discovered the smoothness of their journey, she began to frolic, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at the scenery along the bank. A refreshing breeze caressed her face, and she marveled inwardly, finding this experience far more exhilarating than riding in a yacht. Her feet playfully splashed against the water's surface, delighting in the ripples, her melodious laughter echoing through the serene valley. Upon hearing her joyful laughter, Slow's enchanting visage softened, dispelling the gloom that had lingered over him for days. He swayed his massive tail, steering toward his lair. This time, he had taken great care to adorn his cave, fearing that little Yin might not appreciate a cold and austere dwelling. If she truly found it unappealing, he would select a spot in the future to construct a stone house, where they could live together in blissful harmony for a lifetime. Upon reaching the cave, Slow reared up his upper body, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yan, as if ensnared by her beauty and charm. The more he observed her, the deeper his affection grew, and an overwhelming desire stirred within him. What should he do with this longing to unite with her? Slow's deep green eyes darkened with yearning. Jiang Yan felt a bit embarrassed under the fiery gaze, awkwardly touching her face. "Sister Luo, is there something dirty on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Si Luo chuckled softly. "No, it's just that little Yenner is too beautiful, causing me to lose my composure. This is my cave. Come, let me show you inside." Si Luo took Jiang Yan's hand and led her deeper within. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. So this was where Sister Luo resided. In this remote wilderness, she was unafraid. However, recalling that night when Sister Luo fiercely eliminated those ferocious beasts, she realized that she indeed had no reason to fear. The floor of the cave was waterlogged, dimly lit and heavy with humidity. As they walked, Jiang Yan's feet were soaked in the stagnant water. Yet she paid it little mind. Upon reaching the innermost part, she observed chaotic lotus flowers floating on the shallow water's surface, with vines entwined around the stone walls, causing her lips to twitch slightly. Sister Luo's taste was hardly commendable. Si Luo pointed to the lotus flowers in the water, gazing at Jiang Yan as she inquired, "Little Yenner, do you find these flowers beautiful? I know you adore flowers, so I tidied up a bit before your arrival, to welcome such an esteemed guest." Not wanting to offend Si Luo, Jiang Yan chuckled softly, murmuring, "They are beautiful, indeed." However, she couldn't help but feel that the place was rather bare and simplistic. The cave was stark and damp, leaving her skin feeling clammy and uncomfortable. In such an environment, Only cold-blooded creatures who thrived in damp and dark conditions would choose to reside. After a brief tour, she wished to leave. She detested and feared cold-blooded animals. Yet her affection for Sister Luo compelled her to endure. Si Luo noticed her discomfort in the chilly, damp surroundings and felt a pang of disappointment, leading her to explore other areas outside. As the warm sunlight bathed her, Jiang Yan felt all the coldness dissipate. The outside was decidedly more pleasant. Looking around, she observed that the vegetation here was far more lush than elsewhere, likely due to the proximity to a water source. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of a plant resembling rice seedlings, prompting her to approach in astonishment. The green rice shoots bore large grains, still unripe, with some broken grains revealing the white kernels within. The shape indeed resembled modern rice, but was considerably larger, with a single grain the size of a human thumb. Jiang Yan plucked a fruit, completely peeling away its green skin to reveal the white grains within. The grains were remarkably translucent, perhaps due to their immaturity. They were not particularly hard. She leaned closer to inhale their scent, but found it devoid of any fragrance. Turning to Su Luo, she inquired, "Sister Luo, are you familiar with this? Is it poisonous?" Su Luo glanced at it and shook her head. "I am not certain, little Yan. Isn't this merely a type of grass? It should be harmless." Seeing that Sister Luo was also unfamiliar with it, Jiang Yan, undeterred, reached out and gathered a handful, planning to take it back and cook it to see if it was edible. Perhaps this was the local rice, merely a different variety. Having grown weary of a diet consisting solely of meat and vegetables, she was unwilling to pass up the opportunity to encounter a plant resembling rice. Eager to ascertain whether it was indeed rice, Jiang Yan cradled the grain heads and urged Su Luo to escort her back to the tribe. Su Luo's gaze lingered on Jiang Yan, her heart brimming with unspoken words. In truth, she wished to delay sending her back. But seeing Jiang Yan's anxious expression upon discovering the grass, she felt compelled to relent. After all, there would be ample time to express her feelings at a later date. Meanwhile, after the two departed, the grass in the distance rustled, revealing a striking figure. Stina watched as Su Luo and Jiang Yan walked away, her frustration boiling over as she tore a handful of green grass from the ground. Witnessing their daily closeness and growing intimacy drove her to the brink of madness. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Her green eyes flashed with determination. Perhaps she should report this matter to the Serpent King? Enlisting his intervention would likely deter Su Luo from resisting. After all, she was the chosen beast wife for Su Luo, appointed by the Serpent King himself. In this affair, he would likely assist her. Moreover, even if she revealed the existence of that female, Su Luo would not trace it back to her, as many others were covertly observing his every move. Resolute in her decision, Stina swiftly returned to the Apophis serpent tribe. Meanwhile, Su Luo submerged into the water, mirroring her earlier actions to escort Jiang Yan back to the tiger tribe. Due to the tribe's heightened security, their meetings were no longer as convenient as before, prompting Jiang Yan to devise a plan. She plucked a large leaf, her delicate hands deftly folding it into a leaf boat. Presenting it to Su Luo, she explained that since the creek flowed directly to Sister Luo's dwelling, whenever she wished to seek her out, she could simply fold another leaf boat and set it adrift in the stream. This way, Su Luo would know she was searching for her. The leaf boat would serve as their secret signal. Chapter 104. The tribe leader Jiang Yan gazed at Silo with a beaming smile. "Sister Luo, whenever I wish to find you in the future, I will place this leaf boat in the stream, and you shall see it float downstream. Henceforth, this will be our secret signal." Silo, with her alluringly elongated eyes, regarded Jiang Yan's whimsical demeanor and praised, very well, I shall comply with your wishes. You truly are a clever little sprite." Jiang Yan playfully stuck out her tongue. Shortly thereafter, Si Luo, hesitant to linger, took his leave. Jiang Yan sprinted home from the stream, her heart brimming with joy as she peeled the husks off the rice grains. She poured clean water into a stone pot, meticulously washed the grains, and placed them into the pot to steam. With a leaf covering the contents, she eagerly awaited by the side. As the white mist began to rise and steam swirled around, she lifted the leaf, and in that instant, a fragrance uniquely reminiscent of freshly cooked rice wafted through the air. Jiang Yan swallowed hard, her curiosity piqued, yet she hesitated, uncertain of whether the substance was toxic. To assuage her fears, she scattered a portion beside a haystack in the yard, allowing the wild chickens to sample it first. After some time, observing the fowl consuming the rice without any adverse effects, Jiang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed that the rice posed no danger after all. Returning indoors, she scooped a bowl of rice and, using chopsticks, took a delicate bite to savor its flavor. The texture was soft and sweet, remarkably reminiscent of modern rice. Perhaps even more delectable. Jiang Yan lifted the corners of her mouth, her eyes shimmering with delight. How wonderful it was to know that she could now enjoy steaming bowls of white rice. Furthermore, she could grind it into flour to create a plethora of pasta and sweet delicacies. It had been an eternity since she last savored a dessert, and she found herself yearning for it dearly. However, the quantity of rice she had brought back was rather meager. She would need to persuade Sister Luo to accompany her to that area to procure some rice seedlings to cultivate in the cleared fields outside. That afternoon, With her spirits lifted, Jiang Yan joyfully simmered a pot of braised pork, relishing each morsel of meat alongside her rice in a splendid feast. After the meal, she tidied up, and by the time she looked outside, the sky had turned dark. Jiang Yan stepped into the courtyard to close the door, intending to retire early. After a day filled with merriment, fatigue began to envelop her. However, the previously tranquil tribe was now engulfed in a cacophony of noise. Jiang Yan glanced over and observed the orcs bustling towards the tribe's grand entrance, where a bonfire had been ignited, casting a radiant glow across the surroundings. Jiang Yan furrowed her brow in perplexity. She returned to her dwelling, lit a candle, and placed it within a bamboo raft lantern before carrying it over to investigate. As she drew closer, the clamor of voices filled the air. Jiang Yan could not comprehend their words, yet the faces of the orcs radiated with joy and elation. She cast her gaze around and noticed that all the orcs of the tribe had gathered, including the likes of the formidable Bai and the grand shaman Mia. What could have transpired? Standing on her tiptoes at the back, she peered in, catching sight of numerous unfamiliar faces, while the orcs clustered around an imposing middle-aged man. Subtly revering him, Jiang Yan observed with curiosity, pondering the identity of the middle-aged gentleman who seemed to command great respect. The orcs eagerly gazed at the chief, who had returned after several months, welcoming him with fervor. "Chief, you have finally returned," they exclaimed. "Indeed, it is truly wonderful that you are back. You cannot imagine the audacity of those who dared to tread upon our tiger tribe during your absence, disregarding our status as the foremost clan." Upon hearing these words, the chief furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, "What? Have the orcs been bullying our tiger tribe?" The orcs chimed in, recounting the events of the past months in a cacophony of voices. Chapter 105. Allocation. After listening to their accounts, the chief stroked his short beard thoughtfully and sighed, "Alas, it is my failure as a leader. I promise you, from now on, I shall restore the glory of our tiger tribe. Those who have dared to oppress us shall be made to think twice before approaching again." The orcs erupted in cheers. Long live the chief. After exchanging pleasantries, the chief turned his fierce gaze towards the aloof Bai Mu, courteously stating, "I appreciate your hard work during this time, Mu. We have gathered many treasures on our journey. Please select what you desire." Bai Mu felt a complex swirl of emotions. For the position of chief was originally meant to be his inheritance. However, due to his father's foreign lineage, the tribe had favored another to ascend to the role. Yet, as time passed, Bai Mu's talent and strength had grown remarkably, rendering the usurped chief's position precarious, inciting feelings of trepidation. The tribe required a formidable guardian, yet they had previously wronged Bai Mu, leading the chief to bestow upon him the title of Great Shaman, hoping to stabilize his allegiance and ensure his continued protection of the tribe. Fortunately, Bai Mu's demeanor was indifferent, and he bore no resentment for past grievances, which alleviated the chief's anxiety. With a heart full of mixed feelings, the chief discreetly turned to the Great Shaman and warmly said, "You have worked hard as well. Please take your pick from the treasures." Upon finishing his statement, he gestured, and the warriors behind him retrieved an array of intriguing items from their spatial storage. The ground was soon covered with a multitude of exotic goods, including beasts previously unseen and exquisite leather garments, along with stone artifacts, all eliciting gasps of astonishment from the orcs. The Great Shaman, with a benevolent expression, gently replied, "No need, I have grown old. Let the youth select first." The chief nodded in agreement and pointed to several stone jars on the ground, saying, "These contain the salt powder we brought back. I entrust you to distribute them among the tribe." In the clan, every household of orcs would receive a fair share of salt powder, while the other items would be prioritized for the more powerful orcs to select. The Great Shaman nodded and waved his hand, storing the jars in his spatial storage, intending to commence distribution the following day. Bai Mu, with his silver-gray eyes, cast a fleeting glance at the treasures on the ground. Initially disinterested in selecting anything, his attention was drawn to a finely crafted sky-blue dress, reminiscent of the one worn by a certain individual during their first meeting. Regrettably, that dress had become tattered and stained with blood. Her skin was more delicate and fair than any other female in the tribe, making such a soft garment truly fitting and beautiful for her. With a contemplative expression on his strikingly handsome face, he took the dress before deciding not to select anything further. Next, it was the turn of the other orcs. Natalie gazed enviously at the sky-blue dress, feeling a wave of disappointment upon witnessing Bai Mu take it. As a strong female orc, she believed the beautiful dress should have rightfully belonged to her, but it had been claimed by the Great Shaman. It was clear to her whom he intended to gift it, which filled her with frustration and resentment. After all, Natalie, was the most favored female in the tribe, yet she felt overshadowed by that frail outsider. Chapter 106. Seer. Beside her, a small tiger approached, sensing her discontent. It nuzzled her hand gently in an attempt to comfort her. Natalie, touched, looked down at the little tiger and forced a smile, patting its round head to assure it she was fine. This little one was her only brother, yet due to a past encounter with a fierce beast, he had been left physically weakened and had not yet transformed into an orc. His inability to evolve remained a lingering concern between her and Mu. Their father had sacrificed himself during a battle against a beast attack, leaving them as orphans reliant on one another. The young brother had been injured during that incident, resulting in lasting health issues. From that moment, she swore to enhance her strength to protect her family. While the atmosphere around her felt somber, the orcs were bustling with excitement as they selected their favorite items. Baimu approached a slender, golden-haired youth who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. He clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder and remarked, "Seer, your strength has improved significantly. Well done." Each year, the tribe would dispatch a team to procure salt and other resources, which served as a valuable experience for the orcs, broadening their horizons. Seer, the young orc, scratched his head and chuckled. "I suppose it's going all right." Baimu's typically cold and austere visage softened in rare moments of warmth. Seer, the chieftain's son, was destined to inherit the tribe's leadership, making his strength pivotal to their future. The two exchanged a few casual remarks before the orcs, having selected their items, began to depart one by one. Observing this, Jiang Yan also took her bamboo raft lantern and turned to leave. Each orc was entitled to their share. Yet as an outsider, she knew she had no claim to partake, and thus prudently refrained from approaching. She had discerned that the middle-aged man with a dignified countenance and a beard held a significant position, earning the respect of those around him. Upon returning to her dwelling, fatigue washed over her, and she stifled a yawn, her eyelids heavy with exhaustion. She removed the candle from the bamboo lantern and set it beside her bed before changing into a nightgown. The blue dress she wore had been tattered in several places, prompting her to repurpose it as sleepwear. The night was pitch black, with towering ancient trees swaying in the wind, creating a rustling sound. Within the chieftain's home, shadows danced about. The chieftain took a considerable time to return. After the tribe had dispersed, he summoned Baimu, the shaman, and several elder figures for a discussion. While Ser listened attentively, Baimu, accustomed to the serenity of the skies, found himself weary of such gatherings. After a brief interval, he retreated to his wooden cabin nestled among the bamboo. Once inside, he sat cross-legged and retrieved the blue dress, along with needle and thread. The image of the petite figure flashed in his mind as he estimated her measurements, beginning the alterations. The dress was significantly larger than her frame, necessitating adjustments to fit her properly. Despite his aloof and noble demeanor, he approached the task with remarkable deftness. Before long, the dress was modified satisfactorily, and he inspected his work, pleased with the outcome as a smile graced his lips. It was his first time crafting attire for a female, and he yearned to see her adorned in it. Casting a glance at the darkened sky outside, he exited the cabin, heading towards Jiang Yan's dwelling. He had noted during his previous nocturnal visits that she often remained awake late into the night. Thus, he surmised she had not yet retired. With a gentle expression, he approached the stone house and lightly pushed open the courtyard gate. The wind chimes hanging in the yard chimed melodiously, their sound crisp and delightful. Chapter 107. Stirring emotions, Baimu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement as he walked further inside, only to spot the rice seedlings Jiang Yan had placed in the yard. A sudden realization darkened his expression. Such plants were not native to their tribe's vicinity, and he detected the scent of a serpent beast lingering on them. It appeared that the young female was still in contact with that serpent beast. Could it be that she had developed an affection for it? A wave of disquiet surged within him, leaving him both frustrated and furious. Yet, what right did he have to be angry? After all, the young female was still unaware of her own feelings and had not yet become his mate. Her interactions were her own prerogative. Yet in that moment, he found himself unable to quell his emotions, particularly given the sinister nature of the Apophis tribe involved. The thought of her becoming another's beast wife was unbearable to him. He needed to express his feelings swiftly, but would she accept him? To his surprise, the usually decisive Baimu found himself hesitating over this matter, behaving in a manner unbecoming of his character. With a self-deprecating smile, he slowly pushed open the wooden door, revealing a small figure curled up on the bed. In her dreams, Jiang Yan furrowed her delicate brows restlessly, wrapping her arms around herself for warmth. Her body felt icy, as if a chill had swept through. Groggily, she pondered whether the door had been left ajar. With drooping eyelids, she rose, holding the candle as she moved towards the door to investigate. Upon entering the doorway, she was taken aback to find the door indeed ajar, and a dark silhouette loomed on the ground. Jiang Yan gasped, quickly raising her head to gaze in fear, only to discover that Baimu had somehow arrived, his cold eyes fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, nearly extinguishing the candle. She hurriedly sheltered it with her palm, swallowing hard as she apprehensively inquired, "Baimu, what brings you here at this late hour? I thought another monster had intruded, nearly giving me a heart attack." She patted her chest in relief. Baimu remained silent, his attention captivated by the alluring sight before him. Noticing his lack of response, Jiang Yan gently called out, "Baimu." It was only then that Baimu snapped back to reality, silently chastising himself for having stared so intently. He awkwardly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and stiffly produced a sky-blue dress, extending it toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the exquisite blue dress, then glanced at the composed Baimu. Could it be that this was a gift for her? She was taken aback to discover that Baimu was indeed capable of giving gifts. A wave of excitement surged within her as she gently accepted the dress, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Baimu, bashfully uttering, "Thank you, Bai." As the soft sound of her voice reached his ears, he found himself involuntarily drawn to her once more, his gaze subtly lingering on the expanse of her fair skin and her graceful figure, his eyes darkening with intensity. Particularly captivating were her delicate pink lips, seemingly inviting him to indulge, igniting a fervent yearning within him. He longed to embrace her and confess his feelings, yet hesitated, fearing that such a bold gesture might startle her. Jiang Yan stared blankly at the intricate emotions reflected in by Mu's gaze, noting a peculiar hue that seemed out of place. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, what troubles you? Mu cast a deep glance in her direction, suppressing the surge of blood coursing through his veins. Fearing she might discern the truth, he turned and departed with a stiffness that betrayed his unease. For reasons unknown, he found that whenever they were alone together recently, an uncontrollable sensation would envelop him, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, his ears flushed with crimson. Jiang Yan gazed at Mu's somewhat flustered silhouette, utterly perplexed. What could be the reason for his sudden appearance in the dead of night? Merely to present her with a dress? Did this action signify his affection for her? Could it be that the usually aloof Bai was too shy to confess his feelings? This thought filled her heart with secret delight, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upwards, as she began to anticipate the blossoming of her own feelings. It appeared that even the proud and indifferent Bai could experience shyness. As the wind lifted the hem of her dress, a chill swept through her. Noticing the gusts outside, which hinted at an impending storm, Jiang Yan rubbed her smooth arms, closed the door, and returned to bed, attempting to fall back asleep. However, that night, she found herself immersed in a blush-inducing dream. Chapter 108. Worried by the shimmering brook, Jiang Yan admired her own exquisite reflection in the water. She was pleasantly surprised by how perfectly the blue dress Bai had gifted her fit, as if it had been tailored just for her. The delicate sky-blue hue, with its gracefully flowing hem that reached her calves, made her appear ethereal, like a pure and beautiful fairy. She cherished it dearly, twirling joyfully, her charming face adorned with a radiant smile. After indulging in her vanity for a while, she stepped into the brook, swiftly caught a few fish, and prepared a rich fish soup, intending to present it to Bai as a token of gratitude. Since that ambiguous night, she had not delivered food to him for quite some time. Once the soup was ready, she placed it in a basket along with some smoked meat and set off towards the bamboo grove. However, halfway along her path, she heard a voice calling from behind. Jiang Yan halted, puzzled, and turned to see Sire waving at her, running and shouting, "Hey, little female, wait up." Today, he had been specifically instructed by his father to find the new female. Ever since last night, when his father learned from the tribesmen about the arrival of a new female, saved from the forest of underfire by the deity, he had been in a state of concern. The tribesmen had mentioned that a crimson dragon beast had been spotted near their tribe, and that the new female was, in fact, a sacrificial offering meant for the dragon. This speculation led his father, as the chieftain, to become increasingly anxious, desiring to meet the new female. Yet, upon seeing the fragile and pale little female, helpless and pitiful, he could not help but feel moved, worrying that his father might indeed banish her from the tribe. Such a weak female would surely struggle to survive in the wild if cast out. Jiang Yan regarded the golden-haired, blue-eyed youth before her with a hint of perplexity. His strikingly handsome features were somewhat at odds with his relatively slender frame compared to other orcs. She pondered whether he had come specifically to seek her out. With a silent inquiry conveyed through her gaze, she peered into his clear, bright eyes. Suddenly feeling bashful, Cell scratched the back of his head and spoke in a hesitant and awkward tone. "My father has something to discuss with you. Please accompany me." Jiang Yan comprehended only one phrase, "looking for you." With a puzzled expression, she gazed at Cell and raised her hand to point at herself, inquiring, "Do you need something from me?" Cell, frustrated, slapped his forehead as he realized that this newly arrived female did not understand their language. He promptly gestured towards his home, extending a polite invitation. Now, Jiang Yan seemed to grasp his intent. Was he inviting her as a guest, or was there indeed a matter of importance? Seeing that she appeared to understand, Cell took the lead, guiding Jiang Yan to the stone house where they resided. Jiang Yan observed with curiosity and soon beheld within the room the imposing middle-aged gentleman she had previously encountered, a figure of considerable authority. It turned out that he was the one seeking her out. His stern and formidable demeanor instilled a sense of unease within her, leaving her puzzled as to the purpose of his visit. As Cell entered the room, he called out, "Father, I have brought the young lady," and then gestured for Jiang Yan to step inside. Jiang Yan clutched the blue basket tightly in her hands as she entered the room, offering a polite smile to the chieftain seated regally before her. With a composed demeanor, she greeted him in the native tongue, inquiring, "Hello. May I ask what brings you to seek my presence?" Listening to her clumsy words, the chieftain remained silent, his profound gaze scrutinizing Jiang Yan thoughtfully. Chapter 109. Melancholy indeed. She was an outsider. She was the offering to the red dragon beast. As he contemplated, his instinct urged him to expel this foreign female immediately, to prevent any calamity from befalling their tribe. The harrowing lesson from their past transgressions against the red dragon beast was still fresh in his memory. He could not permit such a situation to arise again, lest it endanger the tribe's existence. Yet, considering the feelings of young Mu, he restrained his impulse to act out. Nevertheless, it was clear that this foreign female could no longer remain within the tribe. After a moment of deep reflection, He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Jiang Yan to leave. Beside him, Seer, who dared not speak, exchanged an apologetic smile with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned away, somewhat perplexed, her heart tinged with irritation. This middle-aged man had summoned her for no apparent reason, only to leave her waiting, displaying an unmistakable impatience towards her. She could not fathom when she had offended this peculiar gentleman. After a considerable delay, the fish soup in the stone bowl had cooled, rendering it unsuitable to be delivered to Dubai. Reluctantly, she carried it back home. Upon her departure, the clan leader immediately sought out Bai Mu. Days later, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere among the once amiable orcs, possibly due to the influence of that prominent middle-aged man. They seemed to regard her with a renewed aloofness, their cold gazes leaving her feeling unsettled and despondent. Saddened, she wandered to the bank of a stream. Folding a leaf she had just plucked into a small boat and gently setting it afloat upon the water, hoping it would drift towards Sister Luo. She yearned for Sister Luo to notice it and come to her. At this moment, she felt profoundly lonely and craved companionship. Perched on a stone by the stream, she rested her chin in her hand, gazing up at the bright azure sky, overwhelmed with longing for her family. How wonderful it would be to return to them, where her true home lay amidst loved ones and friends. Yet, here, surrounded by ferocious beasts, how could an ordinary human woman survive outside the tribe? Hunting? The beasts here were far more savage than those of modern Earth. Even a skilled man would find it daunting. The more she pondered, the more agitated and confused she became. Just as despair enveloped her, a pair of icy, unfeeling hands brushed against her cheek. A resonant voice, laced with concern, followed. Xiao Yener, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Why do you appear so unhappy? Jiang Yan regained her senses as she beheld the appearance of Si Luo, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging within her. In a muffled voice, she murmured, Sister Luo, I wish to go outside. Si Luo nodded in agreement, readily responding, very well. Sister Luo shall take you out. With a graceful flick of her serpentine black tail, she splashed the water's surface, awaiting Jiang Yan's ascent. Jiang Yan rose and stepped into the stream, settling herself firmly on the robust tail of the serpent. As Luo began to glide through the water, a gentle breeze caressed her, and she gazed at the receding scenery around her, her spirits lifting ever so slightly. She had initially believed that after this period of interaction, she had irrevocably integrated into this tribe. However, upon encountering the inexplicable hostility from that elder, she realized her thoughts had been overly naive and simplistic. Perhaps, in their hearts, she would always remain an outsider, with their prior fondness stemming merely from their enjoyment of her culinary creations. Regardless, her heart was heavy with sorrow at this moment. Slow, aware of Jiang Yan's discontent, returned to his dwelling, gathering a multitude of wildflowers in vibrant hues from the verdant fields, crafting a beautiful bouquet to present to her in hopes of lifting her spirits. Chapter 110, Sister of the Tribe extending the bouquet before the troubled Jiang Yan. Sluo chuckled softly, Here, beautiful flowers for my lovely little Yan. Do not remain unhappy any longer. As she beheld the vibrant and lively arrangement, a genuine smile finally graced Jiang Yan's face. Sluo's deep green eyes gazed affectionately at her radiant expression, feeling an alleviation of his own previously suppressed emotions. Should any beastman dare to mistreat his little Yan, regardless of who it may be, he would never let them go unpunished. Jiang Yan sat upon the verdant grass, cradling a bouquet of flowers. With a creative flair, she fashioned a floral crown, adorning her head with it. Lifting her face, she inquired of her guardian, Slow, Sister Luo. Do I look beautiful? Slow gazed at her with intense admiration, repeatedly praising, You are stunning. My dear Yenner is the most exquisite female. Jiang Yan burst into a fit of giggles, crafting a floral crown for Su Luo and placing it upon her head. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Sister Luo is truly beautiful, far more so than little Yen. With Sister Luo's companionship and guidance, she felt rejuvenated once more. Hearing little Yen praise her beauty, Su Luo hesitated, biting her lip, wishing to confess that she was, in fact, a male orc. She gently grasped Jiang Yan's shoulders, aligning her to face her directly. Preparing to explain, Little Yen, I do not wish to be your Sister Luo. I am. However, before she could complete her sentence, a sudden, delicate shout interrupted her. Luo. What are you doing? Su Luo frowned in displeasure and turned to see Stina approaching, instantly transforming her charming visage into one of cold severity. Jiang Yan also glanced over, discovering that an alluringly beautiful female had arrived unbeknownst to her. Intrigued, she observed this enchanting figure and noted the striking similarity in eye color and temperament to that of Sister Luo. Could this be someone she recognized? Nevertheless, this female was undeniably stunning, unlike the robust and formidable females of the tribe. With an imposing presence, Slow strode towards Stina, turning her back to Jiang Yan. In a low, menacing tone, she declared, Stina, I believe I made it clear that no one is permitted to trespass on my territory without permission. Are you testing my patience? Do you think that because of the king, I would refrain from taking action against you? Her words dripped with danger, and her expression was chillingly fierce. Stina, quickly casting aside her earlier jealousy, fearfully explained, Luo, you misunderstand. I am here on the command of the Serpent King to seek you out. He wishes to summon you for a discussion. I did not intend to intrude. Please do not be angry. However, upon hearing Stina's explanation, Slow's countenance remained unyielding, her expression growing even more foreboding, as her piercing gaze scrutinized Stina with a predatory intensity. Stina recoiled in trepidation, her heart racing with anxiety. Did Luo discover that she had reported to the king? Why did her expression appear so terrifying? She had no doubt that in the next moment, he might take her life. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. How could Luo possibly know? She had spoken privately with the Serpent King, and no one else was aware of it. After threatening Stina, Slow turned back, restoring her previous gentle demeanor, and addressed Jiang Yan. Little Yenner, I have some matters to attend to. Please stay here. I shall return shortly. Jiang Yan glanced at Stina and then at Slow, understanding and nodding gently. All right, I shall wait for you here. However, who is that lady accompanying you, Sister Luo? Slow replied casually. She is my younger sister from the clan. Chapter 111, The Serpent King. Jiang Yan let out a soft exclamation, realizing why she bore such a resemblance to him. She was, after all, his cousin. Concerned that she might keep others waiting, she smiled and waved her hand, encouraging, Sister Luo, please go ahead. I shall wait for you here. Observing her sweet and considerate demeanor, Si Luo could not help but affectionately ruffle her hair, before reiterating with a hint of worry. Be a good girl and wait for me. Subsequently, he transformed into his beast form and departed alongside Stina. Jiang Yan pouted, tidying her disheveled hair. Sister Luo always treated her like a child. She wandered alone near her nest and eventually bent down in the fields, humming softly as she pulled up many rice seedlings, intending to take them back for planting. The Apophis clan resided within a jungle, surrounded by towering peaks and steep, rugged valleys. Due to the majestic mountains and the colossal trees that obscured the sun, this area rarely saw much daylight, while a lake in the valley added to the damp gloom. Particularly, one imposing black mountain was magnificent, half submerged underwater, appearing to float on the surface, its entirety forged from hard black rock, mirroring the somber and solemn environment. The towering black mountain was adorned with numerous nests of varying sizes, with the most imposing being the largest one at the center, its entrance carved with two lifelike, fierce stone serpents. This was the royal palace of the Apophis clan. Slow and Stina arrived at the palace entrance, where the serpent guards immediately bowed in respect, greeting, Prince 11, Miss Stina. Slow, with a cold expression, stepped inside first, while Stina timidly followed. The vast interior of the palace featured a smooth black rock floor, polished and bright. At the far end, tiered steps ascended to a grand throne, adorned with fierce stone serpents that exuded an air of majesty. At that moment, a formidable black figure sat upright upon the throne. Upon hearing footsteps in the palace, he cast a sharp glance at Slow and Stina with his piercing dark green eyes, his lips curling in a stern expression as he reprimanded, Humph. You finally remembered to return. Did you intend to stay away forever if I hadn't called for you? Have you forgotten you have a king father? Slow furrowed his brow, bowing his head respectfully, while Luo dared not speak, merely saying, I pay my respects to father. Noticing the Serpent King's anger, Stina knelt on trembling knees, respectfully bowing to the Serpent King. I pay my respects to our esteemed Serpent King. Displaying his authority, the Serpent King raised a hand dismissively. Only then did Stina dare to stand, humbly lowering her head. Unable to meet the gaze of the Serpent King on the high throne, presenting herself with utmost deference. The Serpent King glanced at Slow, observing his cold demeanor despite the outward show of respect, and commanded in an authoritative tone. I summoned you today to make you understand one thing, to recognize your identity as a prince of the Apophis clan, to be aware of what you should do and what you must not defy. Stina is the companion I have personally chosen for you. Regardless of how many females you may have outside, you must first bond with Stina and bear offspring to ensure the purity of our bloodline. This is my command and must not be disobeyed. Upon hearing this, Slow felt a tumult of emotions, and in defiance, he responded, Father, Luo has not disobeyed your wishes. But I do not like Stina. I implore you to revoke your command. The Serpent King was enraged, striking the throne with his palm. His sharp gaze fixed on Slow as he thundered, Do you wish to defy my orders? Slow quickly explained, Luo dares not. But aside from the matter of choosing a companion, I will comply with your arrangements. Seeing Slow's stubbornness, the Serpent King, unaccustomed to being contradicted, roared in fury, Unfilial son. I see you have grown up and no longer regard me as your king. Though you are my offspring, you are also my subject. Since you refuse to repent and do not understand your identity, you shall remain within the clan to reflect on your actions. Sensing the situation escalating unexpectedly, Stina anxiously looked up at the furious Serpent King, wishing to plead for Slow. Despite Luo's expressed disdain, like a thorn in her heart, they were inextricably linked. One's glory was the other's, and one's downfall would also drag the other down. However, the Serpent King, with a dark expression, ordered the guards to take the 11th prince to the water dungeon for reflection. He shall remain there until he has come to his senses. Hearing that his father intended to imprison him, Slow felt a jolt of panic and quickly exclaimed, Father, wait. Luo has urgent matters to attend to. Even if you wish to punish me, please allow me to resolve these matters before being confined to the dungeon. I cannot be imprisoned now. My little Yen is waiting for me. Beside him, Stina, equally anxious, feared that Slow would grow to resent her even more, and she hurriedly pleaded with the Serpent King. My king, Please forgive Luo. He was merely enchanted by the females outside. Do not hold it against him. The Serpent King took a deep breath, suddenly feeling that Stina was utterly ungrateful. Had she not come to him before to bond with Luo? What was this attitude now? He impatiently dismissed her. There is no need for you to defend him. Step aside. Slow urgently continued to explain. Father, I truly have matters to attend to. I implore you to understand just this once. I will return to accept my punishment. However, no matter how he pleaded, the high and mighty Serpent King remained unmoved, resolute in teaching him a lesson. As the guards began to encircle him, Slow, feeling cornered, decided to make a desperate dash for freedom. This only further enraged the Serpent King, who leapt to his feet, furiously pointing at Slow, unfilial son. Seize him at once. More serpent guards appeared, grappling with Slow, and chaos erupted within the palace. Seeing his palace nearly torn apart by this rebellious son, the Serpent King, in a fit of rage, retrieved a purple vine from his spatial pouch and, like lightning, ensnared Slow tightly. Binding him, the Serpent King rubbed his aching forehead, seething as he commanded the guards, "Take this unfilial son and imprison him in the deepest part of the water dungeon." The serpent guards, in awe, obeyed, dragging the bound Slow outside and plunging him into the depths of the water. Stina, anxiously following, watched helplessly as Slow was taken away, filled with regret. She realized that this time, he would surely despise her. The situation had escalated far beyond her expectations, and the Serpent King was in a furious rage. As a noble prince, being imprisoned like a common criminal in the water dungeon was undoubtedly a profound humiliation, and she could only imagine the mockery he would face from others. Biting her lip in frustration, she suddenly remembered something and dashed to a certain nest on the Black Mountain. After they left, a captivating and alluring female emerged slowly from within the palace. Her delicate hands rested on the Serpent King's broad shoulder, her sultry gaze upon him as she sweetly inquired, "My esteemed Serpent King, who has upset you?" The Serpent King sighed, drawing her into his embrace. "It is none other than my rebellious offspring. He increasingly disregards me as his father." The female, playfully pressing against the Serpent King's robust chest, lightly traced her fingers along him, soothingly murmuring, "He is just a young one. Do not let his antics disturb your health. Otherwise, Leonor will be heartbroken." Stirred by her captivating allure, the Serpent King's dark green gaze shimmered with desire as he lifted the restless Leonor into his arms and strode towards the rear of the palace. This enchanting Serpent Queen, akin to a flower that speaks the language of the heart, had the power to ignite his primal instincts, even after a decade of companionship. Among his many beloved consorts, she held a special place in his affections. Nestled within the embrace of the Serpent King, Leonor curled her beguiling crimson lips into a triumphant smile. Having previously borne only princesses, she now sought to seize the opportunity of her youth to bear a few princes, thereby solidifying her standing. Chapter 113, captured as dusk settled. The sun, hanging low amidst the mountains, gradually withdrew its blinding rays, sinking into the horizon. Jiang Yan waited anxiously, glancing left and right. Yet she saw no sign of Si Luo. As twilight approached, a sense of unease began to envelop her heart. Could it be that her sister Luo had encountered some unforeseen obstacle? It had been quite a while since she had last returned. The thought of remaining here alone as night descended sent shivers down her spine, reminiscent of that harrowing night spent in the cave, where she had faced grotesque insects. The mere recollection of it made her skin crawl. She cast a worried gaze at the setting sun sinking in the valley and the gently flowing stream, and in resignation, she picked up a bundle of rice seedlings, deciding to follow the river back to the tribe. Having visited this place twice, she estimated the distance. It was not far from the tribe. If she hurried, she could reach it in approximately half an hour. Nonetheless, she pondered whether any ferocious beasts lurked nearby, for they typically prowled at night. Remaining alone in Sister Luo's lair was indeed the greater peril. With that thought, she cradled the rice seedlings tightly and hastened her way toward the tribe, her body tense and vigilant, keenly aware of the dense underbrush surrounding her. Refusing to pause as she advanced swiftly along the creek. After some time, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from behind her, reminiscent of an earthquake. She tightened her grip on the rice seedlings, her eyelids fluttering in alarm. What monstrous creature could cause the ground to tremble? Was her luck truly so dire that she would encounter what she feared the most? Anxiously, she turned to look, only to meet the gaze of a pair of familiar, yet nightmarish, crimson beastly eyes that filled her with dread. It was that terrifying creature. It was still intent on capturing her. Jiang Yan let out a piercing scream as her belongings scattered across the ground, her legs trembling as she desperately sprinted towards the tribe. The red dragon, upon sighting her, emitted a deafening shriek, relentlessly fleeing from its intended offering. With nostrils flaring, it exhaled twin plumes of vapor, roaring in displeasure, a thunderous growl that reverberated through the air. It then propelled itself forward with powerful strides, in hot pursuit of Jiang Yan. The ground quaked beneath its relentless chase, the ominous tremors echoing in her heart, causing her to feel as if her very soul were being pounded like a drum, drowning her in despair. Alone, as a solitary woman, no amount of frantic running could outpace the monstrous beast behind her, especially since there were no tree hollows to provide refuge this time. After only a few strides, she was ensnared in the dragon's massive claw, as if she were but a minuscule ant caught within its grasp. Helplessly, Jiang Yan struggled, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the enlarged visage of the red dragon before her, her cries escalating in panic. "Ah, help! Let me go! Please, release me!" In her frantic struggle, the floral crown atop her head tumbled to the ground, scattering petals all around. The red dragon, intrigued by the thrashing and screaming Jiang Yan, furrowed its brow, two bulges appearing above its eyes. Was she truly so frightful? Why did she flee and scream every time she laid eyes on it? Despite being its sacrificial offering, she continued to evade, showing no obedience whatsoever. Its grand, beastly face contorted into a frown, dismissing her cries as it hastily carried her back to the forest of netherfire. Jiang Yan shouted hoarsely, tears streaming down her face as she gazed desperately in the direction of the tribe, hoping for a rescue from the orcs. However, as she moved further away from the tribe, the miracle she yearned for did not come, and despair enveloped her heart. In a choked voice, she mournfully called out, "Dabai, save me." Chapter 114. The water prison in the tranquil bamboo grove. Baimu abruptly opened his cold eyes, clutching his chest. A sudden wave of intense palpitations had struck him. What could be the cause? A profound sense of unease shrouded him, rendering him unable to return to his meditation. His instincts warned him that something was awry, compelling him to leave the bamboo grove and patrol the tribe. In the dark underground water prison of the Apophis race, Slow was frantically attacking and shaking the iron-hard stone pillars, his face etched with urgency. He shouted vehemently at the two snake guards stationed outside, "Open the door. Let me out. I will return to accept my punishment once I finish my business. Did you hear me?" Yet, regardless of his threats and pleas, the snake guards maintained a respectful yet stern demeanor, replying, "We are very sorry, Prince 11, but it is the Snake King's order, and we cannot disobey." Fuming with anger, Slow coldly mocked, "Just two ugly, hard stones. If anything happens, it will be your doom. Although my father has imprisoned me, eliminating you two would be a trivial matter. You should consider that carefully." The guards felt a chill run down their spines at his words, silently lamenting their misfortune, having offended Prince 11. If he were to hold a grudge, killing them would indeed be effortless, and the Snake King would merely reprimand them, being his own progeny. However, should they release him now, the Snake King would promptly execute them both. They were caught in a dire predicament. Seeing the guards remain obstinate, Slow relentlessly hurled himself against the stone prison time and again. Each impact caused the prison to tremble violently, yet alas, the pillars remained unbroken. These ancient structures were not mere stones. They were truly indestructible and unyielding. But now, they were a source of torment for him. After all this time, he was filled with worry, anxiously awaiting Jiang Yan. He wondered about her well-being. If anything were to happen to her, he would never forgive himself. Just as despair engulfed him, the two snake guards suddenly spoke respectfully, "Prince 9, what brings you here?" The snake orc known as Prince 9 shared a pale complexion with Slow, possessing deep-set features, striking green eyes, and an aura of rugged handsomeness. Compared to Slow's delicate demeanor, he exuded a more resolute presence. Observing the guard's deference, he smiled amiably, producing a pile of fresh meat from his spatial storage, explaining, "I have come to bring food for my brother, Prince 11. This should suffice, right?" Realizing the situation, the snake guards lowered their heads to inspect the meat. However, at that moment, Prince 9's expression darkened, and while the guards were momentarily distracted, he struck them on the head with his tail, rendering them unconscious. Slow furrowed his brow as he watched his brother's sudden action, surprised and puzzled. "What are you doing?" Nonchalantly, Prince 9 retrieved the keys from the guards and teased Slow, who was in a pitiful state in the water prison. "Little 11 doesn't even call me brother. What a waste of my kindness to come down here to save you." Save him? Did he truly possess such altruism? Slow scrutinized Prince 9 with suspicion, questioning his motives. Although this brother of his was equally dubious, he had never resorted to despicable means against Slow, which eased some of Slow's aversion. Chapter 115. Panic. Yet Slow would never accept another's kindness without clarity. So he pressed on, "Why are you saving me?" Seeing Slow's insistence, Prince 9 shrugged nonchalantly. "No reason. I just felt like saving you. You know my nature." Though he spoke flippantly, Slow used his mind-reading ability to discern the truth. It was Stina who had sought his help. Without exposing the truth, he simply murmured, "Thank you this time." His brother, known for his love of mingling with females and unpredictable behavior, likely sought to win Stina's favor. But their previous affairs had no bearing on Slow. Prince 9 gently unlocked the water prison, teasing Slow in an ambiguous tone, "Hurry, or your little female might be in danger." Slow shot a knowing glance at Prince 9, realizing that Stina had divulged details about Jiang Yan, and soon, his affairs would become widely known. However, he could not dwell on this now. After escaping the water prison and cautiously evading the snake guard scrutiny, he hurried back to his cave. Prince 9 watched Slow rush away, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had not expected his unconventional brother, who had always shunned females, to have awakened to his feelings. Yet by freeing him, he would likely face a reprimand. Slow dashed back to the cave, but to his dismay, there was no sign of Jiang Yan. His heart seemed to stop, panic setting in as he frantically searched and called out, "Jiang Yan, where are you? Sister is back. Come out quickly." He circled the cave, calling out, but saw no one. Did she return to the tribe on her own? Suddenly, he leapt into the stream. creating a huge splash, and with a frantic flick of his tail, he swam toward the tiger clan, searching for Jiang Yan. After a while, he spotted a fallen flower crown on the shore. It resembled Jiang Yan's. He hurried ashore, trembling as he picked up the crown. Gazing at the scattered rice seedlings and the surrounding tracks left by fierce beasts, his pupils dilating in horror. The size of the paw prints could only belong to a ferocious beast. Clenching the crown tightly, tears filled his eyes. Jiang Yan had been captured. It was all his fault. He let out a heart-wrenching cry, losing his composure as he searched frantically, only to encounter Bai Mu, who bore a similarly anxious expression. Bai Mu stared at the frenzied Slow, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation. Alarmed, he coldly demanded, "Where is she?" Slow's eyes blazed with despair as he muttered, "Jiang Yan. She was taken by a ferocious beast. It's all my fault." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's heart twisted painfully, unwilling to accept the reality. No, she cannot just disappear. In a fit of rage, he struck Slow with a fist, grasping his collar and shaking him fiercely, demanding, "What kind of beast took her? Why didn't you watch over her? You damned fool." Blood trickled from Slow's lips as he fell into a spiral of self-reproach, not retaliating against Bai Mu's fury. With a sorrowful gesture, he pointed in a direction. Bai Mu pushed him aside and rushed forward. Upon reaching the stream's edge, he was met with a scene of scattered rice seedlings and several large paw prints. These prints belonged to the Crimson Dragon. In the absence of such a formidable beast nearby, he instantly transformed into a magnificent and imposing white tiger, sprinting towards the forest of Netherfire with all his might. "Ian, wait for me," the disoriented Slow exclaimed, hastening to follow suit. It seemed that perhaps little Yin still had a chance. May they arrive in time. Chapter 116. The toy within a valley enveloped by the forest of Netherfire, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting countless dazzling spots of light upon the ground. The Crimson Dragon fixed its enormous, piercing red eyes upon the petite figure of Jiang Yan, who was no larger than its own claw. Playfully, it would occasionally prod her, sending her tumbling to the ground. Jiang Yan rose unsteadily, her gaze fixed anxiously upon the Crimson Dragon. This terrifying beast did not immediately end her life or devour her. Instead, it brought her back to this valley, toying with her as if she were a mere plaything. Observing her furrowed brow and tense posture, the dragon emitted a series of throaty chuckles. Yet, to Jiang Yan's ears, its laughter resounded with an unsettling clarity, exuding an overwhelming intimidation that filled her heart with trepidation. She could not help but wonder if, after tiring of this cruel amusement, the monster would turn its attention to consuming her. Jiang Yan, feeling helpless and sorrowful, reflected on her dismal fate. The Crimson Dragon played for a while, and suddenly its pair of round ears quivered. It rose to its feet and, in a fit of anger, charged towards a nearby thicket, unleashing a furious roar at its approaching kin. It would not permit any beast to approach and covet its sacrificial offering. Another similarly robust and Crimson Dragon glared in discontent before sauntering away. Having frightened off the intruder, the Crimson Dragon returned, resolutely guarding Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan curled her body in fear against the mountain wall, gazing into the distance, yearning for the arrival of her savior. Goodbye. Her stomach growled audibly, and she pressed her hand against her hungry belly, grimacing in discomfort. She had gone an entire day and night without a drop of water. The red dragon also heard the rumblings from Jiang Yan's stomach, its pupils dilating in confusion. Unable to comprehend the plight of the offering, Jiang Yan, clutching her abdomen, cast a timid glance at the red dragon. She rose cautiously and attempted to step outside, yearning to find something to eat. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when the red dragon indeed obstructed her path, unleashing a furious roar that resonated with deafening intensity. Jiang Yan, trembling in fear, covered her ears and retreated further. Upon witnessing her obedient retreat, the Crimson Dragon finally ceased its furious roar. "Humph! There shall be no escape this time." Jiang Yan, filled with disdain, wiped away the spittle that had splattered upon her, leaning weakly against the mountainside. Hesitant to provoke the Crimson Dragon again, fearing that a mere flick of its wrist could spell her demise. Perhaps she could wait until the dragon rested to stealthily slip away. Even if escape proved futile, she could at least scavenge for something to satiate her gnawing hunger. Biding her time for the arrival of her savior, Bai, she firmly believed that Bai would come to her rescue. Thus, surrendering her life so easily was not an option. The human and beast remained locked in a tense stalemate until nightfall descended. The grand, luminous moon hung in the sky like a silver disk, casting a silvery sheen upon the earth. The chirping of insects mingled with the gentle sounds of slumbering breaths. Awakened by the commotion, Jiang Yan, weak yet determined, cautiously opened her eyes and peered at the sleeping dragon, moving as silently as a shadow, every breath held, inching her way outward. During the day, she had spotted a tree ahead laden with vibrant red fruits, not far from her. She was in dire need of sustenance to appease her ravenous stomach. However, the Crimson Dragon loomed in her path, effectively encircling her within the valley. To escape, she would need to tread carefully past the slumbering beast. Striving to remain silent, she swallowed hard, her heart racing as she cast a wary glance at the dragon, slowly making her way past it. Once she reached the fruit tree and realized the dragon remained undisturbed, she exhaled with relief and adeptly climbed the tree. Chapter 117. Wild Fruits. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned, The previously slumbering crimson dragon opened its fiery red eyes and rose to its feet. After undergoing rigorous physical training at the training grounds, her body had indeed become more agile than before. Jiang Yan ascended the tree, perching herself upon a robust branch, and plucked a large wild fruit. Her curiosity piqued as she contemplated whether to consume it. Surely, this fruit must be edible, for although it exuded a sweet fragrance, it bore no resemblance to the fruits of earth, belonging to a variety entirely unfamiliar to her. The exterior of the wild fruit was a vibrant red, adorned with coarse spines, reminiscent of a dragon fruit. However, upon being split open, it revealed a creamy white flesh within. The delightful aroma carried hints of creaminess, heightening Jiang Yan's hunger, compelling her to take a generous bite of the tender fruit. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment, as the exquisite flavor rendered her unable to stop. Though the precise variety of this wild fruit eluded her, it possessed an alluring creamy essence, with a texture akin to mango and a sweetness surpassing that of coconut, utterly delectable. She devoured it voraciously, finishing the sizable wild fruit in no time. Discarding the shell, she remained unsated and reached for another fruit on a distant branch. Standing upright, she gripped the trunk with one hand while straining to grasp the fruit with the other. After considerable effort, she finally succeeded, but in her excitement, as she tugged forcefully downward, she lost her balance and fell from the tree. Jiang Yan let out an exclamation. The height at which she was climbing was somewhat perilous. A fall from such a distance could very well result in a broken leg. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, and she was about to plummet to the ground, a crimson claw emerged from the side, seizing her and cradling her securely within its grasp. The red dragon gazed intently at Jiang Yan, who lay nestled in its palm, emitting disgruntled huffs as twin plumes of vapor escaped its nostrils. Jiang Yan, having survived a harrowing ordeal, gazed at the red dragon with an awkward grin, fearing it might crush her with a mere squeeze. Aware of her penchant for the fruits adorning the tree, the red dragon cast a cold, piercing stare at the fruit-bearing tree, then lifted one of its claws and vigorously shook it, causing the wild fruits to tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. Ultimately, it uprooted the entire tree and hurled it into the distance. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled and flattened a patch of blooming flora. Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the discarded fruit tree, lamenting its fate. How perplexing it was that such a tempestuous beast would be incensed by a mere tree. In truth, the crimson dragon perceived the fruit tree as a potential threat to Jiang Yan, prompting its desire for eradication. Having alleviated its concerns, the crimson dragon took a few steps back to its original position, gently placing Jiang Yan on the ground. Its large, round eyes remained fixated on her, unwavering in their gaze, and the more it beheld her, the fonder it grew, convinced that she was the most exquisite offering among the sacrifices made by the witch clan. It admired her fair skin and her eyes, bright and beautiful like stars in the night sky, a stark contrast to the dark appearance of the witch clan. Unfortunately, the Crimson Dragon tribe, being inherently powerful, possessed intelligence yet could not transform into beastmen. They sheltered the witch clan primarily because the witches annually offered a maiden in sacrifice, hoping to bear offspring through her body to alter the Crimson Dragon's inability to take form. Regrettably, the frail bodies of the maidens could not withstand the might of the Crimson Dragons, often meeting a tragic end during the act of union. The Crimson Dragon observed Jiang Yan quietly, unable to bring itself to harm her. It restlessly swayed its robust tail, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris, contemplating how splendid it would be if its offering could grow a bit larger. Such an eventuality would allow for mating and the possibility of offspring. Chapter 118, The Infatuated. Jiang Yan was utterly oblivious to the nefarious intentions that the red dragon harbored towards her. Had she known, it would have surely terrified her to the core. After a period of anxious observation, she sensed that the red dragon bore no murderous intent towards her. Summoning her courage, she picked up a bruised wild fruit from the ground and devoured it ravenously. After consuming several large fruits, Jiang Yan felt a pressing need to relieve herself. Embarrassed, she cast a furtive glance at the red dragon, which was fixated on her, in search of a suitable place to answer nature's call. She couldn't shake the feeling that this creature was unlike the ferocious beasts she had encountered before. Its eyes often revealed an unexpectedly human quality. Thus, she hesitated to relieve herself so openly before it. Yet, the dragon remained as immovable as a mountain, and fearing to provoke its capricious temperament, she ultimately retreated behind a modest rock, squatting down and letting out a soft sound. The red dragon twitched its ears, seemingly comprehending her actions, and, rather courteously, turned its head away, choosing not to watch her. Jiang Yan was astonished as she beheld the remarkably sentient crimson dragon, pondering whether it could comprehend her words. Resolving to make her intentions known, she mustered her courage and approached the dragon, gesticulating animatedly in an attempt to convey her desire for freedom. The crimson dragon, looking down upon her, assumed she was amusing herself and graciously displayed a toothy grin, revealing its menacing fangs. Startled by the sight of those terrifying white teeth, Jiang Yan instinctively recoiled. Perceiving her fear, the dragon quickly closed its mouth, feeling quite disheartened. Its offering was far too timid, even afraid of its smile. After a moment, reassured by the stillness, Jiang Yan bravely pointed to herself and then to the outside of the forest, her voice trembling as she implored, "If you can understand me, Please allow me to leave. I am but an ordinary woman, unable to survive in the wilderness. I beg you. Her eyes shimmered with desperation as she beseeched the crimson dragon. This time, it appeared to understand her plea. The dragon extended its claw and grasped Jiang Yan within its palm, its frustration mounting as it sulked upon the ground. Not only did its offering seem to harbor affection, but it also contemplated escape. This thought greatly displeased the dragon. When irked, it found itself longing to unleash its wrath upon a beast. It pondered which creature to seize to alleviate its vexation. In the depths of the infernal fire forest, the unfortunate beast sensed an abrupt drop in temperature. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? One lamented. We are doomed. Jiang Yan struggled within the grasp of the red dragon, yearning to be released, yet found herself ensnared even more tightly. Realizing her efforts were futile, she sighed sadly, resigning herself to remain still, her heart filled with the hope that Bai would arrive to rescue her soon. However, enveloped by the comforting warmth of the dragon's palm, she gradually succumbed to fatigue, her once vigilant body softening. The red dragon observed her slumbering form, her delicate face pale and tender, undeniably more adorable than the younglings of its clan, prompting a rare, foolish grin to spread across its visage. As it gazed, an urge to reach out and touch her overcame it, yet fearing to wake her, it retracted its claw in frustration. Its offering was too fragile, even the slightest exertion might harm her, despite its carefulness. To guard her, it had gone a long time without feasting. The red dragon's large tongue licked its lips, hunger gnawing at it, craving meat. But as it glanced at the sleeping Jiang Yan, it found itself conflicted, its eyes furrowing into a comical expression. Chapter 119. The search. The red dragon's belly growled with hunger, struggling to endure, yet it could not find rest until dawn broke. Casting a cautious glance at the sleeping Jiang Yan, it gently placed her on the ground. To avoid disturbing her, it treaded softly away before hastening, eagerly scouring the vast forest for sustenance. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and Si Luo frantically searched for Jiang Yan, tracking her to the lair of the red dragon. Bai Mu clenched his fists, his silver-gray eyes burning with fury as he gazed upon the dragon's territory, feeling as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his chest. Regardless of whether Jiang Yan was alive or dead, he was determined to bring her back. He recalled the tales of the shaman, who spoke of the red dragon's secrets. Offerings made to it were not consumed, but instead transformed in an unfathomable manner to create beast men. Such notions seemed utterly ludicrous. Thus, the fate of the females was invariably tragic. He could hardly fathom the torment that the delicate Jiang Yan might endure. His only hope rested on her survival, praying that the malevolent dragon had yet to harm her. Otherwise, he would surely descend into madness. Before entering the dragon's territory, they needed to devise a strategy. Otherwise, they might charge in recklessly, delaying their chance to rescue her. Although he had ascended to the rank of a high-tier beastman, infused with formidable ice flames, facing the powerful multi-headed red dragon head-on offered scant odds of success. Meanwhile, Si Luo trailed behind, engulfed in guilt, his once captivating and charming demeanor now waning. The blood at the corner of his mouth had dried, and with reddened eyes, he surveyed their surroundings, silently vowing to rescue Jiang Yan at all costs. At this moment, the two who had once been at odds were united in purpose, choosing to cooperate to find Jiang Yan without drawing the red dragon's attention too soon. After much deliberation, they concluded that splitting up would be prudent. Should the dragon discover one of them, the other could serve as a distraction. They resolved to wait until nightfall. As the dragon's night vision, though functional, was inferior to its daytime sight, and typically, the red dragon was active during the day and rested at night. Once their plan was settled, Bai Mu stealthily scouted, concealing himself in the tall grass to observe the red dragons, while Si Luo slipped into a nearby lake, ready to act once darkness fell. As they plunged into the ominous fire of the underworld, news of Jiang Yan's possible abduction by a ferocious beast spread quickly. Her disappearance elicited mixed reactions. Some rejoiced while others mourned. Among the most elated was Stina, who felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The troublesome little female was gone, freeing her from competition for Luo's affections, sparing her the need to act directly. Yet, due to her plea to the ninth prince for aid, she found herself entangled with the fickle prince, forced to play a duplicitous game. The ninth prince had already taken a mate, and she had no desire to become a humble concubine. Within the tribe, the chieftain couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While it might seem cruel regarding the little female, her presence had been a source of constant worry. When he approached Amu to broach the subject of the female, a mere hint of his concern elicited an unfavorable reaction from him, prompting the chieftain to wisely refrain from further discussion, opting instead to endure in silence. Chapter 120. A secret joy. After all, though a beast attack had caused injuries among the tribe, no lives were lost. To expel the outsider female so harshly seemed excessively ruthless. Furthermore, the tribe still depended on Amu's protection. Provoking him might lead to his departure, a risk the chieftain dared not take. Though he might have been overly anxious, Amu's father was not a beastman of their tiger clan. He had left without hesitation, and it was uncertain whether Amu, with only half their bloodline, would follow in his father's footsteps. Various factors ultimately led him to abandon the matter. Fortunately, the female had departed from their tribe, her fate unknown. Had the red dragon harbored resentment over the loss of its offering, their tribe could suffer dire consequences. even facing annihilation. As the leader, he could not afford to take even the slightest risk. With a weary sigh, the chieftain exited his dwelling, hands clasped behind his back. Observing the bustling, jovial members of his tribe, silently praying for the continuation of such peaceful days. Upon learning of Jiang Yan's abduction by a ferocious beast, Mia was beside herself with worry, weeping as she declared her intent to rescue Jiang Yan. Luca, witnessing Mia's heartache, felt equally distressed. Yet he feared that Jiang Yan's capture meant her fate was grim. He dared not voice such ominous thoughts, instead gently restraining Mia within their dwelling, reassuring her, "Aya, the shaman has already set out to find her. If she is still alive, the shaman will surely bring her back. Rushing out now will serve no purpose." Eva, equally troubled, approached to wipe away her daughter's tears, sighing, "For now, we can only trust on Mu and pray for our dear girl." The delightful and amiable little neighbor, whom she cherished dearly, was a source of great concern, and she fervently wished that the young one would not meet an untimely demise. Within the confines of the dwelling, the sounds of muffled sobs resonated as the family encircled Mia, offering their words of comfort. While the tribe was abuzz with speculation regarding Jiang Yan's predicament, two individuals departed from the community, Tattle and Natalie. Tattle, deeply troubled by Jiang Yan's safety, was unwilling to abandon the search and unexpectedly encountered Natalie, who was also leaving the tribe. Natalie's concern was for Bai Mu. During a previous encounter, when the red dragon nearly abducted the foreign female, even the usually composed and rational deity had displayed an unprecedented fury. This time, an inexplicable unease gripped her heart, and she feared that the impulsive deity might act rashly. Thus, she felt compelled to venture forth and ascertain the situation. Most importantly, the young female was likely already deceased. Once life has departed, it cannot be restored. She aimed to persuade the deity to accept this reality and return to the tribe. The female had originally been a sacrificial offering to the witch clan, fortuitously saved by the deity and brought back to the community. It was indeed a stretch to expect that fragile creature to survive, as she lacked the skills even for hunting. Even if she were temporarily safeguarded, it would not be for eternity. The deity ought not to squander time and energy on those who were irrelevant. Of course, there lingered a hint of self-interest in her thoughts. Although some of her sentiments were somewhat ignoble, she could not help but feel a twinge of satisfaction at the thought of the young female's demise, as it might lead the deity to cast more glances her way. Among all the females in the tribe, she believed herself the most deserving to stand beside the deity, weathering storms together, fighting side by side, and jointly safeguarding their community. That powerless and feeble foreign female was utterly unworthy of such a magnificent and powerful deity. Both individuals, each harboring their own concerns, roamed the vicinity of the tribe, ultimately following the footprints left by the stream and the scent of Bai Mu into the forest of infernal fire. Chapter 121. To please in a certain part of the forest of infernal fire, the red dragon, with astonishing swiftness, captured several ferocious beasts, neglecting to savor them, and instead gulped them down whole. After letting out a resounding belch of satisfaction, it hurried back to the valley. However, halfway there, it suddenly recalled that while it had filled its own belly, its sacrificial offering likely required sustenance as well. Yesterday, it had noticed her enthusiasm for the fruits hanging from the trees, and with a flicker of its crimson beastly eyes, it rushed toward a grove of fruit trees within its territory. It dashed through the forest and, without a second thought, uprooted several fruit trees, clumsily cradling them in its powerful claws as it returned to the valley. With delicious offerings in hand, surely its sacrificial offering would be pleased. In the fragrant and melodious little valley, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, creating a refreshing natural ambience. The sunlight was somewhat blinding as Jiang Yan slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brow. However, upon awakening, she felt something soft and light tumble from her body. Confused, she glanced around and discovered an array of fresh fruits, nuts, and scattered branches strewn about her. What was happening? As she propped herself up, she was taken aback to see several uprooted wild fruit trees piled before her in the valley. Was this a gift from the beast? While she pondered in bewilderment, the red dragon cautiously gathered the fallen fruits and other offerings with its claws and drew them closer to her. Lowering its head to gaze at her, it emitted a few gentle grunts. Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the various antics of the crimson dragon, realizing that it had indeed prepared food for her. This revelation stirred her curiosity. Was the creature attempting to appease her? However, upon observing the array of fresh fruits, and even some nuts among them, she recognized her own hunger. Subsequently, she picked up a few pieces and nibbled on them. Yet, she could hardly fathom why the beast, having captured her, had not only spared her life but also provided sustenance. What, then, was its true intention in bringing her here? After consuming some fruit, she felt a thirst arise, prompting her to seek a source of water. However, each time she attempted to venture outside, the crimson dragon positioned itself before her, glaring at her with evident displeasure. Faced with this, Jiang Yan had no choice but to retreat. Nevertheless, her thirst was becoming unbearable. She had gone several days without a drop of water, and merely consuming fruit could not quench her thirst. Trapped and bored, she could only meander within the confines of that small area, idly kicking the branches strewn across the ground. It was then that her gaze fell upon an oval-shaped, plump leaf on one of the fruit trees, piquing her curiosity. She plucked it and inspected it closely, marveling at its peculiar, swollen form. As she tore it open, a sudden rush of liquid spilled forth, startling her and causing her to recoil, hastily discarding the leaf. Observing her fright, the crimson dragon swiftly approached, its ire evident as it seized the fruit tree, preparing to toss it aside. Sensing that the liquid within the leaf might indeed be water, Jiang Yan urgently intervened, calling for it to wait. The dragon paused, its large head fixed on her in bewilderment, before finally retracting its claws. Jiang Yan promptly plucked another leaf, delicately tearing a small opening, and gave it a gentle shake before inhaling its fragrance. A natural, refreshing aroma wafted through the air, and she surmised that it contained the dew accumulated within. No wonder the leaf appeared so plump. It was an incredible mechanism for storing moisture. She brought it to her lips and drank eagerly. The liquid flowed into her stomach, soothing her parched throat, imbued with the essence of the leaf, and its sweetness far surpassed that of ordinary water. With bright, shimmering eyes, she drained the last of the liquid from the leaf. Chapter 122. The signal. Seeing her relish the drink, the red dragon also scooped up a few plump leaves and tossed them into its mouth. After chewing for a moment, it failed to discern any particular flavor and swallowed them whole. Having quenched its thirst, Jiang Yan felt reassured that the red dragon would not harm her for the time being, allowing her body to relax considerably. However, the creature persistently prevented her from wandering too far, confining her to the vicinity. As she gazed at the wildflowers in the nearby meadow, a sudden idea sparked in her mind. She dashed into the grass, gathering an abundance of wildflowers, and with deft fingers, crafted a floral crown to adorn her head. She hopped joyfully back to the red dragon, twirling around playfully. With a beaming smile, she formed a heart shape with her hands, conveying that wearing flowers was delightful and would bring happiness. The red dragon, with its enormous beastly eyes, regarded her radiant smile, which outshone the flowers upon her head. Its wide mouth curved into a grin, emitting a deep, resonant laugh. Seeing it laugh brought Jiang Yan immense satisfaction. She proceeded to weave several larger floral crowns and boldly beckoned the red dragon. The creature tilted its head, puzzled, but eventually complied, lowering its body upon her signal. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan placed the crowns upon its round ears and even on its claws. Once adorned, she stepped back a few paces, gazing at the comically absurd sight of the red dragon, now sporting the floral crowns, unable to suppress a giggle. As she laughed, the red dragon mirrored her silliness, imitating her by spinning around, inadvertently kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust swirled around, causing Jiang Yan to cough a few times, prompting her to step back. The red dragon, too, was startled into a mighty sneeze. Pausing its aunt, Jiang Yan raised her gaze towards the blinding sun, discerning her direction as she sprinted towards the east. She was acutely aware of the peril she faced venturing out alone. Yet remaining in the valley awaiting rescue was not a viable option. What if the white beast never came for her? Furthermore, who could predict whether that monstrous creature would eventually lose interest in her and inflict harm? After all, to it, she was likely just a novel plaything, and the sacrifices of the witch tribe must serve some purpose. She firmly believed that the white beast would indeed come to her aid. Perhaps if she could escape this territory, she might encounter it. Thus, she resolved to take the gamble. Under the relentless sun, after running for several minutes, her throat began to burn painfully. Jiang Yan halted, retrieving a plump leaf from her waist, biting it open, and quickly drinking from it. She had bound vines around her waist and secured numerous fruit leaves atop them to stave off hunger and thirst during her flight. The sweet water soothed her throat, and after wiping her mouth, she resumed her run. However, just a few steps later, she was unexpectedly tripped by something elastic, causing her to tumble to the ground. Jiang Yan let out a hiss, rubbing her hand, reddened from the fall, as she sat up and glanced at the object that had tripped her, discovering it to be a thick strand of white silk. Curiously, she extended her finger to flick it, finding it remarkably pliable. She then rose, intending to bypass the silk and continue her run, oblivious to the massive spider closing in from behind. The gigantic spider, with its 8 legs scuttling rapidly, bore a head covered in white fur, its countless eyes fixated intently on the sky-blue figure ahead. Its mandibles secreted a viscous silk, launching an unexpected attack towards Jiang Yan, attempting to ensnare her with its threads for a meal. In an instant, numerous strands of white silk surged forth, yet Jiang Yan fortuitously halted, dislodging a slender twig from between her toes, which she tossed away with a frown, narrowly escaping the peril. With no target in sight, the silk whizzed over her head. It was only then that Jiang Yan sensed the danger. Her gaze trembled, her eyes widening in sheer terror as she beheld the threads before her. A chill creeping down her spine. Swallowing hard, she cautiously turned her head, only to be confronted by an enormous white spider nearly 2 meters tall, with 8 legs poised menacingly. Instantly, she let out a terrified scream, tumbling forward as she fled for her life, her heart racing in fear. She lamented the horror of this monstrous spider. What a terrifying creature it was, sending chills across her entire body. This alien world was far too perilous. Did it truly have to toy with her so? Chapter 124. The spider demon having missed its target, the colossal spider emitted a piercing hiss and, with its 8 legs and swift motion, relentlessly pursued Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was utterly terrified, her spirit nearly shattered. What was she to do? The menacing giant spider was closing in on her, and she wondered if climbing a tree would offer any reprieve. However, it seemed the spider could scale trees as well, leaving her in a state of despair. At that moment, it felt as though the heavens had turned a deaf ear to her pleas, and the earth offered no solace. Fear spread through her like wildfire, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In such dire peril, a singular thought consumed her mind: to flee incessantly, to never cease, to run endlessly, with all her might. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware that her speed was no match for the monstrous spider pursuing her. She was merely floundering in a desperate struggle for survival. Despite the faint glimmer of hope, she refused to surrender her life so easily. As the chase continued for mere seconds, the malevolent spider secreted a viscous white substance and unleashed countless strands of silk, which ensnared Jiang Yan's body with chilling precision. Witnessing herself ensnared, her pupils dilated in terror, and she screamed in panic. Struggling to break free, the silk tightened its grip, relentlessly dragging her backward. Clenching her teeth, she flailed her arms in a frenzy until, in a moment of clarity, she grasped a sturdy tree trunk, desperately attempting to resist being pulled into the spider's clutches. The malevolent arachnid gradually retracted its silk, tugging at Jiang Yan with increasing force. Jiang Yan, trembling with fear, clung desperately to the towering tree, treating it as her final lifeline. Even as the terrifying giant spider behind her caused her face to flush crimson and her expression to contort in anguish, she refused to relinquish her grip. Ultimately, however, under the relentless tug of the monstrous arachnid, her fingers gradually loosened their hold, and she lost her last shred of hope. Jiang Yan felt as though her blood had congealed, rendering her both cold and numb, her mind a desolate void, as if she were facing her impending demise. She was drawn beneath the body of the monstrous spider, so close that she could distinctly see its terrifying mandibles and the numerous white hairs adorning its form, all while gazing into countless eyes reflecting her own terrified, pallid visage. Jiang Yan exerted herself in a futile attempt to break free. Yet the silken threads would not yield, entwining her in a grip of despair that compelled her to relinquish hope and await the inevitable approach of death. Her hands fell limply at her sides, and in that moment, she pondered why she had not simply succumbed to unconsciousness at the onset, thus sparing herself from confronting such a terrifying and ferocious spectacle, fully aware that she was to be consumed bit by bit. The monstrous spider lowered its head, inhaling the scent of Jiang Yan, and then unfurled its enormous, menacing mandibles, intending to devour her whole. Just as the creature was about to reach her, the earth trembled violently. The crimson dragon leaped forth with a thunderous roar, its massive, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the arachnid, swiftly severing the silken strands with its claws before cradling Jiang Yan protectively within its palm. With a powerful flick of its robust tail, it sent the colossal spider careening away. The spider tumbled to the ground, scrambling back to its feet on its 8 spindly legs, emitting an enraged shriek as it charged at the dragon, expelling a fresh torrent of silk. The dragon leapt to evade the onslaught of threads, landing behind the spider and forcefully pinning its multitude of eyes against the ground. The spider writhed in agony, but as its body was compressed further, a thick, white liquid began to ooze from beneath it. In excruciating torment, the spider emitted a piercing scream. Yet, this was insufficient to satiate the dragon's wrath. In a frenzy, it uprooted all 8 of the spider's legs, then stomped repeatedly on its bare body. Chapter 125. Rose. Each of the spider's eyes burst, releasing a viscous fluid that emitted a foul stench reminiscent of decaying insects. The grotesque scene sent chills coursing through Jiang Yan, her stomach churning violently as she clamped a hand over her mouth, retching uncontrollably, her complexion turning an ashen hue. The dragon, having picked up a spider leg with the intent of consuming it to alleviate its grievances, found its offering had been frightened. How could it allow such insolence when it had intended to claim its prize? However, upon noticing the terrified state of the offering in its grasp, it reconsidered, releasing her and silently returning to the valley. The dragon had initially sought to collect an abundance of flowers to win her favor, yet it was disheartened to discover that its offering seemed intent on escaping, attempting to sneak away in its absence. This thought irked the dragon, which snorted clouds of vapor from its nostrils as they made their way back to the valley, the atmosphere laden with tension. Upon arrival, Jiang Yan inhaled several breaths of fresh air, gradually regaining her composure. Though the dragon was still miffed, it cautiously set her down. Once on the ground, Jiang Yan, pale and weak, sank onto the large leaves spread across the floor, curling up in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The harrowing brush with death and the close encounter with such a nightmarish creature had left her profoundly shaken, her body quivering from the impact of terror. Noticing her frail and frightened state, the dragon's heart softened. Had it not arrived in time, its offering would have been consumed by the spider, and it would have lost her forever. Relenting, it decided to temper its anger. Observing her incessant shivering, it assumed she was cold and lifted her back into its palm, channeling its inner energy to warm her. A soothing warmth enveloped her, alleviating some of her discomfort, and her pallid lips gradually regained their rosy hue. The dragon blinked its crimson eyes, and upon noticing that her trembling had ceased, it pointed a claw at the ground. It had initially prepared a plethora of flowers for her enjoyment, but had forgotten in its moment of anger. Jiang Yan followed the direction pointed out to her and discovered that the grassy expanse had transformed into a sea of crimson blossoms. The vibrant red roses, exquisite and dripping with allure, carpeted the ground, dazzling the eyes and intoxicating the senses. Although the stems appeared somewhat disheveled, their beauty remained undeniable. It turned out that the reason for its prolonged absence today was its quest for these red roses. Her eyelids fluttered, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within her: wonder, gratitude, an inexplicable sense of guilt, and a hint of gentle melancholy. She had not anticipated that it would hold her in such regard. Had it not arrived in the nick of time, she might have perished. The red dragon lowered its claws, positioning Jiang Yan directly in front of the floral spectacle. The rich fragrance enveloped her, and she slowly extended her hand to gather several roses, cradling them in her palm, before turning to the red dragon with a delicate, sweet smile that radiated purity. Observing her flower-like smile, the dragon's eyes brightened, and its heart raced with fervor. Its offering was exquisite, particularly the beauty of her smile, which outshone the stars above. Subsequently, it opened its mouth wide and let out a deep, joyful rumble of laughter. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the adorably awkward red dragon, its endearing clumsiness captivating her. She gently scratched its palm, and as the dragon leaned in, fixating its gaze upon her, she softly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." The dragon's round ears perked up, and its massive body swayed uncontrollably, its robust tail sweeping through the air, sending rose petals swirling like a crimson rain. Chapter 126. Illness. The petals danced gracefully, drifting down like a dream, creating an ethereal spectacle. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, her earlier trepidation dissipating like mist in the morning sun, her laughter resonating like the delicate chime of silver bells. In that moment, close at hand, she couldn't resist reaching out to caress the round, cherubic face of the crimson dragon. "From now on, may I call you Big Dragon?" she suggested warmly. "Big Dragon." The crimson dragon tilted its head, a hint of bashfulness in its demeanor as it seemed to comprehend that she was addressing it, responding with a brief, low grunt. Delighted by its acknowledgement, Jiang Yan reached out to stroke it again. Observing it up close, she noticed its surprisingly long eyelashes, and its large, round red eyes sparkled with life. With the assurance that it posed no threat, she found the dragon quite endearing. Its antics were childlike and innocent, exuding a purity that was charming. Due to the unexpected turn of events today, the dynamic between the girl and the beast had subtly transformed. They were no longer mere monster and sacrifice, but rather companions coexisting in a harmonious manner akin to friends. Moments later, under the bright azure sky, rain began to fall unexpectedly, first in large droplets, then increasingly dense. The crimson dragon cradled Jiang Yan in its palm, shielding her from the wind and rain with its own body. Jiang Yan sat serenely within the palm of the red dragon, nibbling on a wild fruit while observing the roses battered by the rain, quietly lamenting their fate. The damp air enveloped her as the rain intensified, ultimately transforming into a torrential downpour, with the sky shrouded in thick clouds and rumbling thunder, showing no signs of abating throughout the night. The red dragon, disliking the oppressive humidity, found itself too large to seek shelter and could only bend its body to shield Jiang Yan from the rain, ensuring she remained dry. The chill of the night deepened, accompanied by the continuous patter of rain, filling the air with the fragrance of damp earth and blooming flowers. The downpour lasted a full day and night before finally ceasing, yet Jiang Yan became ill, her cheeks flushed and burning with fever, rendered unconscious. This distressed the red dragon immensely. It gently prodded Jiang Yan with its claws, attempting to rouse her, but found only searing heat. Confused, the dragon gazed at Jiang Yan, unable to comprehend her plight. Had she been injured? Yet, there were no wounds to be found on her. It emitted a low, mournful sound, lifting its claw to carefully cradle Jiang Yan before it, deeply troubled by her unconsciousness, its heart racing with anxiety. What to do? Despite its calls and gentle nudging, Jiang Yan remained in a deep slumber as if she might never awaken, invoking memories of previous sacrifices who had met the same fate. But it could not bear the thought of her demise. Such loss would shatter its heart. In a fit of worry, the red dragon furrowed its brow, and suddenly, a thought struck it. It swiftly took Jiang Yan and flew towards the witch tribe, believing that perhaps they might possess the means to save her. The earth trembled beneath its swift flight, and soon it arrived at the towering walls surrounding the witch tribe. The warriors atop the walls spotted the approaching red dragon from afar, quickly kneeling in reverence and trepidation, exclaiming, "We pay homage to our mighty dragon god." The dragon, disregarding the worshippers, leapt over the high walls and plunged deeper into the tribe, heading towards the dwelling of the witches, where only their high priest could communicate with it. Chapter 127. The witch tribe. The red dragon hastened to the dwelling place of the witches, carrying the unconscious Jiang Yan. The structures here were crafted from wood, mostly 2 to 3 stories high, orderly arranged, with some houses even built atop trees. The upper levels housed people, while the lower levels kept poultry and stored various items. The appearance of the red dragon astonished the witches, who immediately knelt in awe, proclaiming, "We pay homage to our divine dragon." The high priest, alerted by the commotion, emerged, leaning on her ebony staff. Upon recognizing the red dragon, she bowed respectfully before communicating in a unique beast tongue, asking, "What brings the divine dragon here?" The red dragon roared in urgency, "Save her," revealing Jiang Yan nestled within its palm. The witches finally noticed the woman within the dragon's grasp, and upon closer inspection, recognized her as the sacrificial offering they had previously sent. Remarkably, she was alive. The notion that she could survive alongside the dragon was utterly astonishing, for it was well known that past sacrifices had not lived long after their offerings. The high priest was equally surprised, never expecting the woman taken by the tiger beast to still be alive, let alone returned by the red dragon, which now displayed a deep concern for her well-being. Despite her inner astonishment, she maintained her composure, addressing the dragon, "Very well, leave her to me." The red dragon cautiously laid Jiang Yan upon the grass, its gaze filled with worry. The high priest's inscrutable eyes fixated on Jiang Yan as she gestured to her kin, instructing them to carry her inside. Two brave witches promptly complied, respectfully transporting Jiang Yan into the high priest's chamber. Inside the high priest's abode were various herbs, vessels, and stone mortars housing terrifying poisonous creatures. After placing Jiang Yan on a wooden bed, the two men hastily exited, for the high priest's quarters were not to be entered lightly. Intruders without permission faced the risk of venomous attacks, which could be fatal. Observing Jiang Yan being brought into the room, the red dragon impatiently urged the high priest, "Hurry. If she does not awaken, I shall destroy your entire tribe." The high priest was taken aback, not expecting the red dragon to express such fury for a seemingly insignificant sacrifice, and felt a wave of anger rise within her. Nonetheless, she maintained her decorum, replying with respect, "Do not worry, she will surely awaken." With that, she retreated into her chamber, and under the watchful gaze of the red dragon, prepared a bowl of yellow root soup for Jiang Yan. The foreign woman suffered no severe ailment. She was merely startled and chilled, and a warm bowl of soup would soon revive her. Yet, as she gazed upon Jiang Yan's fair skin and delicate features, a feeling of resentment surged within her. Clenching her ebony staff, she bent her back and stepped outside to assure the red dragon in beast language that the woman would awaken shortly, alleviating the dragon's anxiety. Thus, the red dragon settled on the grass, vigilantly watching over Jiang Yan as she awaited her revival. With such a formidable presence nearby, the witches dared not breathe, fearful of inciting the dragon's wrath. Chapter 128. The priestess the red dragon was not fond of being surrounded by the dark-skinned witches. Its crimson eyes cast a disdainful glance at the high priest as it grumbled, "Have them all step aside. Do not obstruct me." The high priest nodded in agreement, her wrinkled face adopting a commanding demeanor as she waved to the witches, instructing them to return to their tasks. Upon hearing this, the witches bowed respectfully to the red dragon before rising to depart, their movements somewhat awkward as they resumed their duties. The tribe appeared to revert to its usual state, though an undercurrent of resentment lingered. As evening approached, Jiang Yan finally stirred from her slumber. Her throat was parched, and she furrowed her brow, disoriented as she sought water. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a pair of aged, spotted hands holding a stone bowl filled with clear water. Overcome with thirst, she disregarded everything else and eagerly accepted the bowl, gulping down the water in one breath. The soothing liquid quenched her dry throat, granting her a semblance of clarity. As her gaze slowly rose, she recognized the elderly woman before her, the same one she encountered upon her arrival. With a cool, piercing look, she rasped, "It is you." The old woman appeared here, presumably after fainting from her own burning, and was brought to this primitive land by the great dragon. Initially, these indigenous people regarded her as a sacrificial offering, even shooting arrows to hunt her and the great white, which naturally left her with a profound aversion towards them. Subsequently, she ceased to speak, ignoring the old woman, and began to scrutinize her surroundings. Noticing her cold demeanor, the high priest did not disguise his disdain, his shadowy, grayish eyes piercingly fixed upon her. Were it not for the protection of the crimson dragon, she would not dare to act so brazenly in this place. Jiang Yan felt an unsettling chill as she met the gaze of the old woman, a sensation that caused the hairs on her neck to rise. It was peculiar. Despite her appearance as an elderly lady, the intensity of her stare was profoundly discomforting. The air around her was thick with the pungent aroma of herbs, accompanied by an indescribable, acrid scent that stung her nostrils. Tension coursed through her body as she swiftly surveyed the room. Before her lay rows upon rows of shelves adorned with various jars and containers, along with a hodgepodge of herbs and other items. Among them were several larger stone jars, which appeared to harbor something that was writhing within. With a keen eye, Jiang Yan discerned to her horror that the jars seemed to be teeming with black scorpions. The mere thought of such creatures sent a shiver down her spine, and she felt an urgent need to escape. With her frail body trembling, she cautiously maneuvered past the venomous beings and flung open the wooden door, stumbling outside in haste. Upon seeing DeLong waiting for her just outside, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. In a faint voice, she called out, "DeLong." Upon realizing she had awakened, the red dragon scooped her up in his palm, his eyes glimmering with joy as he gazed at her. However, witnessing her panicked flight, He assumed that the high priestess had done something to frighten her. In a fit of rage, the red dragon roared, causing the members of the witch clan to kneel in fear, rendered speechless. The high priestess soon emerged as well, hastily explaining to the furious red dragon in the language of beasts, "Divine dragon, I merely wished to see if the witch had awakened, not realizing it would startle her. It was my fault, I implore your forgiveness." Upon hearing her explanation, the red dragon's fury began to dissipate, recognizing that the high priestess had not acted out of malice, especially since she had saved his offering. With his proud yet naive nature, he could not fathom that the high priestess would dare deceive him. For he was their revered divine dragon, and they were his loyal subjects. Chapter 129. The language of beast. Jiang Yan pricked up her ears, listening intently. Yet she could not comprehend their discourse. However, observing the expression on the red dragon's face, she was astonished, pondering whether this elderly woman could truly communicate with fierce creatures. Previously, it had merely been a rumor that some could converse with beasts, speaking their tongue. To her surprise, it turned out to be a reality, a marvel indeed. Ultimately, it seemed to validate her thoughts as the red dragon gently set her down. Subsequently, she witnessed the elderly woman summon a young woman with dark skin, imparting some instructions. The young woman then offered her a polite smile and approached, intending to take her by the hand and lead her away. Jiang Yan flexed her arms, casting a skeptical glance at the old woman, before turning to Qi Long for help, perplexed by the intentions of these primitive people. Unfortunately, it seemed that Qi Long held an unwavering trust in them, disregarding her unease as she was led away. The dark-skinned woman from the witch tribe observed Jiang Yan's anxious demeanor and offered a friendly smile, introducing herself as Wei, who had been assigned to care for her. "For now, you shall stay with me, as your health has not yet fully recovered. The high priest has advised that you continue to drink the yellow root soup for a few more days." The rapid exchange of words from Wei was incomprehensible to Jiang Yan, who sighed in frustration. Wei escorted Jiang Yan to her dwelling, indicating the clean and tidy wooden bed. "You may rest here for the time being. It may be a bit humble, but I hope you will not find it displeasing," she said, awkwardly chuckling with her hands clasped behind her back, due to Jiang Yan being a tribute to the divine dragon and the only surviving witch. Wei treated her with exceptional courtesy, infused with admiration and curiosity. In the witch tribe, women offered as tributes were known as witches, a title that came with high standards. Not just anyone could be chosen. They had to be in good health and of striking appearance, selected from the finest candidates for the sacrifice. Although the fate of becoming a witch was grim, it was viewed as a noble contribution to the tribe's future, especially as they were offered to the divine dragon. To them, it was an honor, particularly in the case of the woman before her, whose beauty resembled that of a goddess depicted in murals. It was no wonder that she had captured the unique favor and treatment of the divine dragon. Jiang Yan gazed at the modestly smiling woman before her, whose demeanor exuded both shyness and respect. With a subtle glance around the room, she comprehended the woman's intentions and nodded slightly. Her voice raspy as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." It appeared that the long wished to settle her here, allowing her to recuperate before her departure. Letting out a sigh of relief, she sat on the bed, accepting this arrangement. Indeed, she was ill-suited for life in the wilderness. Her body still felt weak and sore, and she felt safer here. Moreover, with De Long present, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to harm her. Having settled Jiang Yan, Wasser stepped outside to report to the high priestess. Upon hearing that the foreign woman had ceased her disturbances, the high priestess nodded with satisfaction and respectfully addressed the red dragon. "Rest assured, divine dragon, the priestess will reside here, and we shall take good care of her." The red dragon perked up its short, rounded ears and straightened, emitting a few gruff sounds. "I will take her away once she has fully recovered. Ensure her well-being, or beware of your lives." The high priestess immediately assured her, a look of reverence on her face. "We will certainly take good care of her. Please do not worry." With everything appearing to be in order, the red dragon felt at ease and ventured outside in search of food. It had been 2 days since it last consumed meat, and its previously full belly had diminished. It needed a hearty meal. The high priestess watched the massive figure of the red dragon gradually recede until it became a mere speck of red. A flicker of insight passed through her murky yet astute eyes as she leaned on her ebony staff and returned indoors. Chapter 130. Wasser. Upon re-entering the room, the high priestess approached a cabinet and opened a black jar, whispering softly to a small, crimson snake within. The little serpent flicked its tongue and slithered up onto the high priestess's arm, its eyes narrowing dangerously into slits. Later, Wasser arrived punctually with a meal for Jiang Yan, which consisted of a bowl of thick, rice porridge accompanied by several light vegetarian dishes. The fare was quite bland, yet perfectly suited for a patient's delicate digestion. Jiang Yan gazed at the bowl of rice porridge, sitting beside the table, her curiosity piqued as she lifted it to her nose, inhaling the faint aroma of rice, its pale yellow hue reminiscent of cornmeal. She took a sip, finding it thick and sweet, with no clear understanding of its ingredients. Thus, she simply indulged in a few bites of vegetables accompanied by the bowl of porridge and under the attentive service of Was. She finished the yellow root soup before reclining back onto her bed to rest. Although she had consumed the yellow root soup, essentially ginger soup, several times, her body still fluctuated between chills and warmth, feeling weak and devoid of energy. She tightened the quilt around herself, hoping to trap her body heat and hasten her recovery. Was, choosing not to disturb her, tidied up after her meal and gently closed the door behind her. Since Jiang Yan occupied Was's room, she had to seek lodging with her friend Gamma for the night. Upon seeing her, Gamma exchanged a few light-hearted remarks before drawing her closer and inquiring with a sense of mystery, "Was, do you think that fair-skinned sorceress might have come from?" She pointed skyward. "That place? Just look at how extraordinary the divine dragon treats her." Was shook her head, uncertain, replying, "The high priest merely instructed me to care for her. Her origins remain unknown to me. However, I've heard she was discovered near Crescent Lake. Perhaps she is one of those ancient sovereigns. You do possess some knowledge of their ancient tongue, don't you? Why not inquire with her?" Gamma suggested enthusiastically. Seeing her friend so intrigued, Was reluctantly agreed, "Very well, I shall ask her tomorrow." Her knowledge of the ancient language was acquired in secret while she studied in the cave, a source of pride that had delighted her for quite some time. Yet, this was a secret she shared only with her friend Gamma. That evening, the two lay side by side in bed, whispering curiously about Jiang Yan's origins. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yan had already drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by the sudden creaking sound. Groggily opening her eyes, she discovered the old woman before her, instantly becoming alert and wary. For reasons unknown, despite the woman's apparent age, she exuded an unsettling aura, particularly with her cold, piercing gaze that made Jiang Yan feel distinctly uncomfortable. The high priest observed Jiang Yan's defensive demeanor and uttered a cold huff. Her voice gravelly with age as she pronounced, "Human?" Jiang Yan, upon hearing the term human tribe, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. How could she possibly understand the modern tongue? She immediately inquired, "How is it that you speak our language? Who are you?" However, the high priest, observing her reaction, seemed to grasp the situation entirely. His face, etched with deep wrinkles, bore an inscrutable expression as he cast a glance of disdain towards Jiang Yan before departing with his ebony staff. The hatred in his eyes sent a chill down her spine, though she was bewildered by his command of contemporary language. It was evident that this elderly woman was not to be trifled with. She felt it prudent to leave this place swiftly. A glance outside revealed no sign of the great dragon, possibly off hunting. Very well, she decided to rest here for the night and would request the dragon's assistance in her departure at dawn. Chapter 131. Nightmare. That night passed without incident. Yet Jiang Yan found herself ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. The world within her dream was shrouded in darkness, teeming with grotesque black scorpions that skittered across her bed and even crawled upon her body, leaving her with no avenue of escape. In a state of sheer panic, she screamed incessantly, desperate to flee her own form, but unable to move an inch. As she struggled, the weight upon her chest grew unbearable, and suddenly, the world around her began to distort and sway perilously. It was then she realized someone was shaking her. With pale lips, she trembled and opened her eyes to find Vassar, his dark skin marred with concern, gazing anxiously at her. He furrowed his brow, urgency evident in his voice as he called out, "Seer, what troubles you?" Jiang Yan took a deep breath, weakly shook her head, and propped herself up to sit upright. Vassar hurriedly brought a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan accepted the cup and drank it in one swift motion, her startled heart gradually regaining its composure. The recent dream had been exceedingly terrifying, so vivid and horrifying that it sent a shiver down her spine. Gazing outside, she beheld a clear, cloudless sky, with the sun shining brightly, yet the presence of the crimson dragon remained elusive. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she wondered if the great dragon had forsaken her, intending to leave her in this place indefinitely. After refilling the cup with water, Vassar called out to Jiang Yan in a cheerful voice, inviting her to join him for a meal. The table was adorned with steaming dishes, slightly more sumptuous than before, including a plate of stir-fried meat. Jiang Yan regained her composure and, having washed up with the hot water prepared by Was, took a seat to dine. However, her spirits were low, and she hastily consumed a few bites before losing her appetite. Was stood beside her, serving attentively, her gaze contemplative as she observed Jiang Yan. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and finally leaned closer, speaking in an archaic tongue with difficulty, "Sorceress, please, follow me." Upon hearing this familiar modern language, Jiang Yan turned her head in disbelief to look at Was. To her astonishment, in addition to the elderly woman, this young girl could also speak the language of their homeland. She gasped and inquired, You actually speak our language?" Was nodded and then raised a finger, shaking it gently, "Only a little. However, this is a secret. I kindly asked the sorceress not to disclose it to others." Jiang Yan assured, "Very well, but could you enlighten me as to why you are able to speak our dialect?" Vassar smiled enigmatically. "I learned it in the cavern, through self-study. And, priestess, you may simply call me Vassar." "The cavern? What is that place?" Jiang Yan gazed at Was before her with a mix of curiosity and confusion, nodding slightly. Though she was uncertain of where Was intended to lead her, she felt an overwhelming intrigue towards this woman named Was. Observing Jiang Yan's agreement, Was' face lit up with delight as she cautiously approached the door, glancing around to ensure the high priestess was absent. Returning, she whispered to Jiang Yan, "Let us depart." "Priestess, Together, they exited the dwelling, with Jiang Yan following closely behind Was, marveling at the abode of the witch tribe. Stepping into this realm felt akin to trespassing into an African tribe, where she noticed that the indigenous people demonstrated a remarkable proficiency in utilizing tools, far surpassing the brutish orcs outside. Their cuisine was also wonderfully diverse. Thus, the two continued their journey without pause until they arrived at the crescent-shaped Moon Lake, enveloped by the forest. Upon her first glimpse of Moon Lake, Jiang Yan gasped in awe. The lake had earned its name due to its crescent form, resembling a delicate waxing moon, and was thus designated by the witch tribe. The water appeared a brilliant azure, shimmering under the sunlight, reflecting the sky above as if another expanse of cerulean heaven resided within its depths. Chapter 132. The sacred lake. Was regarded the astonished Jiang Yan and inquired, word by word, "Priestess, do you remember this place?" Jiang Yan furrowed her brow in confusion. Should I remember? What is the matter? She had never visited this place before. Such a beautiful lake would surely linger in her memory if she had. You were discovered here from the very beginning. Do you truly have no recollection at all? Was stammered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was taken aback. She had indeed come from this crescent lake, recalling how she had been relentlessly pursued by a group of villains, ultimately forced to leap into the lake beneath the elevated bridge. Now, gazing at the lake that shimmered like jade, her heart raced uncontrollably. Could there be a connection between the two? Could this body of water transcend space? Her astonishment and excitement were palpable as she bent down to skim her fingers across the surface of the lake, feeling its cool, gentle warmth. Perhaps diving in would allow her to return to the modern era. Elated at the prospect, she was about to plunge into the lake to uncover its mysteries when Was intervened, her tone grave. "Priestess, this is a sacred lake. It must not be desecrated." In her haste, Was had spoken in the language of the witch clan. Noticing the puzzled look on Jiang Yan's face, she cleared her throat and cautioned, "Priestess, this is a sacred lake. You must not touch it indiscriminately." Sacred lake? Observing Was' unprecedented seriousness, Jiang Yan reluctantly took a step back. At that moment, she was irresistibly tempted to leap into the lake and unveil its secrets, to determine whether it could indeed allow her to traverse time. Yet, with Was' warning against casual contact echoing in her mind, she suppressed her desire. Longing to return to the modern world and home, her emotions surged with exhilaration. Though Was had halted her, she resolved to wait until nightfall when the area would be deserted, allowing her to sneak back and explore the secrets of the sacred lake, to see if she could find a way to return. Was glanced around, feeling that they had lingered too long and fearing detection by the high priest. Noting Jiang Yan's persistent curiosity about the sacred lake, Was anxiously took her by the arm, leading her away while reiterating the dangers of venturing into the sacred waters. Jiang Yan, filled with confusion, inquired, what dangers might lurk within the sacred lake? Vassar leaned in closer, lowering her voice in reverence. It is said that the lake is guarded by a formidable beast. Should one plunge into its depths, the guardian will devour them. But you mentioned that I floated here from the sacred lake. How is it that I was not consumed? Jiang Yan pressed further. Vassar found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she shook her head in bewilderment. I do not comprehend either. Yet I have heard that you were indeed discovered by the lake's edge, and you were wet. Strangely, it appears the guardian did not take notice of you. Perhaps you were merely fortunate. It is possible that the creature was soundly asleep at that moment. Jiang Yan pondered, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. There seemed to be an abundance of coincidences, or perhaps the guardian beast was merely a ruse. Nevertheless, she was determined to uncover the truth. The two of them exchanged no words and returned to the house. Due to the circumstances surrounding the sacred lake, Jiang Yan had altered her initial intentions, no longer in haste to depart. Upon seeing the red dragon return, she spent some time in its company before resuming her routine, dining on time and sipping warm herbal soup before lying down to recuperate. Her health had improved significantly, though she still felt a bit unwell. However, her attention was entirely captivated by the sacred lake, leaving little concern for her physical state. With her eyes closed, she feigned sleep, quietly awaiting the right moment. Chapter 133. Conspiracy. As the moon ascended to the treetops and silence enveloped the night, with all the witch clan members deep in slumber. Jiang Yan stealthily rose from her bed, crouching by the door to gaze outside. The night was eerily still, devoid of any figures. Not even the red dragon remained. Carefully, she opened and closed the door, taking advantage of the moonlight to run swiftly towards the sacred lake, guided by her memories. Her thoughts raced, the faces of her family flashing before her eyes, as if the modern world was within her grasp. Her heart raced with excitement, thumping fiercely. Regarding the guardian beast that Vassar mentioned, she chose to set aside doubts about its existence. Even if danger loomed, she was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to return home. After all, the guardian beast had not attacked her upon her arrival. Perhaps it would not assail her now. The night forest was deep and tranquil, with only the sounds of her footsteps and breaths breaking the silence. Ahead lay the crescent moonlit lake, mirroring the brilliant starry sky, both beautiful and enigmatic. The lake's surface was as smooth as glass, devoid of ripples. Jiang Yan cautiously explored the surroundings before summoning her courage to descend. her heart silently praying for a successful return to the modern world. As she moved, the water splashed softly, and taking a deep breath, she prepared to plunge into the lake. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a crimson object darting through the grass. Her heart raced. It seemed to resemble a snake. The lake was crystal clear, allowing her to discern that it was indeed a scarlet snake, swiftly approaching her, baring its fangs and flicking its dangerous tongue. She let out a scream, her pupils dilating in terror, desperately attempting to evade it. But her body was no match for the snake's agility, leaving her unable to escape. Just as peril loomed, a figure suddenly dashed in from the side, using a stone to strike the red snake away before swiftly pulling her towards the shore. Having narrowly escaped, Jiang Yan, drenched and shaken, looked at her savior, Vassar, who cradled her protectively. With trembling arms, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, Vassar. But how did you come to be here?" However, Vassar furrowed her brow, gazing at the retreating red snake, her mind racing with uncertainty. Wasn't that the red serpent raised by the high priestess? Did she intend to poison the witch? The thought sent tumultuous waves through her heart. Noticing Vassar's dazed expression, Jiang Yan gently tapped her shoulder, asking, "What is it, Vassar?" Only then did Vassar snap back to reality, shaking her head awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing. I noticed your keen interest in the sacred lake during the day, and I grew somewhat concerned. I didn't expect you to sneak out at night, so I decided to follow you." Jiang Yan discreetly stuck out her tongue, initially believing that no one had noticed her. Unbeknownst to her, Vassar had been aware of her presence for quite some time. Fortunately, Vassar had followed her, otherwise, she might have been bitten by that venomous red serpent. Gazing at its sharp fangs, which surely concealed potent poison, she realized that a single bite would be her demise. Ultimately, Vassar thoughtfully escorted Jiang Yan back. At first, she remained undeterred, longing to explore the sacred lake further, but Vassar, with unwavering resolve, firmly led her away, leaving her no choice but to relent. Once she closed the door, Vassar turned to head towards Gamma's abode, only to be halted by a commanding and familiar voice. It was the high priest. A wave of trepidation washed over Vassar as she followed the hunched and silver-haired figure of the high priest to a secluded spot. Chapter 134. Wrath. The high priest glared at Vassar with discontent in his shadowy eyes and admonished, "What mischief have you been up to? Why did you save her?" Vassar, feeling both aggrieved and intimidated, defended herself. "But high priest, is she not a priestess? The divine dragon has commanded us to care for her. If anything were to happen to her, the divine dragon would surely hold us accountable. Thus, I took it upon myself to protect her diligently." The high priest regarded Vassar, who appeared blissfully unaware, with a disdainful sniff. "You are indeed obedient. Her health has been restored, and soon the divine dragon shall take her away. The poison of the red serpent shall not manifest for 7 days, and the divine dragon shall not blame us. Consider yourself fortunate today, she has narrowly escaped. However, do not impede my plans again." After delivering this reprimand, the high priest turned and departed, leaning on his staff. Vassar gazed in awe at the stooped figure of the high priest, wiping the cold sweat from her brow as she sighed in relief. She had truly feared punishment from him. Yet, the priestess posed a significant danger. Being a member of the witch clan, she dared not defy the high priestess' orders. Even if she comprehended the implications, she remained powerless to act. Alas, it seemed the high priest had yet to relinquish his past grievances, which explained his harsh demeanor towards the priestess. She sighed deeply, returning to her friend's abode, but the night proved restless and sleepless. For perhaps tomorrow, she would never again behold the enchanting priestess. In the dimly lit room, Jiang Yan lay in bed, her thoughts consumed by the sudden appearance of the red serpent, leaving her in a state of unease. Vassar's peculiar expression at that moment lingered in her mind. Instinctively, she felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Yet her pondering yielded no clarity. Troubled and restless, she tossed and turned, unable to summon sleep. As dawn approached, she closed her eyes, forcing herself to slumber. But weariness eluded her. Agitated, she turned over, only to faintly hear a soft hissing sound. Her heart raced, and fear compelled her to clutch the blanket tightly. Glancing cautiously at the floor, yet the darkness obscured her vision. Despite this, a chill ran down her spine, sensing an ominous presence encroaching upon her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In the tense silence, she sensed something creeping onto her bed. Unable to maintain her composure, she screamed in terror and leapt up, only to step upon something cold and slippery, further horrifying her. With a frantic scream, she dashed towards the door. Yet, as she pushed it open, a large claw seized her. Her heart raced as she turned to see the red dragon had returned. The dragon's fiery gaze was fixed on the pursuing red serpent, and with fierce determination, it crushed the creature before hurling it violently to the ground. Following this, it roared in furious indignation, awakening all the slumbering members of the witch clan. How dare a venomous serpent attack its chosen offering? They would pay dearly for their audacity. Jiang Yan, her heart racing with uncertainty, gazed with trembling eyes at the lifeless crimson serpent. Fortunately, the great dragon had returned. Otherwise, she feared the day would have ended poorly. The startled members of the witch tribe emerged, trembling in fear, and knelt before her, reverently calling out, "Divine dragon." The crimson dragon, Observing the witch tribe's disregard for its words, felt an overwhelming fury and resolved not to let them off easily. Its robust tail lashed out, demolishing a cluster of houses. The buildings crumbled with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust into the air. This action further terrified the witch tribe, prompting them to wail and repeatedly prostrate themselves before the red dragon. Chapter 135. The melody of the flute. The high priest, concealed in the shadows, chastised himself for his impatience. Stooping with his ebony staff in hand, he stepped forward, hands clasped in supplication, and beseeched the red dragon in the language of beasts, imploring it to quell its wrath. It is our oversight. We were unaware of how a small venomous serpent found its way into the maiden's chamber. We humbly ask for the divine dragon's forgiveness once more. Jiang Yan fixed her gaze on the malevolent high priestess, accusingly pointing at her and demanding, "Is it you? Was this all intentional?" Previously, she had glimpsed some black scorpions in the dark jar. Anyone who harbored such cold-blooded venomous creatures might well be the caretaker of that crimson serpent as well. The high priestess ignored Jiang Yan, her aged visage trembling as she desperately pleaded with the red dragon. "O divine dragon, please temper your wrath. Behold, the priestess has recovered. I beseech you to overlook our momentary lapse, considering I have healed her. We, the witch clan, remain your loyal servants. I implore your mercy." The red dragon, seething with rage, glared at the kneeling members of the witch clan, furiously tossing the slain red serpent at the high priestess's feet, roaring a warning. Fortunately, the sacrificial offering was unharmed. Otherwise, it would have annihilated them all. For this time, it would let the matter slide. Subsequently, the red dragon ceased to engage with the witch clan and, in a fit of fury, prepared to depart with Jiang Yan. The reason for its early return today was the foul scent of that wretched white tiger nearby. It had dared to pursue. Alone, it was already no match for him, and now it sensed he had acquired additional allies. Its greatest fear was the sacrificial offering being seized once more. Thus, lingering here was no longer an option. Its secluded little valley would provide sanctuary, ensuring that as long as it returned there with the offering, they would remain undiscovered. Jiang Yan observed Qi Long preparing to depart from the witch clan, a wave of anxiety washing over her. She had yet to comprehend the mysteries of the sacred lake, which represented her sole opportunity to return to the modern world. How could she leave now, feeling so unsatisfied? She gently tapped Qi Long's claw and urgently exclaimed, "Great dragon, wait, we cannot leave just yet. I wish to visit the sacred lake." However, Qi Long could not understand her words and mistakenly believed she was urging him to hasten their departure. Thus, he swiftly carried her away from the witch clan. In dismay, Jiang Yan gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery, letting out a resigned sigh. It appeared she would have to wait for another chance to explore the enigmatic sacred lake. Upon returning to the valley, Qi Long brought her an assortment of fruits to eat. Yet, burdened by her thoughts, Jiang Yan lacked an appetite. She secluded herself in a corner, plucking a leaf and blowing a melancholic tune. The haunting melody resonated with profound sorrow and an overwhelming sense of homesickness. Qi Long, guarding her side, perked up his round ears. Although he could not comprehend the music, he was struck by the extraordinary ability of his offering to produce such a beautiful sound, far surpassing the melodies of the birds. Yet, amidst the beauty, he sensed an undercurrent of sadness. Was his offering unhappy? His brow furrowed with concern, he felt a pang of injustice, wondering if she truly preferred the company of that foul white tiger. What was so special about that creature, lacking in stature and might compared to him? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, a bitter sensation bubbling within him. If he were to force her to remain by his side while she remained discontent, he too would find no joy. In his complex turmoil, he exhaled 2 puffs of white steam from his nostrils. Chapter 136. Assassination of the Witch Clan. Once Qi Long departed, the high priestess immediately retracted her previously reverent demeanor, replacing it with a fierce and ominous expression that rendered her aged face even more terrifying. She struck her ebony staff forcefully, her gravelly voice calling out, "Warriors of our clan, assemble." Shortly thereafter, warriors from within the tribe gathered, marching in unison before the high priestess, proclaiming with great fervor, "We pay homage to the high priestess." Among the gathered clansmen, Vass felt a flutter of unease, casting furtive glances at the robust warriors ahead, uncertain of the high priestess's intentions. In recent years, she seldom summoned warriors unless for sacrificial purposes. The high priestess strode purposefully toward the tribal high platform, commanding the warriors below with authority, "Prepare bows, stone shields, and oil. Follow me to slay Qi Long." Her declaration stunned countless onlookers. The members of the witch clan exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether she had lost her senses, clamoring to understand her motives. "What is happening? High priestess, that is a divine dragon. If we kill it, shall we not invite our own destruction?" Unperturbed by the outcry, the high priestess raised her hand, silencing the crowd. "In recent days, Qi Long has harmed our clan thrice for the sake of that foreign woman, as you have all witnessed. Such a divine dragon is better discarded." Yet, some clansmen sought to object, only to be sternly interrupted by the high priestess. With a tragic gesture, she pointed at the ruined houses, her voice trembling, "Open your eyes and behold. All of this calamity stems from that woman. Hence, she must be eliminated." Since Qi Long has chosen to protect her, we shall eradicate them both. We, the Witch Clan, have long dwelled in this infernal fire forest, relying on Qi Long's protection merely as a temporary measure. You need not question my decisions. I have my reasons. With that, the High Priestess disregarded the opinions of her kin and began strategizing with the warriors' leaders. The warriors, adhering to her commands, readied their bows, shields, and oil. Finally, awaiting the High Priestess's signal, they galloped forth through the gates of the city, their spirits high and their resolve unwavering. The members of the Witch Clan watched in stunned silence as the High Priestess and the warriors departed, their hearts heavy with unease. For millennia, they had revered Qi Long as a deity. Now, they were to rebel against him, stirring a tumult of emotions within them. They could hardly comprehend the rationale behind such drastic measures for the sake of a frail foreign woman. Should their endeavor fail, the High Priestess was essentially playing with fire, risking the annihilation of their entire clan. Reflecting on this, they inwardly regretted not dissuading the obstinate High Priestess earlier. Meanwhile, Vass, aware of certain truths, furrowed her brow in agitation. She feared the chaos that would ensue from this reckless venture, sensing that the High Priestess was blinded by past grievances. Yet, as a mere individual, she lacked the power to halt the High Priestess's course. At that moment, the High Priestess, undeterred by the murmurs surrounding her, sat comfortably in a wooden cart drawn by a white-horned beast, cradling a dark stone cauldron. Within it slumbered a venomous snake more toxic than any creature known, an assurance that if the warriors faltered, she would take matters into her own hands, confident that her lethal arsenal would eliminate the woman. The well-trained warriors of the Witch Clan rode their horned steeds with formidable prowess, weaving through the jungle in pursuit of Qi Long and Jiang Yan, guided by the High Priestess's directives. Chapter 137, Surprise Attack. In the picturesque valley, Jiang Yan stood proudly atop a hill, gazing into the distance. The wind billowed her blue dress, and her dark hair danced in the breeze. She slowly raised her hand to her lips, calling out into the seemingly endless primordial forest. Great White. The echo reverberated through the valley, clear and melodious. Alas, there was still no response. Jiang Yan, feeling despondent and forlorn, took a seat, uncertain of when she might reunite with Dabai. Observing her somber demeanor, the red dragon, with its beastly eyes glancing about, seized the flower crown she had crafted and playfully adorned its own ears with it. It then approached her, engaging in comical antics in an attempt to lift her spirits. Gazing at the adorably awkward red dragon, Jiang Yan forced a faint smile and said, "All right, great dragon, you need not trouble yourself to cheer me up any longer. If only you could grant me my freedom." With that, she gestured toward the outside. The red dragon, comprehending her intent, immediately drooped its head, sinking down onto the ground. It was aware that the offering longed to depart and was unhappy remaining here, yet it could not bear to let her go. In the valley, the two sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, an ominous sound pierced the air from behind them. The red dragon reacted swiftly, crouching down to evade the sharp arrow that whizzed past. In a frantic motion, it scooped Jiang Yan into its palm for protection. The swiftly flying wooden arrow, ignited with sparks, struck the ground, instantly setting the grass ablaze as if doused in oil. The red dragon cast a furious glance at the flaming arrow, roaring with rage, and turned to the source of the attack, only to discover to its astonishment that members of the witch tribe, hiding behind stone shields, were surreptitiously launching fire arrows at it, attempting a sneak attack. Infuriating. How audacious of the witch tribe to resort to such petty tricks to eliminate me. It seethed, vowing to teach them a lesson. The red dragon bellowed angrily and leapt towards the warriors of the witch tribe, intent on crushing them all to quell the seething fury within. However, after only a few strides, it felt a sharp sting on its powerful hind leg as some venomous creatures had bitten into its flesh. Annoyed, it looked down to find a swarm of cold-blooded toxins assaulting it. Though it typically dismissed such minor nuisances due to its tough hide, the sheer number of assailants and the tingling discomfort they caused compelled it to grunt in frustration, shaking its body to dislodge them all. Jiang Yan tensed her body. Hiding within the broad palm of the crimson dragon, her gaze alertly fixed on the ambushing warriors of the witch tribe, tumultuous waves of anxiety surging within her. What was the matter with the witch tribe? Had they not always revered the great dragon, treating it as a deity? Why, then, did they now seek to slay it? Confusion enveloped her as she scrutinized the witch clan members concealed behind a stone shield, only to lock eyes with one possessing murky, malevolent intent. A jolt of fear coursed through her. Her heart raced, for she sensed that this was undoubtedly the scheme of the High Priestess. Was her true aim, in fact, to eliminate her? The great dragon was merely collateral damage in this plot, having previously harbored dark intentions towards her, exuding an unmistakable hatred as if she had slaughtered her entire family. The source of such animosity was utterly baffling. She could not fathom the enmity that warranted such drastic measures against her, even to the extent of annihilating the very dragon that protected them. The High Priestess cast a frigid glare at Jiang Yan, who was timidly peeking out, and disdainfully commanded her warriors, "Fire! Eliminate her!" In an instant, a hail of arrows surged forth, aimed directly at the crimson dragon and Jiang Yan. The dragon deftly evaded the onslaught, however. Its massive form rendered it unable to escape entirely, and several flaming arrows struck its body. The sharp projectiles embedded themselves deeply, and strangely, whatever substance coated them ignited rapidly. As the dragon dodged the incoming attacks, it gritted its teeth against the searing pain, yanking out the arrows while leaping down from the valley with Jiang Yan, desperately seeking refuge from the deluge of arrows raining down behind them. It had underestimated the witch tribe and their formidable weaponry. Each arrow that struck ignited upon contact, causing its hind limbs to stiffen and ache. Realizing it had jumped down, the high priestess commanded with a venomous tone, "Pursue them. Do not let them escape." The warriors of the witch tribe surged up the mountain, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows aimed at the dragon and Jiang Yan, determined to turn them into mere pincushions. For if they allowed them to flee today, death awaited the witch tribe. The crimson dragon fiercely shielded Jiang Yan, struggling to flee. Yet the numbness in its hind limbs severely hampered its speed, rendering its movements increasingly sluggish and stiff. Alarmed by the dire situation, it let out a furious roar, calling for its companions. "Damn the witch tribe! How dare they injure me today? Let them witness the wrath of the Crimson Dragon clan." However, its roar was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous onslaught of arrows raining down from behind. Unable to evade due to its stiffening body, its back soon became a target, igniting in flames. The injuries further hindered its ability to evade the relentless barrage, with more and more arrows embedding themselves into its flesh. The dragon emitted a mournful cry. Struggling to remain upright, fully aware that escape was no longer possible, it gently placed Jiang Yan on the ground. Its crimson eyes filled with sorrow as it pointed a claw towards the distance. "You must flee. Run. Escape this place and survive." Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the crimson dragon before her, engulfed in flames. She cried out in anguish, "No? How could the great dragon meet such a fate?" The dragon, refusing to close its eyes, valiantly withstood the relentless barrage of fire arrows, using its immense body to shield Jiang Yan and create a sanctuary of safety amidst the chaos. Weak and panting, it fought to buy her precious moments to flee. "Hurry! Escape!" Jiang Yan gazed upon the crimson dragon engulfed in flames, comprehending its intent. Her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as she bit her lip in anguish. Ultimately, she turned and sprinted forward with all her might. The dragon was sacrificing its very life to shield her, serving as a corporeal barrier. Despite being merely its offering, it now chose to protect her with its existence. She felt unworthy of such profound affection, knowing it was her actions that had led to the dragon's plight. The red dragon's fierce crimson eyes remained fixed on the fleeing Jiang Yan, unwilling to succumb to the overwhelming agony that besieged it. It valiantly endeavored to uphold its role as a steadfast shield for her. Yet, the flames had encircled it entirely, and the acrid smoke, laden with the scent of charred flesh, stung its eyes. Its heartbeat faltered, and the once mighty body could no longer endure. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed. Jiang Yan turned back, her gaze fixed on the crimson dragon collapsing amidst the inferno. Crystal tears, unbeknownst to her, cascaded down her cheeks. Her heart swelling with an overwhelming sorrow, silently crying out, "Great dragon!" The awkwardly endearing creature, who had always sought to please her, had vanished forever. This reality was unbearable for her. Yet, she could only continue to run forward, striving to survive, lest the sacrifice of the great dragon be in vain. Chapter 139. Framing the forest was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. With each breath Jiang Yan took in her frantic escape, the acrid smoke scorched her lungs, causing her eyes to burn with pain. Exhausted and disoriented, she pressed on, her only conviction being to keep running, to never stop. However, the smoke thickened, suffocating her, and she erupted into a violent cough, her insides writhing in agony. Ultimately, her weary body faltered, and she stumbled forward, only to be caught by a pair of long, pale hands. As she looked up slowly, she beheld a strikingly handsome face, cold and distant, akin to ice that repelled others. Yet, in those frosty eyes, she detected a flicker of concern. Gasping for breath, her voice hoarse and feeble, she uttered, "Bye," before succumbing to her fatigue and losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Bai Mu anxiously called out, "A Yan." His brow furrowed as he swiftly lifted her into his arms, racing towards the outskirts of the infernal fire forest. Something felt amiss today. Inexplicably, a fire had erupted, but fortunately, he had found Jiang Yan in time. Just as he was about to exit the forest, he encountered the pursuing Slu. Seeing Jiang Yan in Bai Mu's embrace, Slu's face lit up with joy. His tone slightly agitated, "Wonderful. Xiao Yanner, you are alive." Noticing her seemingly unconscious state, his heart tightened with worry as he inquired, "Xiao Yanner, what happened? Are you hurt?" He reached out to check on Jiang Yan. Bai Mu's gaze turned icy as he dodged Slu's touch and struck out, "Warning, get away. Do not touch her. If you dare to appear in my tiger clan again, do not blame me for being rude." After delivering his perilous warning, Bai Mu swiftly departed with Jiang Yan in his arms. Slu rubbed his pained chest, watching their retreating figures, a mix of frustration and concern swirling within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt relief knowing Xiao Yanner was safe. The towering flames roared, seemingly intent on consuming everything in their path. The high priest, powerless to intervene due to the fierce protection of the crimson dragon and the raging fire, frowned deeply as he watched Jiang Yan escape. This was indeed troublesome. Yet, was it not typical of the noble human race? They appeared delicate and harmless, but were adept at scheming, and some possessed hearts more monstrous than demons. Despite this, such humans were favored by the heavens, an injustice to be sure. She gazed at the flames with a dark expression and coldly commanded the warriors of the witch clan. We move. Fortune had smiled upon her this time. She had escaped, but she would not let Jiang Yan off easily. There was no turning back now. She was the only one privy to the truth and could not be allowed to live. Kill her. We must eliminate the threat. The warriors of the witch clan, glancing at the raging inferno, voiced their concerns. Great priestess, if we kill the crimson dragon, will we face their vengeance? The priestess shot him an impatient look. Have you forgotten about the fire-breathing tiger beast? It has been frequently appearing near the tribe lately. We will say it was responsible for the dragon's demise and frame it. In this realm, I alone understand the language of beasts. As long as there is no evidence, I can say whatever I wish. The crimson dragon was powerful, but ultimately, it was merely a brute with brawn and no brains, a savage creature devoid of intelligence. Chapter 140. Revenge. However, such a massive fire is detrimental to us as well. A warrior of the witch clan expressed his concerns. The priestess pointed to the distant clouds gathering in the sky, cunningly stating, "Look, rain will soon fall, and the flames will be extinguished. I have my reasons for acting as I do. There is no need for your worry or doubt." The warriors of the witch clan gazed up at the gathering clouds, their admiration for the priestess growing. They had underestimated her foresight. Afterward, the priestess returned to the horn carriage, and the group swiftly made their way back to the witch clan. The sudden fire had affected many savage beasts. Yet as the raindrops began to fall heavily, the flames gradually died down. When the Crimson Dragon clan discovered their young prince was missing, unease washed over them. Tracking his lingering scent led them to nothing but ashes. A chill gripped their hearts. Something was amiss, for their kind could never be easily vanquished by flames. Yet everything had been reduced to ash, the perpetrator left without a trace. Nevertheless, they were determined to find the culprit and exact revenge. In their clan, the young prince was the last surviving descendant of their former king. Though younger and facing disobedience from some of the Crimson Dragons, he was nonetheless the king's heir. The Crimson Dragons were notorious for their grudges. To harm one of their own was to invite retribution. The Crimson Dragons mourned their fallen prince, their sorrowful and furious roars echoing through the air, a powerful reverberation. "Rest in peace, our king. We will undoubtedly find the murderer and avenge you." Bai Mu rushed to the dwelling of the great shaman, his eyes filled with urgency as he burst in, exclaiming, "Great shaman, come quickly and see her." The great shaman paused momentarily, setting down the herbs in his hands before hurrying to examine Jiang Yan. After assessing her condition, he determined she was unharmed, merely exhausted and overcome by smoke inhalation. The great shaman retrieved a thin herb and placed it in her mouth, dabbing a bit of cool water on her nose. This herb possessed cooling properties that would alleviate the burning and swelling in her throat. Having completed his task, the great shaman reassured Bai Mu, who was anxiously watching from the side. "Do not worry, she will awaken shortly." Bai Mu's heart finally settled, and he expressed his gratitude to the great shaman before taking Jiang Yan's delicate hands into his own, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her, warmth flooding his heart. He realized, perhaps foolishly late, just how significant she had become to him. It was almost comical that he had been blind to his own feelings, only recognizing now that he had been captivated by her from the very beginning. On that day, he had gifted her a red flower, but had not formalized their bond. Now, he intended to fulfill that promise. When she awoke, they would conduct the bonding ceremony once more. He longed for her to joyfully accept the blessings of their kin, officially becoming his beast wife. The great shaman observed the tender couple with a kind smile, discreetly excusing himself to grant them privacy. However, upon hearing that Jiang Yan had returned, the tribe's beasts were filled with curiosity and surprise, flocking to witness the event. Mia rushed in, her eyes red with emotion, as she approached Jiang Yan's bedside, exclaiming, "Yan, you're back. This is wonderful. Do you know how worried I was about you? You silly Yan. You mustn't venture so far from the tribe again." Mia, overwhelmed with joy, pushed Bai Mu aside and tightly grasped Jiang Yan's hand, refusing to let go. Chapter 141. Compassion. The clamor of voices buzzed incessantly, and Jiang Yan, with her delicate brows furrowed, struggled to awaken. As the fog in her eyes dissipated, she stared blankly at the ceiling, her gaze eventually shifting to Bai Mu and the exuberant Mia, while her heavy mind attempted to recall the events that had transpired. The witch clan, the terrifying forest fire, and finally, the great dragon, who had perished in a desperate bid to protect itself. A wave of pain surged through her chest, constricting her breath, and a tear of sorrow trickled from the corner of her eye. Seeing her in such distress, Bai Mu's heart ached. He reached out to gently wipe away her tears, his voice low and somber. "What troubles you? Why do you weep?" At this, the clan members outside began to whisper even more, speculating about what had transpired with her, as if she had lost her very soul. Bai Mu, irritated by the incessant noise, coldly fixed his icy gaze upon all the clan members, including Mia, and dismissed them, closing the door firmly behind him. Recognizing the displeasure of the revered shaman, the beastmen dared not overstep and left reluctantly. With the onlookers gone, Bai Mu hesitated for a moment before enveloping the fragile and helpless Jiang Yan in his embrace, gently patting her back. Leaning against Bai Mu's broad and sturdy chest, Jiang Yan wept quietly, releasing her pent-up sorrow. She felt immense guilt and remorse over the dragon's death. As Bai Mu listened to her muffled cries, reminiscent of a wounded creature, his heart ached in tandem. He lamented his lack of foresight in not finding her sooner, imagining the suffering she must have endured, pondering how she had managed to survive in the infernal fire forest for so long. After searching the territory of the Red Dragon without success, he had turned to seek her among the witch clan, only to find no trace of her. It was only as he was about to leave the infernal fire forest that he fortuitously encountered her again. He could not bear to experience the anguish of losing her a second time. After a lengthy moment, Jiang Yan's sobs began to subside. With her swollen eyes, she looked up at Bai Mu, shyly extricating herself from his embrace. Noticing the dampness on his chest, she felt a warmth rise in her cheeks. With a hoarse voice, she spoke in hesitant words. Bai Mu, thank you for bringing me back. But the great dragon was killed because of me. The great dragon? Bai Mu furrowed his brow, his voice low and clear as he asked, Bai Yan, are you referring to the red dragon? Jiang Yan nodded sorrowfully. Indeed, although it had once seized me, it did not inflict harm. Ultimately, it sacrificed itself to protect me, falling victim to the witch clan. The revelation that the red dragon would safeguard her filled Bai Mu with a sense of astonishment. Yet, why did the witch clan seek to eliminate Yan? From the very beginning, she was destined to be a sacrificial offering. Was there some clandestine secret at play? Moreover, the once inconspicuous and survival-driven witch clan possessed the strength to slay the red dragon, which left him considerably astonished. It appeared he had underestimated them, as they were far more complex than they appeared. The atmosphere was shrouded in mystery, laden with peculiarities that only deepened his concern. However, gazing at the weary Yan before him, he decided to set these matters aside for the time being. Her well-being was of utmost importance. With genuine concern, he inquired, Yan, how do you feel? Is there anything troubling you? Hearing him tenderly address her as Yan, a stark contrast to his previously distant demeanor, left Jiang Yan feeling both flattered and taken aback. She stammered, I'm fine. It's just with a shift in tone. Her bright eyes fixed on Bai Mu as she timidly spoke. Bai, may I ask you for a favor? Chapter 142, Commemoration. Her politeness and distance stirred a pang of sadness within him, and Bai Mu replied gently, albeit with a hint of disappointment. What is it? Jiang Yan lowered her gaze and slowly spoke. I wish to revisit the forest of infernal fire. I desire to pay my respects to the great dragon. Even gathering its ashes would bring me solace. The great dragon was my friend, and how could I bear to witness its remains vanish entirely? At the very least, it deserves a grave for its ashes, a place where I can remember it. After all, I am a person of the modern world, and my thoughts differ from those of the beastmen here. They seem to accept death as a return to nature, but I yearn to ensure that the great dragon, which perished due to my actions, finds peace in the earth. Bai Mu readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, saying, very well, I shall take you there, but first, you must take care to restore your health. Jiang Yan was taken aback by Bai Mu's swift agreement, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed, Bai, I assure you, my health is perfectly fine. Let us depart at once. After losing consciousness, she had no notion of the duration of her slumber, nor did she know whether the inferno engulfing the forest had been extinguished. Should the flames persist unchecked, the repercussions for the surrounding creatures would be dire. She needed to devise a means to halt the fire's advance. Observing her fervent concern for the crimson dragon, even at the expense of her own well-being, Bai Mu felt a twinge of jealousy stir within him. Despite the dragon's demise, his emotions were still entangled. With a grave expression, he firmly grasped Jiang Yan's shoulder, voicing his dissent. No, you must prioritize your health first. Remain in the village while I assess the situation. It is not safe to proceed immediately. Jiang Yan did not refute, obediently nodding her head. All right, Bai, be cautious of those witch clan members. Bai was indeed correct. After all, those detestable witch clan members might still be lying in ambush. Observing her docile demeanor, Bai Mu could not resist gently caressing her delicate, fair face, tenderly stating, Yan, you should rest here. I will instruct the clan members to bring you some food. Promise me, do not cry anymore. I will take care of everything. Such proximity, coupled with his gentle words, sent Jiang Yan's heart racing, and she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet the warmth emanating from his eyes. Bai's attention left her a bit flustered, stirring ripples within her previously calm heart. Blushing, she whispered in a voice barely audible, all right. Seeing her bashfulness, her flushed cheeks exuding an enchanting charm, Bai Mu's lips curled ever so slightly. He stood up, stepped outside to instruct the great witch to care for her, and reminded Mia to deliver some food before transforming into a colossal white tiger and sprinting towards the inferno forest. After the recent downpour, it was likely that the flames had been extinguished. He made his way to the spot where he had initially discovered Jiang Yan, arriving at the site where the red dragon had perished in the flames. Unfortunately, all that remained were heaps of charred debris. There was no trace of the dragon's body. After a moment of silence to mourn the red dragon, he surveyed the surroundings but found no sign of the witch clan members or any ambush. Shaking off the droplets of water clinging to his fur, he hurried back to the tribe. In the brook, a stout black serpent's tail slowly submerged into the depths, gliding through the water. Silo's green, beastly eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. He had been concealed in the stream for several days, due to the vigilant Tiger Clan warriors. He could not approach Xiao Yan. In truth, he held little regard for these warriors. Only Bai Mu commanded a measure of his respect. Most importantly, he wished to keep his whereabouts hidden from his exalted royal father. If he were to be captured and returned, he feared he would never escape again. Chapter 143. Hatred. Fortunately, after a long wait filled with anxiety, he overheard the Tiger Clan warriors mention that Xiao Yan had awakened, which relieved his heart, prompting him to return to his lair. However, upon witnessing the emptiness of his den, a profound loneliness enveloped him, leaving him feeling hollow. The moments spent with Xiao Yan had been his most relaxed and joyful times. He wondered if she harbored any resentment towards him for her abduction by the Red Dragon. Yet, he was grateful that she had returned. Otherwise, he feared he would live a lifetime of regret and self-reproach. Jiang Yan rested in the tribe for a night. And the following day, after breakfast, she earnestly implored Bai Mu to accompany her to the forest of dark fire. Upon re-entering this forest, arriving at the very spot where the great dragon met its demise, she gazed at the remnants of ashes strewn across the ground, her nose tinged with an unbearable acidity. Silently crying out, "Great dragon, I have returned to seek you." Recalling the sudden ambush by the sorcerers lurking in the shadows that day, her delicate face hardened, fists clenched, as her heart brimmed with unbridled hatred. Despite having no enmity with them, she had been treated as a sacrificial offering upon arriving in this foreign realm. Now, they relentlessly pursued her and had even slain the great dragon who had protected her. The haunting image of the great dragon being burned alive lingered in her mind, tormenting her and filling her with profound sorrow. Jiang Yan had never harbored hatred towards anyone, always adhering to the principles of kindness and tranquility, yet at this moment, she yearned to personally annihilate those who had wronged both herself and the great dragon, particularly the ominous high priest. Did they not wish to take her life? They would soon see whether they possessed the capability to do so. Since arriving here, her thoughts had been solely focused on survival and longing to return to the modern world. She had never contemplated causing harm to anyone. But now, her resolve had transformed. She sought vengeance for the great dragon. She would wield her blade against her enemies. The wooden arrows and flammable oils used by the sorcerers appeared to her as mere child's play. Was she, a person of the modern era, truly inferior to primitive beings? Even if she lacked the ingenuity to create immensely destructive firearms, crafting cold weapons posed no challenge. All she needed was access to iron ore. Even if she resorted to making wooden arrows or spears, it would suffice. As the saying goes, one who has never eaten pork has surely seen pigs run. The wisdom of the ancients resided within her mind. She merely needed to follow their guidance. With her resolve solidified, she turned to Bai Mu, her gaze resolute and earnest, and declared, "To Bai, I intend to avenge it." For the first time, Bai Mu beheld Jiang Yan with such piercing eyes, her entire demeanor exuding an icy aura. In that moment, she resembled a blade unsheathed, glimmering with a formidable chill. He was astonished, yet deeply captivated by this different side of her. Without hesitation, he replied, "Very well, I shall assist you." The matters concerning a Yan were his own. Now that he understood the sorcerers sought to kill her, it was better to retaliate. Bai Mu was never one to passively await his fate. Those who dared to harm a Yan would be utterly eradicated. Jiang Yan gazed intently at Bai Mu, who had rescued her time and again and unconditionally trusted and aided her, feeling deeply moved. Was it possible that Bai Mu harbored feelings for her, given his kindness? She contemplated inquiring about it, yet the fear of awkwardness rendered her speechless. As their eyes met, it seemed they were both silently conveying the concealed affections nestled deep within their hearts, creating a delicate and tantalizing atmosphere. Bai Mu's gaze was tender, his fingers twitched, yearning to embrace the female he cherished. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a jewel shimmering amidst the ashes. He swiftly approached to investigate, bending down to retrieve it. To his surprise, it was a primordial crystal, so lustrous and predominantly white, of an extraordinarily high grade. How could such a gem possibly be found here? Could it belong to the deceased Crimson Dragon? Chapter 144. Acknowledgement of mastery. What was even more peculiar was that once the crystal was in his possession, it dimmed significantly. Nevertheless, given its connection to the Crimson Dragon, it should be entrusted to Yan, despite the rarity of such a high-grade crystal. Bai Mu walked over to Jiang Yan, who had been observing him, and placed the crystal in her palm, gently saying, "Yan, this is the primordial crystal from the body of the Crimson Dragon." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yan's eyes glistened with tears as she stared dazedly at the milky white, rounded crystal in her hand. The moment she took hold of it, the crystal emitted an even more dazzling radiance than before. With the dragon's remains reduced to nothingness, this singular crystal was all that remained. It had perished for her sake. She clutched the crystal tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Bai Mu looked on in astonishment at the resplendent crystal, suddenly realizing something. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Yan, it has acknowledged you as its master." Acknowledged as master? Jiang Yan, perplexed, raised her head and inquired, "What do you mean by recognizing a master?" Bai Mu furrowed his brow and explained in a deep voice, the red dragon is unlike ordinary ferocious beasts. It possesses formidable strength. This essence crystal likely harbors its lingering consciousness. To acknowledge you as its master signifies its desire to protect you perpetually, willingly offering its own essence crystal. Enlightenment dawned upon her. Although the terminology used by Bai Mu was somewhat intricate and many words were still unfamiliar to her, she grasped the general concept. She was astonished to learn that the essence crystal contained the residual consciousness of the great dragon, which had dedicated itself to guarding her until its last breath. Jiang Yan could not help but shed 2 streams of tears, which fell with a soft plop onto the elemental crystal. The crystal flickered peculiarly several times, as if attempting to console her. The heat radiating from it was intense, and she gazed at the crystal in delight. Is that you, Long? The crystal shimmered again. Observing her sorrowful and tear-streaked visage, Bai Mu felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest, a sensation that troubled him deeply. He drew closer, enveloping Jiang Yan in his embrace. Offering comfort, Yan, there is no need to grieve excessively. Since it acknowledges you as its master, you should take it with you. It is not wise to linger here. We must depart. In truth, the elemental crystal greatly enhances the strength of beastmen, yet regrettably, Yan lacks the elemental energy in her body to cultivate. Jiang Yan nodded with a choked voice, cradling the yuan crystal in her bosom before climbing onto the beastly form of Bai Mu, racing towards the tribe. As she glanced back at the retreating ancient trees, a torrent of resentment surged within her heart. Which clan? You shall pay the price for the transgressions you have committed. Upon returning to the tribe, Bai Mu did not escort Jiang Yan to the original stone dwelling. Instead, he led her to the bamboo grove, concerned for her safety. Given the ill intentions harbored by the witch clan, he could not bear to leave her alone. Surveying the bamboo forest and the transformed Bai Mu, Jiang Yan's lips quivered as she asked, Bai Mu, why have you brought me here? I assure you, my body is well now. Bai Mu leaned closer to Jiang Yan, gazing at her with deep affection, conveying his feelings. Yan, I have feelings for you. Would you consent to being my companion? This was his first confession to a female, and his words stumbled awkwardly. His ears visibly reddened as he anxiously awaited her response, fearing rejection. Typically indifferent and decisive, he now found himself treading cautiously. Startled by Bai Mu's declaration, Jiang Yan felt a wave of sweetness wash over her, delighting in the notion that he truly harbored feelings for her. Should she respond immediately? Would such a prompt acceptance render her too easily won? What if he failed to cherish her in the future? Yet, to decline might wound his proud heart, leading him to withdraw his affections. Chapter 145. A promise of affection. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the fervent and expectant gaze of Bai Mu, she shyly nodded her head and softly uttered, all right. Bai Mu was the most extraordinary man she had ever encountered, excelling in both strength and appearance, making it impossible for her not to be captivated by him. Especially considering the times he had come to her rescue, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Each time she found herself in his presence, an involuntary nervousness would take hold of her, and she would care deeply about his opinions. Her body's reactions were undeniably honest. In truth, her heart had long been claimed by him, though her shyness had deterred her from expressing it. Perhaps, from the moment they first crossed paths, fate had entwined their destinies. Yet, as the formidable guardian of the tribe, he was as aloof as a deity, and she felt daunted at the thought of crossing him. Seeing her acquiescence, Bai Mu's heart soared, and for the first time, the typically stoic and handsome visage of his revealed a warm smile. Reminiscent of snow melting under the sun, truly enchanting. Jiang Yan gazed at the smile that danced at the corners of his eyes, and a fleeting brilliance sparkled in her gaze, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a sweet smile. Bai Mu felt his heart race violently, as the suppressed emotions that had long been held at bay surged through him, igniting a fervent desire to unite with her at that very moment. Yet, he longed to bestow upon her a singularly exquisite bonding ceremony, filled with joy and the blessings of countless witnesses, to formally claim her as his beloved beast wife. Struggling to contain his body's fervent response, he suddenly scooped up Jiang Yan and dashed away. Jiang Yan let out a soft gasp, quickly wrapping her arms tightly around Bai Mu's neck, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she nestled against his sturdy chest. With a bashful inquiry, she asked, Bai, where are you taking me? Bai Mu remained silent, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he led her to a vibrant grove of red camellias. The red camellia is a symbol of love. He wished to come to this place to express his feelings, to make her aware of her significance in his life, and to mend the regrets of that day. Jiang Yan descended from Bai Mu, her enchanting eyes gazing in awe at the vast ocean of red blossoms before her, silently marveling at the beauty of the place. Yet, these flowers appeared somewhat familiar, as she plucked one delicately to examine it. She was astonished to find it was none other than the red blossom bracelet Mia had gifted her that day. Bai Mu had brought her here. She never anticipated such a gesture from him. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, stirring her heart as well. Bai Mu swiftly fashioned 2 bracelets from the red blossoms. His expression tender as he adorned Jiang Yan's wrist with one. He placed the larger one in her hand and, with a gaze full of affection, said, I wish, Yan, that you would personally adorn me with this red blossom, fulfilling what we could not complete that day. Jiang Yan gazed intently at the cluster of red blossoms. lowering her eyes to adorn Bai Mu's wrist with them. To love someone is to express that affection boldly. After all, Jiang Yan had never been one to shy away. Since her heart was taken by Bai, she felt compelled to reveal her feelings. Summoning her courage, she declared, Bai, I have cherished you for a long time. However, your demeanor as the guardian of this tribe, keeping others at bay, has made it difficult for me to approach you. Listening to the beloved female utter words of affection, Bai Mu felt a sweetness in his heart akin to honey. He was taken aback to discover that a Yin had harbored feelings for him for so long. Yet his aloof nature had caused them to miss out on countless moments together. A bittersweet sensation enveloped him, and he grasped her delicate hand firmly in his palm. Speaking with profound sincerity, a Yin, from this day forth, may we be companions until the end of time. Jiang Yan gazed back at the affectionate Bai Mu, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower, responding with warmth, yes, we shall walk hand in hand through life, until our hair turns gray. The man I, Jiang Yan, have chosen is one I shall cherish for a lifetime. Chapter 146. Youthful innocence. Bai Mu was enraptured by her flower-like smile, assuring her, a Yin, I will forever stand by your side. His gaze drifted downward, landing on her delicate, rosy lips. He swallowed hard, unable to resist leaning in to bestow a gentle kiss. Yet, in his youthful naivety, he had never been so intimate with a female before. He pressed his lips against hers, and then there was stillness. Jiang Yan's bright almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her toes curling in embarrassment. He kissed her. Wasn't this progress a bit too swift? This was her first kiss, and now it was gone. Her heart raced erratically, as if time had frozen. Eventually, Jiang Yan awkwardly extended her arm to push Bai Mu away and hurriedly dashed forward. Bai Mu, observing the bashful Jiang Yan as she fled, pursued her, decisively pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her fervently once more. He explored the depths of the kiss, deepening it. The sweet fragrance enveloped him, rendering him utterly entranced. Yet, his movements were somewhat clumsy and forceful, leaving Jiang Yan feeling dizzy from the kiss. It wasn't until she could barely catch her breath that she gently tapped Bai Mu's chest, prompting him to reluctantly release her. The two exchanged glances, their chests heaving, greedily inhaling the air to calm their racing hearts. Following that kiss, Jiang Yan's complexion resembled that of a blooming peach blossom, enchanting and utterly charming. Bai Mu's silver-gray eyes remained fixed on the bashfully beautiful Jiang Yan, and with each passing moment, he grew fonder of her. In a rare display of affection, he uttered a heartfelt compliment. Ah Yan, you are truly beautiful. Jiang Yan, blushing fiercely like a boiled shrimp, lowered her head in shyness. To her surprise, Bai Mu, who appeared cold and aloof, spoke sweetly with such eloquence that the stark contrast left her somewhat astonished. Bai Mu, now emboldened by the kiss, embraced Jiang Yan tenderly, his affection for her evident as he held her close. In that moment, amidst a sea of red flowers, the two appeared as a picturesque couple, he, tall and robust, exuding an air of pride, while she, pure and delicate, was charmingly petite, resembling a scene from a poem or painting. After a while, as the flush on her cheeks faded, Jiang Yan confided in Bai Mu, unveiling her thoughts on vengeance. She expressed her need for assistance and manpower, as well as her desire to create wooden arrows and fire oil, basic yet essential tools to enhance the orcs' combat capabilities. Having spent considerable time in this realm, she noticed that the orcs tended to focus on augmenting their physical prowess while neglecting the advantages of external resources, which could prove detrimental when facing the weapon-wielding witch tribe. She was aware that the witch tribe possessed a formidable and grand wall for protection. Thus, to eliminate the insidious high priest, they needed to breach that wall. However, confronting the witch tribe head-on without any weapons or defensive armaments would place them at a severe disadvantage, rendering even the strongest physique vulnerable to their sharp arrows. Therefore, in addition to crafting similar arrows, she required the creation of iron shields or other defensive weaponry. Yet, she was uncertain if there were any iron mines nearby, and posed her inquiry to Bai Mu. Listening intently to Jiang Yan's words, Bai Mu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Was she referring to weapon crafting? Could it be that she hailed from the same place as his father? His father had once claimed to be a master craftsman capable of forging powerful weapons and protective artifacts, such as the very robe he wore, crafted by his father's hands. This robe could adjust in size with the wearer's body, and since it was gifted to him, he had worn it ever since. His father had mentioned that it was a magical garment that would offer protection in times of peril, allowing him to escape a calamity. Thus, he treasured this enchanted attire and had long been curious about the materials used in its creation, yet after years of study, he remained perplexed. He understood that his father was unlike the orcs here, both in knowledge and skill. He surpassed them by far, suggesting he might not even be of the Orcish lineage of the Sinluo continent. Regardless of the secrets his father might harbor in Bai Mu's heart, his father was an omnipotent figure, the person he had revered and respected since childhood. During that time, some tribespeople had expressed curiosity in learning from his father as they observed him crafting. But he had insisted that those who wished to learn must become his disciples and present crystal currency as tuition. The tribespeople were reluctant to part with their crystals, believing it too narrow-minded for a fellow tribesman to demand such a fee, and thus the matter was left unresolved. In truth, The collection of crystals was merely a pretext for his father to dissuade the tribespeople, as he had stated that his time was far too precious to waste teaching others such crafts, and learning was inherently for one's own benefit. A notion the tribespeople seemed to overlook. Regrettably, he was too young at the time to learn the art of crafting from his father, who had since vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, some of his father's creations remained, and now, with a sudden thought, he retrieved a few items from his spatial storage to show Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, do take a look and see if any of these are the iron items you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan gazed down at the exquisite jewelry box. Various bottles and jars, and other miscellaneous objects Bai Mu had produced, including a dagger slightly larger than her own, identical in craftsmanship. Internally astonished, she wondered how Bai Mu possessed such items. Did he forge the dagger himself, or did it have some connection to him? She picked up the dagger, her voice tinged with excitement. Bai Mu, this dagger is forged from black iron. Did you create this? Bai Mu slowly shook his head. No. All these items were crafted by my father. He claimed to be a master craftsman. A master craftsman. The title felt peculiar to her. Shouldn't it be something like master instead? Jiang Yan was filled with perplexity, yet she had not anticipated that this dagger was forged by the father of Bai Bai. However, how could there be a dagger in the place where she resided? Could it be that the previous owner of the house was indeed Bai Bai's father? Bai Bai, does this mean the house I currently inhabit? Before she could complete her thought, Bai Mu's gaze became icy, and his thin lips moved slightly. Yes. That was the place where our family of 3 once lived. A family of 3? Yet she had never encountered Bai Bai's father or mother. Why did Bai Bai move away? As if sensing her confusion, Bai Mu, in a rather displeased mood, shifted the subject. These matters are rather intricate. I shall explain them to you gradually in the future. As he spoke, he took the dagger from Jiang Yan's hand and said in a solemn voice, Ah Yan, do you claim that this dagger was indeed forged from mysterious iron? Jiang Yan nodded and inquired, Big White, do you know where the materials for this dagger, specifically the iron ore, originate from? Chapter 148. Iron ore is the material for the dagger truly called iron ore? Bai Mu mused, gazing at Jiang Yan with understanding. Ah Yan, I comprehend what you mean. My father once took me there. It's not far from the tribe. He would often go there to gather materials during his forging sessions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's delicate face lit up with delight. She playfully shook Bai Mu's arm and exclaimed, Big White, let us go there at once. Seeing her eagerness, Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle. He stowed everything back into his spatial pouch, transformed into his beast form, and swiftly carried Jiang Yan towards the mine. After traversing several lush green valleys, Bai Mu arrived at their destination, revealing a prominently excavated mine. Scattered around were numerous dark stones of varying sizes. Jiang Yan descended from Bai Mu and approached, picking up a stone to examine it closely. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, Indeed, this is iron ore, and it is even black iron ore. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, a look of confusion crossed Bai Mu's eyes. Black iron ore is the mineral used for forging iron implements, such as weapons and armor. Our tribe typically employs this type of ore for crafting armaments. However, black iron ore is a rare find. Jiang Yan struggled to articulate her thoughts, uncertainty gnawing at her heart as she wondered if Bai Mu could truly comprehend her words. Upon hearing her explanation, Bai Mu's expression stiffened. He had never encountered such armor and could scarcely imagine what it entailed. Yet, from her tone, it was evident that it must be formidable. What kind of tribe had Ian once inhabited? It seemed to be a world apart from his own, as if they belonged to 2 distinct realms. His curiosity about her background intensified, a yearning to learn all there was to know about her. Noticing that he appeared to be grappling with her words, Jiang Yan smiled and handed him the iron ore, stating plainly, Bai Mu, do you know? With this, we can forge powerful weapons, enhancing the strength of the orcs and protecting our tribe. Observing her spirited demeanor, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Bai Mu's mouth. He recognized the truth in her words, having witnessed his father effortlessly vanquish a ferocious 6th-tier beast with nothing more than a magical artifact. Even when confronting the Beast King, his father had shown no fear, declaring that, in his eyes, these creatures were merely lesser beasts, easily dispatched. Unfortunately, his father had departed too soon, leaving Bai Mu without the chance to master the art of forging, leaving him to navigate the process alone. However, seeing Jiang Yan emerge from her sorrow, no longer burdened by grief, eased his own heart. Each tear she shed felt like a tug at his soul. Today, he intended to take her to the Sea of Red Flowers, both to express his affection and to divert her attention. Subsequently, Jiang Yan urged Bai Mu to gather some iron ore and attempt to forge iron tools. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, they busied themselves together, kindling a fire outside and placing the iron ore into the flames to soften it. Given their rudimentary conditions, she could only strive to recall the process of smelting iron from her textbooks, gesturing to Bai Mu as they worked together, uncertain of their success. Every endeavor begins with a challenge. It requires repeated experimentation and attempts to achieve progress. She believed they could succeed. Even if they did not, she could still craft wooden arrows and utilize stone shields, akin to the practices of the witch tribe. However, stone shields were cumbersome compared to the lightweight iron-forged shields. Ideally, They would extract iron to create armor, significantly bolstering the orcs' defensive capabilities. Chapter 149. The spear. The flames roared fiercely, their flickering light dancing across Bai Mu and Jiang Yan's faces. As the iron ore neared melting, Bai Mu followed Jiang Yan's instructions. Using a dagger to extract the molten material piece by piece, swiftly hammering it with a sturdy cylindrical stone. The dull thuds echoed continuously, and with each strike, the spear began to take shape. The searing heat caused beads of sweat to form on Bai Mu's forehead. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly entered the room to fetch a piece of soft and lightweight animal skin, tenderly wiping away his perspiration. Bai Mu cast her a glance, which instantly prompted him to exert himself even more vigorously. Jiang Yan, her cheeks flushed, retracted the animal skin, finding the earnest demeanor of the imposing Bai utterly captivating. His handsome visage and proud, statuesque posture stirred her heart, and the thought that he would one day be her man sent her heart racing like a startled fawn. After a little while longer of diligent effort, a long spear forged entirely from dark iron was born. Jiang Yan, filled with joy, eagerly accepted the spear, waving it slightly and noticing its weight. Yet, the sharp glint at its tip signified its formidable prowess. How wonderful! I never imagined it would truly come to fruition. Although its appearance was not as refined as the images she had previously seen, somewhat coarse, it sufficed for her needs. Instantly, she gave Bai Mu a thumbs up, praising him. Bai, you are truly remarkable. Upon receiving her commendation, Bai Mu felt a swell of pride. He took the long spear from Jiang Yan's hands, his expression turning serious as he swung it and aimed at a bamboo pole within the grove. The spear, glistening with lethal brilliance, struck the pole with precision, piercing through several bamboo stalks before finally coming to a halt. The bamboo grove resonated with the sound of this sheer force, as leaves fluttered down to the ground like confetti. Admiration flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes as she clapped her hands in approval. Well done, Bai. This spear is quite formidable, just as I described. Bai Mu, composed and unruffled, responded with a thoughtful hum, thereby grasping the exceptional nature of the weapon Jiang Yan referred to. It was indeed impressive. This spear was merely the most commonplace of weapons in her discourse. One could only imagine the extraordinary power that the more formidable ones would wield. If they could all be forged, they would truly be invincible in the vast expanse of Sunluo continent. Despite the orcs' robust physiques, they remained flesh and blood. How could they withstand such cold, unyielding weaponry? With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he deftly retrieved the spear with a few agile movements and solemnly addressed Jiang Yan. Yan, this weapon is undeniably powerful and effective. Tomorrow, I shall bring some of our kin to mine iron ore for further crafting. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, saying, All right, I shall accompany you tomorrow. However, Bai Mu disapproved and firmly declined. No, you need only to stay at home and wait. He wished to spare her even the slightest exertion, believing that such labor should rightfully be entrusted to the male orcs. Jiang Yan understood his thoughts. With her petite limbs, she indeed could offer little assistance and would only trouble Bai to carry her back and forth. She then gently remarked, All right, I shall stay at home and prepare some delectable dishes while waiting for your return. Observing her obedient and considerate demeanor, Bai Mu couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair affectionately. The food you prepare is the most delicious, Yan. It seems we are in for a treat. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with a sweet smile, and in light of your generous compliments, I shall endeavor to host you even more diligently tomorrow. As our gazes locked, an atmosphere of ambiguity and sweetness enveloped us, revealing our mutual affection without reservation. The fire continued to crackle, producing a warmth that felt somewhat stifling. After toiling for so long without sustenance, we took advantage of the flames to roast the beast meat over the fire. A simple meal sufficed to satiate our hunger. Glancing at the darkening sky and the bamboo forest, Jiang Yan hesitated, contemplating a return to her dwelling to rest. However, Bai deemed it unsafe, compelling her to remain here for the time being. Eventually, she would reside with Bai, sharing daily life, so it was prudent to acclimate herself in advance. As night fell, the two of us, a lone man and woman, found ourselves in the same room. Bai Mu lay on the floor, cushioned by thick animal hides, while Jiang Yan claimed the entire wooden bed. The cool moonlight cascaded through the room, casting ethereal shadows. Jiang Yan, restless on the bed, wrestled with a tumult of emotions. This was her first experience sharing a space with a man. Unable to sleep, she turned to her side, casting furtive glances at Bai Mu on the floor. Under the hazy moonlight, his prominent nose, delicate lips, and chiseled features radiated an almost divine luminescence, exuding an unparalleled charm. Noticing her gaze, Bai Mu opened his cold eyes and met Jiang Yan's, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. It appeared that she held a fondness for his appearance. Startled by his awakening, Jiang Yan quickly shut her eyes, feigning sleep, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Internally, she chastised herself for becoming infatuated with the striking visage of Bai, a stark contrast to her previously haughty and reserved demeanor as the school's beauty. Once indifferent to the advances of admirers, she now found herself utterly captivated by him. Moreover, Bai was a transformed white tiger. Did this not evoke the tale of Beauty and the Beast? Bai Mu's gaze deepened, and with a swift motion, he climbed onto the bed, pinning Jiang Yan beneath him. His tone was heated and suggestive as he inquired, "Jiang Yan, do you find me appealing?" Alas, he had indeed caught her in her act of admiration. Jiang Yan cautiously opened her eyes, innocently gazing up at Bai Mu and softly uttering his name. As he beheld her bright, innocent eyes, akin to those of a small beast, he succumbed to temptation and leaned in, their lips entwining in a fervent embrace. Her form was both fragrant and soft, igniting a fervor within him, a primal desire for more. Realizing his burgeoning loss of control, Bai Mu abruptly regained his composure, forcing himself to withdraw from Jiang Yan, reluctantly returning to the cold floor. His chest heaved with intensity, fists clenched. No, not yet. He had promised her the most perfect union ceremony, one that would earn her acceptance among his kin, allowing her to rightfully take her place as his mate. He could not renege on his word. He must fulfill his promise. On the bed, Jiang Yan breathed deeply, her cheeks flushed like a flower kissed by the morning dew. Captivatingly alluring. She had dared to believe that Bai would pursue her. She sensed his struggle, astonished that he could rise and leave. Such restraint was not a common trait. It was no wonder he possessed such formidable strength, distinguishing him from others. His ability to suppress his desires in the face of beauty was truly commendable. She felt the respect and significance he held for her. Yet it prompted her to question her own allure. Was she not captivating enough for him to yield to his most primal instincts? In the hushed room, silence reigned, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths. Jiang Yan turned away from Bai Mu, harboring a sweet yet conflicting sentiment, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Bai Mu, however, lay upon the cold floor, his body rigid as he struggled to quell the desire raging within him, finding it difficult to succumb to sleep. Chapter 150. Ambushed as dawn broke, Jiang Yan awoke to find Bai Mu's absence in the room. Aware that he had departed with the orcs of the tribe to the mines, she rose and returned to her dwelling. After refreshing herself, she decided to catch a few fish from the stream to prepare a soup, alongside stewing a pot of meat. Given that the seasonings and ingredients were conveniently at hand, she opted not to return to the bamboo forest. Indeed, her little nest was quite comfortable. Yet, as she gazed at the fish in the pot, memories of Su Luo surfaced. She pondered the whereabouts of Sister Luo, who had not been seen since that day she left with her clan sister. With a frustrated pout, she glanced around the dusty abode, uninhabited for too long, and began fetching buckets of water to tidy up. After mopping the floor, she soaked her fur blankets in a large wooden basin, scrubbing them with bubble beans. The bubble beans were utilized by the orcs for both dental hygiene and laundry, and she had only recently discovered their efficacy. A single bean could produce an abundance of foam. Moreover, they were entirely natural, harmless, and bore a faint, pleasant fragrance, far superior to modern chemical products. After a time of scrubbing, the basin brimmed with rich, white foam. Jiang Yan set her hands aside to check on the fish soup simmering in the pot. The milky broth bubbled delightfully, and she smiled softly, intending to add some salt. Suddenly, a rocket shot through the courtyard. Jiang Yan's heart raced with trepidation as she gazed upon the flaming wooden arrows. Could it be that the witch tribe had launched an attack? Her brows furrowed in fury, yet in an instant, a barrage of fire arrows rained down upon her. She instinctively crouched down, striving to evade being pierced. However, as the onslaught of arrows increased, flames began to engulf the courtyard and the interior of the dwelling. Soon, chaos erupted within the tribe as the orcs transformed into their beast forms and rushed out. Upon discovering that the attackers were the dark-skinned witches, their rage boiled over, and they bared their teeth in furious roars, charging towards the witches hiding behind stone shields, intent on tearing them apart. Yet, despite their agility and strength, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the ranged assaults of the witch tribe. One unfortunate orc was struck by an arrow, his fur-covered body instantly ignited. The burning orc emitted a harrowing wail, sending shockwaves of fear through his comrades, who scattered in a panic. Observing this, the high priestess, shielded by the witch warriors, let out a cold laugh. Humph, a pack of foolish beasts. She had initially intended to slay only the sacrificial offering, but the orcs had dared to interfere, forcing her hand to eliminate them all. Before the fire-breathing white tiger returned, they needed to conclude this swiftly. The arrows continued to rain down upon the wooden structure, and the flames grew more ferocious, thick smoke billowing around Jiang Yan, causing her to cough. It was evident that the vile witches were targeting her specifically. Remaining idle was not an option. She had no idea when the white tiger would return, and she needed to devise a means of self-rescue. Staying put would lead to either being pierced by arrows or succumbing to the flames or smoke. She doused herself with water from a bucket, drenching her body before cautiously peeking out from the doorway to assess the situation. After scrutinizing the direction of the incoming arrows, she turned her gaze, took a deep breath, and dashed toward the bathing shed. The sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted around her, and after narrowly evading several flaming projectiles, she successfully rolled into the shed. With great effort, she lifted a remarkably heavy stone slab to shield herself from the relentless barrage of arrows. The slab was cumbersome, but thanks to her recent training, she had gained considerable strength. Otherwise, moving such a weight would have been a formidable challenge. In that moment, she felt immense gratitude for Mia's encouragement during their training sessions. Gritting her teeth, she strained to hold the stone slab in place, inching closer to the stream. As long as she concealed herself in the water with the stone slab as a barrier, the witches would find it challenging to harm her. She understood that they would only dare to attack from a distance, for if they approached too closely, they would be no match for the formidable orcs in close combat. If she could endure until the white tiger returned, the witches would find themselves at a disadvantage against the fire-breathing beast. They should not assume that only they could wield fire. The blue flames of the white tiger were far more fierce and dominant than ordinary flames. Regrettably, she had not anticipated the witches' rapid movements. It seemed they were indeed intent on annihilating her. Gradually, she maneuvered the stone slab toward the stream, her surroundings revealing the devastation within the tribe. Numerous orc homes had suffered, including that of her neighbors. The residence of Mia's parents was already ablaze. She watched as the two transformed into their beast forms, desperately evading the incoming arrows. However, compared to her own predicament, their firepower was considerably diminished. It seemed the witches were merely attempting to hinder their approach. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Yan escape, the two rushed over, disregarding their own safety, eager to rescue her. Jiang Yan anxiously intervened, exclaiming, "Do not approach. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. They are after me. If I take refuge in the stream, I shall be safe." However, in their desperate haste, Eva and her companion paid little heed to her words, their eyes fixed on the barrage of rockets hurtling towards her. The situation exceedingly perilous. Jiang Yan, not only a close friend of Mia, but also favored by the young AMU, found it impossible as an ant to stand idly by while peril loomed. Despite her desperate cries, the two rushed towards her, disregarding their own safety. Deeply moved, Jiang Yan hastily shifted the stone slab closer to them. Fortunately, Eva and her beastly partner managed to reach Jiang Yan without incident and at her direction. They transformed into their beast forms, taking refuge behind the stone slab. Eva glanced at Jiang Yan, relieved to see her unharmed. Yet her brow furrowed with concern as she said, "The tribe is under attack. I wonder how Mia is faring." Indeed, Jiang Yan was not particularly strong, and worry creased Mia's father's face as he voiced his apprehension regarding Luca's ability to protect her. Observing their distress, Jiang Yan too felt a pang of anxiety for Mia and Luca. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "We must go find Mia. However, you must first immerse yourselves in the stream to wet your bodies. The arrows are tipped with incendiary oil. This way, even if you are unfortunate enough to be struck, at least your bodies will not ignite." The danger enveloping the tribe was dire. She could not focus solely on her own safety. Initially, she believed the beastmen to be formidable and invulnerable, yet it now appeared that they were somewhat complacent, overly reliant on their innate strength. They needed to gather everyone to the stream for shelter. Eva nodded in understanding, and the three of them, supporting the stone slab, made their way to the edge of the stream. Once the two had soaked their bodies, they collectively used the slab to shield themselves from the arrows and swiftly dashed toward Mia's home. Chapter 151. A grievous scene. Eva was aware that this stone slab belonged to Bai Mu's father, crafted from exceptionally resilient material, far from ordinary stone. The onslaught of arrows intensified, the flaming wooden missiles striking the slab and falling harmlessly without leaving a trace. The trio navigated through the tribe, searching for Mia and Luca. Yet, as they progressed, the sight of the panicked beastmen fleeing in anguish filled Jiang Yan with dread, accompanied by a profound sense of sorrow and rage. "Cursed witch tribe!" she shouted in desperation, urging the beastmen to seek refuge in the stream. Some, quick-witted like herself, began to search for makeshift shields or dashed directly towards the water source. Unfortunately, there were still casualties, those struck by the wooden arrows ignited, a sight both horrifying and chilling. Jiang Yan was drenched in cold sweat, anxiously searching for a wooden barrel and water to rescue the orc. The high priest, having spotted Jiang Yan peeking cautiously from behind the stone slab, cursed under his breath for her cunning and raised his hand, sternly commanding the warriors of the witch tribe. "She is there. Launch a full-scale assault. Do not allow her to escape." The bodies of their tribesmen were not as formidable as those of the orcs. They were more suited for ambush and ranged attacks rather than close combat. Thus, even though they knew Jiang Yan was hiding behind the stone slab, the high priest dared not send anyone recklessly to apprehend her and instead continued to rain arrows upon her. Furthermore, their tribe had been diminishing in numbers over the years. The loss of any warrior would be a significant blow to the clan. In an instant, a torrential downpour of arrows flew towards Jiang Yan, causing her to gasp and withdraw her head, trembling with fear as she huddled behind the stone slab, hesitant to move. Eva grasped her hand, urgently advising, "Be careful. You must not get hurt." Jiang Yan nodded somberly. The delay had resulted in the orc being reduced to a charred husk, lying motionless upon the ground. A wave of bitterness surged within her, and she silently mourned the fallen orc. Eva and her companion gazed at their deceased kin, sighing deeply, their hearts heavy with sorrow, and their concern for Mia intensified. Jiang Yan remained silent, acutely aware that the primary target of the witch clan's aggression was herself. Remaining in such a fierce confrontation was detrimental not only to her, but also to the others. How could she possibly rescue Mia under these circumstances? She needed to divert the attention of the witch clan. Despite the inherent danger, she was resolute in her decision to no longer be a burden to others, especially since this calamity had originated from her actions and was thus her responsibility to resolve. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a wooden board in a corner. Under the cover of Eva and her companion, she seized the board and held it before her. With a swift command, she urged, "Do not worry about me. Go save Mia," and charged forward, sprinting towards the direction of the stream. Upon witnessing her bold move, her companions finally grasped her intentions. Eva gasped in shock, her heart skipping a beat as she shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Come back." Jiang Yan incessantly sprinted towards the stream, and upon noticing that the two individuals remained stationary, she urgently exclaimed, "Aunt, do not worry, I am unharmed. Stay together. How can we rescue Mia? You must leave quickly. Do not concern yourselves with me." Eva comprehended her intentions and, observing that she had distanced herself without sustaining injuries, let out a helpless sigh before hastily making her way towards Mia's residence with her beast husband. Arrows whizzed relentlessly, striking the wooden planks before Jiang Yan. Fortunately, the thickness of the planks prevented them from being pierced immediately. However, the sheer force of the onslaught nearly caused her to lose her grip. She clung tightly to the wood, dodging the projectiles as she raced towards the stream, aware that her makeshift shield would not endure for long. If she could reach the water and submerge herself, evading to another location, the witch clansmen would lose sight of her and redirect their search, thereby sparing the tribe from unwarranted aggression. Just as she was about to reach the water's edge, she heard a faint, plaintive whimper. She quickly turned her head to discover a chubby little tiger cub, frightened and helpless, calling out for assistance, seemingly only a few months old. Nearby, the sounds of tiger roars echoed as the cub's parents, while evading the arrows, frantically called out for their young one, their eyes filled with desperation. Jiang Yan contemplated that the tiger cub had likely become separated from its parents in a state of panic. As she observed the arrows hurtling towards the little creature, alarm surged within her. Swiftly, she grasped a wooden plank to shield herself while reaching out to the helpless cub. With remarkable agility, she cradled the tiny tiger in her embrace, narrowly evading the flaming projectiles. However, the diversion of her strength proved detrimental. She could no longer support the wooden barrier against the relentless barrage, which was then sent flying toward the eyes of the witch clan. Startled by the impact, her heart raced as she gazed wide-eyed at the storm of arrows descending upon her. With such a formidable onslaught, escape seemed futile. Was she truly destined to be pierced like a sieve today? The cub's parents, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, were now struck with terror upon witnessing Jiang Yan's loss of protection. They cried out in anguish, "Cub," as they rushed toward their child, but alas, they were too late to reach her in time. The ominous sound of arrows slicing through the air approached, and Jiang Yan, in despair, shut her eyes. Yet, instinctively, she shielded the cub in her arms, determined to protect it. Seconds passed, and to her astonishment, she remained unscathed, inhaling a familiar scent. Trembling, she opened her eyes to behold the imposing figure of Bai Mu, his expression a mask of fierce determination. With a taut jaw, Bai Mu swiftly positioned Jiang Yan behind him, channeling an invisible wave of energy that deflected the rain of arrows back toward their origin. The sight of arrows being repelled sparked fear among the witch warriors, who hastily raised their stone shields in defense. Nevertheless, some were unable to withstand the force and were sent sprawling. The witch warriors, now terrified, regarded Bai Mu with trepidation. From her concealed position, the high priestess seethed with fury upon witnessing her failure to eliminate Jiang Yan, realizing that Bai Mu's protection thwarted her intentions. She felt resentment at the thought of abandoning their mission after having already injured numerous beastmen. She knew all too well that Bai Mu was not to be trifled with. He was the strongest beastman in the tribe, capable of wielding the formidable blue flames. Yet, the sacrifice today must not go unfulfilled. With a frigid demeanor, she commanded the witch warriors, "Regain your composure. Raise your stone shields to protect me." With that, she retrieved a powerful crossbow from the cart, her lips curling into a sinister smile. This weapon, forged by the human race of old, was imbued with deadly force. She was resolute. She would not believe that even this crossbow could not slay the sacrificial offering. Her murky eyes fixated on Jiang Yan as she drew the bowstring taut, aiming directly for the heart. Chapter 152. Enmity. The bolt shot towards Jiang Yan with lethal precision, its sharp tip glimmering ominously. The sound of its passage was more foreboding than before. Bai Mu's cold gaze was filled with lethal intent. He grasped the incoming crossbow bolt with his bare hands, regarding the astonished high priestess as though she were an inanimate object, and redirected the arrow back toward her with unyielding force. The high priestess's face contorted in horror as she shouted, "Quick! Block that crossbow!" The witch warriors quickly rallied, raising their shields to protect her. Yet, the crossbow was too sharp and fierce. It pierced through their defenses, embedding itself deeply in the high priestess's arm and striking the tree behind her. Pain twisted her features as she clutched her bleeding arm, fear gripping her heart. She ordered the witch warriors in a panic, "Retreat. That beast man is too powerful. We are no match for him." As they shielded her and began to withdraw into the fire of the underworld forest, they were left astounded by the sheer strength of the beast man, realizing the power he possessed was beyond their comprehension. As the witch clan retreated, Bai Mu's concern for Jiang Yan surfaced, and he inquired, "Yan, are you unharmed?" Jiang Yan gently cradled the trembling cub in her arms, managing to force a smile. Dabai, I am fine. You must hurry and save those orcs engulfed in flames. Bai Mu nodded, relieved to hear she was unscathed. With that, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on the disheveled figures of the shaman tribe fleeing in panic. He refrained from pursuing them. The lives of his kin took precedence. This debt would be settled in due time, and he would ensure the shaman tribe paid a bloody price, even with the red dragon beast guarding them. He vowed to avenge his fallen brethren one day. Subsequently, he moved swiftly through the tribe, rescuing his comrades, who were engulfed in flames and crying out in agony, by tossing them into the water. Meanwhile, the pair of Orcish spouses hurried to Jiang Yan's side, transforming into their human forms to receive the tiger cub. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude, tears streaming down their faces, saying, "Thank you for saving our child." Jiang Yan offered a gentle smile, expressing that no thanks were necessary, as the cub's safety was all that mattered. The cub's mother, cradling the little tiger with tender affection, shed tears of relief, haunted by the earlier fright. The beast-man beside her enveloped both mother and child in a comforting embrace, whispering words of solace. Witnessing this poignant scene, Jiang Yan felt a surge of emotion, fervently hoping that the tribe's casualties would not be too grievous. Otherwise, she would be burdened with the weight of guilt. The orcs ignited by the flames were cast into the water by Bai Mu. Although the fire was extinguished, the lingering burns were alarmingly severe, causing the orcs to convulse in agony, gritting their teeth to endure the torment. Jiang Yan's heart raced as she beheld the harrowing scene before her. It was only due to the orcs' remarkable resilience that they had not succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain, as an ordinary person surely would have. She hurried to the edge of the stream, tending to the injured orc. The village was shrouded in thick smoke, with debris and ruins scattered everywhere, as homes were engulfed and consumed by fierce crimson flames. The surviving male orcs fetched water to combat the fire, while the female orcs remained behind to care for their wounded kin. Mia and Luca hastened to join Eva, reuniting with their fellow tribespeople. Jiang Yan looked up and spotted Mia approaching from a distance. She hurriedly rushed forward, grasping Mia's hand, and with concern in her voice, asked, "Mia, how are you?" A glance at Luca beside them revealed his pale complexion, with a gaping wound on his arm emitting wisps of dark smoke. She gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Luca, you're hurt. We must bandage that immediately." Unfazed, Luca replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. It's merely a superficial injury." Mia shook her head, her eyes filled with worry as she turned to Jiang Yan, asking, "I'm unscathed, but what about you, Yan? Are you all right?" Jiang Yan waved her hand, assuring that she was fine, thanks to the protection of Dabai. After exchanging a few words, the others, like the other orcs, rushed to extinguish the flames and tend to their injured kin. Although the inferno was ultimately quelled, the tribe suffered grave losses, with many orcs perishing. The air was filled with the mournful cries of grief, painting a scene of profound desolation. Jiang Yan gazed upon the scene with profound sorrow, her heart heavy with guilt as her eyes brimmed with tears and her head bowed in despair. It was all her fault. She felt responsible for their plight. Bai Mu, who had rescued their kin from the inferno, noticed the distress etched upon Jiang Yan's face and promptly approached her, taking her hand in a gesture of comfort. "Yan," he reassured her gently, "there is no need for such overwhelming guilt. The fault does not lie with you." Jiang Yan understood that these were merely words of comfort from Dabai, yet gazing upon the dismal state of the tribe, her heart felt heavy with sorrow. At that moment, the chieftain, his face smeared with soot and ash, strode over with his son, Sel, his expression darkened with fury as he pointed accusingly at Jiang Yan, exclaiming, "It is all your fault. You are a harbinger of calamity. Please leave our tribe at once." Seeing the chieftain in such a state of agitation, the orcs cast complex glances at Jiang Yan, feeling that the chieftain's words held a kernel of truth. Indeed, since her arrival, their tribe had been subjected to multiple assaults, first by beasts and then by sudden raids from the witch clan. Each incident had taken them by surprise, and now the tribe's dwellings lay in ruins, with many of their kin dead or injured. All of this misfortune had seemingly stemmed from her presence. Incited by the chieftain's rhetoric, the orcs grew increasingly incensed, directing their animosity towards Jiang Yan, echoing the chieftain's sentiments. "Yes, we do not welcome a harbinger of disaster here." Among them, those who had lost loved ones harbored an even deeper resentment, wishing fervently to expel her immediately. Jiang Yan gazed helplessly at the orcs who now regarded her as an enemy, their demeanor having shifted dramatically. She bit her dry lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yes, it was all her fault. She had brought misfortune upon them, and they were innocently caught in the crossfire. As her kin treated her with such disdain, Bai Mu, towering and resolute, positioned himself protectively in front of her. His broad hand clasped her delicate fingers tightly as he coldly addressed the chieftain, asserting, "Do not blame Yan. She is innocent. The true culprits are the shamans, and I shall avenge our fallen kin." The chieftain, witnessing Bai Mu's unwavering defense of Jiang Yan, gritted his teeth in anger. "Bai Mu, have you lost your senses? Why do you continue to protect her? She is an outsider, a female of dubious origin. Do not think I am unaware that you rescued her from the forest of infernal flames. She is the offering to the Crimson Dragon. Yet, you disregard the safety of our tribe, repeatedly opposing the shamans and the Crimson Dragon beast. Are you not endangering us all?" I am profoundly disappointed in you. Listening to the chieftain's words, the orcs held their breath, harboring resentment towards Bai Mu. As the crowd began to cast blame on Bai Mu and Jiang Yan, Luca, who had always admired Bai Mu, could no longer remain silent. Chieftain, how can you speak of the Lord Shaman in such a manner? Have you forgotten the contributions he has made to our tribe over the years? It was he who safeguarded us. Without him, where would the first tribe stand? Where would our tiger clan find its place? Mia, equally incensed, chimed in. Luca is right. Without Brother Mu, there would be no stability for our tribe. Why? When faced with a mere misfortune, do we turn against each other and assign blame? You are gravely mistaken. We owe an apology to Brother Mu for all he has done for the tribe. Chapter 153. Expulsion initially filled with indignation. The orcs felt a wave of shame wash over them at Mia's words, lowering their heads in humility. The Lord Shaman had always protected them, sacrificing so much, and yet they had dared to question him. Such behavior was indeed unwarranted. However, the presence of that young female could no longer be tolerated in the tribe. Noticing the deflated morale among the kin after Mia's speech, Natalie stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Mia before fixing her cold gaze upon Jiang Yan. With a tone laced with mockery, she declared, if you had any sense, you would leave on your own. Do not continue to burden us. Jiang Yan furrowed her brows in distress, shaking her hand in an attempt to free herself from Bai Mu's large grasp. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed up at him. Her voice laced with bitterness and desolation as she implored, Bai, please let me leave this place. They are right. I am the one who has burdened the tribe. Witnessing her guilt-ridden demeanor, Bai Mu felt an ache in his heart. Gently, he wiped away the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes and reassured her. Do not be sorrowful, Yin. None of this is your fault. Where will you go if you leave? Worry not. I shall always remain by your side, unwavering. Having settled Jiang Yan, he cast a cold glance over the intimidating tribe members, finally resting his gaze upon the chief. If you firmly believe it is a Yan's fault and wish to expel her, then I too shall depart with her. The moment these words left his lips, the orcs erupted in shock, staring at the proud Bai Mu in disbelief. How could he leave the tribe? He was their revered shaman. Moreover, he was the sole male descendant of the old chief. Natalie and the chief's expression shifted dramatically, incredulous that he would choose to abandon the tribe for that foreign female. This is utterly outrageous. This is infuriating. The chief thumped his chest, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Bai Mu, questioning in disappointment, Amu, how could you forsake the tribe for her? Are you not ashamed before your deceased grandfather? When the Crimson Dragon clan invaded, your grandfather was willing to sacrifice his life to protect the tribe and ensure the safety of its people. Yet now, for the sake of a mere foreign female, you would abandon us. I am utterly disappointed in you. You have betrayed your grandfather. Facing the chief's accusations, Bai Mu maintained his stoic expression, only responding in a somber tone. Yin is not just anyone. She is the female I cherish. The mention of his grandfather's legacy, a wound he preferred to keep buried, was now painfully reopened, causing his heart to ache profoundly. As the situation escalated, the ailing shaman intervened to quell the tensions. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. You all know Amu loves the little one. He chose her as his mate. Is this not unfair to him? Upon her words, the orcs fell silent. At that moment, a female orc, disheveled and cradling her charred companion, stood unsteadily, her red-rimmed eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. With a voice steeped in resentment, she declared, I only know that during this attack, my beloved, my partner, perished. And all of this calamity was brought upon us by you, the harbinger of misfortune. If you possess even a shred of guilt or conscience, leave this place at once. Do not further drag us down. With that, the female collapsed, cradling her head in despair, her heart-wrenching sobs echoing through the air, evoking tears from those who heard her. The nearby female orcs rushed to comfort her. Witnessing her agony, Jiang Yan felt a bitter pang in her heart, overwhelmed with guilt. She had never anticipated that events would culminate in such a dire situation. Her sorrowful gaze turned to Bai Mu as she shook her hand again, yearning for him to release her, yet still unable to escape his grasp. Bai Mu offered her a calming look, then turned his icy gaze to the tribe members, stating, What are you all thinking? What do you fear? I understand all too well. It is simply your cowardice, your impotence, your dread of the Crimson Dragon beasts behind the shaman tribe, which has prevented you from seeking revenge. You have misplaced your resentment upon Yin. The attack on the tribe is not her fault. She is innocent. She even put herself in danger to save your cubs. Bai Mu's gaze shifted to the orc couple, then to the others, and you too. After the shaman tribe retreated, Yin was the first to tend to the wounded, selflessly aiding you. She is a kind-hearted individual. Even if she lacks strength, she strives to protect others. But what of you? Instead of seeking vengeance, you direct your hatred towards someone who has helped you. How laughable and tragic. This is the epitome of weakness. For the strong never blame fate but confront their enemies directly. His words pierced the hearts of the orcs, leaving them shaken and filled with shame. Though reluctant to admit it, they recognized the truth in the shaman's assertions. Indeed, their true enemy was the shaman tribe. Yet, they had consistently blamed one of their own, a victim herself, for their plight. Mia and the shaman were correct. It was they who had erred. The tribe members ceased their animosity toward Jiang Yan, leaving Natalie to huff disdainfully, her gaze coldly fixed upon Jiang Yan, momentarily at a loss for retort. She despised the foreign female and would have relished the opportunity to see her expelled from the tribe. Amidst the heavy, tense atmosphere, the orc couple was among the first to stand by Jiang Yan's side. They nodded in agreement, stating, "I support the shaman's words. We should not blame the little female. It was she who saved our cubs just now." The mother of the tiger cub offered a grateful smile to Jiang Yan. "Thank you for saving our cubs. You are a kind female and do not deserve such accusations." Then, Mia's family joined her, expressing their solidarity with Jiang Yan. Mia grasped Jiang Yan's cold hand, offering a few comforting words before casting an angry glare at the chief, taunting, "Today, I shall utter a most disrespectful truth. It is you, chief, who has disappointed us. Not my brother Emu. When grandfather was alive, the tribe was flourishing, yet under your leadership, what has become of it? Is this still the first tribe we once knew?" "Enough." Mia's father barked, displeased, interrupting her disrespectful tirade. The shaman also shot her a disapproving glance, shaking his head. Only then did Mia fall silent, though she believed she spoke no lie. In the past, when her grandfather was alive, every orc brimmed with confidence, and the tribe thrived in harmony, unafraid of formidable foes, united as one. Now, they were like grains of sand, scattered and disjointed. The chief, furious at Mia, fumed, "Indeed. I may not possess a moo's strength, but who held this tribe together during the chaos following the old chief's sacrifice? And now, even a little girl dares to challenge me?" Eva, noticing the chief's frustration, quickly intervened. "Chief, Mia has spoken out of turn. I will reprimand her. Please do not take it to heart and let it pass." The shaman, exasperated and helpless, added, "Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. The pressing matter at hand is how to restore our tribe. What purpose does this argument serve?" As the high shaman rubbed his aching forehead, his complexion turned somewhat pale. The chieftain, filled with indignation, flung his arm and departed with the previously silent Veer, who had been too timid to speak up. That wretched Mia had truly embarrassed him. Continuing to argue with him would only make him a laughingstock, so it was better to turn away and seek some peace. As for that little female, whether she stayed or left was of no concern to him. He preferred to avoid inciting Bai Mu's resentment. Once the chieftain left, the beastmen, noticing the high shaman's discomposure, hurriedly inquired, "High shaman, what troubles you?" Bai Mu also expressed concern, asking, "Are you unwell?" The high shaman waved his hand, sighing, "I am simply suffering from a headache due to your incessant chatter. A brief rest will remedy it." Seeing this, the beastmen refrained from further discussion. However, Natalie's frustration could not be contained. So many of her kin had perished, and although it was not entirely Jiang Yan's fault, she felt they were all implicated, especially since her frail younger brother had nearly been struck by an arrow moments ago. How could she tolerate the presence of that calamity in their tribe any longer? She fixed her gaze on Bai Mu defiantly and expressed her grievances. "Our tribe is currently weak. We truly cannot afford to retain the revered shaman. Have you not considered this? While resisting valiantly is commendable, what is the outcome? Our entire tribe stands no chance against the Crimson Dragon. We are destined for self-destruction." Just as Bai Mu was about to respond, a low, mocking laughter echoed from behind. "Ah, so this first tribe is indeed so timid and fearful? You wish to drive my dear Yin away?" The enchanting face of Slow bore a cryptic smile as he sauntered toward Jiang Yan, elbowing Mia aside and taking Jiang Yan's hand with a seductive and gentle tone. "We do not covet this place. Come with me, dear Yin, and I shall protect you." Mia, taken aback by Slow's sudden appearance, nearly dropped her jaw, her eyes wide with admiration. "Well, this male is simply mesmerizing. His looks could rival my Amu's. But when did he come to know Yen? And why is he so familiarly calling her dear Yen? How did I not know?" Lucas swiftly shielded the now collapsed Mia, glaring fiercely at Slow. "Who is the serpent beast? So stunningly handsome, it's truly infuriating." Jiang Yan gazed in delight at the long unseen Sluo, affectionately calling Sister Luo. At that moment, Bai Mu observed the intimate interaction between the two with a seething jealousy, tipping over the cauldron of envy. He swiftly pulled Jiang Yan behind him, his cold, piercing gaze fixed dangerously on Sluo. "Remove your filthy hands. How dare you intrude upon my tiger clan and attempt to take a Yin away? Today shall mark your demise." As he spoke, blue flames flickered ominously in his palm, ready to unleash fury. Sluo, sensing the imminent threat, abandoned her carefree demeanor, her body tensing as she prepared for potential confrontation. The atmosphere between them crackled with tension, each unwilling to yield, swords drawn in a silent standoff. Jiang Yan hurriedly shook Bai Mu's arm, pleading, "Big White, please don't act this way. Sister Luo is my dear friend." "Sister Luo?" Bai Mu retracted his icy flames, casting a puzzled glance at Sluo. Could it be that a Yin had mistaken this individual for a female? Was that why she was so intimate with him? Devoid of any guard? Sluo felt a chilling gaze upon him, hastily clenching his legs together, and retorted angrily at Bai Mu. "What are you staring at? Little Yin can call me whatever she wishes. It is none of your concern. Since you cannot accommodate her here, I shall take her away." The beastmen stared in shock at Sluo, who had rudely barged in and was now confronting their revered shaman. They indignantly shouted, "You treacherous and heartless serpent beast! Who permitted you to step into our tiger clan? Depart at once, or we shall not be gentle." Unfazed, Sluo rolled his eyes at the furious beastmen. "Stop your prattling. Do you think I enjoy lingering among your tiger clan? Humph. I am taking little Yin away this very moment." With that, Sluo grasped Jiang Yan's hand once more, intent on leaving. However, Bai Mu coldly regarded him, refusing to release Jiang Yan. At this moment, Jiang Yan yearned to depart with Sluo, for the beastmen here did not welcome her, and she wished to avoid dragging innocent parties into turmoil. Leaving now seemed to be the best choice, especially for Big White, who was caught between her and his kin. She did not wish to put him in a difficult position. Seeing his reluctance to let go, she gazed at him with shimmering eyes and expressed her heartfelt sentiment. Big White, please release me. I do not wish to burden you, and Natalie is right. Remaining here will only drag you down further, which weighs heavily on my conscience. Bai Mu, witnessing her determination to leave with Sluo, could no longer maintain his composure. His icy facade cracked, and with an agitated tone, he exclaimed, Yan, I will not allow you to leave my side. You have promised to be my mate, to walk hand in hand for life. Have you so quickly forgotten your vows? Please trust me. I will protect you and our kin. At his words, Jiang Yan's gaze fell, filled with sorrow. Indeed, she had vowed to be with Big White for a lifetime, and such promises should not be forgotten, especially since she could not bear to part with him. Ultimately, she made a decision, and in the anxious anticipation of Bai Mu, she gently nodded her head. She believed in Big White and in herself. Regardless of whether the future brought storms or sunshine, they would weather the trials together. They had discovered iron mines and forged spears. How could they allow their efforts to go to waste? With renewed determination, she straightened her posture and declared to all the beastmen with a clear and resonant voice. I, Jiang Yan, swear to avenge our fallen kin today. The pain of this day shall be etched in my heart. I shall not allow their sacrifice to be in vain. Please believe in me and in Big White. Bai Mu watched as Jiang Yan exuded vigor and vitality. A renewed spirit. His lips curled into a proud smile. Yan was no ordinary female. He believed she could accomplish great feats. For the weapons she spoke of held tremendous power. Once they forged all the weapons, not only would they not fear the Witch Clan or the Red Dragon, but unifying the entire Saluo continent would also be within reach. Chapter 155. Assistance, however, the beastmen, hearing her words, dismissed them as mere bravado. She possessed no elemental power and relied on their shaman for protection. How could she speak of vengeance against formidable foes like the Red Dragon? Their true fear had never been the Witch Clan, but rather the Red Dragon that protected them. The terror of the Red Dragon was a shadow they could never forget. Having witnessed it firsthand, even their elder, a powerful being at the 8th tier, had ultimately resorted to self-detonation to fend off the Red Dragon clan. How could a powerless female defeat a Red Dragon? The beastmen scoffed, considering her words a jest. Seeing their disbelief, Bai Mu waved his hand and retrieved a spear from his spatial pouch, addressing his kin. Yan is not deceiving you. This spear in my hand was crafted by her. She possesses the same forging ability as my father. What? The beastmen erupted in astonishment at the shaman's revelation. Gazing at Jiang Yan with newfound respect, could it be that this young female hailed from the same lineage as their revered shaman's father? They had all witnessed the terrifying prowess of the shaman's father, whose strength surpassed that of their elder. Across the entire Saluo continent, no beastman could rival him. The thought that the young female shared such a heritage and possessed the same forging skills began to sway their opinions, leading them to trust Jiang Yan's words. Even Natalie stared at Jiang Yan incredulously, her teeth clenched in disbelief. Was it truly possible that Jiang Yan was from the same lineage as the shaman's father? Was this why the shaman had chosen her as his mate? As they all fixed their keen gazes upon her, Jiang Yan spoke earnestly, please believe in me. Once we forge various weapons, victory will be within our grasp. We need not fear the Red Dragon or any other ferocious beasts. If you still doubt my words, you may test the spear's power. It is no less formidable than your sharp fangs and claws. At her words, the beastmen erupted into a cacophony, each eager to test the spear's might. Bai Mu handed the spear to them, his voice cold. Do not transform into your beast forms. Use the spear to hunt a ferocious beast nearby and see for yourselves. Then you will understand that Yan speaks the truth. Just then, Tattle, limping on an injured leg, stepped forward. Allow me to try. Bai Mu nodded in agreement, and the beastman promptly offered the spear to Tattle. With confidence, Tattle grasped the heavy spear, casting a casual glance at Jiang Yan. With a powerful swing, he hurled the spear at a bird perched high in the treetops. The sharp spear soared through the air, swiftly and accurately piercing the bird, which plummeted to the ground. The beastmen erupted in cheers, applauding Tattle's remarkable aim. At such a distance, Tattle's shot was spot on. Truly, he is the bravest warrior of our tribe. They now understood how to wield the spear, realizing it was indeed comparable to their fangs and claws, with the added advantage of ranged attacks, alleviating their fears of the Witch Clan wielding fiery branches. At that moment, Sluo stood to the side, gazing at Jiang Yan with adoration, his heart racing. This commanding and impressive version of Little Yin was a sight to behold. Through his mind-reading abilities, he recognized that in that bizarre world, there existed many weapons of great lethality, which were indeed terrifying. Little Yin had not deceived them. Should she manufacture those items, unifying the entire Saluo continent would not be a daunting task. Yet now, since she chose to remain among the Tiger clan, he wished to lend his strength to protect her. He stepped forward, possessively prying Jiang Yan from Bai Mu's grasp, turning her toward him with earnestness in his voice. Little Yan, since you are unwilling to leave with me, I shall stay and assist you. Jiang Yan gazed at the solemn and unyielding Slow, a smile dancing on her lips as she nodded in amusement. All right, thank you, Sister Luo. Your assistance would be most appreciated. However, a sudden thought of Bai Mu crossed her mind, and she cautiously turned to his aloof and handsome visage, softly inquiring, might we allow Sister Luo to stay and assist us? Bai Mu often harbored a sense of hostility towards Sister Luo, and she was uncertain whether he would acquiesce. Although she had begun to grasp some of the local language, certain vocabulary still eluded her, making communication somewhat cumbersome. In contrast, Sister Luo possessed the gift of empathy, allowing her to discern Jiang Yan's innermost thoughts and facilitating seamless interaction with the beast folk, thereby alleviating numerous burdens. Bai Mu regarded the provocatively poised Slow and the imploring gaze of Jiang Yan, hesitating for a fleeting moment. He was acutely aware of Slow's feelings for Yan, and allowing him to remain was merely inviting unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, Slow's prowess was commendable, and should conflict arise, Bai Mu feared he might not be able to protect her alone. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Given the extraordinary circumstances, having an additional protector for a Yin would grant him greater peace of mind. In light of her safety, personal sentiments could be set aside for the time being. He was not one to be narrow-minded or driven by emotions. In times of peril, the greater good must take precedence. In that moment, the two adversaries began to learn the art of collaboration. Jiang Yan gazed upon Bai Mu and Si Luo, a knowing smile gracing her lips. At this moment, Mia discerned the subtle dynamics among the three, astonished that Amu had, against all odds, consented to allow the enchanting male to remain. Was this not a breach of protocol? The tribe forbade the entrance of foreign beast men. However, upon reflection, it occurred to her that Yin had also been accepted into their tribe, rendering the situation not entirely objectionable. Luca observed that ever since the serpent beast had made its appearance, Mia had been fixated on him, casting a jealous glare at Si Luo before pulling Mia away. The beastmen were similarly taken aback by Bai Mu's decision, yet since the esteemed shaman had permitted the ethereal and alluring serpent beast to stay, they found it inappropriate to voice their dissent. Subsequently, the tribe commenced its reconstruction. Some beastmen, alongside the great shaman, tended to the injured, while others, under Bai Mu's guidance, set about restoring the tribe. As for the chieftain, his whereabouts remained a mystery, likely having retreated in frustration at Mia's actions. Jiang Yan confided all her thoughts to Slow, expressing her intention to first excavate traps and erect fortifications to thwart beast attacks. She envisioned constructing formidable walls, impervious to fire and resolutely unyielding. Additionally, she contemplated placing iron spikes beyond the walls to deter ferocious creatures from scaling them. Moreover, she aimed to forge armor for the orcs, along with weapons such as spears and crossbows. However, these tasks would have to be postponed for the moment. The immediate priority was to reconstruct the tribe, followed by the establishment of rudimentary traps for precautionary measures. Chapter 156. Armor Slow conveyed Jiang Yan's ideas with meticulous accuracy to Bai Mu and the other orcs. As they absorbed this astonishing concept, the orcs collectively gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. The notion seemed remarkably formidable, yet uncertainty lingered regarding its ability to withstand the onslaught of the Crimson Dragon Beast. If the walls could indeed prove indestructible, they would no longer fear beast incursions. Once the discussions concluded, the orcs united in effort, and the tribe commenced its methodical reconstruction. Jiang Yan, wielding a wooden stick, meticulously etched the outline of a house into the ground, guiding the orcs to construct it according to her design. She envisioned a cozy abode comprising a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen, ensuring comfort for its inhabitants. In alignment with her vision, the orcs commenced cutting bricks, cleaving stones into uniform pieces. The result was not only aesthetically pleasing but also remarkably sturdy. Additionally, a significant quantity of stone bricks was required for the construction of a protective wall. Next came the traps for the tribe. Jiang Yan instructed the strong orcs to dig a deep trench at the edge of the settlement, embedding sharp wooden spikes within and covering them with thin planks and foliage. This concealed peril would remain unknown to all but their kin. Any outsider, be it from rival tribes or ferocious beasts, would unwittingly fall into the trap, impaled by the vicious spikes, significantly bolstering the tribe's defenses. Following her directives, the orcs executed her plan, and within days, they discovered that several small beasts had plunged into the traps. With minimal effort, they could eliminate threats using these traps, which deepened their faith in Jiang Yan's claims about the potent weapons she spoke of, realizing they had previously underestimated her prowess. With the trap set, they resumed the construction of the city walls. The orcs possessed immense strength, capable of moving large stones with ease, particularly Tattle, for whom lifting a stone seemed effortless. Consequently, the progress of brick cutting and wall building surged ahead, and in merely 2 days, the nascent outline of a wall encircling the entire settlement began to take shape. However, the multitude of tasks at hand left them somewhat overwhelmed. Observing this, Jiang Yan devised a strategy. A portion of the orcs would continue erecting the walls while the remainder would accompany her to mine iron for weapon crafting. After several days of adjustment, everything began to fall into a systematic rhythm. Time was of the essence. They needed to hasten their efforts to prepare for war against the witch tribe and to prevent a sudden attack from the red dragon beast summoned by them. In the bamboo grove, Jiang Yan gazed at the large crystal in her hand, her heart heavy with sorrow. The dragon, who once gifted her flowers, the endearingly awkward creature, was now forever lost. Memories flooded her mind, particularly the haunting image of the dragon collapsing amidst flames, piercing her heart with anguish. Clutching her chest, she inhaled deeply, silently vowing, "Fear not, great dragon. I shall avenge you and personally slay the high priest of the witch tribe." A strong premonition gripped her. The witch tribe would not let this matter rest, especially after the white dragon had injured that vile high priestess. She feared that the priestess might seek refuge with the red dragon clan, hoping that fate would delay their actions, allowing her people to prepare adequately. The chieftain turned a blind eye to Slo's involvement in Jiang Yan's various undertakings. He remained skeptical of her capabilities, viewing her words as mere bravado, content to await their downfall to revel in their misfortune. Yet, as the traps, walls, and crossbows gradually came into view, he found himself compelled to believe. It appeared this female possessed considerable talent, and any benefit to the tribe was not something he would reject, for he was not a petty man. Recognizing their utility, he permitted his son, Veer, to join in and learn the art of weapon forging. He harbored a bold aspiration. Once these skills were mastered, he would organize the clansfolk to establish an orc city akin to the kingdom of Kasa, thereby elevating their tiger clan to greatness. The chieftain stroked his short beard, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he gazed toward the horizon. Jiang Yan and Bai Mu remained oblivious to the thoughts of their kin. All they desired was for him to refrain from interference. As for Wei Er's inclusion, they welcomed it wholeheartedly. However, the back and forth transport of iron ore to the tribe was rather cumbersome and time-consuming. Thus, Bai Mu proposed the construction of several smelting furnaces within the mine itself, allowing them to forge directly on site. The mine was abuzz with activity as the orcs, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, tirelessly swung their stone hammers, pounding the softened iron ore with vigorous determination. The rhythmic thuds echoed through the air, which felt almost suffocated by the heat, permeated with the mixed sense of sweat and rust. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and the females in the tribe prepared a feast, which Mia carried to the orcs. Given the proximity to the tribe, Mia escorting her posed no danger. Upon reaching their destination, Mia retrieved the freshly prepared meals from her personal space and, along with Jiang Yan, laid them upon a long wooden table. She called out to the orcs, announcing the meal was ready. Sensing the aroma of the food, the orcs paused their labor, casually wiping the sweat from their brows with animal hides. They surged forth to take their seats at the table, teasing Mia momentarily before diving into their feast with abandon. Observing their voracious appetite, Jiang Yan smiled gently, advising them to savor their meal, as there was tea available to quench their thirst. With that, she poured the brewed chrysanthemum tea into wooden bowls. The orcs expressed their gratitude, drinking heartily and indulging in the meat with gusto. Mia then approached the sweat-drenched Luca, tenderly wiping the perspiration from his brow. "Look at you, covered in dirt. You're a mess." Luca swallowed his mouthful of meat and grinned. "Once I finish up here, I'll clean myself up. You better not disdain me, or I might get hurt." Mia playfully nudged him. "You cheeky one. Now, focus on your meal." Jiang Yan stepped into a newly constructed wooden shed, retrieving a bowl of fish soup from the basket slung over her arm. "Come quickly, Big White, Sister Luo." SL sat down without hesitation, lifting the bowl to take a sip. Teasingly, he remarked to Jiang Yan, "Your culinary skills are truly exceptional, benefiting those orcs outside." Bai Mu joined them, his gaze resting on Jiang Yan as he gently spoke. "You've worked hard, Yan." With that, he picked up the bowl of fish soup and savored it leisurely. Sip by sip, Jiang Yan shook her head with a smile, saying, "It's not arduous for me. Rather, you are the ones who have endured hardships and deserve a good replenishment." Subsequently, she brought forth a sumptuous array of dishes she had prepared: braised pork, marinated pig's trotters, smoked meat, poached fish, and a favorite of Si Luo's, cold-tossed pig skin. "Eat while it's hot. If you desire anything else, just let me know, and I shall prepare it anew for you tomorrow." In chapter 157, Si Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly placed the dish of pig skin before himself, disregarding decorum as he devoured it with great enthusiasm, mumbling, "Xiao Yin, you are truly thoughtful. You've even made my favorite dishes." With that, he cast a triumphant glance at Bai Mu, reveling in his delight. Bai Mu's expression darkened, and he felt a pang of discontent, noticing his apparent displeasure. Jiang Yan quickly retrieved a basket of freshly steamed buns, addressing Bai Mu, "Bai, these are my freshly made meat buns, with a different flavor. To give them a try." Ever since she had ground the rice she cultivated into flour to create these buns, Bai Mu had developed an insatiable fondness for them, relishing them daily without fatigue. Seeing that he too had a share, Bai Mu felt a sense of equilibrium restored within him, and his demeanor softened slightly as he nonchalantly picked up a bun and began to savor it. At that moment, Mia entered, carrying a large platter of meat, and with a resounding thud, she placed it on the table. Rubbing her forehead, she surveyed the abundant spread and teased, "Yan, it seems you've been a bit lenient, giving them special treatment. Well, here are even more meats for you to enjoy." Jiang Yan cast a glare at Mia and indignantly retorted, "What do you mean by slacking off? Preparing these dishes requires considerable effort, which is why there is so little. Otherwise, we would have served the orcs outside as well. Mia, you ought to refrain from making such reckless remarks. Mia shrugged and teased intentionally. All right. Yin, you need not explain. I understand perfectly well that you prepared this specifically for Brother Amu. Jiang Yan, blushing and flustered, pointed an accusing finger at Mia, exclaiming, "Oh, you dare to mock me. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you." With that, she feigned an attempt to tickle Mia, who playfully dodged. And in an instant, the two were engaged in a lively scuffle. Their joyous laughter echoed throughout the mine. After a while, once the orcs had satisfied their hunger, Jiang Yan and Mia tidied the dining area, collecting the empty bowls and dishes before returning to the tribe. Once they departed, Bai Mu cast a cold gaze towards Su Luo and said in a chilling tone, "Will you explain it to her yourself? Or shall I be the one to reveal the truth?" Su Luo rolled his eyes in response to Bai Mu's brusqueness, retorting, "I will speak to Xiao Yan myself. There is no need for you to be concerned." He believed Xiao Yan would not hold it against him, as he had no intention of deceiving her. Furthermore, beyond confessing that he was a male, he needed to express his feelings for her. Otherwise, he risked being snatched away by that detestable Bai Mu. The two exchanged sharp glances, their gazes intertwining in the air, yet ultimately, they chose to ignore one another and return to assist in the iron mine. After completing their tasks, later that evening, Su Luo ventured into the tribe. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yan had yet to officially bond with Bai Mu, she took the opportunity to repair the house that had previously been burned down and continued to reside there. As he entered the courtyard, passing by a patch of blooming moon orchids, Su Luo caught sight of Jiang Yan illuminated by candlelight within the house. Her gentle and serene demeanor warmed his heart, erasing all traces of his fatigue. Approaching the window, he gently tapped his fingers, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yan, and softly inquired, "What is Xiao Yan busy with? You seem so earnest." Jiang Yan lifted her head to discover that it was Si Luo who had arrived. She hastily set down her needlework and greeted him with a smile. "Sister Luo, come in and have a seat. Why are you standing outside?" Si Luo shook his head and replied, "No, little Yenner, I have something to discuss with you." Noticing his serious demeanor, Jiang Yan felt a wave of confusion and asked, "Sister Luo, is something wrong? What is it?" Si Luo hesitated for a moment, then finally closed his eyes and confessed, "Little Yenner, I am actually a male orc. I never intended to deceive you. It was simply that when you first called me Sister Luo, I chose not to clarify, which led to this misunderstanding. Could you please not be angry with me?" "What?" Jiang Yan widened her eyes, utterly astonished as she scrutinized Sluo back and forth. How could she have not realized that Sister Luo was actually a male orc? This revelation struck her with considerable force, for she had always regarded him as an elder sister and a close confidant, confiding in him about all matters concerning young women. Now, upon discovering that he was indeed a man, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Then why didn't you tell me sooner? I've always thought of you as my sister." Seeing her ire, Sluo hurriedly explained, "I intended to inform you, but there have been so many events recently that I simply didn't have the chance. Please don't be upset, Xiao Yan." This realization left Jiang Yan feeling quite troubled, yet reflecting on his kindness toward her softened her heart. Reluctantly, she turned to the anxious Sluo and sighed, "All right. Let us just forget about it. I forgive you." Noticing her change in demeanor, Sluo felt a wave of relief wash over him and gently replied, "I'm glad you're no longer upset. As an apology, let me take you to a delightful place." "Where to?" Jiang Yan inquired, her enthusiasm somewhat diminished. At that moment, she found it difficult to accept the fact that Sister Luo was a male. Sluo smiled slightly and pointed to a spot, saying, "Didn't the moon orchids in your yard get destroyed? I'll take you to pick some more. The moonlight tonight is particularly beautiful, perfect for an outing." Jiang Yan lowered her head, her fingers entwined in a perplexed dance. Now that she had come to realize he was a male orc, was it truly wise for her to venture out alone with him at night? Especially since she had already accepted Dabai into her life. Yet, she yearned to gather some moon orchids to cultivate. After a moment of indecision, she resolved to pluck the moon orchids and return promptly. With Si Luo watching her with eager anticipation, she conceded, "Very well, but you must bring me back immediately after you've gathered the moon orchids. I cannot linger outside too late." Observing the growing distance in Jiang Yan's demeanor, a tinge of hurt flickered in Si Luo's emerald green eyes. "As you wish. I shall escort you back as soon as the moon orchids are gathered." Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to create more moments together, striving earnestly to win her heart. After all, it was he who had deceived her first, and her reaction was entirely understandable. Jiang Yan then stepped outside, accompanied by Si Luo, who guided her out of the tribe. The hazy moonlight enveloped the earth, and the azure moon orchids swayed gracefully in the breeze beneath the luminous glow, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Jiang Yan dashed into the sea of flowers, exuberantly gathering numerous moon orchids, resembling a sprite amidst the blossoms. Unbeknownst to her, Si Luo quietly observed her gestures, diligently and swiftly crafting a floral crown. From within the blooms, Jiang Yan emerged, cradling a large bouquet of moon orchids, and declared to Si Luo, "I have gathered them. Luo Jie, let us return." The term Luo Jie slipped from her lips, causing her to awkwardly stick out her tongue. She had grown accustomed to it, and it would take time for her to adjust. Since she could no longer call her Luo Jie, she resolved to simply refer to her as Luo from then on. Chapter 158. Disappointment. Si Luo did not respond. Instead, with an air of mystery and solemnity, she approached Jiang Yan with her hands behind her back and, much like a magician, unexpectedly adorned her head with the moon orchid crown. Her eyes filled with tenderness, she earnestly praised, "Xiao Yan'er, you are truly beautiful." Jiang Yan, with an expression of surprise, gently touched the floral crown adorning her head and, a hint of shyness in her voice, remarked, "Sister Luo, I never expected you to be adept at crafting floral crowns as well." Si Luo smiled indulgently and replied, "I merely learned by observing." However, her smile soon faded, and with a serious demeanor, she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Yan and said, "Xiao Yan'er, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Yan gazed at him, bewildered. "What is the matter? Why are you hesitating with your words? We've known each other for so long. You can just speak plainly." Slow fixed his unwavering gaze upon her, his Adam's apple bobbing as he unveiled his feelings. "Xiao Yan, I adore you. Will you be my female companion? I have harbored these words in my heart for far too long, and today I finally express them to you. I am earnest in my plea, hoping you will agree to be my female partner." The sudden confession caught Jiang Yan off guard. Her bright, dark eyes reflected a hint of disbelief as she looked at Slow, whose demeanor had transformed into one of profound affection, rendering the moment surreal. She had only just learned of Sister Luo's true identity, and now she was confronted with his declaration, leaving her mind in a tumult of confusion. She had always regarded him as a close friend, a big sister, never contemplating any romantic feelings. Especially since she had already accepted Dubai, it seemed better to decisively cut ties to spare him any lingering hopes, which would ultimately be detrimental for both. With a plan forming in her mind, she resolved to refuse him straightforwardly. "Sister Luo, please listen to me. I have always viewed you merely as a friend, and moreover, my affections lie with Dubai. I shall pretend I did not hear what you just said. Let us continue as friends." Upon hearing these words, Slow struggled to accept the rejection, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Unwilling to give up, he pressed on, "Xiao Yan, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me, treating me solely as a sister?" Jiang Yan sighed and nodded. Observing her decisive rejection, Slow felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, causing him immense pain and anguish. After a long pause, he gazed deeply at her and somberly stated, "I shall escort you home." Subsequently, he remained silent as he accompanied Jiang Yan back, suppressing the sorrow within him as he turned to leave, his tall figure exuding a profound sense of loneliness. Witnessing Slow's wounded departure, Jiang Yan felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. Although it seemed somewhat heartless, addressing the matter openly was beneficial for both. She furrowed her brow as she entered her home, removing the floral crown from her head and placing it on the table, lost in thought. Alas, she hoped that Sister Luo could come to terms with this soon. It was also her carelessness that she failed to recognize he was a male orc. Perhaps her displays of closeness and reliance had led to a misunderstanding on his part. Leaving the tiger clan in a daze, Slow stumbled back to his lair. Transforming into his beast form, he slithered into the cave, shutting his enigmatic serpentine eyes and licking his internal wounds. However, it was not long before rustling sounds emerged from outside the lair. Slow abruptly opened his dark green serpent eyes and darted out, only to discover that his cave was surrounded by the serpent soldiers. The serpent soldiers, with human bodies and serpent tails, watched him intently, preventing any escape. The commander stepped forward, bowing to Slow and stating solemnly, "We greet the 11th prince. We are here on the orders of the Serpent King to escort you back. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Slow cast a gloomy glance around the soldiers and scoffed, "You think you can capture me? Go back and tell my good king father that I refuse to return. I will not accept Stina either. It is futile to try. Even if you lock me in a water dungeon, it will be of no use." Noting his obstinacy, the commander's expression darkened, and he subtly signaled the soldiers behind him, narrowing his eyes dangerously at Slow. "11th Prince, do not blame us for being impolite." With that, the soldiers surged toward Slow. He leaped into the air, his robust black tail sweeping fiercely at the soldiers. The soldiers were unable to withstand the assault and were all flung away. The commander furrowed his brow deeply, charging aggressively towards Slow, intent on subduing him. It seemed that this 11th prince had been concealing his true strength, which genuinely astonished him. Slow, with a bloodthirsty glare at the commander, lashed his tail once more, striking him hard against the ground. After breaking through their ranks, he did not linger to battle further, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night. Seeing him escape, the serpent soldiers hurriedly pursued, glancing back at the relentless serpent guards. Slow quickened his pace towards a secluded valley. He dashed to his serene cave and transformed into a half-human, half-serpent form, urgently calling out, "Fourth brother." Shortly after, A strikingly handsome male orc with fair skin and chiseled features emerged from the cave, closely followed by a pure and adorable female rabbit with large, fluttering eyes. Noticing her resemblance to Jiang Yan, particularly her bright, dark eyes, Slow could not help but glance at her twice. The fourth prince, Si nonchalantly shielded the rabbit female behind him, looking quizzically at Slow. 11th brother, what brings you here in such a fluster? Slow replied, I need your help, fourth brother. There are serpent soldiers chasing me. Si raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, Ah, so that's it. I wondered why you suddenly dropped by. It seems our father has indeed dispatched people to capture you. However, if you wish for my assistance, what will be your offering? 5 high-grade origin crystals, Slow said coldly. Fixing his gaze on his fourth brother, Si smirked, 5 origin crystals? Is that all you think will suffice? You should at least offer 50. Slow, irritated by his fourth brother's audacity, was about to leave when Si, noticing his annoyance, quickly pulled him back. All right, it was just a jest. You should hide in the cave's black pool for now while I deal with those serpent soldiers. Slow's expression softened, and he thanked him before swiftly swimming into the cave and leaping into the black pool to conceal himself. Chapter 159. Seeking revenge, the rabbit female gazed at Si with worry. Fourth prince, if we help him hide, will we incur the Serpent King's wrath? Si looked down at her with a fond smile. Do not fret excessively, Xuanai. You should return to the cave and rest. I will handle those serpent soldiers. Although Xuanai was still concerned, she obediently replied, Yes, fourth prince, before reluctantly entering the cave, fearful of provoking the Serpent King. As the serpent soldiers approached, upon seeing Si, they bowed respectfully. We greet the fourth prince. Si waved his hand in a show of authority, feigning ignorance. Rise. What has you all in such a hurry? The commander stepped forward to answer. We are on the orders of the Serpent King to capture the 11th prince, and we have traced him to this location. May I ask if you have seen his whereabouts, fourth prince? Si, hands behind his back, replied solemnly, I see. However, I have not seen the 11th brother. You may continue your pursuit without delay. The commander cast a suspicious glance at the dark cave before finally bowing. Since the fourth prince has not seen him, we shall take our leave. With that, they continued their pursuit through the night-s forest. Once they had completely vanished, Slow emerged from the cave, approaching the black pool where Si awaited, teasing, 11th brother, you may come out now. They have left. Slow emerged from the black pool, retrieving 5 high-grade origin crystals from his spatial pouch and tossing them to Si. This is a token of gratitude. Thank you for your help this time. However, I need to stay here a few more days. Upon hearing this, Si, toying with the crystals, replied whimsically, Very well, you may stay here for now. But do not venture near the other lair. Do not disrupt my affairs. With a roguish laugh, he departed. Slow returned to the black pool, the image of Jiang Yan's cold rejection haunting him, causing a painful ache in his heart. He had once believed she was a ray of warmth piercing through his dark soul, yet now, his heart had grown cold once more. Friends, he does not require such a relationship. What he has always desired is for her to belong entirely to him, to be his own serpent wife. In his solitude, he closed his dark green eyes and succumbed to slumber. In the forest of infernal flames, the warriors of the witch tribe protected the high priestess as they fled in disarray, daring not to pause for fear that Bai Mu, accompanied by the tiger tribe orcs, would pursue them. Faced with the fire-breathing white tiger, they would have no advantage whatsoever. After several days of relentless running, as they neared the witch tribe, they encountered the red dragon beast. The witch tribe warriors knelt in fear and reverence before the red dragon. Even the injured high priest gritted his teeth through the pain. Emerging from the cart drawn by unicorns to pay his respects, addressing the dragon in beast language, Old One, I humbly greet the divine dragon. The red dragon beasts, observing the disheveled warriors and the high priest, snorted in inquiry, what has transpired? The high priest, with his dim old eyes darting about, lowered his head and pitifully implored, O divine dragon, you are unaware. Some orcs intruded upon our witch tribe and even slew the young dragon king. Enraged, I led my kin to seek vengeance, but alas, the white tiger's power was formidable, and we were routed, forced to retreat in disgrace. The tallest and stoutest of the red dragons let out an angry roar upon hearing the high priest's words. Such a thing has occurred. Since you know the culprit, why did you not inform our clan? The high priest trembled and hastily explained, O divine dragon, the matter unfolded too swiftly, and I did not have the chance to relay this to you. Another red dragon glared at the high priest, furiously demanding, which orc killed our young king? It is the tiger tribe, that white tiger beast. He breathes blue flames, and it was he who burned the young dragon king to death, the high priest accused bitterly. Now that they knew their enemy, the red dragon clan ceased their deliberations with the high priest, the newly appointed, most robust red dragon king led his kin in a furious charge towards the outskirts of the forest of infernal flames to exact vengeance. Those who dare harm the red dragon beast shall pay a bloody price. The high priest turned to gaze at the majestic, rampaging red dragons, a sinister smile creeping across his aged face. This time, I refuse to believe that foreign woman and that troublesome white tiger orc will escape unscathed. The witch tribe warriors assisted the high priest onto the horned cart, hastening back to their tribe. Within the settlement, the walls had been nearly completed in just a few days and were in the finishing stages. The orcs were diligently following Jiang Yan's instructions to forge iron spikes, welding them onto the walls to fortify their defenses. They were also continuing to craft armor and iron shields. While the oil needed for the fire arrows was entrusted to Jiang Yan and the females, she took the fatty meat of the fierce beasts hunted by the orcs, cooking it in stone cauldrons to extract oil, and then fashioned small bundles of white cotton from the fluff fruit to attach to the arrows, dipping them in oil before igniting them. Thus, fire arrows were created. After rendering a considerable amount of animal fat, Jiang Yan began training her archery skills with a crossbow. After a time, she wiped the fine sweat from her brow, exhaled a breath of fatigue, and gazed out beyond the tribe. Since that fateful night, Sister Luo had not appeared for several days, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. The image of his sorrowful departure cast a shadow over her heart. Upon returning with a piece of black armor, Bai Mu noticed Jiang Yan's contemplative demeanor. His gaze deepened as he inquired in a low voice, Yan, what troubles you? Is something amiss? Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon Bai Mu, who refrained from mentioning the events of that night. Instead, she shifted the topic, expressing her concern that the Red Dragon clan might ally with the Witch clan, easily deceived by the cunning high priest, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Bai Mu drew closer and tenderly placed a kiss on Jiang Yan's smooth forehead, reassuring her, do not worry, for I am here. He then presented a black armor, gently stating, Yan, this is the protective armor I crafted for you. Try it on and see how it fits. Upon seeing the glimmering armor, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, thank you, Bai Mu. I shall return to my room and try it on at once. She was pleasantly surprised by Bai Mu's thoughtfulness in crafting her armor. It must be noted that Bai Mu was indeed a natural talent when it came to forging. Often, she would merely describe a model or a general concept, and he could effortlessly recall it, presenting it flawlessly, a true gift. Once back in her room, she swiftly donned the armor and tested its resilience with a dagger, discovering its remarkable hardness, leaving no mark whatsoever, impervious to blades, yet surprisingly lightweight. Chapter 160. The Great Battle. She emerged joyfully, her gaze turning to Bai Mu, only to be confronted with a terrifying sight that widened her pupils in shock. What monstrous creature was charging toward them from the distance? Bai Mu too sensed the disturbance. His silver-gray eyes scanned the horizon and discerned the red dragon beast horde rushing towards the tribe. With a stern expression, he shouted to the beast men, quick, prepare for an attack. There are beasts approaching. As his words echoed, the sound of tiger roars erupted from within the tribe, and the beast men huddled together in anxiety. Close the city gates. Jiang Yan cried out to the beast men. Only then did they react, hastily shutting the gates of the newly constructed wall. The beast men atop the wall gazed in horror at the vast swarm of red dragons barreling towards them, their calves trembling uncontrollably. Could they truly withstand such formidable adversaries? Bai Mu's expression turned resolute as he admonished Jiang Yan, Yan, stay safe within the tribe, before transforming into a colossal white tiger and leaping from the wall. He positioned himself protectively in front of all the tribe's people, roaring a fierce warning at the approaching red dragons. Those who draw near shall perish. Upon seeing him, the red dragon's crimson eyes blazed with fury as they charged forward with a menacing roar. The white tiger was their target. The two sides faced off, and the great battle was poised to commence. Bai Mu had already engaged in combat with the red dragons, while the tiger tribe beastmen transformed into their beast forms. Ready to fight, Jiang Yan gazed in astonishment at the towering crimson dragon, her heart racing uncontrollably. It was no wonder the beastmen held such fear of the red dragon. It was as terrifying as Godzilla from the movies, while the great dragon seemed but a mere hatchling before it, rendering them insignificant as dust. However, with the arrow knocked, she had no choice but to act. Regardless of whether it resembled Godzilla, she would charge forth today. As she observed the beastmen transforming in desperation to face the dragon, she shouted urgently, do not engage in your beast forms. Transform into your human selves and attack with bows and arrows. Quickly, listen to me. Fighting it up close as beasts is futile. Only by using crossbows from the walls can we defend ourselves and drive it back. The beastmen heeded her command. Tattle was the first to revert to his human form, don armor, and swiftly ascend the walls, unleashing a volley of sharp arrows at the crimson dragon. Encouraged by his actions, the other beastmen followed suit, transforming into their human forms, equipping themselves, and joining Tattle in the defense. Indeed, she was correct. Engaging the formidable red dragon in close combat was akin to a mere egg striking a stone, an ant attempting to shake an elephant. A single swipe from the dragon could annihilate them. Only ranged attacks offered a glimmer of hope, reminiscent of how the shaman tribe had assaulted them that day. Seeing that her words had resonated, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, grasped her crossbow, and instructed the females to bring up the oil, rushing to the walls to assist. In this critical moment of life and death, how could she remain safely behind? Mia, carrying a large barrel of oil, passed by Jiang Yan on the wall and, with concern, said, "Yan, you should stay back and direct. Your body lacks the essence of power and is too weak to confront the red dragon. Leave it to us." Jiang Yan was acutely aware that her presence outside would not contribute significantly, for both her strength and speed were eclipsed by that of the formidable orcs. She could merely offer guidance from the rear. The orcs, with bows and crossbows raised, fixed their gaze upon the horde of crimson dragons, unleashing a flurry of arrows that gleamed menacingly in the light. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated continuously, as a torrential downpour of projectiles surged towards the encircled Bai Mu, alleviating some of the pressure he faced. The crimson dragons, agilely evading the onslaught, despite their tough hide, still felt the sting of the arrows upon impact, instilling within them a measure of wariness towards such sharp implements. Observing the dragon's apprehension towards the archers, the morale of the orcs surged, their attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Jiang Yan gazed at the crimson dragon, her eyes cast downward. In truth, she harbored no desire to be adversarial towards the dragon. However, she found herself at a loss, unable to communicate with the beasts and clarify that it was, in fact, the witch clan that had slain the great dragon. Given her understanding of their species, which was not inherently malevolent, she did not wish to bring about their demise. Thus, she refrained from instructing the orcs to immediately coat their arrows with oil, thereby enhancing their firepower. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, they had not anticipated the dragon's swift arrival. Their armaments were insufficient, and their bows and crossbows were soon exhausted. Meanwhile, only a few of the dragons at the forefront had sustained injuries, while a multitude of crimson dragons surged forth like an overwhelming tide. The orcs were suddenly thrown into disarray, for their bows had been depleted. What course of action remained to them? Jiang Yan's heart raced with surprise. She hadn't anticipated the crossbow's ammunition would be exhausted so swiftly. Striving to maintain her composure, she recalled the day Tattle had skillfully felled birds from a distance with his spear. Urgently, she shouted to the orcs, commanding them to wield their spears and utilize their iron shields for defense. The orcs promptly obeyed her instructions, retrieving their spears to continue the battle against the crimson dragons. Bai Mu found himself encircled by the mightiest of the red dragons, suffering injuries that caused blood to flow in rivulets from his wounds. Despite his formidable strength, facing several colossal red dragons simultaneously proved overwhelming. His eyes, tinged with bloodshot rage, glared fiercely at the surrounding dragon beasts, emitting a low, menacing growl. In such dire circumstances, he could only rely on the arcane technique of ice flame to repel the relentless red dragons. Yet summoning the necessary energy proved challenging as the dragon's assault was unyielding, leaving him no opportunity to gather his strength. The newly appointed Red Dragon King glared at its nemesis with seething fury, its mouth wide open, revealing rows of menacing teeth as it unleashed a deafening roar, charging at Bai Mu with its kin, intent on tearing him apart. On the city walls, Jiang Yan anxiously watched Bai Mu, who was besieged by the red dragons, sensing that his life hung by a thread. She internally berated herself, fearing that her earlier indecision might lead to Bai's demise, a burden she could scarcely bear. No longer able to hesitate, she retrieved a sharp arrow, dipped its tip in a barrel of oil, and ignited it. With steely resolve, she aimed for the largest red dragon, drawing her bow with determination. The flaming arrow struck true, embedding itself in the robust foreleg of the Red Dragon King. The searing pain elicited a grimace from the beast, which, enraged, glared at Jiang Yan on the city wall, charging toward her with a furious intent to consume her whole. Bai Mu, witnessing the dragon's furious charge toward Jiang Yan, leapt into action, desperate to intercept the attack, but was ensnared by the other red dragons, unable to break free. With a thunderous roar, his white fur bristled as his power surged, striving to break through the encirclement to save Jiang Yan. On the towering city walls, Jiang Yan observed the ferocious Red Dragon King barreling toward her, her face paling as she instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide with terror. Chapter 161. Guardian. The orcs watched in horror as the largest red dragon, seemingly oblivious to the arrows and spears embedded in its body, charged with terrifying ferocity, shattering their composure. In a panic, they discarded their armor and hastily leaped from the walls, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. The Red Dragon King fixed a menacing gaze upon Jiang Yan, extending its claws, intent on seizing her and swallowing her whole. A surge of terror coursed through Jiang Yan, causing her scalp to prickle and her complexion to pale as she hurriedly retreated. However, her speed was insufficient, and she could feel the imminent grasp of the Red Dragon King closing in on her. Suddenly, from the side, a thick black tail emerged, striking fiercely at the front claws of the Red Dragon King, forcing it to stagger back. The Red Dragon King, momentarily taken aback, fixed its chilling gaze upon the unexpectedly appeared massive black serpent and roared in fury. "How dare you!" In an instant, the fearsome Red Dragon King, reminiscent of Godzilla, engaged in a titanic struggle with the shadowy, cold-blooded serpent, their roars echoing thunderously through the sky. Jiang Yan broke into a cold sweat, glancing back with trepidation at the colossal serpent fiercely battling with the crimson dragon, only to discover that it was slow. Days had passed, and she had believed he would never return. Grateful to have survived, she hurried down the city wall to seek refuge. Mia, upon seeing her descend unscathed, quickly pulled her behind herself, speaking with urgency and panic. Yan, we must flee. We need to hide at once. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement and, alongside Mia, hastily retreated to the hills behind the tribe for concealment. However, unable to quell her anxiety, Jiang Yan disregarded Mia's attempts to deter her and ascended the hill, her heart leaping to her throat as she gazed into the distance at Bai Mu and Su Luo, who were fiercely battling the red dragon beasts. Su Luo wielded his body as a weapon, ensnaring the red dragon king with his massive, muscular serpent tail, striving to suffocate it. His dark green serpentine eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intensity, tightening their grip. No one was permitted to harm his precious Jiang Yan. The red dragon king sensed the impending peril and roared in protest, its formidable aura surging dramatically, forcibly casting Su Luo away. The impact left Su Luo injured internally, a trail of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The other red dragons, alerted by their king's roar, rushed to assist, launching a fierce assault while Su Luo was momentarily vulnerable, leaving deep lacerations along his tail. Straining to evade, Su Luo remained vigilant, his serpent eyes fixated on the encroaching red dragon beasts. Both sides regarded one another warily before engaging in a brutal clash. Meanwhile, the freed red dragon king, its ferocious eyes scanning the city walls, failed to locate Jiang Yan, its fury escalating as it shattered the wall in a fit of rage. The wall crumbled, debris crashing down with a thunderous roar, dust swirling into the air. Jiang Yan hurriedly ran forward, but her speed was far too slow. Before she could take more than a few steps, she found herself grasped in the palm of the red dragon king. Gazing down at the pale-faced Jiang Yan, who seemed as insignificant as an ant, the red dragon king let out a menacing roar, preparing to crush her with its powerful claws. In the distance, Bai Mu and Su Luo watched in horror as she was captured, their eyes widening in terror, their blood feeling as though it had turned to ice, as they unleashed heart-wrenching roars akin to tigers and snakes. No, she cannot die. Bai Mu, driven by madness, disregarded the surrounding attacks of the red dragon beasts, his sole focus on the perilous plight of Jiang Yan, sprinting desperately toward her. Su Luo, too, fiercely struck the red dragon away, breaking through the encirclement. In that moment, Jiang Yan felt the presence of death closing in. Just as the red dragon king's grip tightened, ready to extinguish her life, a blinding light suddenly emanated from her body. The radiance pierced the palm of the red dragon king and stung its beastly eyes. Its enormous eyes stared blankly at the luminous halo surrounding Jiang Yan and the radiant crystal before her, catching a familiar scent. It was the essence of their red dragon clan. Could it be the crystal of the young king? The young king was actually fighting to protect her. The other red dragon beasts, witnessing this miraculous scene and sensing the lingering essence of their deceased young king, ceased their battles and rushed over to investigate. This was indeed the young king's crystal. It still bore the remnants of his consciousness, safeguarding the beastly female and preventing them from harming her. The crystal shone incessantly, standing defiantly before Jiang Yan against the red dragon king. In disbelief, the red dragon king gently placed Jiang Yan on the ground, releasing its grip. It furrowed its brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The red dragons mournfully gazed at the crystal upon Jiang Yan's chest, emitting a chorus of sorrowful cries. Jiang Yan, who had thought herself doomed, heard the unusual sounds and trembled as she opened her eyes, realizing she had been set down by the red dragon king, enveloped in a white halo. Upon seeing the crystal floating before her, she understood everything. It was the great dragon. It was still protecting her. Her nose tinged with emotion as she reached out, cradling the crystal in her hands, her expression one of deep sorrow. At that moment, Bai Mu rushed to her side, transforming into his beastly form, wrapping his powerful arms around her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace, his silver-gray eyes trembling slightly. He had nearly lost her. Su Luo, bloodied at the corners of his mouth, approached Jiang Yan from the other side, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on the red dragon horde. The atmosphere was tense, yet subtly charged. The red dragon beasts glanced at Jiang Yan, then towards the red dragon king, silently questioning. King, the young king is protecting her. What should we do next? Jiang Yan gazed at the elemental crystal in her hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she lifted her gaze towards the colossal red dragon. Her voice laced with sorrow as she called out to them. Do you not realize that the great dragon was cruelly burned to death by the witch clan? Cursed be the witch clan. Yet now you aid our enemies, oblivious to the treachery of that malevolent and cunning high priest. How absurd and ironic. The red dragons listened, bewildered, to Jiang Yan's melodious voice, exchanging glances with one another, perplexed by her words. A female red dragon, who had previously encountered Jiang Yan, stepped forward and snorted a few times, though she could not comprehend the meaning of Jiang Yan's words. She was aware that Little Wang had always held a fondness for this offering. When she had sought out Little Wang before, he had banished her for the sake of this very offering. The female red dragon, somewhat vexed, communicated with the Dragon King, fond of this offering. The Dragon King scrutinized Jiang Yan closely, realizing that she indeed bore a striking resemblance to the darker-skinned members of the witch clan, yet was far more beautiful. It dawned upon him that she was the very offering previously sacrificed by the witch clan, and an inscrutable expression flickered in the depths of the Dragon King's eyes. Jiang Yan cast a glance at the bewildered red dragon beasts, who stood frozen in place, pondering how to communicate with them and convey the truth. Chapter 162. The meritorious one. Her mind raced rapidly, and suddenly an idea struck her. She recalled the ancient times, when humanity had no written language and conveyed their thoughts through murals. How could she have overlooked such a simple method? Frustrated, she tapped her forehead and eagerly addressed Bai Mu. Quickly, bring me a branch. Although Bai Mu was puzzled, he refrained from asking questions and swiftly broke off a branch to hand it to her. Si Luo watched Jiang Yan with a look of confusion, uncertain of her intentions. Jiang Yan grasped a branch and sought a relatively flat patch of ground, her mind conjuring the visage of the high priest, her expression grave, as she began to draw with fluid grace. As a major in fashion design, her artistic skills were foundational, thus, depicting a figure was effortless for her. Before long, the face of the high priest sprang to life upon the earth beneath her. Subsequently, she illustrated a cadre of robust warrior shamans poised with bows and arrows, followed by a depiction of the great dragon alongside herself. Finally, she rendered the dragon, struck by an arrow, ablaze in flames. Upon completing her artwork, she lifted her gaze to the red dragons, pointing at the image of the high priest on the ground, and declared, "It was the shamans who killed the dragon. It was the high priest. Do you understand? Can you comprehend?" The red dragons stared, their expressions crumpled in disbelief at the drawing, their hearts heavy with shock. Could it be that she insinuated the shamans had slain the young prince? But the shamans were their devout followers. How could they dare? The Dragon King, reluctant to accept this notion, nonetheless harbored doubt and cautiously inquired, "Great One, did the shamans slay you?" To their further astonishment, the once dull crystal in Jiang Yan's hand flickered, seemingly in affirmation of their query. The red dragons were utterly astonished, their emotions roiling. It was indeed the shamans who had committed regicide. Where did they find such audacity to dare to slay their master? The red dragons were filled with wrath, especially incensed that the high priest had deceived them. As Jiang Yan observed their lively chatter, she felt a sense of relief, believing they had grasped her intentions. Bai Mu gazed at the shamanic figures Jiang Yan had depicted on the ground, his eyes reflecting admiration. "Ah Yan," he praised, "I am astonished that you could conjure the high priestess of the witch clan using merely a single twig. What kind of sorcery is this?" Jiang Yan believed that Bai must have misunderstood something and began to explain that this was not a form of magic, but rather a method of presenting characters and objects known as painting. Painting? What sort of magic is painting? It is so remarkable and lifelike. Jiang Yan raised her hand to her forehead, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Si Luo stood silently nearby, pressing his hand against his aching chest. His dark green eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at the scene below, marveling at the prowess of his little Yan. Yet, recalling her cold rejection from that day, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and he chose to remain silent. The Red Dragon Beast clan buzzed with chatter for a while before gradually calming down, awaiting the Red Dragon King's decision. However, the Red Dragon King harbored its own private calculations. If it were to eradicate the Witch Clan now, it would forfeit the sacrifices and benefits that the Witch Clan offered in the future as its newly appointed seventh king. Particularly, the mental energy generated through their faith significantly contributed to its strength, even surpassing the essence of vitality. Caught in its own selfish motives, the Red Dragon King found itself in a quandary regarding the matter of the Witch Clan's slaying of the young prince, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, in a state of inner turmoil, the Red Dragon King cast a glance at Jiang Yan and departed with the Red Dragon beasts, returning to the infernal fire forest. Once the Red Dragons had retreated, the hidden Tiger Clan beastmen dared to reveal themselves. Although they were unaware of why the Red Dragons had dispersed so suddenly, their tribe had finally escaped a grave disaster. Jiang Yan gazed at the departing Red Dragons, her heart a tumult of emotions. Now that the Red Dragons had comprehended the situation, they would likely cease to trouble them. She could then devote herself entirely to confronting the Witch Clan and avenging the Great Dragon. Bai Mu observed Jiang Yan's ethereal beauty and grasped her hand. Addressing the gathered clansmen in a grave tone, "The Red Dragons have retreated, thanks to a Yan." "What? It's actually her. How could she possibly have driven away the Red Dragons?" The beastmen were momentarily incredulous, staring in astonishment at Bai Mu and Jiang Yan. Bai Mu, with a serious demeanor, continued, "A Yan possesses a formidable spell that repelled the Red Dragon beasts, ensuring they will not dare to trespass upon our Tiger Clan again." His words were, of course, a calculated effort to elevate a Yan's stature in the eyes of the clan, as he wished to dispel any notion that she was unworthy of him or that he had elevated her status. Instead, He aimed to convey that a yin was deserving, worthy of admiration and respect. The beastmen, listening to Bai Mu's assertions, were left in shocked disbelief. A powerful spell. It was truly she who had driven away the red dragons. Instantly, they felt they had underestimated Jiang Yan in the past, and a sense of acknowledgement and admiration for her began to blossom in their hearts. Tattle gazed deeply at Jiang Yan, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for protecting our tribe." Upon witnessing this, the beastmen's perception of Jiang Yan underwent a remarkable transformation, and they eagerly expressed their praise and admiration. In an instant, Jiang Yan became a celebrated heroine within the tribe. At the back of the crowd, the chieftain observed Jiang Yan, now enveloped in the affection of her people, and his prejudice gradually dissipated. Initially, he had feared being implicated by her presence, yet it was she who had safeguarded the tribe and alleviated their peril. Perhaps this was the duality of fortune and misfortune. Moreover, he had previously intended to expel her, yet she had graciously agreed to teach his son, while the art of crafting. This spoke volumes of her magnanimity and kindness, while he appeared somewhat petty in her presence. Reflecting on this, his aged face grew warm with embarrassment, and he respectfully acknowledged, "Thank you for your contributions to the tribe. You and Bai Mu are truly well matched." To see the chieftain, who had once been dismissive of Jiang Yan, now treating her with such kindness was a source of comfort for the high shaman, who beamed at Jiang Yan and Bai Mu, saying, "I have always asserted that you two are destined for one another. I shall personally conduct a grand union ceremony for you both. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's eyes sparkled with joy. "I would be most grateful." Esteemed high shaman, he longed to present a yin with a magnificent ceremony, and having the high shaman officiate would be nothing short of perfect. The high shaman, gazing at the couple with a tender smile, replied, "Very well, I shall instruct the preparations to commence." Slow observed Jiang Yan and Bai Mu nestled together, his alluring visage paling, eyes glimmering with hurt. In a moment unnoticed by others, he turned and departed from the tribe in sorrow. "If that is the case, I shall wish for little Yin to find happiness and live joyfully for the rest of her days. As for me, I shall continue to dwell in the shadowy cold, striving to forget the essence of light, as if she had never existed." Chapter 163. Approaching Jiang, Yan found herself surrounded by the chattering females, their voices a lively murmur. Suddenly, she recalled the injury of Sluo, whom she had sought to protect, and turned around, only to find his figure had vanished. He had just saved her once more, yet she had overlooked him, failing to utter even a word of gratitude before allowing him to depart. A wave of regret washed over her heart. Within the tribe, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Despite the destruction of their homes and walls, the spirits remained undampened, for they had triumphed over the formidable crimson dragon beast. Who among the other tribes would dare to challenge them now? This victory would furnish them with tales to boast of for a lifetime. Confidence radiated from the faces of the orcs, who prepared a celebratory bonfire feast that evening, gathering joyfully to eat, drink, and revel in their triumph. Bai Mu gazed tenderly at Jiang Yan's enchanting face illuminated by the flickering firelight. His heart softened, though he yearned to bond with her immediately. Jiang Yan wished to wait until she had avenged the high priest before fully committing to their union. He respected her decision, understanding that he could afford to bide his time. In the days that followed, the tribe began to rebuild. The orcs diligently reconstructed the collapsed walls and, following Jiang Yan's earlier directives, affixed sharp iron spikes outside, creating a formidable barrier that instilled fear at first glance. They also crafted additional bows and crossbows, and under Bai Mu's guidance, experimented with forging various iron tools. Once all preparations were complete, Bai Mu and Jiang Yan led the newly established Tiger Clan army deep into the heart of the Netherfire Forest, where trees towered majestically, casting a serene and shadowy embrace. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground with patches of light and shadow. Jiang Yan, adorned in imposing black armor, sat coldly atop a colossal white tiger, leading the orcs swiftly forward at the forefront of their ranks. To hasten their advance, all the orcs transformed into their beastly forms, closely following Bai Mu and Jiang Yan. The formidable and somber ambience instilled fear in the ferocious beasts of the infernal fire forest, causing them to scatter in fright at their approach. Having visited the witch clan multiple times, Bai Mu was well acquainted with the route. Thus, after a day and night of travel, they successfully arrived at the outskirts of the witch clan city. It was the dead of night, a moment when the warriors of the witch clan were most lax in their vigilance. In silence, the orcs reverted to their humanoid forms, swiftly donning their armor. And armed with iron shields and crossbows, they aligned themselves with precision, targeting the drowsy warriors atop the city walls. Their formation was impeccable, with the foremost orcs employing shields for defense, while those behind unleashed ranged assaults with their crossbows. At a gesture from Jiang Yan, a volley of arrows was suddenly released. The sound of whistling arrows filled the air as a torrential rain of projectiles descended upon the unsuspecting witch clan warriors. By the time the witch clan realized the sudden onslaught, it was already too late. Countless warriors, unaware of the impending danger, were struck, their cries of anguish echoing through the night. This abrupt attack roused the remaining witch clan warriors, who quickly regrouped, utilizing stone shields to deflect the incoming arrows while retaliating with flaming wooden projectiles aimed at the Orcish assailants below. In the midst of chaos, a valiant warrior from the witch clan urgently ignited the beacon atop the city wall, signaling the high priestess and the tribe of the looming threat. The brilliant flames leapt into the night, causing unease among the defenders. As fire arrows rained down, the orcs swiftly raised their iron shields for protection. The resounding thuds echoed as the arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving the orcs unscathed. It was then that the witch clan warriors discerned that their ambushers were equipped with shields as well, rendering their fiery projectiles ineffective against the impenetrable wall of defense. Fear gripped their hearts, yet their loyalty to the tribe compelled them to resist fiercely. Meanwhile, waves of arrows whistled through the air. The witch clan warriors raised their stone shields in defense, but the Orcish bolts pierced through the very shields, striking their flesh. In an instant, comrades fell around them. Panic set in as they realized that the enemy's arrows were far mightier than their own, leaving them with little hope of mounting a successful defense. Recognizing the dire situation, the witch clan warriors hastily retreated to their tribe, reporting the fierce invasion to the high priestess. The high priestess, still recuperating and appearing unwell, emerged from her dwelling. Supported by her ebony staff, having witnessed the flames, her heart raced with trepidation, and she could hardly fathom that in mere moments, her warriors could be overwhelmed. Her stormy gaze fell upon her panicked kin as she commanded, "Vaesir, take the elderly, women, and children to the cave for refuge. The rest of you brave warriors, arm yourselves with bows and follow me." Despite her injuries, the high priestess mounted a unicorn, rallying her kin for support. As the clash ensued, the battlefield became strewn with the fallen of the witch clan, blood flowing like rivers, while the orcs emerged unscathed, decisively breaching the witch clan's defenses with astonishing swiftness. Jiang Yan gazed upon the harrowing scene before her, her heart heavy with compassion. She raised her voice towards the remaining, disheveled warriors of the witch clan, proclaiming, "If you are willing to surrender now and hand over the high priest, we shall allow you to depart in peace." Alas, the witch clan members could not comprehend her words. Some resolutely vowed to defend their honor to the death, while others fled in a state of sheer panic. Jiang Yan furrowed her brow, knowing that only Vassar could comprehend her words. To compel their surrender, they first needed to locate Vassar. She never intended to annihilate the entire witch clan. After all, they were living beings, and many were innocent, ensnared by the wicked high priest. Her sole desire was to personally slay the great dragon and the relentless high priest who pursued her. As the city walls crumbled, Bai Mu, bearing Jiang Yan, surged fiercely through the city gates with the Tiger Clan army. When the high priest and the witch warriors rushed to provide assistance, they were met with the ferocious onslaught of the approaching orcs, with Jiang Yan atop the white tiger, inciting a furious rage within him. This detestable human woman. Her failure to eliminate her from the outset was her gravest miscalculation. Days before her appearance at the sacred lake, she had gazed at the stars, foreseeing a calamity befalling the witch clan, one caused by a celestial star. Subsequently, her kin discovered the human woman unconscious by the sacred lake, and she swiftly concluded that this woman was the harbinger of the impending disaster. Thus, they offered her as a sacrifice to the Crimson Dragon, never anticipating that she would survive, nor the unforeseen events that would unfold. With intense animosity, she glared at Jiang Yan and commanded her warriors to unleash all their might upon the human woman. They were to kill her. The witch warriors obeyed, swiftly aiming their attacks at Jiang Yan. Bai Mu, with a bloodthirsty glare, cast a cold glance at the commanding high priest, and leapt with Jiang Yan to the rear of the formation, where the arrows were deflected by the iron shields raised by the orcs. Chapter 164. The Wallholes. Seeing that they could not vanquish Jiang Yan, the high priest's gaze trembled as she watched her kin fall one after another. With a heavy heart, she raised her ebony staff, closed her eyes, and murmured an obscure incantation, initiating a summoning. "Great dragon, the witch clan is in peril. We beseech your protection." At that moment, the slumbering crimson dragons of the infernal fire forest opened their fiery red eyes. They had heard the witch clan's cries for help. Yet, for their audacity in slaying the young prince, the dragons had yet to exact their revenge. Why would they now come to their aid? Such disloyal followers were of no use to them. The Dragon King cast a glance towards the direction of the witch clan, choosing to feign ignorance regarding the matter of the young prince. Let them fend for themselves. After summoning for an extended period, the high priest received no response from the crimson dragons, plunging her into despair. Could it be that the dragons had learned the truth? Otherwise, they would not be so indifferent. Sensing the dire situation, the high priest cast a fierce, piercing gaze at the concealed Jiang Yan, wishing she could pierce the iron shield with her gaze and slay Jiang Yan. Yet, she could only lead the few remaining witch warriors in a reluctant retreat. "Retreat. Cover me to the wall hole. If we reach the wall hole, our clan may yet have a thread of hope." Upon hearing her words, the bloodied witch warriors swiftly shielded her as they fled. The protected high priest summoned her venomous creatures. unleashing them towards Jiang Yan and her companions to buy time for their escape. Jiang Yan kept a vigilant eye on the high priestess, noticing her apparent intent to flee. With a commanding shout, she sought to intercept her. However, as her words hung in the air, her keen eyesight discerned the sudden emergence of numerous venomous creatures, poisonous snakes, black scorpions, spiders, and centipedes, launching an assault against the orcs. Among them was the crimson red snake, the very same that had previously attacked her. All of these were the poisonous creatures nurtured by the high priestess. A wave of terror washed over her, and she urgently cried out, "Be cautious! Venomous snakes are on the ground." The orcs pursuing the witch clan, upon hearing her warning, became aware of the lurking dangers and promptly began to panic and evade. A single bite from these toxic beasts could spell death. Bai Mu, carrying Jiang Yan, leaped into the air, urging his kin to seek refuge in the trees. And then he concentrated his elemental energy, unleashing a torrent of blue flames upon the snakes and scorpions. The resplendent flames, once ignited, became an unstoppable force, swiftly reducing all the venomous creatures to mere ashes. Yet, this delay proved costly, as the witch clan had vanished without a trace. Jiang Yan cast a cold gaze in the direction of the fleeing witch clan, fully aware of the cunning and treacherous nature of that malevolent high priest, who had cunningly dispatched these toxins to hinder their pursuit. Yet today, she was inextricably ensnared. Bai Mu let out a resonant tiger's roar, and at his call, the orcs regained their senses, swiftly organizing their ranks. Following the scent they had left behind, they relentlessly pursued, ultimately arriving at the precipice of a perilous canyon. Jiang Yan surveyed the canyon when suddenly she heard the thunderous roar of a distant sound. Instinctively, she turned her gaze, spotting flickering sparks of light in the darkness. She quickly pointed, exclaiming, "Look, they are over there." The fleeing witch clan also noticed them, their hearts racing with trepidation. Observing this, the high priest bellowed, "Quick! Seal the stone door. Do not let them enter." The warriors of the witch clan broke into a cold sweat, desperately striving to shut the door with haste. Bai Mu had long since detected their presence, transforming into an orc. He embraced Jiang Yan with one arm, while retrieving a massive iron stone from his spatial pouch with the other, launching it with precision to counter the falling stone door's momentum. Seizing the opportunity, the orcs surged forward, some engaged in combat with the witch warriors, while others pushed the stone door aside. Realizing the dire situation, the high priest's aged visage finally betrayed a look of terror, and leaning on his staff, he fled in a trembling panic. Bai Mu, Jiang Yan, and the orcs all entered the cave, capturing several witch warriors and binding them, resolutely pursuing the high priest. Reluctant to concede, the high priest fled until he found himself with no escape, turning to glare at the approaching Jiang Yan and Bai Mu with a venomous intensity. He sneered, "I never imagined that in my long and illustrious life, I would ultimately be defeated by a mere human woman. Humph, is this what you call a celestial calamity? I only regret not having eliminated you from the very beginning." Jiang Yan had no desire to squander words with the desperate high priest. Amidst the fearful, panicked crowd of the witch clan, she sought and ultimately discovered Vassar in a secluded corner. She hurried forward, exclaiming, "Vassar, I have something to discuss with you. The orcs have now subdued all the members of the witch clan, so I am no longer afraid of any danger. You alone comprehend my language. I must tell you, the one who bears enmity towards me is the high priest, for she has slain the red dragon. If you surrender, I assure you that I will not harm you and will restore your freedom." Vassar regarded Jiang Yan with skeptical eyes, finding her words hard to believe. Did the priestess merely wish to kill the high priest? Yet, the high priest was their clan's faith, the one wielding ultimate authority. Nearby, a witch warrior, noticing Jiang Yan seemingly addressing Vassar, anxiously inquired, "Vassar, what is she saying?" Vassar relayed the message in full. "The priestess claims she will not harm us. She only seeks vengeance against the high priest." Upon hearing this, the once despondent members of the witch clan lifted their gazes towards Jiang Yan, uncertain of the truth in her words. The few warriors who were still desperately protecting the high priest began to waver. They did not wish for death. All the turmoil stemmed from the high priest's obstinacy, which had led to the demise of so many of their kin. If the priestess promised that surrender would spare them from annihilation, then perhaps it was worth considering. To continue safeguarding the high priest was to engage in a futile struggle, risking their lives in vain. With trepidation, a courageous witch warrior chose to surrender, abandoning the defense of the high priest. Ultimately, the first to yield was not harmed by the orcs. They merely bound him to the side. Soon after, the remaining witch warriors followed suit, opting for submission. The isolated and defenseless high priest, hunched over, coldly regarded the surrendering witch warriors. Jiang Yan's expression was icy as she glared at the high priest, her voice laced with venom. "You are despicable. I had no enmity with you, yet you persistently conspire against me and even took the life of the great dragon. How can you be so malicious?" The high priest, however, appeared to find amusement in her outrage, laughing maniacally. "No enmity? The plight of my witch clan has come to this because of you. You are the one who deserves to die. You should not have come here. You do not belong in this world." Her words jolted Jiang Yan. Could it be that the high priest knew everything about her? Sensing her bewilderment, the high priest venomously declared, "You are a celestial being from another realm. You will bring calamity. That is why I must eliminate you." Bai Mu noticed the shift in Jiang Yan's demeanor and assumed she was hesitant to act. He spoke up, "If you find it difficult to do so, then allow me to put an end to her." Jiang Yan had never taken a life. In fact, the mere thought of it filled her with trepidation and doubt, which was entirely natural. Furthermore, he preferred not to see her hands stained with blood. Such matters were better left to him. Chapter 165. The mummy. Jiang Yan resolutely shook her head, declaring, "No, I must personally avenge DeLong." As she spoke, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Without further hesitation, she thrust her spear fiercely into the chest of the high priest, piercing directly through the heart. The sound of flesh being penetrated resonated. And for a brief moment, Jiang Yan's expression faltered, before she swiftly withdrew the weapon and stepped back. After all, it was her first act of killing, and her heart struggled to maintain composure. The high priest collapsed in response, black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with malice and unwillingness as he glared at Jiang Yan, uttering the words, "Damnable human race," before finally succumbing to death, his eyes remaining wide open in disbelief. Jiang Yan gazed upon the lifeless body of the high priest, feeling not the exhilaration of vengeance, but rather a profound melancholy. It was perplexing that this high priest harbored such animosity towards humanity, for in truth, there existed no enmity between them. Yet, at this moment, the fallen high priest underwent a bizarre and rapid transformation, becoming nothing more than a desiccated corpse, skin stretched tightly over bones. Within the taut skin, it appeared as though something sinister was striving to break free, creating an unsettling sight. Jiang Yan's complexion turned pale. Bai Mu also sensed something amiss and swiftly shielded Jiang Yan behind him, his gaze fixed warily on the corpse of the grand priest. The onlookers were equally startled by the bizarre scene, their hearts gripped with trepidation. In the tense silence, to everyone's horror, black blood oozed from the grand priest's mouth. And one after another, black goo worms began to wriggle forth, even causing her skin to rupture. The sight was utterly terrifying. Bai Mu furrowed his brow and exclaimed sharply, "Be careful, it's a corpse worm." The orcs hastily brandished their spears and shields, their scalps prickling with fear as they recoiled. Even the members of the shaman tribe were struck with astonishment. Jiang Yan, who harbored a deep-seated fear of insects, pressed herself tightly against Bai Mu, her voice trembling. Heavens! The grand priest's body is infested with worms. Could it be that she was never truly alive? The chilling memories of the grand priest's eerie gaze and unsettling aura sent shivers down her spine. No wonder she had felt something was off. She was nothing but a desiccated corpse. Bai Mu steeled himself and swiftly unleashed a torrent of icy flames upon the grand priest and the emerging black goo worms. The swarm of worms was swiftly engulfed by the fierce blue flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. The acrid scent of charred remnants wafted through the air, mingling with the nauseating stench of decaying flesh. Witnessing his FO, Jiang Yan's complexion turned pale from the choking sensation, and she felt a twinge of discomfort in her stomach. Dabai, why are there so many black worms within the body of this high priestess? It's utterly terrifying. Bai Mu's exquisitely beautiful face bore an expression of cold resolve. It seemed she had employed some arcane technique to prolong her life. Alternatively, she may have ceased to be human, existing merely as a hollow vessel, animated by the will of those worms. Judging by her corpse-like appearance, she must have been dead for at least a millennium. To think she was a 1,000-year-old monster. A chill coursed through Jiang Yan as she shuddered, feeling a wave of cold wash over her back. The members of the witch clan gazed at the pile of ashes, equally alarmed. They were taken aback to discover that the high priestess was infested with worms. They had only known that she had lived for an exceptionally long time. Having been watched over by the high priestess since their ancestors' days, they had always regarded her as a deity, believing her longevity was divine, unaware that she had long since perished, reduced to a mere carcass teeming with worms. The atmosphere grew eerily silent for a moment. Jiang Yan approached the witch clan and brought Was forth, extending a friendly gesture. "Was, you shall henceforth be the high priestess of this tribe. You are intelligent and capable of deciphering the ancient script on this wall, so I trust you can lead the witch clan towards a brighter future." She was equally astonished by the ancient Huaxiao inscriptions adorning the wall, suspecting a possible connection, which had inadvertently drawn her to this place. Was regarded Jiang Yan, who was strikingly beautiful yet had slain many of her kin, and felt a surge of indignation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Jiang Yan believed that her concerns were valid, and she reassured, "Rest assured, I have stated that my vengeance is solely directed at the high priest. As long as you surrender, you will remain unharmed and unentangled in this conflict. You may harbor resentment towards me, yet it was the high priest who initiated this perilous course. Today, I merely seek to avenge the wrongs committed." Upon hearing this, Wasser recognized that it was indeed the high priest's relentless pursuit to eliminate her that had stirred a multitude of calamities, culminating in the present predicament. With her dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon Jiang Yan, she firmly yet calmly declared, I hope your words bear weight. Do not encroach upon or harm my clan any further." In truth, she harbored no fondness for the high priest, disagreeing with many of her actions, particularly since the emergence of the sorceress at the sacred lake, which had marked a troubling shift in the high priest's conduct. Ultimately, she had led the warriors into the infernal fire forest to confront the orcs, a reckless decision that undoubtedly invited disaster. Thus, it was no surprise that this led to such a tragic fate. She felt no sympathy for the high priest's demise. Rather, her sorrow lay with the valiant members of her clan who had perished. Jiang Yan earnestly reassured Vaser once more, effectively dispelling her concerns. The last group of orcs returned to the tribe with the shaman clan, while another contingent accompanied Jiang Yan to the sacred lake. Ever since she learned from Vaser that she had appeared by the shores of the sacred lake, she had been preoccupied with the thought of returning to the modern world. After many days, she found herself once again at the enchanting and mysterious Crescent Lake, her gaze filled with hope as she looked upon the tranquil surface. Silently praying for a successful return, an inexplicable tension gripped her heart. She turned to glance at the loyal Dabai beside her, suddenly stricken with a sense of reluctance. What would become of Dabai if she were to leave? Having just promised to be with him, would she truly betray that vow? Yet, she knew she did not belong here, and her family awaited her return. Her sudden disappearance must have left her mother and younger brother in a state of distress, and she could only imagine how worried they must be. Thus, she felt compelled to return home. However, the thought of abandoning Dabai left her in a state of inner turmoil. Bai Mu observed Jiang Yan's conflicted expression, a wave of unease washing over him. Perhaps she was concealing something from him. He moved closer, grasping her hand tightly, his gaze locked onto hers as he spoke earnestly. "Jiang Yan, if there is something troubling you, please confide in me. Do not keep any secrets from me." Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, her lips pursed, before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to him, unearthing her entire origin to Bai Mu. Upon hearing her story, Bai Mu chuckled, for it was this that had stirred his amusement. He had long been aware that there were realms beyond realms and beings beyond beings, and even his own father was not a creature of the Sinluo continent. He then gazed at Jiang Yan with a tender expression, his voice imbued with affection as he said, "Yan, regardless of where you hail from, now that I have chosen you, you are my wife. Should you wish to return to your world, I shall accompany you. Do not leave me behind." Jiang Yan was overjoyed, never expecting him to say such a thing. Excited yet incredulous, she asked once more, "Dabai, is what you said truly sincere? Are you willing to accompany me back to the modern world?" Chapter 166. Returning home. Bai Mu nodded, his tone profoundly earnest. "Yan, wherever you go, I shall follow." Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with joy, resembling a cascade of starlight as she gazed affectionately at Bai Mu. Captivated by her radiant smile, Bai Mu felt a gentle tug at his lips, his heart and mind wholly consumed by her enchanting presence. Subsequently, Jiang Yan took a deep breath and, hand in hand with Bai Mu, leapt into the ethereal blue waters of the sacred lake. Although she had previously heard from Vass about the fearsome guardian beasts lurking within, she felt an inexplicable assurance that these creatures would not harm her. The lake was deep, and the night obscured visibility, rendering everything around her a hazy blur. However, due to his Orcish nature, Bai Mu could discern every detail even in the darkness. Yet, as soon as they entered the lake, he sensed an imminent danger. Something was lurking in the shadows, watching them intently. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around Jiang Yan's waist and subtly warned her, gripping her hand firmly. Jiang Yan understood that Dabai had discovered something and became vigilant in response. However, she was uncertain about what exactly to search for or how to return. Holding her breath, she swam beneath the lake's surface, hoping to stumble upon a way back to the modern world. Yet, she could not remain underwater for long. Within a minute, she had to surface for fresh air before plunging back into the depths in her quest. The orcs guarding the sacred lake were unaware of her intentions and watched in bewilderment. After an extensive search, Jiang Yan found nothing. Suddenly, Bai Mu retreated swiftly with her, and in her panic, Jiang Yan glimpsed a pair of green, glimmering eyes in the darkness, surrounded by an impenetrable black void. Bai Mu, however, discerned the creature's form, a pitch-black beast exuding an aura of terror. They could no longer linger in the lake. Instantly, he propelled Jiang Yan out of the water, landing them safely back on the shore. The dark mass of the guardian beast regarded their departure without any reaction, sinking back into the lake's depths. Bai Mu, with a grave expression, warned Jiang Yan that a fearsome beast lurked in the waters, and they could not risk further exploration. After searching in vain for so long, Jiang Yan felt disheartened and sighed, suggesting they return. Although she believed the beast might not harm her, caution was prudent. Furthermore, with Dabai by her side, her longing for home had diminished. Her thoughts were now primarily consumed by her family. Nevertheless, living peacefully and happily with Dabai in this place was also quite delightful. Subsequently, they returned to rendezvous with the witch clan. The orcs obeyed Jiang Yan's orders, sparing the lives of the witches. The newly appointed high priest, Vaser, immediately abolished the sacrificial rites. It was this heinous practice that had robbed her of several childhood friends, filling her with deep-seated resentment. She disapproved of the high priest's archaic and foolish ways, believing that the lives of their people should hold paramount importance. Although she mourned the loss of her kin, she dared not express hatred towards Jiang Yan and the orcs in light of their overwhelming strength. Survival in the forest of eternal flames without the protection of the Crimson Dragon was a feat in itself. She was not foolish enough to be obstinate like the high priest. Her focus was on the safety of her people. She trusted Jiang Yan's words, confident they would not transgress again. The priority now was to rebuild the tribe and ensure the well-being of her kin. After securing the witch clan, Bai Mu and Jiang Yan led the orcs out of the forest of eternal flames and back to their tribe. The settlement had undergone a remarkable transformation. The towering, majestic walls made it seem like a grand city. The homes, designed by Jiang Yan, were far more vibrant and appealing than before. The orcs engaged in cheerful conversation, creating a warm atmosphere. Their triumphant return was met with a rapturous welcome. The tribe's people personally greeted Bai Mu and Jiang Yan, their enthusiasm starkly contrasting with the past. The chief, aware of the circumstances surrounding Jiang Yan's arrival, understood the nuances of the situation. She bore no ill will, recognizing that her earlier actions had indeed burdened the tribe, and facing ostracism was a natural consequence. The high priest was particularly overjoyed, announcing that a couple ceremony would be held that very evening to celebrate Jiang Yan and Bai Mu's union. Jiang Yan felt somewhat taken aback, as she had yet to prepare herself. However, the grand sorceress had already arranged everything and even had Mia deliver a beautifully exquisite new garment for her. Jiang Yan gazed joyfully at the exquisitely crafted dress made of dark red snake skin, delighting in the act of adorning herself. She elegantly tied her hair up, embellishing it with a variety of fresh flowers. Today, after all, marked her most significant day, and she desired to present herself beautifully before Bai, to share this enchanting moment with him. Dressed in such a grand manner, she garnered compliments from Mia. With a look of astonishment, Mia gazed fixedly at Jiang Yan, exclaiming, "Ah Yan, you look truly stunning today. No wonder you have captured my aloof brother Mu's heart. It turns out you are remarkably beautiful." Jiang Yan smiled gently as she and Mia ventured out to the lively bonfire, where the atmosphere crackled with excitement. The orcs, captivated by Jiang Yan's stunning beauty, could not help but express their admiration. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, who had been awaiting Jiang Yan, had surprisingly exchanged his flowing white robe for a matching crimson ensemble that complemented Jiang Yan's attire. Having heard her mention that red symbolizes joy and blessings just days prior, he had specifically instructed the great shaman to craft their ceremonial garments in this vibrant hue. Watching her approach, her charm radiating with each step, a smile graced his lips as he moved to greet her. Their eyes met with a tender gaze, and Bai Mu took Jiang Yan's hand. Together they leaped over the fire, joyfully accepting the blessings bestowed upon them by their kin. Jiang Yan shyly gazed at the extraordinarily elegant Bai Mu, then glanced at the clan members who offered their heartfelt blessings, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. She had married Bai Mu, a man she once deemed as unattainable as a deity. One by one, the orcs bestowed their blessings upon them. Notably, the great shaman removed a string of greenish-brown beads from her wrist and presented them to Jiang Yan with immense affection, saying, "Little one, this string of beads is crafted from the wood of the sacred tree, symbolizing good fortune and warding off misfortune. It also serves as a token. Today, I gift it to you, wishing you and Bai Mu a lifelong union of happiness and harmony. By donning the sacred beads, you shall henceforth be the shamaness of the tribe, inheriting my position in the future." Jiang Yan gratefully accepted the bracelet from the great shaman and said, "Thank you, great shaman, but I cannot presume to take on the title of shamaness." The great shaman gently patted her hand and replied, "Silly child, why should you hesitate? By becoming bonded with Amu, you ascend to the highest status among the females of the tribe. It is only fitting that you embrace the role of shamaness." At these words, Jiang Yan turned to Bai Mu with a somewhat flustered expression. Chapter 167. Bonding. Bai Mu nodded at her, softly assuring, "The great shaman speaks the truth. But Ah Yan, do not feel burdened by this." He then retrieved a meticulously crafted emerald bracelet from his spatial pouch and fastened it onto her delicate wrist. "Ah Yan, this bracelet is a creation of my own hands. I hope you find it to your liking." This bracelet was fashioned from a piece of jade left by his father. In his youth, he had witnessed his father presenting a similar bracelet to his mother as a token of their love. Now, as Ah Yan bonded with him, it was only right that she too should possess a bracelet that would symbolize their affection. Jiang Yan gazed at the lustrous and exquisite emerald bracelet adorning her wrist, her eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. "Bai, where did you acquire such a magnificent jade?" she inquired, her tone infused with excitement and a hint of disbelief. Bai Mu, amused by her reaction, chuckled softly. "What troubles you, Yang? This is a piece of jade left to me by my father, which I transformed into a bracelet. Do you not find it to your liking?" Jiang Yan quickly shook her head and, with a sweet smile, replied, "No, I truly enjoy it. I am merely a bit curious." Upon hearing her express her fondness, Bai Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The great shaman gazed affectionately at the enchanting pair and discreetly stepped away, leaving the stage to them. After receiving the blessings from all the clan members, Bai Mu swiftly lifted Jiang Yan into his arms and stepped away from the bonfire. The sudden lift startled Jiang Yan, prompting a surprised gasp. And amidst the teasing glances from the crowd, she shyly clung to Bai Mu's neck, burying her face deep within his embrace. This gentle giant dared to hold her in front of so many people. Amidst the cheers and laughter, Bai Mu carried Jiang Yan back to the newly constructed bamboo cottage. Tattle watched the intimately departing couple with silent blessings, though a tinge of melancholy lingered in her heart. She was the first female he had ever liked. Yet the seeds of love had withered before they were able to bloom. Natalie, positioned a little further from the bonfire, watched Jiang Yan and Bai Mu with reddened eyes, feeling a mixture of jealousy and sorrow as she witnessed their mutual declarations of affection and their formal union. How she longed to be the female cradled in the shaman's arms, yet that opportunity had slipped away forever. Once they returned to the bamboo grove, Bai Mu gently set Jiang Yan down. Jiang Yan timidly cast a glance at the aloof Bai Mu and then surveyed the room, only to be astonished to discover that it had been completely transformed into a charming two-story loft. The loft exuded an antique elegance reminiscent of ancient times, resembling the very scene she had once depicted in her paintings. It was truly remarkable how Bai Mu, with but a glance, was able to bring such a vision to life. His intellect was indeed extraordinary. The lower level was divided into 3 distinct areas. One served as a parlor adorned with tables and chairs, another featured a rustic earthen stove topped with a stone pot, accompanied by a wooden rack displaying bowls and utensils, while the last room remained closed, its purpose a mystery. A staircase on the side led up to a corridor, which housed 3 bedrooms thoughtfully arranged to create a warm and inviting atmosphere. Moreover, at the riverbank in front of the house, a quaint wooden bridge had been constructed, leading to a gazebo furnished with stone tables and benches, the perfect spot to sit and admire the serene scenery during leisurely moments. The entire setting felt like a secluded paradise, imbued with the essence of carefree clouds and wild cranes. Jiang Yan's heart swelled with emotion, realizing the immense effort Bai Mu had devoted to create such a haven for her. With a gentle sweep of his hand, Bai Mu encircled Jiang Yan's waist, gazing down at her with profound affection. "Ah Yan," he spoke softly, "I have built this new home according to your artistic vision. Are you pleased? This shall be our home, and I wish to provide you with the finest." Jiang Yan gazed back at him tenderly, a soft smile gracing her lips, filled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Bai. From this moment on, this shall be our shared home. I shall be the lady of the house, and you, the gentleman." As she spoke, her voice dwindled into a whisper, tinged with shyness. In the depth of their emotions, Bai Mu could not resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon Jiang Yan's lips, before taking her hand and leading her to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. There, the spacious room was adorned with an abundance of crimson roses and moon orchids, accompanied by several aromatic candles that Jiang Yan had previously gifted, filling the air with a delightful fragrance, creating an ambience that was both romantic and intimate. Jiang Yan's heart trembled intensely, for she never anticipated that the usually aloof and indifferent man harbored a touch of romanticism. Whether it was something she had envisioned or not, everything was present. The desires of a young girl's heart were thoroughly fulfilled, and she felt that today was truly the happiest day of her life. Observing her expression of satisfaction, it was evident that her contentment justified the considerable effort and time he had devoted to this arrangement. Everything she cherished, he endeavored to provide, offering her the very best. Yet, as he gazed upon Jiang Yan, adorned in a seductive red snakeskin dress that accentuated her graceful beauty, his silver-gray eyes darkened with primal desire. They were on the brink of consummation, poised to take the final step toward becoming true partners. He leaned closer to Jiang Yan, his fervent breath caressing her elegant, swan-like neck, his voice a low, alluring whisper. "Ah Yan, we are merely one step away from becoming true mates." Such intimate proximity and suggestive words caused Jiang Yan's cheeks to bloom with a deep crimson, stirring a sudden wave of nervousness within her. After tonight, she would emerge as a genuine woman, a woman in every sense, which filled her with both trepidation and a hint of bashful anticipation. The flush of her skin beckoned to Bai Mu, causing a ripple of desire within him that he could no longer suppress. He pressed his lips against her lush, crimson mouth, their passion intertwining. With his eyes closed in profound longing, he savored the sweet, exquisite fragrance, yearning for even more. Jiang Yan was utterly dazed by the kiss, her legs turning to jelly as she shyly collapsed into Bai Mu's embrace. As Bai Mu withdrew his lips from Jiang Yan's, his gaze was glazed with passion. One by one, they shed their garments, revealing their true selves. A breathtaking vista unfolded before them, and he lifted Jiang Yan effortlessly onto the bed, pressing her beneath him as he kissed her once more with profound tenderness and fervor. Jiang Yan's eyelids fluttered slightly as she gently nudged Bai Mu, exhaling softly, "Big Bai, I feel a bit scared." After all, it was her first time, and nervousness was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu regained a semblance of calm and patiently reassured her, "Don't be anxious, Ah Yan." Seeing sweat bead on his forehead, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She hadn't anticipated that Big Bai would also feel nervous. This realization eased some of her shyness, emboldening her to wrap her arms around Bai Mu's neck, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she looked at him. Chapter 168. Frenzy. The bonfire was extinguished by the Tiger Clan's beastmen, who returned home to rest, leaving the tribal night eerily quiet. In the distance, a pair of dark green eyes flickered, and a shadow darted like lightning into the cool creek, vanishing from sight. Initially, he thought that after she had uttered her refusal, he would be able to accept it calmly and gradually forget her. However, upon witnessing her bond with another male beast, their intimacy undeniable, his heart ached uncontrollably, as if it were being slowly mutilated. It turned out he simply could not remain indifferent. He could not maintain the composure necessary to forget her. Having left the Tiger Clan's territory, Slow began a frenzied rampage in the infernal fire forest, unleashing a torrent of violence. The hot blood stained the dark forest beneath the night, drawing forth more ferocious beasts. The madness and bloodlust in Slow's eyes were palpable. It seemed that only the thrill of slaughter could temporarily alleviate the pain in his heart. Tirelessly, he slaughtered the beasts that surged towards him, soon piling their corpses upon the ground, the air thick with the scent of blood. The earth was stained crimson, as was his cold, blood-soaked body, rendering his handsome face eerie and terrifying, akin to a demon in the dark night. Excessive expenditure of his vital energy left him utterly exhausted, yet he seemed oblivious, venting his profound anguish. Stina, who had been silently observing him, watched as he became increasingly haggard and tormented over these past few days. Unable to suppress her concern any longer, she emerged cautiously from the shadows, gently placing her hand on his back, and softly called out, "Slow, are you all right?" A flash of hostility crossed Slow's eyes as he seized Stina, tightening his grip around her neck. The sensation of suffocation surged through her. Her face flushed red as she pleaded in fear, "Slow, let go, it's me." Recognizing Stina, Slow shook his head, gradually regaining a fragment of rationality and loosening his grip. Stina gasped for breath, coughing incessantly. The encounter had truly terrified her. This Slow was far too frightening. Irritation creased Slow's brow as he coldly barked. "Who allowed you to appear behind me? I am in a foul mood, so you'd best not provoke me, or I might not be able to restrain myself from killing you. Leave." Faced with Slow's fierce demeanor, Stina felt fear creeping in and dared not approach him recklessly. She retreated a few steps but did not leave immediately. Instead, she voiced her concern, "Slow, what has happened to you? I've never seen you like this, and I'm genuinely worried, not intending to disturb you. I would do anything for you, as long as it brings you joy. Just tell me what to do." Stina flattered the frenzied Slow, her gaze filled with both affection and concern. Though she had her own motives for wanting to bond with him, her feelings were sincere, not merely exploitative. Yet Slow merely cast her a cold glance, reprimanding her. "I'll say it once more. Disappear from my sight, immediately." Seeing him shrouded in hostility, Stina bowed respectfully, retrieving a handful of energy crystals from her spatial pouch and placing them on the ground, anxiously advising, "Slow, these crystals will replenish your energy. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." With that, she turned back, glancing over her shoulder multiple times as she departed the infernal fire forest. Once she turned away, her expression shifted to one of grim determination. She was not oblivious to the reason behind Slow's fury. It was all due to that insufferable female. The thought of that pretentious female made her seethe with resentment. She had not only stolen Slow's heart, but was now treating him with such disregard, as if he were nothing. Slow was her beloved male beast man, and how could she tolerate the humiliation inflicted upon him by a powerless female, casually cast aside? Stina's eyes sparkled with vengeful intent as she silently vowed to avenge Slow, ensuring Jiang Yan would pay for her transgressions. Slow ceased his slaughter, gazing at the energy crystals littered on the ground, pressing his lips together in despair. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Yan cared for him like this. His blood-soaked, enchanting visage tilted upwards to the darkened sky, his heart aching uncontrollably. Tonight, she truly belonged to another. As Stina cursed Jiang Yan under her breath, she hurried back to the Apophis snake clan, contemplating whether to summon Slow's elder brothers to counsel him. If he wouldn't heed her words, perhaps they could get through to him. Yet, as she passed through the Black Zong forest, a sense of danger suddenly enveloped her. Before she could react, a thick white snake tail ensnared her, binding her tightly and rendering her immobile. She screamed in terror, struggling desperately, only to find herself face to face with a pair of mesmerizing red eyes. It was none other than the queen of the White Python clan, Mayman Shah. Stina's face paled as she attempted to fully beastify and break free, but the queen tightened her grip, causing intense pain that made her features contort. Blood trickling from her lips as her pupils widened in horror, emitting cries of despair. She was no match for the queen. Even their snake king might not prevail against her. Confounded, she could not fathom why the queen would ambush her, for she was merely an inconsequential junior. Noticing Stina's fear, Queen Mayman Shah's red eyes gleamed with satisfaction as her massive tail relaxed slightly. Suddenly, she spoke in an ethereal, enchanting voice, "Little snake, what is your name?" Stina dared not lie, panic-stricken as she gazed at the queen, stammering, I am Stina of the Apophis snake clan." The queen's pupils narrowed with intrigue as she continued, "The female you just cursed, who is she? What is her name?" Stina was utterly bewildered, unsure of the queen's intentions in questioning her. Seeing her silence, Queen Mei Mansha's eyes transformed into slits, and the constricting tail tightened once more. Pain surged through Stina, distorting her face as she begged, "Queen, please spare me. That female is named Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan? Queen Mei Mansha relaxed somewhat. Earlier, while she was resting in a tree, she overheard Stina's incessant complaints and curses. Bored, she used her spiritual senses to discover the source of such noise, intending to teach a lesson. However, upon inspection, she was unexpectedly captivated by the image of the female being cursed by Stina, fair-skinned, beautiful, and ethereal, with a graceful and slender figure. A wave of joy washed over her. Wasn't this precisely the breathtaking beauty recorded in the bloodline legacy from ancient times? It was the very form she had always aspired to embody. Chapter 169. The Queen. The White Python clan is descended from the ancient divine beast Bai, possessing immense power. Yet, due to the constraints of this realm, where spiritual energy is scarce, they have been unable to break through, requiring millennia of cultivation to transform. Now, at the age of 800, she is merely 200 years away from her transformation. However, upon encountering a male beastman of the Apophis snake clan, she became discontented watching him take one female slave after another due to her inability to take human form. Hence, she was eager to transform, wishing to be with her beloved. She knew well the lascivious nature of the snake clan and bore no resentment towards his libertine behavior. She only hoped to succeed in her transformation swiftly. Finally, she had found a vessel that pleased her, the female named Jiang Yan. She could scarcely contain her desire to possess this form for herself. Moreover, Jiang Yan's appearance perfectly aligned with the tastes of her beloved. Surpassing the current rabbit clan female he doted upon in purity and beauty. Thus, she infused a strand of her essence into Stina's mind, flicking her serpent tongue in a menacing manner, declaring, "I command you to bring that female named Jiang Yan here. Should you disobey, the consciousness I left in your mind will annihilate your body from within, subjecting you to unbearable torment until your demise." As Queen Mei Mansha's words echoed, Stina felt an excruciating headache, as though her head would burst. With a pale, pained expression, she hastily begged, "All right, I promise to bring her here. Please, have mercy, Your Majesty." Witnessing Stina's compliance, Queen Mei Mansha released her grip, her crimson eyes narrowing seductively. "Go, do not keep me waiting. Otherwise." A chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Stina to shudder in fear. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will find a way to bring her here immediately." As the pressure lifted, Queen Mei Mansha cast a cold glance at Stina before twisting her massive white serpent tail and disappearing into the dark forest. Humph! Stina dared not play any tricks. After a narrow escape, Stina wiped the cold sweat from her brow and the blood from her lips, exhaling a heavy breath as she glared threateningly toward the direction of the Tiger clan. In the depths of the Black Forest, Queen Mei Mansha took a few steps, the handsome visage of Shi-Che flashing in her mind, prompting her to abandon her rest and hastily seek a secluded cave. Upon arriving, her crimson serpent eyes glimmered with warmth, shedding their previous coldness. It had been a while since she last sought him. She wondered if he still thought of her, or if that fragile rabbit clan female had been discarded after losing his interest. Lost in thought, she faintly heard some intimate gasps, and her eyes narrowed coldly as she slithered into the cave. The stench of decay assaulted her senses, revealing a scene that was far from pleasing. A strong, handsome male and a petite, charming female were entwined together, tightly wrapped in the thick black serpent tail, their faces flushed. Shi-Che seemed to sense her presence, casting a fleeting glance at the intruding Mei Mansha, but offered no further acknowledgement, treating her as mere air. He had warned her repeatedly not to disturb him while with other females, yet she had disregarded his words, and in time, he had simply accepted it. Let her watch if she wishes, he thought. However, the blushing Xuanai noticed Mei Mansha and stared wide-eyed in shock and embarrassment, nudging Shi-Che, "Fourth prince. There's a python." Shi-Che, unfazed, replied in a low, husky tone, "Xuanai, pay her no mind." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xuanai continued to struggle against the embrace. Noting her resistance, Shi-Che lost some interest, hastily concluding their encounter, rising to approach Mei Mansha, and reproaching her, "Mei Mansha, did I not tell you not to disturb me?" Furious and envious, Mei Mansha glared at Xuanai, her jealousy prompting her to question, "Why is that rabbit clan female still here? Che, have you not grown weary of her yet?" With that, her red serpent eyes scrutinized him. Shi-Che, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "Mei Mansha, my affairs are none of your concern." Xuanai, hastily donning her beast-skin skirt, looked up at Mei Mansha with her large, dark eyes, fear evident as she asked Shi-Che, "Fourth prince, who is she?" Seeing her fear, Shi-Che stepped forward soothingly. "Do not be afraid, Xuanai. Her name is Mei Mansha. She is a friend of mine." "Friend?" Xuanai trembled as she surveyed the imposing Mei Mansha, feeling a sense of dread. The aura emanating from the white python was terrifying, as if it might pounce and devour her at any moment. Mei Mansha, hearing Shi-Che refer to her merely as a friend, shot him a resentful glance. Though she had yet to transform, she would one day be his snake wife. The tenderness he showed towards that rabbit clan female stirred a sense of crisis within her. It felt as though he regarded her differently than all the other females, whom he had always treated as mere playthings. Shi embraced Xuanai's waist, noticing her continued fear, and patiently reassured her, Xuanai, do not fear. She will not harm you. Encouraged by Shi's comforting words, Xuanai suppressed her terror and managed to smile, greeting Mei Munsa. Hello, I am Xuanai. Observing Xuanai's pitiable smile, Mei Munsa felt a surge of envy and disdain, snorting coldly before turning to leave. The atmosphere in the cave was suffocating. After offering a few more words of comfort to Xuanai, Shi hurried after Mei Munsa, warning her, Mei Munsa, Xuanai is a timid rabbit clan female. Do not frighten her. Mei Munsa rolled her eyes. Timid? That is mere weakness. Which of your eyes saw me frighten her? You have never spoken to me like this about a female before, Che. Have you developed feelings for her? Without a moment's hesitation, Shi vehemently denied it. No. You are overthinking it, Mei Munsa. She merely happens to align with my tastes, which is why I show her a bit more kindness. Mei Munsa regarded him with suspicion. Flicking her serpent tongue, her tone icy as she replied, it is good if that is the case. Should you truly harbor feelings for Xuanai, I will eliminate her. No one shall surpass my place in your heart. Due to her inability to transform, she permitted Che to indulge in the company of those females. Yet she firmly insisted that he must not develop any emotional attachment to them. Crossing that line was absolutely intolerable. Chapter 170, Xuanai. She had accompanied Che for decades, witnessing his evolution from youth to a robust male, and this bond could never be overshadowed or shaken by the subsequent appearances of females. Were it not for her inability to take human form and share intimacy with Che, these females would not even exist. Mei Munsa disregarded the contemplative Che, flicking her serpentine tail as she glided into the dark pool, her favorite bathing spot. However, an unfamiliar scent wafted through the air. Could it be that her cherished pool had been disturbed by another? She immediately turned to Che, questioning him. Che, why does this pool have a peculiar smell? Che approached, sniffed the air, and replied in a low voice, There's nothing amiss, Mei Munsa. My brother borrowed it a few days ago. If it bothers you, you may wait until the water has been refreshed. Upon hearing it was his brother, Mei Munsa chose not to press further, since he was Che's kin. He was also hers. Very well, since he is your brother, I shall overlook it. Che, would you care to join me for a bath? Mei Munsa's red serpentine eyes glimmered invitingly at Che. Bathing together had once been her favorite pastime, yet since those females began to surround Che, he seldom accompanied her. Che glanced at Mei Munsa's imposing serpentine form, waved his hand in refusal. No, I have other matters to attend to. He then turned to find Xuanai, who awaited him quietly, appearing gentle and obedient, stirring a softness within him. Did he truly not harbor feelings for her? Even he was uncertain. Xuanai, noticing Che's intense gaze fixed upon her, inquired, Fourth Prince, what troubles you? She was well aware of his past with numerous females and considered herself merely one among many. She never dared to hope for his affection. Accepting her fate, she resolved to be compliant and amiable, seeking a semblance of peace. Che smirked, nothing. It's just that Xuanai, your beauty distracts me. Flushing with shyness, Xuanai pouted, Fourth Prince, you always tease and torment me. Observing her rosy lips, Che felt a surge of desire and playfully lifted her, whispering seductively, Torment? Indeed, I relish in teasing you. Amidst Xuanai's bashfulness, Che carried her away from the cave to a secluded spot, intent on continuing their intimate rendezvous. Meanwhile, Mei Munsa watched Che's hasty departure with irritation, flicking her tail in frustration as she submerged herself in the pool. This time, rather than leaving in anger as she often did, she resolved to observe whether Che had indeed spoken the truth about not being emotionally involved with that rabbit female. For several days, Mei Munsa remained in the cave, closely monitoring the interactions between Xuanai and Che. Xuanai, aware of Mei Munsa's presence, attempted to avoid intimate moments with Che, yet he seemed oblivious to her discomfort, unabashedly touching her regardless of Mei Munsa's vicinity. This left her feeling humiliated and powerless, while simultaneously breeding resentment. Che disregarded her desires, confirming Mei Munsa's suspicions that she was merely a plaything. The rain-soaked forest was damp, shrouded in a white mist that mirrored her clouded heart, leaving her uncertain about the future. With Che's continued intimacy, she feared the possibility of becoming pregnant. The Apophis clan forbade external females from bearing serpent offspring, a fact she was acutely aware of, causing her great distress. What would become of her if she were indeed with child? As anxiety consumed her while washing clothes, an unsettling wave surged through her stomach, prompting a bout of dry heaving. Alarmed, she covered her mouth, her face paling as dread filled her heart. Could she truly be pregnant? What would she do? At that moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, startling Xuanai. Fourth Prince, you startled me. Che rested his chin on her fragile shoulder, inhaling her fragrant scent, and murmured in a husky, suggestive tone, Xuanai, you are so timid. A delicate beauty like you surely needs me to keep you close for reassurance. The charged atmosphere caused Xuanai to tremble, her thoughts drifting to Mei Munsa's presence and the possibility of her pregnancy. She attempted to distance herself, reluctantly stating, Fourth Prince, please, not now. I'm washing clothes. What clothes? Che seized her slightly chilled hand, disapprovingly saying, "Look at you, exhausting yourself. If they are dirty, discard them, why wash them? Your sole duty is to accompany me, and I shall bestow upon you whatever you desire, Xuanai." As he spoke, his hands began to wander restlessly. "Fourth Prince, please don't do that. It would be inappropriate if we were seen." Xuanai protested quietly. "There's no one here. Why are you shy?" Che countered, lifting her garment. Just as Xuanai prepared to argue about Mei Munsa's presence, her words were silenced by Che's kiss. Xuanai was too exquisite, igniting Che's already insatiable desires, compelling him to crave her presence incessantly, as if it would never be enough. He was aware of his abnormality, but he dismissed such thoughts. As Xuanai felt her legs weaken under the weight of his kiss, she realized what was about to transpire and helplessly resisted. "Fourth Prince, please stop. We are outside. It would not be good if someone saw. Please, I beg you." Yet her pleas lacked authority, sounding more like an invitation wrapped in reluctance. Che's green eyes shimmered with lust as he disregarded her struggles, entwining her with his serpent tail, holding her firmly against him. Tears filled Xuanai's eyes. In the dark pool, Mei Munsa opened her blood-red serpent eyes, breaking the surface and tasting the air with her forked tongue, moving cautiously toward the source of the sound. Concealed behind a tree, she glared with malice at the entwined figures of Che and Xuanai, her heart seething with rage. That rabbit female was utterly shameless, brazenly enticing Che into such disgraceful acts in broad daylight. After days of observation, she had discerned that despite Che's verbal denials, his feelings for Xuanai were far from indifferent. The manipulative rabbit female could not be allowed to remain. If she continued to linger near Che, the consequences would be dire, and such a scenario was not one she wished to witness. Moreover, she would soon be able to assume her true form, and these vexatious females would need to be eradicated. Chapter 171, Pregnancy. With this resolve, she directed her consciousness toward the distant Stina, noting her lack of progress, which ignited her fury, compelling her to disrupt Stina's mind, determined to teach her a lesson. Stina, lurking near the tiger clan, was pale with fear, repeatedly pleading in her mind to Mei Mansa for more time. The strict defenses of the tiger clan prevented her from entering, and she was desperately contemplating her options. After venting her frustration, Mei Mansa ceased her punishment of Stina and ordered her to hasten her movements. With a venomous glare, Mei Mansa turned her attention to the entwined figures of Che and Xuanai, sending forth a fragment of her consciousness with the intent to inflict torment upon the shameless female. As her consciousness stealthily approached, she stumbled upon another faint heartbeat, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Could it be that this rabbit clan female was pregnant? How dare she? She was bearing Che's offspring. Jealousy gripped Mei Mansa's heart, and she clenched her fingers in fury. It was imperative that she swiftly eliminate this lowly rabbit female. In a tumult of emotions, she turned and slithered away from the cave, though not truly departing. Instead, she sought a hidden spot to lie in wait, intending to strike once Che had left, thus ensuring he would not suspect her involvement. Though she believed that taking another female's life was of little consequence and had done so before without reproach from Che, she opted for discretion to avoid any potential rift between them due to the rabbit clan female. With Mei Mansa's interference absent, Che and Xuanai reveled in each other's company for several days. On a spacious stone bed, Che withdrew his essence, donned a black robe, and affectionately instructed the drowsy Xuanai to remain there for a few days while he returned to the serpent clan to attend to some matters, promising to come back to her swiftly. Xuanai gazed up at him with her innocent, large eyes and nodded obediently. Che, filled with tenderness, placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before leaving with a satisfied expression. Once he departed, a sense of desolation washed over Xuanai. The fourth prince was likely returning to seek out the females of his clan. Every time he mentioned returning to attend to business, she could detect the lingering scent of other females upon him. The thought made her heart ache, and she helplessly caressed her belly, lost in confusion. What was she to do now that she was pregnant with the serpent seed? Telling Che frightened her, as she feared he would demand she terminate the pregnancy. However, it was a truth that could not remain concealed. Torn with anxiety, she mustered the strength to dress and ventured out of the nest in search of sustenance. There lay food prepared by Che for her. She approached a stone platform, washed some fruits and vegetables, and ate them slowly. After satisfying her hunger, she turned only to find Mei Mansa, who had supposedly departed, ominously reappearing before her. Instinctively, she stepped back in fear and timidly inquired, "Mei Mansa, weren't you leaving?" Mei Mansa displayed no pretense of friendliness, her gaze fixated on Xuanai with a bloodthirsty intensity. Flicking her serpent tongue, she coldly asserted, "You are pregnant." This was not a question, but a declaration. Xuanai instinctively cradled her belly, her face paling as she sought to deny it, but upon meeting Mei Mansa's piercing gaze, she fell silent. She had not anticipated the revelation of her pregnancy would come so swiftly, and from someone as formidable as Mei Mansa. You must know that the Apophis serpent clan does not permit foreign females to bear serpent offspring, especially one as vile as yourself from the rabbit clan. What do you suppose should be done? Mei Mansa taunted, advancing with her serpent tail swaying menacingly. Xuanai, trembling with fear, pleaded, "I understand. I am unworthy of bearing the fourth prince's offspring, but pregnancy is beyond my control." Mei Mansa, incensed by Xuanai's pitiful demeanor, scoffed disdainfully, "You deserve to die. Bearing Che's offspring is a capital offense. Today shall be your last. With that, she lashed out at Xuan Nai with ferocious intent. Taken aback by the sudden threat to her life, Xuan Nai fled in a panic. Acknowledging Mai Mansa's overwhelming power, she understood she was no match for her. Yet she refused to submit to such a wretched fate. Mai Mansa pursued her at a leisurely pace, amusement flickering in her mind. To eliminate her so easily would be too merciful. She intended to toy with Xuan Nai like a cat with a mouse. First breaking her spirit before inflicting physical torment to satiate her own wrath. In a frantic escape, Xuan Nai glanced back in disbelief to find she had evaded Mai Mansa, allowing a breath of relief to escape her lips as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her racing heart. Mai Mansa's vicious pursuit would not cease so easily, and she feared Che's absence could last indefinitely. Her only option was to find a hiding place to catch her breath. But as she steeled herself to flee once more, she heard the rustling of leaves. Her heart raced as she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Mai Mansa's bloodthirsty gaze. "Ah!" she screamed in terror, scrambling away in desperation. This time, she dared not pause, fleeing toward the Apophis clan. Knowing only by finding the fourth prince could she hope to survive. She ran until exhaustion overcame her, finally stopping to rest, glancing back with trepidation. Praying Mai Mansa had not caught up. Seeing the empty forest brought her a modicum of solace. Yet, she couldn't shake the bewilderment of how she had managed to evade Mai Mansa's formidable abilities. Was it possible she had done so intentionally? Mai Mansa stealthily approached, tauntingly declaring, "You are correct, it was deliberate. Now, I declare the game is over." The haunting voice echoed in her ears, and Xuan Nai, terror-stricken, cried out, trembling as she faced the advancing Mai Mansa. "Mai Mansa, why must you kill me? I am merely the lowly plaything you describe, to be discarded once you grow weary of me. Everything is beyond my control, including this pregnancy. I do not know what I have done wrong." Chapter 172. Breakdown. Mai Mansa, towering over the pale and disheveled Xuan Nai, coldly mocked, "Do you know what happened to Che's previous females? Ha ha ha, I devoured them all." "What? She consumed them all." In that moment, terror gripped Xuan Nai as she beheld the malevolent Mai Mansa, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Oh, and Che is aware of this. In fact, it was with his tacit approval that I feasted upon those females, and you are no exception." Mai Mansa continued to strike Snow Nai. Upon hearing this, Snow Nai was utterly shattered. For her, the females who served were not merely playthings. Their lives were deemed worthless. Overwhelmed by despair, she felt an inescapable sense of hopelessness. Observing her despondent demeanor, Mai Mansa felt her anger still unquenched. With a low hiss, she summoned a male from the White Man clan, whom she had long prepared. A massive black and white python slithered forth from the dense forest, bowing respectfully before Mai Mansa and flicking its tongue. "Your Majesty, I, He Sha, await your command." Mai Mansa cast a sidelong glance at it and playfully declared, "He Sha, this rabbit female is a gift for you. Be sure to indulge her thoroughly." He Sha immediately complied, his brown snake eyes leering at Snow Nai. In a swift motion, he coiled his tail around her, who was panicking and attempting to flee. Pulling her close and extending his cold tongue to caress her tender skin. Tears streamed down Snow Nai's face as she desperately evaded He Sha's touch, pleading with Mai Mansa, "Please. Mai Mansa, don't. Have mercy on me." Mai Mansa reveled in the sight of Snow Nai's terrified and helpless pleas, feeling a sense of vindication. "Ah, were you not quite the temptress? Always seducing Che with your shameless antics. Since you are so wanton, today I shall grant your desires in full." Hearing this, Snow Nai bit her lip in distress. Never expecting Mai Mansa would hold her responsible for such matters, intending to punish her so cruelly. In utter despair, she struggled fiercely, screaming in a frenzy to escape He Sha's grasp. At Mai Mansa's signal, He Sha tightened his grip and forcibly stripped Snow Nai of her beastskin skirt, exposing her naked body to the air. A shiver ran through Snow Nai as fear coursed through her, her eyes swollen from crying. She cried out for help. But even as her voice grew hoarse, Mai Mansa showed no mercy, allowing He Sha to continue his assault. Memories of past sweetness with Che flooded her mind. She could not believe he would treat her in such a manner. In a fit of desperation, she screamed, "Fourth Prince, save me. Please, someone help Snow Nai." He Sha's doppelganger began to violate Snow Nai, ensnaring her tightly. Snow Nai's eyes widened in horror, feeling as if her blood had turned to ice. Overcome with shame and fury, she closed her eyes, contemplating ending her own life. Yet, she suddenly found herself unable to move. Her body was no longer under her control, leaving her voiceless in her despair. Silent tears streamed down her face as she glared at Mai Mansa, enduring the humiliation inflicted upon her. Mai Mansa remained unfazed by Snow Nai's hateful gaze, relishing the scene of her violation, feeling her earlier frustrations dissipate. This is the fate of a harlot. Meanwhile, in the Apophis snake clan, Che had returned to his den after visiting the Snake King, having been away for several days. Just as he entered, he was suddenly embraced by a pair of delicate arms. Ce flashed a seductive smile and said, "Che, you finally returned. I thought you had forgotten about me for that rabbit female." She was Ce, the younger sister of the snake Queen Lian Air. While her sister sought to curry favor with the Snake King, Ce preferred a carefree existence, engaging in inappropriate relationships with many princes, Che being one of them. She resembled her sister, with a similarly enchanting allure that no male of the snake clan could resist, except for that peculiar one, Slow. Che lowered his gaze to the eager Ce, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I didn't come back just to spend time with you, my little enchantress. I could never forget you. Ce was pleased by this, her hands roaming over Che's chest as she cast him a flirtatious glance, leading him deeper into the cave. Che, you must spend quality time with me this time. Inside the cave, Ce pushed Che down, positioning herself atop him, showcasing her charms and teasing him relentlessly. Che felt a surge of desire, his gaze darkening as he leaned in toward her rosy lips. The two engaged in playful antics, reveling in their joy. Soon, heavy breaths and muffled moans echoed through the cave. However, after a while, Che suddenly felt a pang in his heart, as if something significant was about to be lost. He paused, thinking of Snow Nai. Could she be in danger? Yet, this place was quite secluded, and he had noticed nothing unusual when he left. Surely, she was safe. Ce, noticing his distraction, pouted playfully. Che, what are you thinking? You must be punished for your lack of focus tonight. With that, she tightened her legs around him and began to writhe. Che, ignited by desire once more, redirected his attention to Ce, muttering, You little temptress. Let me show you how I will punish you. Ce closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed with pleasure. Among all the males, she favored Che, the fourth prince, for his prowess with females. The two continued their passionate entanglement, the atmosphere in the cave heating up further. As night fell and a gentle breeze swept through, Maymansa observed the unconscious Snow Nai, flicking her tongue. Hey Sha, you may depart. Hey Sha respectfully nodded, slithering away into the dark forest. Maymansa surveyed Snow Nai, covered in marks of intimacy, particularly where she was bruised. Satisfied, she found Snow Nai too tainted for her taste. Disgusted, she coiled her tail around the unconscious girl and tossed her into the river to cleanse her, retrieving her once she was washed. The coldness of the water stirred Snow Nai from her stupor. Remembering what had transpired before her fainting, she curled up and wept inconsolably. Maymansa, irritated by her cries, opened her gaping maw and swallowed her whole, unable to bear the sound of her despair. Chapter 173. Regret. After consuming Snow Nai, Maymansa blinked her enchanting crimson snake eyes, pleased with herself as she prepared to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, she spotted Che, appearing suddenly with a dark expression, gripping the now restrained Heisha. Maymansa's heart raced in alarm, not understanding how Che had returned so quickly. Casting a glance at the tormented Heisha, her gaze sharpened as she questioned, Che, what is the meaning of this? Che's face was ominously dark. What do you mean? Speak. What mischief have you been up to behind my back? Where's Snow Nai? What have you done to her? As the panic within him intensified, he found himself devoid of any joyful thoughts regarding Ce and returned to the cave prematurely, only to discover that Xuan Nai was nowhere to be found. This absence began to instill a sense of dread within him, prompting a frantic search that led him to encounter Heisha. To his dismay, Heisha bore the unmistakable scent of Xuan Nai, along with lingering traces of intimacy, which pierced his heart like a dagger, instantly making him realize that something dreadful had befallen her. Moreover, it was inextricably linked to Mei Munsa, for Heisha was her subordinate. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his fury upon Heisha, demanding that it lead him to Mei Munsa. As he pressed Mei Munsa with relentless inquiries, she averted her gaze, her conscience pricked. To his astonishment, he had been discovered so swiftly. Certainly, Heisha had divulged something. Yet, to think he would question her on behalf of that wretched rabbit clan female left her exceedingly displeased. Did you not claim to have no feelings for her? She is but a lowly female, so why the sudden change in demeanor? With an air of righteous indignation, Che's anger erupted. I shall ask you once more. Where's Xuan Nai? In response to his fury, Mei Munsa's temper flared as well, and she carelessly retorted, I devoured her. Do you not understand? She audaciously bore your serpent seed. She deserved her fate. I have done you a service. You should thank me. Had your royal father learned of this, you would have faced severe repercussions. Stunned, Che's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling from her words. Xuan Nai was pregnant with his serpent's seed, but she had been mercilessly consumed by Mei Munsa. The thought of the torment Xuan Nai must have endured drove him into despair, and with a tormented cry, he abandoned Heisha, his countenance darkening as he lunged at Mei Munsa. You consumed Xuan Nai? I shall demand your life in retribution. You are doomed. Witnessing Che's transformation into a foe for the sake of that rabbit clan female sent a chill through Mei Munsa. She focused intently on the enraged Che, her serpent eyes coldly assessing him as he sought to kill her. In mere moments, she had him pinned beneath her, her serpentine tail coiling around him, rendering him immobile. TSK, Che, you know full well that you are no match for me. To think you could kill me is a naive ambition, she scoffed, her tone brimming with disdain. Had it not been for her interest in him and the fact that he had once saved her, he would have perished countless times already. In the current realm of Sun Luo, no beast man had the capability to wound her. She, Mei Munsa, was the most formidable of all. as he lay helpless before her. Unable to avenge his beloved, Si Che felt a profound humiliation wash over him, his once handsome visage paling as he glared at Mei Mun-sa with fiery, resentful eyes. I regret saving you. Encountering you has been the gravest mistake of my life. Hearing such callous words from him pierced Mei Mun-sa's heart with sorrow. Releasing her grip, she said forlornly, so, our decades of camaraderie cannot compare to a few fleeting months with that female. Che, you have truly disappointed me. My interest in you was a privilege. Even your royal father cannot claim a lineage as noble as mine. Yet I endured your dalliance with one female after another. I have already shown enough restraint. Si Che turned away, his heart as cold as ash as he stated. Word by word, you shall not appear before me again. I never wish to see you. Mei Mun-sa stared at Si Che in disbelief, astonished that their bond meant so little to him. This realization brought her immense humiliation. As the queen of the White Python clan and a descendant of Bai Yi, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Disappointed, she cast a glance at Si Che, observing his haggard, despondent state, and uttered a final, harsh warning, do not come to regret this. She departed in a fit of anger. He Sha, witnessing her departure, whimpered in fear, pleading for mercy despite its injuries. Mei Mun-sa did not spare a glance back. In her eyes, the traitor had already been sentenced to death. Si Che, with bloodshot eyes, turned his gaze toward the writhing He Sha on the ground, approaching it like a vengeful spirit. With his serpentine tail, he struck it violently against the ground, venting his pent-up hatred until He Sha was reduced to a mere pulp. Only then did he retract his tail, collapsing onto the grass, a single tear escaping him. Xuanai, forgive me, I failed to protect you. In the bamboo grove, Jiang Yan slowly regained consciousness. Yet, upon awakening, her body ached as though it had been trampled by a carriage, prompting her to frown slightly. The room was permeated with a sweet, yet decadent aroma, and she noticed that Bai Mu was absent. Upon seeing the bruises adorning her body, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That Bai Mu, usually so composed and dignified, had proven to be so fervent the previous night, leaving her utterly exhausted. Supporting her aching body, she bashfully donned a garment and gingerly descended the wooden staircase, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, in dire need of a bath. Upon reaching the kitchen on the first floor, she intended to boil some water for a wash. But upon raising her eyes, she spotted Bai Mu busily at work within. Seeing her, Bai Mu's lips curled into a charming smile reminiscent of an ice mountain melting. And in a low, husky voice, he said, Yan, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? Jiang Yan shook her head and said, no, I wish to take a bath. Upon hearing her intention, Bai Mu pointed to the stone pot, indicating that the water had already been heated. Allow me to assist you in pouring it into the tub, without a hint of fear of the scalding heat. He lifted the pot and made his way to the room with the closed door. He pushed open the door and poured the steaming water into a large wooden tub. The cool water had already been prepared within, and after testing the temperature, he found it to be just right. He then emerged and said to Jiang Yan, Yan, you may proceed to bathe now. Jiang Yan initially intended to caution him about the scalding heat, yet observing his unruffled demeanor, she hesitated and followed him inside. Her gaze drifting into the room, it dawned on her that this was indeed a private bathing space that Da Bai had prepared exclusively for her. The thoughtfulness of Da Bai instantly brought a radiant smile to her face. Thank you, Da Bai, she expressed. Bai Mu gently placed a finger over her lips, affectionately replying, Yan, there is no need for such formalities. I am your beastly husband. Please do not be so courteous. Chapter 174. The mother-in-law Jiang Yan lowered her head and sweetly uttered a soft good, then bashfully closed the door behind her. She shed her garments and stepped into the steaming wooden tub, cleansing her body. Outside the door, Bai Mu, listening to the seductive sound of the water, felt his throat constrict slightly, memories of the previous night flooding his mind. How enchanting and alluring Yan had appeared in bed, leaving him utterly captivated. The essence of love was truly exquisite, igniting a fervent desire within him to possess her endlessly. Suppressing the fire within, he turned to set down the stone pot and began to prepare a meal. Mimicking Jiang Yan's style, he cooked some meat, simmered an egg soup, and prepared rice. Finally, placing the dishes on the table, quietly awaiting her emergence from the bath to share the meal. Jiang Yan meticulously scrubbed her body, emerging from the wooden tub, which had grown somewhat cool after an extended bathing session. Feeling refreshed, she donned her attire and used a piece of cloth to dry off the droplets of water, subsequently wrapping her damp hair before pushing open the door to step outside. The enticing aroma of food wafted towards her, and she gazed at the spread on the table, exclaiming, Da Bai, I never expected your culinary skills to be this exquisite. It smells divine. Her compliment made Bai Mu's heart swell with joy. It may not be as delicious as what you make, but I hope you find it satisfactory. Observing the diligent Bai Mu, Jiang Yan chuckled, how could I ever complain? I relish everything you prepare. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and happily savored a piece of rib. The two enjoyed a delightful meal together, after which Bai Mu tidied the dining area while Jiang Yan strolled outside, leisurely digesting her food under the sun. The bright sunlight enveloped her warmly, and before long, her hair was mostly dry. Bai Mu, watching her enchanting figure illuminated by the sun, approached softly, his dry hand resting gently on her waist as he placed a tender kiss on her smooth, delicate face. Jiang Yan, tidy up a bit, shortly. I wish to introduce you to an elder. Elder? Jiang Yan, perplexed, turned around and inquired, Bai, who is that? Bai Mu's eyes darkened momentarily as he replied softly, It is my mother. Now that they had become partners, there were certain matters he no longer wished to conceal from her. Despite the fact that she was his mother, she had given him life, and it was only fitting that he should introduce Jiang Yan to her, no matter the circumstances. Jiang Yan was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed his mother. Initially, she intended to express her surprise that Bai's mother was still alive after all this time. She had assumed he was living alone. However, since his mother was still present, she wondered why they did not reside together. Bai Mu discerned her confusion but chose not to elaborate, simply stating, Yan, please prepare yourself, we shall depart shortly. The past could be recounted gradually in due time. As they were about to visit his mother, it was imperative for her to present herself well and not appear negligent. Returning to her bedroom, she stood before a polished copper mirror, meticulously crafted by Bai Mu, and deftly arranged her flowing hair. After contemplating, she decided that appearing with disheveled locks before elders might be inappropriate. Thus, she braided her hair and secured it into a bun with a wooden hairpin. Next, she rummaged through her wardrobe and donned the pink silk brocade gifted by Si Luo, admiring her reflection in the mirror with a sense of satisfaction. After all, this was Bai's mother, and she wished to leave a favorable impression, striving to appear dignified and graceful to win her mother-in-law's affection and approval. Once she was prepared, she felt it was inadequate to arrive empty-handed. She must bring a token of her goodwill. Hurrying to the kitchen, she swiftly filled a basket with rich, nourishing paste and some confection she had crafted. Additionally, she packed another basket with aromatic candles and cured meats. Finally, she called out to Bai Mu, who was patiently waiting in the pavilion, Bai, I'm ready. Let us go. But where does your mother live? Is it far from here? Bai Mu approached her, amused by the abundance of items she had prepared and her elaborate appearance. He chuckled softly. My mother resides in Nandike City, which is not too far from here. I can carry you there in no time. Yan, let us place these items in my personal space for now. Jiang Yan murmured in acknowledgement, handing the items to Bai Mu. I'll leave them with you for now, but do take them out for me when we approach. Understanding her subtle intentions, Bai Mu cast her a teasing glance before transforming into a magnificent white tiger. Jiang Yan climbed onto his back and settled herself comfortably, after which the two set off. They sped through the landscape like the wind, arriving at the magnificent and imposing city of Nandix. The entire city was encircled by walls constructed from stones of varying sizes, with beastly soldiers stationed at the grand entrance. Occasionally, other orcs, much like themselves, traversed in and out of the gates, amidst a cacophony of lively chatter and bustling activity. Bai Mu gently set Jiang Yan down and transformed into his orc form. He then retrieved 2 baskets from his spatial pocket, one in each hand, and, grasping Jiang Yan's hand, made his way directly to his home in Aimu. Jiang Yan gazed at the bustling street lined with various orc vendors and passers-by, marveling at the vibrancy of the place. The orc merchants, some displaying exquisite furs, others offering items resembling daggers or bone knives, and still others selling herbs and an assortment of odds and ends, created a lively marketplace. The buildings here, constructed from both stone and wood, were closely packed together, indicating a significant orc population in the area. As she curiously observed her surroundings, she followed Bai Mu to a 3-story structure built of white stone, resembling a small castle, guarded by 2 orcs at the entrance. The impressive architecture and castle-like opulence led Jiang Yan to suspect that her grandmother held a remarkable status. In such a grand city, residing in such a luxurious castle suggested wealth and nobility, further piquing her curiosity about her grandmother. Upon seeing Bai Mu, the orc guards greeted him with a respectful nod and courteously ushered them inside, announcing with deference, Duke, Madam, guests have arrived. Shortly thereafter, a formidable middle-aged male orc and a strikingly beautiful, aloof female emerged. Upon spotting Bai Mu, the female, Eileen, hurried forward with concern, gently calling out, Mu, you've finally come to see me. She then turned her gaze to Jiang Yan, her expression puzzled as she inquired, Mu, who is this female? Bai Mu responded to Eileen with a polite detachment, addressing her as mother, before introducing Jiang Yan, saying, This is Jiang Yan, my partner. The middle-aged orc, however, appeared to disregard the introduction entirely, not even casting a glance in her direction. Chapter 175. Conflict. Jiang Yan revealed a faint smile, timidly echoing Bai Mu's greeting, Amu. It turned out that this lady was her mother-in-law, who appeared quite youthful. Though tall in stature, her features were notably softer than those of the more aggressive females, and she possessed a cool elegance reminiscent of Bai Mu. However, who was the imposing middle-aged gentleman standing nearby? He bore little resemblance to Bai Mu, suggesting he was not her father-in-law. Upon hearing that her son had found a partner, Ilian cast a surprised glance at the petite Jiang Yan, offering a somewhat bewildered smile to Bai Mu. I didn't expect you to settle down so swiftly without informing AMU, she remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness, as she endeavored to suppress her inner sorrow. Turning to Jiang Yan, she warmly urged, please, come in and take a seat. Do not be shy. As she spoke, she approached Jiang Yan, affectionately guiding them into the grand hall of the palace to find their seats. Bai Mu, however, maintained a demeanor of aloofness, sitting with an air of haughtiness, silent and unresponsive. Jiang Yan, filled with curiosity, glanced around and discreetly inquired of Bai Mu, who is that orc beside my mother? Bai Mu lowered her gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, replied in a solemn tone, he is my mother's orc husband, Rod. Her husband's orc? That means he is also her father-in-law, albeit by adoption. Upon learning of his identity, Bai Mu displayed a noticeable air of aloofness. Yet she managed to smile warmly at the silent figure of her father-in-law, hoping to ease the tension. She placed the items from her basket onto the table and gently addressed Eileen and Rod. These are a few small gifts we prepared. I hope you both will not find them lacking. Eileen examined the assortment of food, sweets, and some floral creations in the basket, uncertain of their purpose. Yet she affectionately responded to Jiang Yan. How could we possibly find them lacking? Your mother is very pleased. Thank you for your thoughtful gift. Meanwhile, Rod, who had remained silent, felt a sense of surprise when Jiang Yan referred to him as father. His stern demeanor softened slightly as he turned to Bai Mu and remarked, I did not expect you to have found a partner. With a grand gesture, he produced an array of exquisite treasures from his personal space and presented them generously to Bai Mu, saying, consider these as gifts to celebrate your union. Please accept them. However, Bai Mu did not even glance at the treasures, her voice firm as she rejected them. I do not need them. Rod's expression darkened instantly. He pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Mu, scolding, you insolent brats still lack appreciation. Even after finding a partner, you show no signs of maturity. If it weren't for your partner calling me father, I wouldn't bother with you. With a huff, Rod turned away, his face clouded with displeasure. Choosing to ignore them henceforth, Jiang Yan observed the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, and despite the goodwill shown earlier, Bai Mu remained ungrateful. Hastily, she rose to mediate and attempted to accept the gift, only to be discontentedly restrained by Bai Mu. Yan, you need not be so courteous to him. He is not our father. Rod, upon hearing such words, was infuriated, his anger flaring. Young man, you would do well not to provoke me. Irene quickly intervened, grasping the irate Rod and sorrowfully imploring, Amu has made a rare visit to see me, and they are merely young and naive. Rod, please do not hold it against them. You know he struggles with words. He even brought a gift today. For the sake of this gesture, please endure. Rod glanced at the gifts laid out on the table, utterly disheartened, and sighed deeply. Very well, for your sake, I shall refrain from holding it against him. Synopsis. Once a modern-day campus belle, she unexpectedly finds herself in a primitive era after a fall into water, where she is immediately regarded as a sacrificial offering by a tribe adorned in animal skins. As the earth begins to tremble, Jiang Yan gazes in horror at a monstrous creature reminiscent of a dinosaur, writhing and howling in distress. She desperately does not wish to be devoured alive. Fortunately, in her moment of peril, she is rescued by a valiant white tiger, who brings her back to the tribe.